Chongqing Town. At the edge of a precipice deep within the mountains, Yin Chuan, in a state of disarray, struggled to ascend from the slope. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, a sudden influx of unfamiliar memories surged within his mind. In that instant, Yin Chuan realized he had traversed realms and been reborn as an ordinary individual in another world. In his previous life, Yin Chuan was a cultivator of the late Foundation establishment stage, having lived for over 3 centuries. Yet, due to his inability to break through to higher realms, he took a perilous venture with fellow cultivators into the tomb of an immortal. Upon stepping over the bodies of his companions, he succeeded in entering the main chamber of the tomb, only to find a solitary precious orb among the immortal relics. He distinctly recalled the moment he reached out to touch the orb, only to be betrayed and fatally struck down by other cultivators who had followed him. Believing he had met his demise, he was astonished to awaken in another world. From the memories that fused with his new existence, Yin Chuan discerned that this realm was starkly different from his own. It appeared that the inhabitants here had never heard of immortals or cultivators. Instead, whispers of various martial artists circulated through the land. The original body he inhabited bore the same name, Yin Chuan, and was a quintessential ordinary mortal. Moreover, he was a debauched gambler, having squandered what little savings his family possessed. After the passing of his father, the original Yin Chuan quickly dissipated the family fortune, dragging his wife into the depths of despair alongside him. Today, he ventured into the mountains upon hearing of a rare herb known as the century ginseng, which could fetch 10 taels of silver at the apothecary in town if harvested. Thus, spurred on by several dubious companions, he entered the mountains, dreaming of fortune. Perhaps due to a stroke of luck, he stumbled upon a specimen shortly after setting out. However, before he could revel in his find, he was betrayed by his companions, who seized the herb and cast him down the cliff. Though he survived by virtue of the original's body, Yin Chuan was far from unscathed. Every part of him throbbed with pain, and his left leg was fractured from the fall. After a grueling struggle, he managed to climb back up from the abyss, now lying on the ground, utterly unwilling to move. Sensing the air around him, Yin Chuan realized that a ferocious beast lurked within the forest. As a mere mortal in a severely injured state, he understood that remaining here would surely lead to his demise at the jaws of a wild animal. Thus, he gritted his teeth against the agony, groping for a stick to use as a makeshift cane, and shakily rose to his feet. Drawing upon the memories in his mind, he began his slow descent down the path he had taken, each step sending jolts of pain through his body. Fortunately, Yin Chuan's fortune held, as he encountered no beasts on his way down. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he was utterly exhausted and sought a stone to rest upon. Having grown accustomed to soaring through the skies, he could not recall the last time he had traversed such a distance on foot. Just as he was about to sit down, fatigue overwhelmed him, and darkness enveloped his vision as he fainted. Uncertain of how long he had been unconscious, Yin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes. He initially believed himself to still be in the wilderness, only to discover that he had awakened upon a wooden bed. Where is this? Yin Chuan struggled to sit up, glancing around the room, which felt oddly familiar. The space appeared rather austere, yet meticulously maintained. Before Yin Chuan could fully comprehend his surroundings, the wooden door creaked open, and in walked a young woman clad in simple attire. She was indeed lovely, though her complexion was pallid and gaunt, evidently a result of prolonged malnutrition. "You are awake." Upon seeing Yin Chuan regain consciousness, the woman calmly inquired, "How do you feel?" As Yin Chuan gazed at the woman before him, he recognized her from the remnants of his former self's memories. She was his wife, known as He Qinglian. He Qinglian had originally been the daughter of a prominent family from afar. However, due to her family's entanglement with local authorities and subsequent betrayal, her household fell into ruin. Ultimately, she fled to Chongqing Town with her elderly mother, who sadly succumbed to illness in a foreign land. In her moment of desperation, Yin Chuan's father had provided for the burial of He Qinglian's mother. Out of gratitude and with no other options, He Qinglian agreed to marry Yin Chuan. Initially, when Yin Chuan's father was still alive, life was bearable. However, after the old man passed away, Yin Chuan descended into indulgence, spending his days gambling and reveling with disreputable companions, neglecting his home. In the 2 or 3 years since their marriage, They had scarcely enjoyed a peaceful existence. He Qinglian seemed resigned to her fate, remaining by Yin Chuan's side throughout. Had it not been for her diligent care, it was uncertain how much worse the situation would have deteriorated under Yin Chuan's reckless behavior. "You are quite fortunate," He Qinglian remarked with a sigh. "It was thanks to Brother Wang from the village, who was out gathering firewood, that you were found and brought back." She continued, "We must express our gratitude to Brother Wang. He has saved your life." Yin Chuan attempted to rise from the bed, but He Qinglian swiftly intervened. "Your leg is fractured. The doctor has advised against getting out of bed. You must rest." Looking down at his left leg, he noted that it had been immobilized with wooden splints and bound with thick bandages. "I'm grateful to you." Yin Chuan smiled gently at He Qinglian. His memories indicated that she was indeed a good woman. For Yin Chuan to have married such a spouse was a stroke of fortune he could scarcely fathom. Yet, the original Yin Chuan had taken this blessing for granted, growing distant from He Qinglian, especially after years of childlessness. Noticing the softness in Yin Chuan's tone, He Qinglian found herself gazing at his face for an extended moment. For reasons unknown, she felt that her husband seemed transformed, not in appearance, but in demeanor, as if he had undergone a profound change. Could it be that surviving such a calamity had altered his very nature? If things could improve, it would undoubtedly be a blessing. However, it is imperative that they do not worsen. He Qinglian silently prayed within her heart. "How on earth did you sustain such injuries? Are there indeed ferocious creatures on that mountain? I do not understand your purpose for venturing there." He Qinglian expressed her grievances, yet she still produced a flatbread from her bosom and offered it to Yin Chuan. "Please, have something to eat. Only with sustenance can one hasten recovery." Yin Chuan accepted the flatbread, still warm to the touch, though he wondered about its origin. According to the memories of the original owner, their household had been devoid of provisions for some time. Coupled with a penchant for gambling and a woeful lack of skill, they had long been impoverished, with substantial debts outstanding. "I heard there are valuable herbs on the mountain, and I fancied a stroke of luck, only to meet with an unfortunate fall." Yin Chuan held the flatbread in his hands, but did not consume it immediately. He perceived that He Qinglian had yet to eat. Her complexion was pale. Her gait unsteady. She too had likely gone without food for an extended period. "Perhaps you should eat instead," Yin Chuan insisted, offering the flatbread back to He Qinglian. How could a man allow the woman accompanying him to go hungry? The notion that such a beautiful wife had been neglected in this manner by the original owner filled Yin Chuan with self-reproach. In his previous life, although he had not been married, he had cared for dozens of women, all of whom lived well, either affluent or noble, none of whom he had let down. Chapter 2. The Gambler. "Never mind, you eat." He Qinglian gazed at the flatbread, swallowing hard. Though her stomach growled with hunger, she managed to resist the urge. This bread was borrowed from the neighbor, Aunt Zhang, who was willing to lend it out in consideration of Yin Chuan's deceased father. Noticing He Qinglian's reluctance to accept the bread, Yin Chuan divided it into 2 halves. "Let us share it. Otherwise, if you starve, who will take care of me?" Upon hearing this, He Qinglian was taken aback, momentarily lost in thought as she regarded the half-piece he offered. It seemed as though her gambling husband, who had once been oblivious to her needs, now exhibited a flicker of concern, as the portion he handed her was noticeably larger than the one he kept for himself. "Take it," Yin Chuan insisted, pressing the piece into her hands before bringing the other half to his mouth. He bit into it, chewing without savoring any flavor. Ever since he had reached the foundational stage of his training in his previous life, he had often fasted for months, rarely consuming such simple sustenance. Even when he did eat, it was usually exquisite delicacies. This flatbread would have gone ignored in the past. After hesitating, He Qinglian ultimately decided to take a bite, her hunger overwhelming her reservations. Although the bread lacked flavor at that moment, it tasted exquisite to her, especially as she observed her husband seemingly undergoing a transformation. A flicker of joy ignited within her. As long as he refrained from gambling, she could earn a modest living by crafting items to sell. And he could find some work. Life could still be manageable. Yet, this tranquil bliss was short-lived as a sudden commotion erupted outside. "Yin Chuan, get out here. Come out and repay your debts, or we shall come in." At the sound of this ruckus, He Qinglian's expression darkened, the hope that had just blossomed within her dissipating in an instant. With a pained effort, Yin Chuan rose from the bed, acutely aware that the visitors were there to collect debts, a frequent occurrence, as per the original owner's memories. "I'll step outside for a moment," he declared, leaning on his cane. He Qinglian's face paled, and she felt a bitter laugh rise within her at her earlier fantasies. Their home was devoid of money. And how much more had he lost? Despair flooded her heart. Don't worry, I will handle this. Yin Chuan, seeing He Qinglian's helpless and pitiful demeanor, felt a surge of compassion. He silently vowed to provide this kind-hearted girl with a better life. Stumbling out the door, he found 3 or 4 ruffians loitering in the courtyard. Upon seeing Yin Chuan, the leader, sporting a scruffy beard, sneered, "Well, Yin Chuan, how have you managed to look so half-dead after just a few days? You can't die yet. You still owe us money." As he regarded these men, fragments of memory surfaced within Yin Chuan. These individuals were frequent companions at the gambling tables, and he had incurred significant losses to them in recent days. "How much do I owe you?" Yin Chuan inquired. "Don't play dumb with me." The man with the beard looked at Yin Chuan as if he had lost his memory, pulling out a piece of paper and stepping forward. "The IOU is clearly written. You owe me a total of 3 taels of silver and 25 copper coins. I pity you, so I'll let you off with a 0. Just give me 3 taels of silver." After reading the contents of the IOU, Yin Chuan chuckled. "Isn't there still half a month until repayment? There's no need to rush for the money. Isn't it said that you're dying soon?" The man with the beard scrutinized Yin Chuan. "If you die, who will I ask for my money?" At that moment, a pockmarked fellow behind him chimed in. "If he dies, doesn't he have a wife? She's not bad looking." Upon this reminder, the man with the beard suddenly realized, "I completely forgot about that." Seeing that Yin Chuan had no money, the man with the beard sneered, "Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. No money means I can take your wife as collateral. Just let us borrow her for a few days, and we'll forget about the debt." Inside the house, He Qinglian, hearing the commotion outside, despondently pulled a hairpin from her hair and pressed it against her throat, closing her eyes and awaiting Yin Chuan's response. Hot tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. If Yin Chuan acquiesced, she would not hesitate to take her own life. "I will repay you in half a month." Yin Chuan, however, resolutely rejected the shameless demands of the ruffians, stating firmly, "I advise you to abandon this idea. I will not lend my wife to anyone." The ruffians were taken aback that this notorious gambler did not agree to such a no-risk deal. "What if you can't pay in half a month?" the man with the beard questioned, displeased. "If I can't pay, I'll give you my life," Yin Chuan asserted with unwavering certainty. The man with the beard, rarely seeing Yin Chuan so resolute, took an interest. "Fine," he scoffed. "I'll give you another half-month, if you can't pay by then. Don't blame me for being uncivilized." After saying this, he turned and left with his companions. As they departed, Yin Chuan leaned on his cane and returned to the room. Upon entering, he saw He Qinglian weeping bitterly. "What's wrong?" Yin Chuan noticed He Qinglian holding the hairpin, hesitant to approach for fear she might do something foolish. "Where will you find 3 taels of silver in half a month?" He Qinglian glanced at Yin Chuan, immediately turning her head away, heartbroken. 3 taels of silver represented several months' wages for an ordinary family. "Trust me." Yin Chuan earnestly nodded. "I can do it. I will repay the debt and ensure you live a good life." As he spoke, he slowly approached He Qinglian. He Qinglian, clutching the hairpin, was in turmoil, her hand trembling slightly. "Don't act rashly. Please give me one more chance," Yin Chuan gently urged, leaning on his cane. Successfully grasping He Qinglian's hand, he delicately took the hairpin from her grasp. Once, the worthless Yin Chuan had perished. Yin Chuan gazed deeply into He Qinglian's eyes and implored, "Your days of suffering have come to an end. Grant me a chance, and allow yourself one as well, will you?" As he spoke, he gently placed the hairpin back into her disheveled hair, tenderly arranging the strands. He Qinglian's life had been fiercely protected by her parents, unless absolutely necessary. She still wished to cling to existence. Observing the seemingly transformed Yin Chuan before her, her heart wrestled with indecision, but ultimately she nodded. "Then I shall trust you once more." He Qinglian sighed. "Yin Chuan, I beg of you, do not let me down." "I promise." Yin Chuan nodded earnestly. After finishing the remaining flatbread together, He Qinglian returned to her side room to rest. Having been married for several years without conceiving, the original owner deemed her a financial burden and had long ceased to care, resulting in their sleeping apart for some time. As night fell, the village was enveloped in silence, with only a few dogs occasionally barking at the entrance. Yet, Yin Chuan did not rest. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the bed, immobile. Chapter 3. A return visit. Seated in meditation, Yin Chuan focused his breath, practicing the technique of drawing qi into his body. The original owner's body was already 25 or 26 years old, well past the prime for cultivation. Fortunately, Yin Chuan possessed over 300 years of cultivation experience. Starting anew was a familiar endeavor for him. Drawing qi into the body is the initial step on the path of cultivation. It involves learning to sense spiritual energy and drawing it into the body through specific breathing techniques. This step, though seemingly simple, can thwart over 90% of practitioners. Without innate talent, one might never perceive the existence of spiritual energy in their lifetime. In his previous life, even with considerable talent, Yin Chuan took 10 days to sense spiritual energy and over 3 months to learn to draw it into his body. Now, in less than half an hour of sitting cross-legged, he was able to perceive the surrounding spiritual energy, though it was somewhat sparse in this world. After dedicating another hour, he successfully drew the thin spiritual energy into his body. Achieving this marked a tentative entry into the qi refinement stage. Upon successfully drawing qi into his body, Yin Chuan immediately circulated the faint strands of energy through his meridians. This process is known as transforming qi to open meridians. Yin Chuan allowed the energy to flow through his entire body, ultimately concentrating it at the site of his left leg fracture, using the qi to mend the broken bone. Though he had not specialized in medicine in his previous life, healing minor fractures was well within his capabilities. The following morning, as dawn broke, He Qinglian took a bamboo basket and sickled to forage for wild vegetables, with the family fields sold by Yin Chuan to repay debts. Wild vegetables had become one of the few sustenances available to them. When the sun finally rose, He Qinglian returned from her outing. Her bamboo basket containing only a meager amount of wild vegetables, just enough to make a thin soup to barely satisfy her hunger. Upon entering the courtyard, her eyes widened in disbelief. Yin Chuan, who had sustained a fracture, was now in the yard practicing an unfamiliar and peculiar form of martial arts. Moving both swiftly and slowly, a sight she had never witnessed before. "How could you be up and about?" He Qinglian questioned, utterly astonished at his rapid recovery. It was only after noticing her return that Yin Chuan ceased his movements. "I'm healed," he exclaimed, stamping his foot on the ground and rolling up his pant leg to show her, revealing that his left leg was as good as new. "Already?" He Qinglian scratched her head, perplexed. Just yesterday, after being carried back, she had called upon the village veterinarian to dress his wounds. The old vet had managed to save a fair number of livestock. So how had his medical skills transformed so astonishingly? "Don't be surprised. Isn't recovery the best news?" Yin Chuan replied with a smile, offering no further explanation. Indeed, He Qinglian, regaining her composure, decided not to press the matter further and turned to head to the kitchen. "I'll prepare a wild vegetable soup." "Good." Yin Chuan nodded in agreement, adding, "Thank you for your efforts, especially so early in the morning." Halfway across the yard, He Qinglian suddenly paused, her mind racing with bizarre thoughts at Yin Chuan's sudden transformation. Could it be that her man had encountered a spirit in the mountains? Had he truly become someone else? However, she quickly shook her head, dismissing such thoughts and entering the kitchen to start the fire for the soup. Let it be a spirit. As long as one does not gamble, it could be a good spirit. The martial arts Yin Chuan was practicing was known as nourishing qi and circulating meridian fist. Performing it twice each morning could stabilize the inner spiritual energy, nourishing the body and enhancing its control over that energy. Even an ordinary person practicing this set of movements regularly could strengthen their physique and prolong their life. By the time He Qinglian finished cooking the wild vegetable soup, Yin Chuan had completed his 2 sets of exercises. In the pot, the wild vegetables were scant, mostly just a clear broth. He Qinglian ladled the majority of the leaves into Yin Chuan's bowl, leaving only a few scattered pieces for herself, which could hardly be called a proper serving. Sitting at the dining table, Yin Chuan gazed at the empty house and the meager soup before him, letting out a sigh. This girl was far too burdened and naïve, staying with a man like him for so long without running away. Were the roles reversed, he would have vanished without a trace. The more he pondered, the more his heart ached for her, prompting him to transfer half of the wild vegetable leaves from his bowl to hers. "Eat more. I can handle the hunger," Yin Chuan declared just before swiftly finishing the soup in his bowl. After setting down his bowl, he rose from his seat. "Please wash the dishes. I must return to that mountain once more. When I come back, I'll bring you something delicious." Upon finishing his words, Yin Chuan was about to step out. But He Qinglian, upon hearing that Yin Chuan intended to go to that mountain, urgently grasped the sleeve of his garment. "Don't go. What if you get hurt again?" She expressed her concern. "Rest assured." Yin Chuan gently patted He Qinglian's hand in a comforting gesture. "This time, nothing will happen. Trust me, for reasons unbeknownst to her." Qinglian felt an unusual sense of faith in Yin Chuan's words, which prompted her to gradually release her grip. As for why, she could not quite articulate. Be extremely careful. Qinglian returned to her seat, cradling a bowl in her hands, ceasing her pleas. Yin Chuan nodded with a smile towards Qinglian before turning and leaving the room. The mountain was known as Tiger Head Mountain, home to a fierce tiger that had claimed numerous lives. Many hunters had ventured forth in an attempt to capture the beast, yet they only managed to wound it, allowing it to escape. After sustaining injuries, the tiger rarely appeared, but it was still possible that it lingered within the mountain's depths. Exiting the village, Yin Chuan made his way towards Tiger Head Mountain. Since the original owner of his body had previously discovered a century-old ginseng within the mountain, it stood to reason that a second might exist. One such root was worth 10 taels of silver, sufficient not only to settle debts, but also to procure various items for his family. Upon arrival, Yin Chuan entered the mountain without hesitation. Once inside, he inhaled deeply, and with 2 fingers, he brushed before his eyes, transforming his originally dark pupils into shimmering orbs of golden light. This technique, known as the spirit-seeking eye, enabled him to perceive the ethereal energy points surrounding him. The precious herb, the century-old ginseng, would undoubtedly emit a far more radiant aura than ordinary weeds. After an extensive search through the forest, though he did not locate the ginseng, Yin Chuan did find several other valuable herbs that could also fetch a decent price. However, the prolonged use of the spirit-seeking eye had drained his energy considerably. With no other choice, he resolved to gather what he could and retreat. The herbs he had collected, while not as valuable as the ginseng, should still yield some monetary return. In his previous life, he had practiced some alchemical techniques, which, though not highly skilled, afforded him a modicum of knowledge in this realm. Yet, he noted that the herbs in this world bore some differences from those in his memories, though their scents were reminiscent. Just as he prepared to descend the mountain, something caught Yin Chuan's peripheral vision, activating the spirit-seeking eye once more. He noticed a patch of grass on a distant hillside radiating with a brilliance far surpassing that of its surroundings. Without delay, Yin Chuan hastened over, parting the grass to reveal, indeed, a century-old ginseng. It was identical to the one found in the original owner's memories. However, just as he plucked the ginseng from the earth, his expression darkened. A scent of blood permeated the air, mingled with the unmistakable musk of a tiger. Not far from his position. Chapter 4. Zhang Laogo now, having just stepped into the first level of the qi refining stage. He was only slightly more formidable than an ordinary mortal. Facing a ferocious beast like a tiger alone leaves little hope of victory, even if one were to succeed. A complete retreat would be impossible. Rather than remaining in the mountains to wrestle with the tiger, it would be far wiser to flee swiftly. Utilizing the scant remaining energy within his body, Yin Chuan employed the light wind steps technique, significantly hastening his escape. Those low-tier techniques, which he once dismissed, now proved particularly useful. Whether the tiger refrained from pursuit or simply had no desire to chase, Yin Chuan managed to descend the mountain unscathed. Upon reaching the base, Yin Chuan found his energy nearly depleted, resorting to heavy breaths to recuperate some strength. Once he regained a measure of vitality, he hurried towards the town with the herbs he had gathered. He had to sell them before nightfall and procure some supplies to bring back, ensuring that Qinglian would believe in him and not be disappointed. The journey from Tiger Head Mountain to Chaqing Town would take over an hour. As he walked, Yin Chuan practiced breathing techniques to gradually replenish his energy. Once he felt sufficiently restored, he channeled excess energy into his feet, significantly quickening his pace. Just after exiting the vicinity of Tiger Head Mountain, he encountered an individual approaching, seemingly headed back towards the mountain. As they drew near, the person recognized Yin Chuan first, his eyes widening in disbelief. Yin Chuan, is that you? The man, known as Zhang Laogo, had robbed the original owner of Yin Chuan's body of a century-old ginseng just days earlier, cruelly pushing him off a cliff. Although the cliff was not particularly high, it had nonetheless resulted in the original owner's demise. Seeing Zhang Laogo stirred a wave of revulsion in Yin Chuan. He had always detested those who betrayed friends for personal gain. Have you returned to Tiger Head Mountain? Zhang Laogo's eyes gleamed with greed as he fixed his gaze on the bamboo basket containing various herbs in Yin Chuan's hands. None of your business. Yin Chuan had no inclination to engage with such a person and merely wished to reach the town and sell his herbs. Let me see. Have you found another century-old ginseng? Zhang Laogo demanded, attempting to snatch the basket. However, Yin Chuan sidestepped effortlessly. If you wish to stay alive, keep your distance. Yin Chuan shot a glare at Zhang Laogo, startling him into taking a step back. He had never before encountered such a gaze. Merely a glance sent a chill down his spine. Those eyes were devoid of emotion, dark and profound, reminiscent of a deep abyss concealing a monstrous predator. Yet, the thought that Yin Chuan might have discovered another century-old ginseng drove Zhang Laogo to the brink of madness with envy, causing him to disregard all caution. That ginseng was worth 10 taels of silver, money that could turn his fortunes around at the gambling tables. Upon this realization, Zhang Laogo abruptly extracted a dagger from his bosom, once again obstructing Yin Chuan's path. Hand over the bamboo basket, or you shan't leave this place today. Zhang Laogo's eyes glinted with a menacing fervor, clearly resembling a man ready to take a life. Are you certain? Yin Chuan narrowed his gaze slightly. Do you think I jest? Zhang Laogo brandished the dagger menacingly at Yin Chuan, his tone harsh. Give it to me, or in this desolate wilderness, I'll slay you and dispose of your body in the forest. Who would ever know it was I? Oh. Yin Chuan, upon hearing this, nodded, recognizing a semblance of logic in Zhang Laogo's words. That is indeed a possibility. Good, you understand. Zhang Laogo pressed forward. Hand it over, and I shall spare your life. Very well, take it. Yin Chuan smiled faintly, extending the bamboo basket towards him. Seeing this, Zhang Laogo's heart surged with elation as he stepped forward to seize it. Yet, just as his hand was about to grasp the basket, Yin Chuan suddenly relinquished his hold, causing the basket to tumble. In the instant Zhang Laogo's attention was drawn entirely to the basket, Yin Chuan delivered a solid punch directly to Zhang Laogo's nose. With a crunch, Zhang Laogo collapsed to the ground, his nose caved in, blood gushing uncontrollably. The falling bamboo basket was deftly caught by Yin Chuan's foot, which then gently lifted it back into his hand. On the ground, Zhang Laogo attempted to struggle, reaching for the dagger that had fallen. However, Yin Chuan was quicker, retrieving it first. You thought to kill me with this little knife? Yin Chuan smirked, squatting before Zhang Laogo. You worthless scoundrel, how dare you ambush me? Zhang Laogo seethed, his teeth clenched. I will find someone to deal with you. Just wait. Yet in the next moment, Yin Chuan plunged the dagger into Zhang Laogo's palm, pinning it to the ground. Ah! The excruciating pain elicited a scream from Zhang Laogo, his body trembling with agony. Who will you send after me? Yin Chuan queried coldly. I shall take care of them simultaneously. Nobody. Please don't kill me. I was wrong, Master Chuan. Zhang Laogo began to plead for mercy. Spare my life. I beg you. Little did Zhang Laogo anticipate that the once submissive individual would dare to wield a blade. Spare you? Yin Chuan chuckled darkly. I prefer to see matters through to their conclusion. Either I do not strike, or if I do, I ensure it is final. If the roots of the grass are not eradicated, the spring breeze may cause them to regrow, just as you asserted, in this desolate wilderness. I could kill you and dispose of your body in the woods. Who would ever know it was I? Hearing this, Zhang Laogo was so terrified he lost control of his bladder, and his trousers became foul. Before he could utter another plea, Yin Chuan withdrew the dagger embedded in the ground and swiftly slashed it across his neck. Zhang Laogo was instantly rendered unable to breathe, convulsing on the ground, his mouth unable to emit another sound. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yin Chuan confirmed that Zhang Laogo was indeed dead. He nonchalantly discarded the bloody dagger into a nearby thicket and dragged Zhang's lifeless body deeper into the woods. Having concealed Zhang's remains, Yin Chuan returned to the road, continuing his journey toward the town, appearing as tranquil as if nothing had transpired. Individuals like Zhang Laogo posed an unmitigated threat and could not be allowed to linger, for even an ordinary mortal could become a latent danger, bringing with them an unsavory reputation. Upon reaching Chongqing town, Yin Chuan inquired and successfully located the largest apothecary within the town, where virtually any valuable medicinal herbs were procured. He gathered a total of 10 distinct herbs, each a rare variety, with the most valuable being a century-old ginseng. It was said that this particular herb, when consumed as a tonic, could significantly prolong one's life, making it highly sought after by the wealthy who wished to extend their years, thus commanding a considerable price. Exiting the apothecary, Yin Chuan acquired a total of 12 taels of silver along with 20 copper coins, an amount equivalent to the earnings of an average family over several months. Chapter 5. A bit of fun with his newfound wealth. Yin Chuan strolled through the streets, intending to purchase essential provisions for his home. Given the extensive list of items he planned to procure, he preemptively bought a one-wheeled cart at the street corner to carry his goods. While 12 taels of silver may not seem like a vast sum, after a thorough round of shopping, he managed to buy several bags of fine rice and white flour, along with a substantial quantity of salt and oil, to provide nourishment for his wife, He Qinglei. He even purchased a few live chickens, not only for consumption but also to allow her to keep them for fresh eggs. After this excursion, Yin Chuan found himself with only 6 taels remaining. The provisions he had gathered would suffice for both him and He Qing Lei for approximately half a year. Just as he was about to push the cart home, he turned a corner and was abruptly confronted by several familiar figures blocking his path. Well, if it isn't Yin Chuan. The group obstructing him consisted of the ruffians who had come to his home the previous day to demand repayment. The leader, known as Wang Wu, was notorious in the town for his nefarious activities, indulging in vice and debauchery with abandon. Wang Wu stepped onto the cart, surveying the goods with astonishment. "You've struck it rich, haven't you? Where did you acquire the funds for all these fine items? Eating fine rice and flour now, are we?" Yin Chuan's expression darkened, and he replied coolly, "That's none of your concern. Since we've crossed paths, hand over the IOU, and I shall repay my debt." Wang Wu hesitated for a moment before retrieving the IOU from his pocket and presenting it to Yin Chuan. 3 taels of silver, one hand for the money, and the other for the IOU. He grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Yin Chuan pulled out the silver, counted out 3 taels, and placed the coins into Wang Wu's palm while taking the IOU in return. Confirming its authenticity, he then tore the document into shreds, crumpled the pieces, and casually tossed them into the foul gutter by the street. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Yin Chuan declared. Resuming his push of the cart to depart, Wang Wu gazed at Yin Chuan, his eyes darting, and once again blocked the path. Yin Chuan, Wang Wu, now donning a facade of joviality, inquired, "Where did you acquire such wealth? In just a day's time, you've amassed this much silver? Since we're brothers, do share your secrets to fortune." The companions around Wang Wu chimed in, eager to lend their support. Yin Chuan smiled faintly and replied, "The century-old ginseng extracted from Tiger Head Mountain. If you all wish to strike it rich, you might venture there and test your luck." Upon hearing Tiger Head Mountain, Wang Wu gasped in disbelief. "I've heard tales of man-eating tigers dwelling there. You would dare to go? The timid starve while the bold feast." Yin Chuan remarked with a chuckle, "Without courage, how can one hope to prosper?" He revealed this path to them, fully aware they would not dare to pursue it. By disclosing the truth, he aimed to quell any malicious thoughts they might harbor. Otherwise, if he kept it to himself, these ruffians would undoubtedly seek to uncover the truth, potentially leading to trouble for him. Should these miscreants dare to venture to Tiger Head Mountain, they would serve as fodder for the tiger, thus indirectly ridding the world of a menace. "Wang Wu, clearly you possess no intention of visiting Tiger Head Mountain," he praised, thumbs up, and continued with a grin. "Since you've come into money, why not join me for a few rounds at the Fortune Casino? If you can find such a precious item as century-old ginseng, your luck at the tables must be equally auspicious." Yin Chuan initially intended to decline, yet hesitated upon feeling the few remaining silver coins in his pocket. Though he had reached the first layer of qi refinement, the spiritual energy in this realm was scant, and further risky ventures to Tiger Head Mountain for herbs could prove perilous for him. A visit to the casino, on the other hand, seemed a promising avenue for wealth. After all, he was no longer the reckless gambler he once was. His skills had sharpened, and his desire for play had diminished. "Very well. I shall indulge in a few games." Yin Chuan acquiesced to Wang Wu's suggestion. "What a generous spirit!" Wang Wu immediately lauded him, declaring, "Today, Yin Chuan shall surely walk away with a bounty." Following the raucous crew, Yin Chuan wheeled the cart to the casino entrance, depositing it for a mere 20 copper coins, ensuring it was watched over. The Fortune Casino was the largest establishment in town, frequented by many due to its reputation for integrity. No matter how much one might win, they could exit unscathed, devoid of any underhanded tactics. Even individuals from distant lands would come to this town to partake in gaming. Within the casino, a haze of smoke enveloped the air, and numerous gamblers surrounded the tables, their eyes gleaming with fervor, creating a lively atmosphere. As Yin Chuan stepped inside, he was greeted by a cacophony of shouts. "Bet placed, no refunds. Bet placed, no refunds." Under Wang Wu's guidance, Yin Chuan squeezed to the most bustling sickbo table, where a lean dealer in his 30s presided over the shaking of the dice, surrounded by a throng of eager gamblers. Yin Chuan recalled the information about this individual, known as Su Laosi, who was once a renowned gambler in the town, renowned for his exceptional gambling skills, which led him to be recruited by the affluent gambling house. As everyone placed their bets, Su Laosi finally revealed the dice cup. 1-2. Su Laosi bellowed, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. In this round, more players had bet on the high side, resulting in a chorus of lamentations. However, a few individuals had correctly placed their bets and were exuberantly celebrating. Continue. After distributing the silver coins from the table, the assistant prepared for the next round. Place your bets. Su Laosi picked up the cup containing the dice, shaking it vigorously. As the sound of the dice clashing within the cup echoed, the table of gamblers commenced a new round of wagering. What do you say, Brother Yin? What will you bet on? Asked Wang Wu, grinning beside Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan glanced at the table. There were both high and low bets, a fairly even distribution. After Su Laosi's vigorous shaking, he set the dice cup down on the table. Bets are closed. Su Laosi continued to call out, urging everyone to finalize their wagers. Yin Chuan cast a glance at the cup and placed one tael of silver on the high side. Observing this, Wang Wu followed suit, wagering another tael on high, seemingly convinced that Yin Chuan's good fortune would rub off on him today. Once all bets were placed, Su Laosi opened the cup. 455 high? With the result announced, Wang Wu erupted in excitement. Brother Yin is impressive. In contrast to Wang Wu's exuberance, Yin Chuan remained composed. Having secretly employed the technique of Ling Long Eye, he had seen through the cover to discern the dice's numbers, allowing him to make the correct bet. Although this technique was once considered a low-tier skill, it now proved remarkably effective. However, utilizing it consumed a significant amount of his internal spiritual energy. He estimated that he could only employ it 5 more times before exhausting his reserves. Chapter 6, Su Laosi in this round. Yin Chuan earned back 2 taels from his initial wager of 1 tael. As Su Laosi began shaking the dice again, a new round commenced. Bets are closed. Su Laosi shouted once more. Wang Wu, brimming with excitement, urged, Brother Yin, what will you bet on this time? Yin Chuan remained unperturbed, waiting patiently until Su Laosi halted the shaking and the dice settled on the table. Once he discerned the numbers, he placed 3 taels of silver on the high side, with Wang Wu promptly following suit, also wagering 3 taels. After placing their bets, Wang Wu clasped his hands together, filled with anticipation. Though he was notorious in the town as a ruffian, he was, in truth, quite impoverished. The money he earned was either lost in gambling or squandered on women. Had it not been for the 3 taels Yin Chuan had given him, he might not have had the capital to even visit the gambling house. If he were to lose this time, he would once again find himself wandering aimlessly, seeking ways to earn money. Under Wang Wu's eager gaze, the dice cup was unveiled, revealing a triumphant 3, 5, 6. Oh! Wang Wu exclaimed with excitement, Brother Yin, you're amazing. Yin Chuan shot him a glance, annoyed by his boisterousness. Back and forth. Yin Chuan, who had only a few taels of silver left, now found himself with 7. The speed of earning money here was indeed far swifter than foraging herbs at Tiger Head Mountain. After winning 2 rounds consecutively, Su Laosi, who was shaking the dice, cast a glance at Yin Chuan, a smile creeping onto his lips as he resumed shaking the dice. What will Brother Yin bet on this time? Wang Wu whispered in Yin Chuan's ear. Having won twice in a row, Wang Wu was now thoroughly convinced of Yin Chuan's luck today. Yet he was anxious that others might overhear. As the dice cup was set down, Yin Chuan hesitated, holding on to 5 taels of silver, seemingly lost in thought. This made Wang Wu quite anxious. Brother Yin, make your choice quickly. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yin Chuan placed his 5 taels once more on the big bet. Wang Wu, upon witnessing this, felt uncertain. His 2 decades of gambling experience told him that the probability of hitting big 3 times in a row was quite slim. If he followed Yin Chuan's lead and bet 5 taels as well, a loss would be significant. Thus, he opted to bet only 2 taels, wishing to play it safe. Once everyone had placed their bets, the cup was lifted again. 2, 6, 6 big. Su Laosi declared loudly. Oh no. As the results came in, Wang Wu felt a wave of regret. Although he had guessed correctly, he had earned less. The back and forth had effectively resulted in a loss for him. Meanwhile, Yin Chuan amassed 12 taels of silver. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had already recouped what he spent on necessities. It seemed that this dubious method of earning money was indeed the fastest, following Yin Chuan's impressive streak of 3 consecutive wins. The other players at the table regarded him with astonishment. As Su Laosi prepared to shake the dice once more, most were not in a hurry to place their bets. Rather, they awaited Yin Chuan's decision, eager to follow his lead. Yin Chuan noticed the gazes upon him. Currently, he could only use his Ling Long vision 3 more times. As the dice settled on the table, Yin Chuan focused intently and then placed 10 taels on the big bet again. Observing this, others quickly pulled out their silver to follow suit, betting on big as well. Seeing Yin Chuan's choice, Su Laosi's expression darkened. He had not anticipated anyone daring to bet big 4 times in a row. As everyone's anticipation grew, the cup was lifted once more. 3, 3, 6, big. The result sent the entire room into cheers, with only a few who had not followed Yin Chuan's lead, lamenting their missed opportunity. Since many had bet big, the banker would need to compensate for the shortfall. Brother Yin, you are my savior. Wang Wu, riding on Yin Chuan's coattails, bet 5 taels and also earned 5 taels. Having followed several rounds consecutively, Wang Wu's 3 taels had multiplied several times over. Clutching the silver in his hand, he was overwhelmed with excitement, and his gaze toward Yin Chuan grew increasingly reverent. Continue. Su Laosi fixed Yin Chuan with a serious look. This time, his method of shaking the dice was markedly more intense, and all eyes returned to Yin Chuan. Not a single person dared to place a bet before him, all waiting for Yin Chuan to make the first move. With a resounding thud, Su Laosi slammed the betting bowl onto the table. His eyes locked onto Yin Chuan as he inquired, "Gambling god, what will you wager this round?" At that moment, Yin Chuan's keen gaze discerned that beneath the bowl lay 3 sixes. A triple 6. According to the house rules, if the banker rolled a triple 6, all bets, whether high or low, would lose. However, choosing to bet on a triple 6 would yield tenfold returns. With 10 taels of silver, one could seize a staggering 110 taels. Yet, should he place such a bet, others would undoubtedly follow suit. This would lead to a significant loss for the banker, and Yin Chuan would steal the spotlight. While it was not unusual to win 5 rounds in a row, being able to predict a triple 6 was a different matter altogether. Anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize that this was extraordinary. Even if this establishment was reputed for its integrity, such a display would inevitably attract unwanted attention from the casino, something he wished to avoid. His own strength had yet to fully return, and even in a world brimming with martial artists, it was unwise to take such risks. "Yin Yi, what will you choose this round?" Wang Wu eagerly inquired from the side, ready to wager his entire 10 taels. Yin Chuan glanced up at Su Laosi, their eyes meeting. He understood that Su Laosi was testing him, seeking to discern whether his success was due to luck or something else entirely. "Are you not going to place your bet?" Su Laosi urged. The other gamblers eagerly awaited his decision. Yin Chuan smiled, extracting 5 taels and placing them on the low bet. Observing this, the other gamblers quickly followed suit. Wang Wu, eager to wager all his recently acquired 10 taels, was subtly restrained by a discreet nudge from Yin Chuan. Feeling the pain, Wang Wu cast a puzzled glance at Yin Chuan, uncertain of why Yin Yi had stepped on him. He managed to regain his composure and opted to wager only 3 taels on the low bet. As all bets were placed, a faint smile crept across Su Laosi's lips as he unveiled the betting bowl. 5, 6, 6, high. The moment the result was revealed, a chorus of lamentations erupted around the table. Only one individual had chosen not to follow the crowd and bet high. Everyone else had mirrored Yin Chuan's choice of betting low, resulting in widespread losses. Yin Chuan glanced at Su Laosi and immediately grasped the situation. Just as Su Laosi had lifted the bowl, a current of energy had swirled in his palm, altering the outcome of one die. This Su Laosi was no ordinary person. Fortunately, Wang Wu, despite his losses this round, had narrowly escaped disaster. Originally facing a loss of 10 taels, he had only incurred a loss of 3 taels, effectively gaining 7 taels in the process. After the conclusion of the round, the residual spiritual energy within Yin Chuan was scarcely sufficient to execute one final technique. Following several rounds of wagering, the modest sum he had left, merely 3 taels of silver, had miraculously transformed into 17 taels. "Sir Yin, what shall we bet on this round?" Wang Wu, clutching his silver, expressed a desire to continue. However, Yin Chuan feigned a sigh and shook his head. "It seems my luck has run dry. Let us call it a day?" With that, he turned to leave, prompting Wang Wu to hastily follow. "Please, Sir Yin, do not depart. It was but a single loss," Wang Wu implored. "A few more rounds, and we could still emerge victorious." "Perhaps another time," Yin Chuan replied, disregarding him and resolutely exiting the gambling den. His earlier admonition had been intended to spare Wang Wu from losing everything. The lad's incessant flattery of Brother Yin was a result of Yin Chuan's guidance in generating wealth for him. Yet, should Wang Wu accompany him and subsequently face losses, their camaraderie might swiftly dissolve. To avert such a scenario, Yin Chuan deemed it prudent to minimize potential troubles by ensuring Wang Wu did not deplete his funds. Upon exiting the casino, Yin Chuan reclaimed his small cart and prepared to return home. Chapter 7. Have you gambled again? Gambling is a perilous endeavor that can easily lead to addiction. The desire to recoup losses often compels one to wager again, and even victories can incite further ambition. Ultimately, however, the odds are stacked against the gambler, leading to inevitable ruin. Wang Wu epitomized this cycle, as did the former Yin Chuan. As he pushed the cart out the door, a group of Wang Wu's little henchmen, led by the buck-toothed Matsi, encircled him. In the opulent casino, entry was denied to those without funds. Thus they lingered at the entrance awaiting their leader's emergence. Upon spotting Yin Chuan pushing his cart, Matsi approached with a mocking grin. "Ah, Chuan, how is it you've lost so quickly? I've barely settled in." His words elicited raucous laughter from the others, seemingly relishing the spectacle. Yin Chuan cast a disdainful glance at them, unwilling to engage, and attempted to push past. Observing this, Bucktooth sought to interject, but Yin Chuan, sensing their intentions, discreetly employed a subtle surge of strength, nudging the cart aside. Bucktooth tripped and fell in a most undignified manner. "You bastard!" Bucktooth shouted, anger and humiliation flooding his face as he scrambled to his feet, intent on retaliating. Yet, before Yin Chuan could release the cart, Wang Wu, having exited alongside him, swiftly kicked Bucktooth away. "How dare you speak to our Sir Yin in such a manner?" Wang Wu glared at Bucktooth and Matsi, then turned to Yin Chuan with a conciliatory smile. "Forgive their ignorance, Sir Yin. They are but misguided. Let us reconvene another day." Yin Chuan merely grunted in acknowledgement, hastily departing towards home without a backward glance. Wang Wu stood at the street corner, watching Yin Chuan's figure gradually fade from view, his smile evaporating in tandem. "What just transpired, Brother Wu?" Matsi inquired, bewildered. Bucktooth, nursing his bruised posterior, wore an expression of grievance. Yet, faced with the imposing figure of Wang Wu, he dared neither voice his complaints nor express his anger. Wang Wu retrieved a handful of silver from his pocket, handing a tael to a junior. "Yin Chuan has been quite fortunate lately, seemingly transformed. It would be wise to refrain from provoking him for the time being." With that, Wang Wu weighed the few taels of silver in his hand and strode off, followed closely by several juniors. The previously forlorn gap-toothed fellow, upon catching sight of the silver, immediately broke into a broad smile. The group followed Wang Wu towards the Ningxiang courtyard on the western side of the town, destined for another night of revelry. The distance between Chaqing town and the village where Yin Chuan resided was considerable. By the time Yin Chuan returned home, pushing his cart, the sun had already begun its descent in the west. As he approached the courtyard, a sharp female voice rang out from within. "Qinglian, you must think this through. I just returned from the town and witnessed Yin Chuan entering the gambling den with Wang Wu again. Can you truly expect a man like him to change?" Yin Chuan paused, his brow furrowing slightly. Inside the courtyard, Yin Zhao was grasping He Qinglian's hand, earnestly imploring her, though Li the butcher may be rough around the edges. He is diligent and hard-working, with a meat shop that provides fresh meat daily. If you agree, he is willing to offer 5 taels of silver for Yin Chuan to sign a divorce agreement. A gambling wretch like him would undoubtedly succumb to the allure of 5 taels. He Qinglian lowered her gaze, her fingers tightly clutching the hem of her garment. Her voice barely a whisper. "Aunt Zhao, let us discuss this another time. I still do not wish to." Aunt Zhao scoffed. Wait until he squanders all his money and sells you off too? Qinglian, do not be foolish." At that moment, the courtyard door creaked open. Yin Chuan entered, pushing a cart laden with goods, his gaze calm as he addressed Aunt Zhao. "Aunt Zhao, what brings you to my home at this late hour?" Aunt Zhao's expression shifted, quickly morphing into a forced smile. "Oh, Yin Chuan, you've returned. I merely came to check on Qinglian." He Qinglian looked up, her eyes widening at the sight of the cart filled with rice, flour, meat, and brand new fabric, momentarily taken aback. She was evidently unaware of where Yin Chuan had procured such treasures. The fine rice and white flour were exceedingly precious. Yin Chuan casually lifted a few ribs from the cart, smiling as he said, "Qinglian, I bought some spare ribs in the town today. We shall make soup for dinner." He then gestured towards the new fabric. "This cloth is for you to make some new clothes." "How rare!" Aunt Zhao exclaimed, her smile laced with sarcasm. "It seems you won some money at the gambling house and remembered to buy something for your wife." Upon hearing the mention of the gambling house, He Qinglian's expression dimmed further. "You went gambling again?" she asked, disappointment evident in her tone. Although Yin Chuan appeared to have won some money, the nature of gambling meant that any fortune could swiftly evaporate. These items were not purchased with gambling winnings. Yin Chuan replied gently to He Qinglian, offering her a warm smile. "Did I not tell you this morning? I visited Tiger Head Mountain and unearthed a century-old ginseng, which I sold for 10 taels. Tiger Head Mountain. The mere mention of it sent a shiver through Aunt Zhao. The ordinary folk, unperturbed by the direction they tread while gathering firewood, dare to venture into the mountains in search of medicinal herbs. Truly madness. Upon hearing Yin Chuan's remark, He Qinglian visibly exhaled in relief. However, Zhao Pozi, after a moment's contemplation, retorted with a hint of sarcasm, "What mountain of tiger's head? Surely, you jest? This afternoon, I witnessed you at the gambling den with Wang Wu and the others. Do not feign ignorance." It was indeed Zhao Ani's keen eyes that caught the truth. Yin Chuan chuckled heartily and admitted, "After selling the herbs, I purchased grains and oils, leaving me with a fair sum of silver. I did indeed visit the casino." As he spoke, Yin Chuan retrieved a pouch of coins from his bosom, weighing it in his hand, the crisp clinking of silver resonating. "Fortune favored me. I made a modest profit." Before Zhao Pozi could interject, he placed the pouch into He Qinglian's hands. "Qinglian, take this money, spend it as you see fit. Should you require more, simply let me know." Yin Chuan glanced at Zhao Pozi, deliberately emphasizing, 5 taels of silver to purchase my wife? Unless one brings 1,000 taels of gold, such a notion is utterly inconceivable. As for Li the butcher's 5 taels, he would do better to save it for a fine coffin. In the fragments of Yin Chuan's memory, Li the butcher, well into his 50s and as corpulent as a hog, was an unpleasant thought. Zhao Pozi pursed her lips, awkwardly replying, "I merely spoke in jest. I hope young Master Yan's fortune continues to shine. I shall take my leave." Once Zhao Pozi departed in a huff, He Qinglian remained in a daze, softly inquiring, "Yin Chuan, can I truly keep this money?" Yin Chuan approached, gently clasping her hand, aware that He Qinglian still harbored doubts and lacked a sense of security. Thus, he murmured, "If I offer it to you, accept it wholeheartedly. Spend it as you wish. It is but a trifling sum of silver. Soon, we shall have hundreds or even thousands." He Qinglian's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she voiced her concern, "Please, do not gamble again. This money is sufficient for us to begin anew." Faced with her almost pleading tone, Yin Chuan smiled tenderly, understanding her fear that their current happiness might be fleeting. Worried that he might revert to his former self due to gambling. "Very well." Yin Chuan acquiesced with a nod. "I promise I shall not gamble." Chapter 8. The night's ambush that evening. He Qinglian prepared a sumptuous feast with the provisions Yin Chuan had procured. She relished the meal, tears streaming down her cheeks as she ate. "Why are you crying?" Yin Chuan inquired with concern. "I weep for your folly." He Qinglian gently wiped her tears, her heart aching as she lamented. The money spent on fine rice and flour could have bought 7 or 8 bags of coarse rice instead. "You, such a beautiful young lady, are destined to savor the finest." Yin Chuan replied with a grin. "By indulging in these delicacies, you shall only grow more radiant." He Qinglian, amused by his words, stifled a giggle, then, feeling bashful, resumed her meal. As He Qinglian dined, she discreetly stole glances at Yin Chuan, realizing that he had indeed undergone a transformation. The former Yin Chuan, who would snatch food as if competing with a dog, exuded an air of recklessness. Yet now, he sat upright at the table, his demeanor considerably more composed. Were it not for his familiar visage and identical voice, He Qinglian would scarcely believe that this was her husband. It felt as though he had been entirely replaced. Despite the confusion swirling within her, she refrained from inquiring about the change. This new state of affairs was quite satisfactory. As night fell, He Qinglian continued to rest in the side chamber, allowing Yin Chuan his solitude. He sought to seize the moment after the midnight hour, when the spiritual energy of the world was most abundant, to engage in his cultivation. In this realm, spiritual energy was exceedingly scarce, and the body's absorption rate was sluggish. Today, he had deliberately left a trace of spiritual energy and used at the gambling house, wishing not to deplete his reserves too rapidly, for recovery would then take longer. Having only recently entered the first stage of qi refinement, his body required a considerable amount of spiritual energy for nourishment. Fortunately, in his previous life, although Yin Chuan had only reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, he had spent decades traversing and learning to break through his bottleneck, amassing a plethora of techniques to integrate and seek opportunities for advancement. During this journey, he had naturally acquired many low-tier techniques, one of which was particularly suited for his current circumstances, the 6-stream qi technique. This technique, learned from an elderly man in the 9 desolate state, focused on leveraging limited spiritual energy to enhance one's cultivation in areas where spiritual energy was thin, effectively allowing one to utilize a single thread of energy as if it were 6. Although this method was time-consuming, it ensured a more efficient use of spiritual energy. In his previous life, apart from the 9 desolate state, most other regions were replete with spiritual energy, rendering such a technique unnecessary. However, it was now proving remarkably effective. After roughly an hour of meditation, Yin Chuan, seated upon his bed, suddenly detected a sound. Outside the courtyard, footsteps, although faint, were distinctly audible to his keen ears, prompting him to cease his practice. Tilting his ear toward the window, he slightly circulated his internal energy, enabling him to hear the murmured conversation outside with crystal clarity. It was Wang Wu's two lackeys, Erzi and Biaoya. They had not yet entered the courtyard, instead lurking in a corner outside, whispering to each other. Their hushed exchange reached Yin Chuan's ears without omission. Biaoya, are you certain you want to take action? Erzi's tone was laced with unease. Brother Wu has said recently not to provoke him. Are you afraid? Biaoya sneered. If you're scared, you may leave now. I can handle it myself. Fear is not the issue. However, Ma Zi remarked, that kid Yin Chuan must have hidden the money well. It won't be easy to steal it unless we resort to violence. As he spoke, Biaoya drew a gleaming dagger from his waist and said menacingly, the tools are already prepared. Recently, the mountain bandits have been causing quite a stir. Even if we kill him, the authorities would merely assume it was the work of bandits. Ma Zi, upon hearing this, licked his lips, his eyes glinting with lascivious intent, and pulled out the machete he had tucked at his waist. Heh, his wife, He Qinglian, is truly enchanting. Since we are going to act, why not deal with her as well? Ma Zi grinned wickedly. That suits me perfectly. Inside the house, Yin Chuan slowly opened his eyes. A flicker of cold light flashing within, already harboring murderous intent. Ma Zi and Biaoya quietly scaled the wall into the courtyard, stealthily making their way towards the main house. The courtyard of Yin Chuan's residence was not large, and they soon arrived at the door. Biaoya pushed the door, discovering it was unlatched, and exchanged a knowing smile with Ma Zi. With one on the left and the other on the right, they pushed open the wooden door. However, before they could enter, a dark object suddenly flew out, striking Biaoya squarely on the face, causing him to collapse unconscious. Ma Zi was taken aback and looked down to see that it was an inkstone that had struck Biaoya. His nose was crushed, rendering him not only incapacitated but likely facing a life of disability. In the dead of night, what were they here for? Before Ma Zi could regain his composure, Yin Chuan's voice resonated from within. Ma Zi turned to see Yin Chuan's silhouette. The thick darkness obscured his expression, but the situation had reached a critical point. Yin Chuan, hand over the money you earned at the gambling house today, or I shall resort to violence. Though Ma Zi brandished his knife, his confidence was evidently wavering. The sight of Biaoya's condition had instilled a sense of dread in him. Yet, upon noticing Yin Chuan was unarmed, Ma Zi's courage began to swell. Is that all you've got? Yin Chuan showed no fear and instead approached Ma Zi. As Yin Chuan drew nearer, Ma Zi raised the knife menacingly. Come any closer, and I will strike. If you do not act, I will look down upon you. Yin Chuan's gaze was icy, fixed intently on Ma Zi. This scoundrel had always harbored ill intentions towards his wife, He Qinglian. Had he not been reborn into Yin Chuan's body, Qinglian would likely have faced a dire fate. The very greed Ma Zi exhibited towards her only fueled Yin Chuan's rage. This man must die. Seeking death, Ma Zi could no longer tolerate Yin Chuan's provocation and swung the knife at his head with all his might. Yet, what appeared to be a fierce strike was effortlessly caught by Yin Chuan, who seized Ma Zi's wrist. Before Ma Zi could break free, Yin Chuan twisted his hand, and with a sharp crack, Ma Zi's wrist snapped. The machete fell to the ground with a clatter. Ah! Ma Zi felt a surge of excruciating pain, opening his mouth to scream. But Yin Chuan swiftly silenced him with a pinch to his throat, cutting off his voice in an instant. The wretched figure could only collapse to the ground, writhing in agony yet unable to utter a sound. He resembled a maggot squirming in a latrine. Be cautious in your next life. Yin Chuan showed no mercy as he stepped forward, channeling all his internal energy into his right foot, delivering a crushing kick to the wretched one's head. In a mere moment, the figure who had been struggling in torment lay still on the ground, lifeless. Although Yin Chuan had only attained the first level of qi cultivation, dealing with these ordinary mortals posed no challenge whatsoever. Chapter 9. The Man-Eating Tiger. As dawn began to break, He Qinglian emerged from the side room, preparing to tidy up and make breakfast. Just as she pushed the door open, she spotted Yin Chuan returning from outside the courtyard. You're awake. He greeted her with a faint smile upon entering the yard. You're up early, He Qinglian remarked, somewhat surprised to see Yin Chuan awake at such an hour for the first time. Yin Chuan shook the bamboo basket he was carrying, revealing it was filled with fresh wild vegetables. I couldn't sleep, so I went out to gather some wild greens, he explained, handing the basket to her before yawning and stretching languidly. I'm feeling a bit tired now. Just call me when the meal is ready. All right, He Qinglian replied. Watching as Yin Chuan retreated into his room and closed the door, her brow furrowing in mild confusion. In her memory, Yin Chuan had always been pampered since childhood. How could he possibly know which wild vegetables were edible? Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought and took the wild vegetables he had gathered into the kitchen to start a fire for cooking. Back in his quarters, Yin Chuan also felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Having dispatched both the brute and the wretched one the previous night, he had secretly disposed of their bodies in the woods near Tiger Head Mountain. Though it was justifiable to have killed 2 intruders who sought to harm him, he opted for discretion in handling their remains. After all, fragments of memory from his past life suggested that not all officials in this world were virtuous. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he circulated his internal energy for several cycles, regaining a considerable amount of vitality and spirit. Just then, He Qinglian's voice called from outside. Yin Chuan, it's time for breakfast. Opening his eyes, he gently replied, All right, I'll be right out. At the dining table, He Qinglian had prepared a porridge of wild vegetables, accompanied by 2 eggs and a small dish, which looked quite appetizing. While enjoying the meal, He Qinglian curiously asked Yin Chuan, I thought I heard strange noises last night. Did you hear anything? I did, Yin Chuan nodded, calmly responding. It was a weasel trying to sneak into the yard to steal chickens, but I scared it away. Oh, I see. With this explanation, He Qinglian felt relieved and added, I heard that a band of robbers had entered the neighboring village at night to kill and loot. It terrified me. Do not be afraid. Yin Chuan smiled gently, reassuring. Even if bandits come, they would only raid the wealthy families in the village, not bother us here. He Qinglian nodded in agreement, choosing not to delve further into the topic. After satisfying their hunger, Yin Chuan stepped into the courtyard to continue practicing the nourishing qi and circulating pulse fist, solidifying the spiritual energy within him. After several days of cultivation, Yin Chuan had gained greater control over this reincarnated body, and he sensed a subtle progression from the early stage of qi refinement towards the mid-stage. Although this advancement was commendable, Yin Chuan yearned for swifter progress. In his previous life, amidst a world teeming with powerful cultivators, he barely survived as a peak foundation establishment practitioner. This lack of security weighed heavily on him, and with his current feeble strength, he felt an urgent need to elevate his abilities to alleviate his concerns. Even in a realm dominated by martial artists, it was entirely conceivable for a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage to easily dispatch those at the Qi refinement stage. Thus, after completing both sets of fist techniques, Yin Chuan resolved to venture once more to the vicinity of Tiger Head Mountain. Although the mountain was home to fierce tigers, its abundant spiritual energy surpassed that of the village, promising the potential growth of low-tier spiritual herbs. While they might be scarcer than the century-old ginseng, finding a few specimens to bring back, combined with his recollections of alchemical methods, could allow him to concoct several qi-condensing pills to hasten his cultivation. He approached He Qinglian, who was busy washing clothes, and said, I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll return by evening. Hearing this, He Qinglian glanced at him. Worry etched on her face. Are you going to Tiger Head Mountain? Don't worry, I want to venture into the mountain, just exploring the area. Perhaps I might even unearth some century-old ginseng. He gently patted her head in reassurance. All right, be careful, she replied, resuming her task of scrubbing the clothes. As Yin Chuan set out, he briskly made his way toward Tiger Head Mountain. Upon entering its vicinity, he used his fingers to swipe in front of his eyes, activating the spirit-seeking eye technique to scan the surroundings. He walked while searching, hoping to gather some valuable herbs to sell in town. Despite being reborn with 3 centuries of cultivation lost, Yin Chuan found a peculiar fondness for his current life. It felt as though the heavens had granted him a second chance to cultivate, and this fresh start might finally help him break through the bottleneck that had long hindered him. In his previous life, he had no fixed abode, devoid of attachments. Although this freedom felt liberating, it also rendered him like a drifting leaf, lacking a sense of belonging. However, He Qinglian's presence instilled in him a long-lost sense of home. After wandering the outskirts of Tiger Head Mountain for 2 hours, although Yin Chuan had not discovered the spiritual herbs he sought, he had gathered a substantial basket of medicinal plants, estimating their worth. He believed they could fetch him 2 or 3 taels of silver. Due to the limited spiritual energy within him, he could not employ the spirit-seeking eye for extended periods. Thus, he chose to rest briefly to replenish his energy before continuing his search. In the mountains lurked a fierce tiger, necessitating a portion of one's attention to remain vigilant. After Yin Chuan had rested for nearly half an hour, regaining about 70 to 80% of his strength, a sudden sound caught his ear, a distant, harrowing scream accompanied by the roar of a tiger. Yin Xuan's eyes flew open as he immediately directed his keen hearing toward the source of the commotion. Someone was being pursued by the ferocious beast, and the distance between them was rapidly diminishing. Alarmed, Yin Xuan hastily picked up a bamboo ladder from the ground, preparing to depart. However, he halted abruptly as he realized the chase had ceased. It appeared the tiger had successfully made its kill. Sensing the change, he chose not to flee. Instead, he employed his concealment technique, stealthily approaching the direction of the tiger. His plans required the crafting of a particular elixir known as bone refining pill, and tiger bones constituted a vital ingredient. Yin Xuan intended to assess the tiger's prowess to strategize for his upcoming hunt. Silently, he approached the scene of the incident and glimpsed a clearing in the forest where two figures lay on the ground, one male and one female, both in their 30s. Seemingly a couple. The man had already succumbed, while the tiger was positioned with its back to Yin Xuan, voraciously devouring him. The woman, though still alive, was grievously wounded and bloodied, utterly weakened. It was only a matter of time before the tiger would turn its attention to her. Aware of her grim fate, she lay still on the ground, turning her head away, unwilling to witness her partner being consumed bite by bite. Chapter 10. The brave brother Wang. Yin Xuan redirected his gaze to the man-eating tiger, which appeared to be at least 10 years old, though no longer in its prime. Capturing it would not be an easy feat for Yin Xuan, who had no intention of intervening to save the pair. Having discerned the tiger's strength, he prepared to withdraw. Just as he began to rise, he froze again, for something he desired caught his eye. Near the clearing where the tiger feasted, a fallen backpack lay scattered with an array of medicinal herbs. Evidently, the couple had been gathering herbs during their ascent, and among them were several plants that appeared to be the spiritual herbs he sought. Utilizing his spirit-seeking eye from a distance, he confirmed that these particular herbs radiated a more potent aura, even brighter than the century-old ginseng he had previously unearthed. Yet, with the tiger still indulging in its meal, he could not afford to disturb it. Yin Xuan resolved to remain hidden nearby, waiting for the tiger to satiate its hunger before he would retrieve the fallen spiritual herbs. At that moment, a sudden admonition echoed from ahead, prompting Yin Xuan to look in the direction of the sound. To his astonishment, he spotted a rugged man wielding a woodcutter's axe, standing not far from the tiger. The rough-hewn figure tossed a bundle of firewood to the ground and boldly advanced toward the tiger, axe in hand. Yin Xuan clearly discerned the rugged visage of this man, who appeared to be in his 40s, with a sun-kissed complexion, clad in a coarse linen shirt that revealed a robust chest. From fragments of memory, Yin Xuan recognized this individual as Brother Wang, a woodsman from the village. Just days prior, upon his rebirth into this world, it was Brother Wang who had carried him back to the village. To Yin Xuan's astonishment, he never anticipated that this Brother Wang would possess such courage, daring to confront a tiger. The tiger, upon hearing the commotion, turned its gaze toward Brother Wang. Its maw was stained with blood and flesh, and its eyes glinted with ferocity, emitting a low growl. How audacious it was for this beast to prey upon humans. Brother Wang shouted defiantly at the tiger and, glancing at the woman lying nearby, realized she was still alive. He advanced closer, gripping his axe with a steady hand, displaying no fear in his eyes. The fierce tiger, provoked by the audacity of a human, let out a growl and dropped the remnants of its meal. Its fierce gaze locked onto Brother Wang. The tiger's powerful tail lashed like an iron whip, stirring up dust from the ground. "Come on, you beast," Brother Wang bellowed, taking the initiative to attack. Lunging forward with his axe aimed at the tiger's head, the agile tiger deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the axe's blade, which merely grazed its ear, shearing off a tuft of fur. Infuriated by the pain, the tiger lunged at Brother Wang, who rolled to the side just in time, countering with another swing of his axe, this time striking the tiger's leg. The tiger roared in agony, yet the injury only heightened its ferocity. Its claws lashed out, and Brother Wang swiftly dodged, strategically evading the tiger's onslaught while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Concealed behind a tree, Yin Xuan observed the fierce struggle between man and beast with a calm demeanor. Brother Wang exhibited remarkable skill, clearly a martial artist of no small caliber. A typical warrior would stand little chance against such a tiger. Yet, Brother Wang, through his agile movements, managed to hold his ground against the formidable creature with nothing but an axe. However, despite Brother Wang's exceptional prowess, he remained mortal, and each evasion drained his strength considerably. His stamina waned rapidly, and his movements began to slow after repeated rolls and dodges. The tiger, despite sustaining several wounds from the axe, grew more vicious with each encounter. Its primal instincts ignited. If the battle continued, Brother Wang would undoubtedly face defeat. Though Yin Chuan was not one to meddle in others' affairs, he was ever grateful for the life saved by Brother Wang. Thus, he resolved to repay this debt of gratitude. Silently, he advanced, employing a technique to conceal his presence. Moving like a specter towards the battlefield, drawing a dagger from his sleeve. At that moment, Brother Wang, caught off guard, was struck by the tiger's paw on his chest, sending him hurtling to the ground. Upon looking down, he saw the gaping wound left by the tiger's claws, blood spilling forth. Brother Wang grasped his axe, attempting to rise for another bout. Yet, the tiger was relentless, pouncing upon him, pinning him to the earth. With the immense weight of the tiger upon him, Brother Wang found it nearly impossible to rise, leaving him with but one path, death. Yet, in the face of this dire predicament, he displayed no fear. Instead, he smiled with a sense of resignation, acknowledging the ferocity of the beast. The tiger, bearing its blood-stained maw, was poised to strike at his throat. Suddenly, like a specter, Yin Chuan appeared behind the formidable creature, his dagger imbued with spiritual energy, and plunged it fiercely into the tiger's skull. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced through the bone, embedding itself to the hilt. The tiger's body went rigid, unable to utter a cry, before it collapsed with a thunderous crash, crushing Brother Wang beneath its weight. Seizing the moment, Yin Chuan swiftly pushed aside the tiger's carcass, liberating Brother Wang from the oppressive weight that could have surely claimed his life. Once freed, Brother Wang lay on the ground, wide-eyed, staring at the suddenly materialized Yin Chuan. Then glancing at the lifeless tiger beside him, struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. Breathless, he stammered, "Yin Chuan, how did you end up here?" Confusion clouded his gaze, as he had resigned himself to the notion of impending doom when the tiger descended upon him. Yin Chuan, extracting the dagger from the tiger's head and shaking off the blood, replied with a grin, "I was passing through while gathering herbs on the mountain." Slowly, Brother Wang managed to rise, his eyes darting between the motionless tiger and the dagger in Yin Chuan's hand. Realization dawning on him that it was Yin Chuan who had vanquished the beast, though disbelief lingered. The joy of surviving the encounter filled Brother Wang with a sense of reflection. However, as he approached the fallen woman nearby, he discovered, to his dismay, that she had already drawn her last breath. He was too late. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Chuan stepped over to the bamboo basket that had fallen to the ground, collecting the few spiritual herbs he needed and tucking them into his clothing. Such a pity, Brother Wang sighed, expressing regret over his failure to save the woman. Yin Chuan glanced at her, but showed no trace of the compassion that lingered in Brother Wang's heart. Instead, he appeared accustomed to such tragedies. "Brother Wang, you're injured. You should descend the mountain to seek treatment," Yin Chuan gently advised. Brother Wang looked down at his wound, offering a resigned smile. "It's nothing serious. Just a flesh wound. I won't perish from it." As he spoke, he retrieved a small vial from his waist, uncapped it, and sprinkled some white powder over his injury. In no time, the bleeding ceased. Yin Chuan recognized it as a hemostatic powder. "Thank you, Yin Chuan." Brother Wang exhaled a breath of relief. "Had it not been for you, I would have met my end here today." Chapter 11. The 10 Realms of Warriors fearing that the scent of blood might attract other ferocious beasts. Yin Chuan extracted a segment of the tiger's spine before assisting Brother Wang down the mountain. They paused to rest only upon reaching the foot of the mountain. During their descent, their conversation, coupled with fragments of Yin Chuan's own memories, unfolded the tale further. Yin Chuan has essentially filled in the details regarding the identity of this Brother Wang. Brother Wang, originally named Wang Dashan, is a native of the village, having grown up with an unwavering passion for martial arts. In his youth, he sought out a master to learn. After several years of wandering and honing his skills, he ultimately chose to return to the village, making a living as a woodcutter. When others inquired why he returned, Wang Dashan explained that the outside world was too tumultuous, and he preferred the tranquility of village life. Although he resumed his role as a woodcutter, he also embraced a sense of chivalry, always ready to lend a helping hand whenever possible. Despite Yin Chuan's previous reputation as a despised gambler in the village, Wang Dashan chose to rescue him when he found him unconscious at the foot of the mountain. "Yin Chuan, guard me for a moment. I must adjust my inner energy," Wang Dashan said as he settled into a cross-legged position on the ground, closing his eyes to commence his meditative practice. Watching nearby, Yin Chuan soon detected a faint aura swirling around Wang Dashan's body. According to Wang, this energy was known as true qi, and the more robust the true qi within a martial artist, the higher their realm of mastery would be. However, to Yin Chuan's discerning eyes, This appeared to be a rather rudimentary method of cultivation. In the eyes of an immortal cultivator, the energy of the universe is categorized into two types: spiritual energy and turbid energy. Immortal cultivators absorb spiritual energy for nourishment, refining their qi, establishing their foundation, condensing elixirs, and gradually progressing to the divine transformation realm, ultimately transcending to become immortal. Conversely, a martial artist's true qi is an indiscriminate blend of spiritual and turbid energy absorbed into their body. This lack of distinction between the two types of energy might temporarily enhance a martial artist's strength, potentially leading to minor accomplishments within a year or two. However, the chronic assimilation of turbid energy can stagnate one's cultivation or, in severe cases, lead to demonic deviation. Based on the fluctuations of Wang Dashan's aura, Yin Chuan deduced that his current realm was not particularly elevated. Furthermore, judging by his performance in the battle with the ferocious tiger, Wang Dashan's prowess was roughly equivalent to that of a second or third-tier qi refinement cultivator. Nevertheless, Yin Chuan felt confident in his ability to defeat him in a one-on-one duel. After all, he possessed centuries of combat experience, and even with slightly weaker cultivation, he could compensate through skill. After half an hour of meditation, Wang Dashan slowly opened his eyes. Upon exhaling deeply, his complexion visibly improved. "Much better, haha," he exclaimed as he stood up, displaying a carefree smile as if nothing had happened. "Let us depart." Yin Chuan had been vigilant, though no ferocious beasts approached. Occasional smaller creatures would sneak by, drawn by the scent of blood. On their way back, Yin Chuan curiously inquired about martial arts from Wang Dashan. Eager to share his knowledge, Wang Dashan generously divulged everything he knew. In this world, martial artists are classified into 10 distinct realms. In the first realm, the body is tempered and resilience is cultivated, setting one apart from the ordinary. In the second realm, one learns to channel true energy, transforming it into internal power that can be harnessed in strikes, thereby enhancing explosive force. The third realm solidifies this internal power, allowing one to break wood with bare hands, capable of facing 10 adversaries single-handedly. The fourth realm enables the internal energy to extend beyond the body, manifesting as a forceful energy that can extinguish a candle's flame with a mere wave. Upon reaching the fifth realm, known as the small circulation, the internal energy can circulate within the body, significantly boosting endurance, allowing one to remain awake for 3 days and to shatter stones. The sixth realm, the great circulation, allows the internal energy to permeate the entire body, forming a protective aura that can withstand ordinary weapons unharmed. In the seventh realm, known as innate, one can directly absorb and utilize innate true energy without needing to convert it into internal power. This energy can extend 10 zhang beyond the body, enabling one to confront 100 foes. The eighth realm, master, allows one to condense innate true energy into a tangible form, creating shields of vapor or ice. The ninth realm, grandmaster, grants a lifespan of up to 200 years, with an inexhaustible supply of true energy that can rival several masters, even capable of severing rivers with a single sword strike. Beyond the ninth realm lies the 10th realm, referred to as the supreme realm, a state so rare that it is said only once in a millennium does someone reach it, touching the pinnacle of martial arts, rendering them invincible in their time. As of now, no one appears to have achieved this level. At present, Wang Dashan is only at the third realm of martial arts, having been stuck at this level for quite some time without a breakthrough. After hearing Wang Dashan's account, Yin Chuan corresponds these realms to his own cultivation stages in the immortal path. The performance of a grandmaster in the ninth realm seems to correspond to the early stages of foundation building, while the supreme realm would likely not exceed the peak of foundation building. If this is the case, once he enhances his own cultivation, there would be few in this world capable of posing a threat to him. Upon returning to the village, it was already afternoon. Wang Dashan required some time to recuperate from his injuries, so he did not venture out again after returning home. After ensuring Wang Dashan was settled, Yin Chuan returned to his own home and hurried to the kitchen, searching for something. Hearing the noise, He Qinglian approached and inquired, "Yin Chuan, what are you searching for?" At this moment, Yin Chuan was preparing to concoct medicine, thus he needed a furnace suitable for alchemy. The requirements for a low-level elixir are not high, but a furnace is essential. As there is no blacksmith in the village, Yin Chuan had to temporarily find a container to substitute. Otherwise, the journey to the town would take too long, and he would likely arrive after dark. "I need a pot for brewing medicine. Do we have any such vessel?" Yin Chuan asked. "Brewing medicine?" Upon hearing this, He Qinglian immediately grew concerned. "Have you been injured again?" "I have not been injured. Yin Xuan rose with a smile. I gathered some medicinal herbs from the mountains to brew a concoction to strengthen my body. He Qinglian was somewhat surprised. Medicine can be toxic. You must be cautious with your brewing. Rest assured, a physician from the town provided me with the prescription. It is certainly safe. Yin Xuan assured her. It consists solely of ingredients to replenish qi and blood, nothing toxic. Upon hearing this, He Qinglian felt relieved. After all, her husband had only recently returned to a semblance of normalcy, and she did not wish for him to inadvertently consume something harmful and revert to his former state. There is a pot. He Qinglian nodded, hastily returning to her room, rummaging through her belongings to retrieve a jar originally intended for brewing wine. Yin Xuan observed its dimensions and realized it was perfectly suited for alchemical purposes. However, from his recollections, he discerned that this jar was likely a relic from He Qinglian's deceased father. Though it held little monetary value, He Qinglian cherished it as a precious keepsake. Previously, the gambling addict Yin Xuan had intended to sell this jar for a few copper coins after losing all his money, but He Qinglian had threatened him with her life, compelling him to abandon that idea. This clearly demonstrated her deep-seated attachment to the object. Her willingness to present it now signified a gesture of openness towards the current Yin Xuan. Chapter 12. Low-tier elixirs in the stillness of the night. A solitary oil lamp flickered within the room, casting a faint glow. Yin Xuan sat cross-legged, palms facing upward, with the alchemical jar placed before him. Channeling the spiritual energy within, a faint azure flame ignited at his fingertips, suspended in the air. The spiritual fire danced, casting fragmented shadows that seemed to animate on the walls. The spiritual energy was thin, rendering even the flame used for alchemy somewhat diminished. Yin Xuan sighed softly, yet maintained his composure. During the day, to alleviate He Qinglian's worries, he had brewed a pot of medicinal soup for replenishing vitality using various herbs. He had consumed a portion and shared another with her, ensuring its harmlessness and benefits, which put He Qinglian at ease regarding Yin Xuan's peculiar endeavors. Yin Xuan produced several spirit herbs acquired that day. Although they appeared similar to ordinary weeds, they emanated an imperceptible aura. The spirit herbs in this world differed somewhat from those in his previous life, yet their effects could still be discerned through their aroma. While these herbs were not particularly rare, they were considered valuable alchemical materials in this realm. With a deft flick of his fingertip, the spiritual fire split into 3 strands, enveloping the 3 spirit herbs. As they softened under the flames, their outer layers peeled away, releasing a vibrant emerald liquid, glistening like jade. After extracting the majority of impurities, the remaining 3 strands of essence were poured into the jar. Yin Xuan then sealed the lid tightly and, with both palms, enveloped the jar in fire, employing his spiritual energy to precisely control the essence within, allowing it to gradually merge. As time passed, the fragrance of the potion intensified, and the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy caused the air around Yin Xuan to shimmer, as if shrouded in a delicate mist. Yin Xuan formed hand seals, causing the spiritual fire to contract abruptly, and the 3 essences within the jar began to intertwine, swirling and coalescing. Combine, he commanded softly as the fire surged. And the essence gradually melded under high temperatures, transforming into a pool of azure elixir that radiated a gentle halo. Yin Xuan's gaze was intent, his fingertips subtly adjusting the flame's temperature, sometimes fierce, sometimes gentle, as the elixir slowly contracted, with residual impurities being meticulously eliminated, ultimately condensing into the nascent shape of a dan pill, approximately the size of a longan. As the medicinal liquid was completely refined, 3 delicate patterns reminiscent of ethereal clouds gradually emerged on the surface of the elixir pill, appearing as though sculpted by nature itself, embodying profound mystery. The room, devoid of any wind, became infused with a tenfold increase in the fragrance of the herbs. While the chirping of insects outside ceased abruptly, as if they too were silently attuned to this extraordinary atmosphere, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Yin Xuan's eyes as he swiftly brought his hands together. Congeal. The spiritual fire extinguished suddenly, and a pill of vibrant azure hue soared from the vessel, finally descending gently into his palm, its intricate patterns clear and its spiritual radiance contained. A low-tier qi condensation pill. Success. Observing the pill he had crafted, Yin Xuan exhaled a long breath of turbid air, realizing that he was drenched in sweat. Though it was merely a low-tier elixir, the effort required to produce it was considerable for someone at the first level of qi cultivation. Typically, to refine potions, one must possess a sufficient reservoir of spiritual energy within, usually beginning studies at the 4th or 5th level of qi cultivation. while the production of pills generally requires one to be at the 6th or 7th level. His current achievement was solely reliant on his mastery of spiritual energy, which was at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment realm, allowing him to barely succeed. Yin Chuan grasped the pill, examining it closely. The moment it touched his hand, it felt cool, yet he could faintly sense the pulsation of spiritual energy contained within. For an ordinary person, consuming it would bolster their physique and prolong their life. However, for him, although the qi condensation pill was of modest rank, it was sufficient to expedite his progress in a world where spiritual energy was scarce. Despite being a low-tier elixir, it was still a rarity in this realm. Yin Chuan's lips curled into a slight smile before he swallowed the pill in one swift motion and promptly seated himself cross-legged on the bed, preparing to circulate his energy to digest the elixir. Once the pill reached his throat, it transformed instantly into a warm, nourishing spiritual liquid that flowed smoothly into his abdomen. Initially, it trickled like a gentle stream, but soon erupted like a raging river, coursing through his meridians. Yin Chuan furrowed his brow and immediately activated the 6 circulations qi technique, guiding the spiritual energy to circulate through his body's acupoints. Wherever the energy flowed, his flesh and blood absorbed it greedily, as if quenched from a long drought, drawing forth every ounce of medicinal potency. In this world, where spiritual energy was sparse, his body had not been fully replenished since entering the qi cultivation phase, yet the abundant spiritual essence within the pill fervently filled the void. As he absorbed the effects of the elixir, a faint azure glow began to emanate from his skin, shimmering in the darkness. Outside the window, the night gradually receded. As the last vestiges of the pill's potency fused into his meridians, the eastern horizon began to lighten with the dawn's first light. Morning mist enveloped the forest, dampening the window panes, yet an eerie phenomenon occurred as the mist within a 3-inch radius around Yin Chuan mysteriously parted, as if pushed aside by an invisible force. Opening his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of azure light flickered within Yin Chuan's gaze. Throughout the night, his cultivation had advanced to the early 2nd level of qi cultivation, fully utilizing 99% of the medicinal effects absorbed into his body, sparing not a single trace of waste. Under normal circumstances, achieving a 70% absorption rate from such a low-tier elixir would be considered remarkable. It was indeed thanks to the efficacy of the 6 circulations qi technique that such extraordinary results were attainable. In the 2nd layer of qi cultivation, Yin Chuan's Dantian has accumulated a substantial amount of spiritual energy, and he has recalled many of the techniques he can now employ. With his current level of cultivation, combined with his experience, he feels no fear even when facing ordinary martial artists at the 4th or 5th realm. However, although consuming elixirs can expedite the enhancement of one's cultivation, it is not advisable to take them continuously in a short span of time. The elixirs are pure, yet they can still leave behind traces of elixir toxicity within the body. A period of time is necessary to expel this toxicity gradually before further consumption. Otherwise, excessive accumulation may obstruct the meridians and hinder the progress of cultivation. Given the present circumstances, he can take no more than 1 elixir within a month, and ideally should not exceed 5 within 6 months. Stepping out of his room, Yin Chuan noticed that dawn had already broken. As per his routine, he commenced practicing the qi nourishing and meridian unblocking fist in the courtyard, having achieved the 2nd layer of qi cultivation within just a few days of arriving in this world. He felt that even the prodigies from his past life would pale in comparison. Although the spiritual energy in the surrounding area was sparse, it appeared that aside from martial artists, there were no other cultivators like himself in this realm, which was just sufficient for his needs. At this rate, Yin Chuan felt an unwavering confidence in his future breakthrough to the pinnacle of Foundation establishment and his ascent into the Golden Core realm. When Qinglian emerged to find Yin Chuan awake so early and practicing in the courtyard, she was no longer surprised. After a simple wash and tidying up, she set about preparing a fire for cooking. Just as Yin Chuan completed a couple of sets of his routine, a sudden knocking echoed from outside the courtyard gate. "Who is it?" Yin Chuan inquired, eyeing the door with caution. "It's me, Wang Wu," came the anxious voice from outside. Yin Chuan furrowed his brow, realizing that this fellow had likely come searching for his 2 missing subordinates. Chapter 13. Wang Wu arrives suppressing his energy. Yin Chuan approached the gate and opened it a crack. "What do you want?" he asked, glancing warily at Wang Wu, who stood alone and unarmed. Wang Wu attempted to push the door open further, but Yin Chuan held it firmly shut, causing Wang Wu to be taken aback by his inability to budge it. Instead of pressing forward, Wang Wu queried, "Yin Chuan, have you seen Matzi and Baoya?" "No," Yin Chuan replied flatly. "No." Wang Wu frowned, then continued. Are you aware that Motzi and Baoya are missing? Missing? Yin Chuan feigned confusion. What does their disappearance have to do with me? Shouldn't you be reporting this to the authorities? I am not a constable. Wang Wu hesitated, then asked again, you truly haven't seen them? If there is nothing else, you should leave quickly. Yin Chuan, wishing to avoid further entanglement, moved to close the door. Upon witnessing this, Wang Wu, in a panic, thrust his hand into the crack of the door to prevent it from shutting, only to let out a yelp as it was caught. What else do you want? Yin Chuan, now somewhat irritated, released the door, revealing a fierce expression. Wang Wu could only manage an awkward smile. To be honest, someone informed me that the night before last, Motzi and Baoya mentioned they were coming to find you, and then they vanished without a trace. Why would they come looking for me? I am not acquainted with them. Yin Chuan furrowed his brow. With 3 centuries of experiences from his past life, Yin Chuan spoke with such precision that Wang Wu failed to detect any inconsistencies. Well, if I haven't seen anything, I shall search again, sighed Wang Wu as he turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he glanced back and noticed a peculiar symbol etched onto a stone outside Yin Chuan's courtyard. His brow furrowed instantly. This symbol served as a communication signal among their group of ruffians, often idle. They engaged in petty thefts and thus required such markings for reconnaissance or communication. Clearly, Motzi and Baoya had been here and had taken action, as this mark would not have been left otherwise. Yet, the outcome remained shrouded in mystery. As Yin Chuan's gate closed, Wang Wu cast a final glance at the door of Yin Chuan's residence. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to depart swiftly. Once Wang Wu was gone, Yin Chuan felt no concern. Their gang consisted of mere mortals. Apart from Wang Wu, who was robust and strong, the others were insignificant. Moreover, he had disposed of the body that night with great care. Without employing substantial methods, it would be impossible to trace. The pressing matter at hand was to continue enhancing his strength. Thus, in the days that followed, Yin Chuan spent his time either cultivating at home or foraging for various herbs and spiritual plants near Hutu Mountain. He kept what was useful and sold the rest in town for money. Over the course of more than 30 days, Wang Wu did not return to seek trouble, and Yin Chuan's cultivation progressed from the second layer of the Qi refinement realm into the late stage of the second layer. Drawing on his recollections of cultivation, he became exceedingly familiar with the techniques, resulting in rapid advancement. In addition to his cultivation, Yin Chuan had also amassed a considerable stock of various medicinal pills through alchemy. Among them were 3 condensing Qi pills that he had prepared for future use. As it had been a month since he last consumed a pill, the toxic residue from the pill had gradually been expunged from his body with each cycle of his Qi. After ingesting another condensing Qi pill, Yin Chuan spent the entire night digesting it, which allowed him to break through to the 3rd layer of the Qi refinement realm. Stepping into the courtyard, Yin Chuan casually picked up a wooden stick resting against the wall, wielding it like a sword. With a gentle sweep, a burst of sword energy erupted, stirring a tempest within the courtyard. Despite his swift progress, Yin Chuan felt the fatigue coursing through his meridians. After all, this body possessed only mediocre talent and had missed the prime time for cultivation, necessitating a period of recovery. Ideally, he would seek a place abundant in spiritual energy to recuperate for a while, but such locations were rare in this world, leading him to abandon the thought. At that moment, He Qinglian emerged from the inner room, cautiously approaching Yin Chuan from behind. In a hushed tone, she said, Yin Chuan, may I trouble you with a request? Turning to face her, Yin Chuan noticed her anxious demeanor and felt a pang of compassion. What is it? Please, share your concerns without fear, he replied. In a few days, it will be the anniversary of my mother's passing. He Qinglian murmured while tugging at the hem of her garment. I wish to go to the town and purchase some yellow paper, so I may burn it for her later. I thought it was something significant. Yin Chuan gently placed a hand on He Qinglian's shoulder, smiling to reassure her. As it happens, I too wish to visit the town. Let us go together today? All right. He Qinglian beamed with joy at Yin Chuan's agreement. Turning back to her room to prepare herself, in a short while she emerged clad in a brand new long skirt of lotus color, a gift from Yin Chuan during his recent trip to the town. After experiencing a remarkable improvement in her living conditions, He Qinglian's once sunken cheeks due to malnutrition had become plump, her complexion glowing with a rosy hue. Most captivating were her eyes, which had once been dull and lifeless but now sparkled as if filled with starlight. As she bent down to tie her waist belt, Yin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. This was no longer the emaciated village woman of yore. Even in her simple attire, she resembled a fairy stepped from a painting. Am I beautiful? He Qinglian felt her ears flush under his gaze, her fingers subconsciously twisting the fabric of her dress. Indeed, you are beautiful, Yin Chuan replied with a gentle smile. Then added, though your face could use a bit more adornment. My face. He Qinglian instinctively cupped her cheeks, puzzled. Later, in the town, I shall buy you some rouge and powder. You shall be even more lovely. Yin Chuan teased. Instantly, a deeper shade of crimson graced He Qinglian's cheeks. Ever since Yin Chuan's transformation in demeanor, she felt as though she had acquired a new husband, leaving her somewhat bashful. As they stepped out the door and reached the village entrance, beneath the old locust tree, a group of women crafting shoe soles noticed the couple's arrival and began to whisper among themselves. Look at Miss He. Aunt Zhang nudged Aunt Li beside her. It hasn't been long since we last saw her, and she looks as if she's transformed. Aunt Li squinted her faded eyes in astonishment. Indeed, that fabric must be worth a pretty penny. Several young wives gazed enviously at the long skirt adorning He Qinglian, its material shimmering softly in the sunlight, accentuating her fair skin. Someone murmured, Yin Chuan must have struck a stroke of good fortune. However, old lady Zhao, squatting by the stone mill, suddenly let out a derisive laugh. A gambler is still a gambler. A dog cannot change its nature. Dressing up so beautifully. Perhaps he intends to sell his wife for money. She raised her voice intentionally, as if to ensure Yin Chuan and He Qinglian could hear. I fear some fools may be sold and remain none the wiser. Before her words could fade, Yin Chuan flicked his fingers, releasing a wisp of spiritual energy. A branch above old lady Zhao's head suddenly snapped with a crack, landing right in front of her and startling her so much that she nearly fell off the stone mill. And Zhao, be careful, Yin Chuan remarked with a playful smile. At your age, speaking too hastily might lead to biting your own tongue. He Qinglian stifled a giggle, linking her arm with her husband's amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. The pity that once lingered in their eyes had now transformed into envy. Chapter 14. The journey to the town as they exited the village. A loud call suddenly rang out from behind. Yin Chuan, brother. He Qinglian, sister. Upon hearing the sound, Yin Chuan and He Qinglian turned to see Brother Wang, the woodcutter from the village. Wang Dashan approached with a mule cart laden with firewood and halted before Yin Chuan. Are you two heading to the town? He inquired with a hearty laugh. Indeed. Yin Chuan nodded. It had been a month since they last met, and Wang Dashan, whose chest bore the marks of a tiger's claw, now appeared to have recovered, with only a few scars remaining. Ah, perfect timing. Wang Dashan promptly dismounted, rearranging the wood in his cart, and warmly invited, I too am off to the town to sell firewood. Let me give you a ride. The journey on foot from the village to the town would take quite some time, especially at He Qinglian's pace. We would appreciate it, Brother Wang. Yin Chuan expressed his gratitude with a smile. Thank you, Brother Wang. He Qinglian echoed, her smile bright as she nimbly leaped onto the cart. Once Yin Chuan ensured she was settled, he joined her. He Qinglian felt immense gratitude towards Brother Wang. It was he who had carried the unconscious Yin Chuan back that day, leading to a significant improvement in her life. Without his assistance, she would still be mired in hardship. Yin Chuan, I hear you've been foraging for herbs on Tiger Head Mountain recently? Wang Dashan casually asked as they traveled. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded. You must exercise caution. Wang Dashan sighed. I haven't been there lately. Rumor has it that a formidable young tiger has taken residence on the mountain. One far stronger than the last, and it has claimed several lives. As Wang Dashan spoke, He Qinglian instinctively tightened her grip on Yin Chuan's arm. A flicker of concern in her eyes. Thank you for your concern, Brother Wang. I will certainly be cautious. Yin Chuan reassured her, gently patting her hand. He was aware of the tiger Wang Dashan mentioned, having encountered it during his herb-gathering expeditions. He had witnessed the tragic fate of those unfortunate souls who ventured up the mountain in search of century-old ginseng to sell. Despite the peril, he chose not to intervene, instead quietly taking the herbs they had gathered after the tiger departed. These individuals were strangers to him, and he saw no obligation to save them. The young tiger posed a far greater threat than its predecessor, and his chances of survival were slim. Once they arrived in town, Yin Chuan parted ways with Brother Wang. He Qinglian, having not visited the town in a long time, was filled with excitement, marveling at the various sights. Tell me what you like, and I shall buy it for you, Yin Chuan whispered to her. During his recent trips to the mountains to procure rare herbs for sale, he had managed to accumulate a modest sum, about 30 taels of silver. Although He Qinglian was enchanted by the myriad of goods for sale along the roadside, she merely glanced at them without expressing a desire to purchase anything. Ultimately, their stroll led them to a small funeral shop at a street corner, where she contentedly acquired a few sheets of yellow paper and incense candles. Upon exiting the funeral parlor, Yin Chuan observed He Qinglian meticulously wrapping the yellow paper and placing it in the innermost layer of her bundle, a pang of sorrow stirring within him. This girl, who had endured countless hardships, despite now possessing wealth, remained steadfast in her frugality. The silver he had given her previously had yet to be touched. Qinglian. Yin Chuan suddenly grasped her hand, directing her gaze across the street towards a shop with exquisite decor. Let us take a look there. Following his gesture, He Qinglian's eyes fell upon the signboard of the fragrant pavilion. Through the intricately carved wooden windows, a display of various exquisite cosmetics was visible. Instantly, her eyes sparkled with delight, only to dim again as she shook her head. No, it's unnecessary. Such things are impractical. Before she could finish her sentence, Yin Chuan had already led her across the street. The wind chimes at the entrance chimed melodiously upon their arrival, and a rich fragrance enveloped them. The shopkeeper, upon noticing customers, immediately donned a bright smile and appraised He Qinglian, exclaiming, "Such beauty! Truly a match for the young master." He Qinglian felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, while Yin Chuan had already picked up a box of intricately carved rouge and gently opened it. Inside lay a finely textured crimson powder, exuding a subtle floral scent. "This is splendid. Let us try it." Yin Chuan spoke softly. "You have a discerning eye, sir. This rouge is of the finest quality, imported from the capital." The shopkeeper invited He Qinglian to sit and, extending her finger, dabbed a bit of the powder onto her face. Gazing into the mirror, a faint smile appeared on He Qinglian's face, a nostalgic feeling washing over her, as it had been many years since she last used such a product. "How much is it?" she inquired cautiously. The shopkeeper replied with a grin, "Not expensive at all. A box is merely 2 taels of silver." 2 taels? He Qinglian gasped, nearly dropping the box. Quickly waving her hands, "That is too costly. No, wrap it up." Yin Chuan had already pulled out the silver, gesturing towards a silver hairpin adorned with plum blossoms in the adjacent display. "And this as well. I'll take both." He Qinglian, flustered, tugged at his sleeve. "This is too extravagant. There are cheaper options on the street." Yet Yin Chuan merely smiled. "Those items do not befit you. These are what you truly deserve." Tears welled in He Qinglian's eyes, and she hurriedly lowered her head, a single tear cascading onto Yin Chuan's hand, searingly warm. The shopkeeper, sensing the moment's intimacy, discreetly stepped aside, wiping her own eyes. In this small town, she had witnessed many husbands buying jewelry for their mistresses, but seldom had she seen such tenderness bestowed upon a wife. Ultimately, Yin Chuan spent a total of 12 taels of silver, acquiring not only the rouge, but also the silver hairpin and a pair of pearl earrings. As he carefully placed the pearl earrings on He Qinglian's earlobes, several women in the shop could not help but gasp in admiration. "So beautiful." Yin Chuan stepped back, genuinely awestruck. Upon exiting the shop, at Yin Chuan's insistence, He Qinglian had adorned herself with a hairpin, donned exquisite earrings, and applied a delicate layer of rouge and powder. She looked utterly stunning, capturing the attention of numerous passers-by along the way. "All right, let us return." He Qinglian, feeling somewhat shy under the weight of so many gazes, urged Yin Chuan to leave. Not far from their departure, Yin Chuan's ears perked up, seemingly catching a sound. Upon crossing a street, they spotted Wang Dashan's figure. At that moment, Wang Dashan's mule cart was stationed in front of a wealthy household, and the firewood it had carried was nowhere to be seen. Only 31. Not a single coin more. An overseer at the entrance attempted to shoo Wang Dashan away. However, Wang Dashan stood his ground, arguing, "What do you mean 31? It was agreed upon that a full cart would fetch 61. Is this how you conduct business? You can take it or leave it. If you refuse my 31, you shall receive nothing." The overseer, brimming with arrogance, was flanked by several servants who wore disdainful expressions. Chapter 15. Show me some respect. Absolutely not. The price is fixed. Wang Dashan, though visibly agitated, managed to restrain his temper. "It is unacceptable to change the price on a whim. I have stated clearly, 31 is all I will accept. Take it or leave it." The overseer scoffed. "If you continue to argue here, we may have to resort to force." As the words left his mouth, the servants behind him stepped forward, brandishing clubs, intent on intimidating Wang Dashan. "I shall not sell. I will not sell," Wang Dashan exclaimed, hastily waving his hands. "Return my firewood at once. I refuse to sell it to you. You think you can just take it back once it's inside?" The overseer chuckled derisively. "Since you refuse the 31, you shall receive not a single coin." After uttering this, he turned to lead his men indoors. Wang Dashan, witnessing this, immediately stepped forward to block their path. "Return my firewood. I will not sell it to you." "Such nonsense." The overseer, now infuriated, waved his hand dismissively. Teach this fool a lesson. At the command, the servants swiftly raised their clubs and struck Wang Dashan's back with forceful blows, showing no mercy whatsoever. From a distance, Yin Chuan's brow furrowed at the sight. Given Wang Dashan's abilities, these servants were no match for him. Yet, Wang Dashan allowed them to rain blows upon him without retaliating. If this continued, even with his robust physique, he could be beaten to death. Yin, is that not Brother Wang? He Qinglian, having observed the scene as well, felt a surge of concern, tightening her grip on Yin Chuan's arm. Wang Dashan was a rare good soul she had encountered since arriving in this world, possessing skill and being a fellow villager. She could not bear to see him bullied in such a manner. Thus, Yin Chuan turned to He Qinglian and said, "Stay here and do not move. I shall investigate." Although He Qinglian was deeply worried for Wang Dashan, the thought of Yin Chuan intervening heightened her anxiety. In this town, the wealthy were notoriously unreasonable, and individuals like them stood little chance against the powerful households. "Do not depart," He Qinglian implored, reluctant to let go of Yin Chuan, not wishing to lose the fleeting beauty they had just discovered. "Fear not." Yin Chuan gently patted He Qinglian's hand, prompting her to release her grip. In the alley, several servants continued to pummel Wang Dashan, their mouths spewing curses. They found it peculiar. How could this large oaf withstand such punishment? Despite several wielding sticks against him, he remained standing. "Hit him harder," commanded the overseer, hands on his hips, wearing a smug grin of satisfaction. Unbeknownst to him, Yin Chuan had stealthily approached from behind, lightly tapping the overseer with his fingers. "Who?" The overseer, sensing movement behind him, turned around. "If this continues, someone may perish." Yin Chuan interjected to halt the onslaught. "Who the hell are you?" The overseer retorted with bravado, sizing Yin Chuan up disdainfully. "This is none of your business. Begone, or you may find yourself struck as well. I am a physician. Grant me this favor and command them to cease. I could save your life." Yin Chuan feigned profundity. "What nonsense about being a physician?" The overseer scoffed, his face a mask of contempt. "Why should I grant you any favor? You saving my life?" Yin Chuan began counting down. The overseer's expression shifted to one of confusion. "Two," he stated, irritation creeping into his voice. "Get out of here." Before he could finish his command, Yin Chuan reached one. Suddenly, the overseer's face contorted in agony as he clasped his ample belly, his features twisted in distress. "Oh dear. Oh my." The overseer collapsed to the ground, cradling his stomach as he began to wail. The servants, hearing the commotion, halted their actions, bewildered, unsure of what transpired. At that moment, the overseer felt as though his intestines were in turmoil, the pain akin to being stabbed by a knife. "Help me! Save me!" he cried, recalling Yin Chuan's earlier words, his gaze turning to Yin Chuan in desperation. Yin Chuan stepped forward, took his pulse, and then smiled. "From afar, I perceived your ailments. This is a case of excessive heat affecting your heart, leading to blocked meridians. If left unattended, your intestines will knot within you, ultimately causing a fatal rupture." The overseer, his face pale and drenched in sweat, pleaded, "Save me, I beg you, divine healer." His voice trembled, the pain rendering him weak. "Assisting you is certainly within my means," Yin Chuan replied with a slight smile, returning the 60 coins owed to him. "I shall treat you in exchange for this payment." The overseer nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain, and hastily procured his coin pouch, handing it to a nearby servant. "Quickly, give him the money." The servant, not daring to delay, opened the pouch and retrieved 30 coins, along with the previously unoffered 30, presenting them to Wang Dashan. Wang Dashan, bewildered, took the coins, perplexed by the situation unfolding before him. "Hurry, save me. I'm in excruciating pain," the overseer implored, groaning incessantly. "The 61 is for firewood. After you've beaten someone, you ought to at least compensate them for their medical expenses," Yin Chuan remarked. Indeed. The steward immediately turned to the nearby servant, commanding, "Give him a tael of silver." The servant complied promptly, producing a tael of silver and handing it to Wang Dashan. Wang Dashan received the money and looked towards Yin Chuan, seemingly inquiring how to proceed. Yin Chuan gestured for him to depart, and Wang Dashan understood instantly, hastily leading the mule cart out of the alley. Once Wang Dashan had left, Yin Chuan reached into his bosom and discreetly rolled some dirt into a small pellet under his armpit. "Take this soothing pill, and you shall be cured." Yin Chuan pinched the muddy pellet and brought it to the steward's lips. The steward, racked with pain, was oblivious to the nature of the offering and opened his mouth to swallow the pellet without hesitation. The steward's anguished cries stemmed from Yin Chuan secretly directing a surge of energy into his body, manipulating it to twist violently within his abdomen. Upon the steward swallowing the pellet, Yin Chuan relinquished his control over that energy, causing the pain to gradually subside. Realizing the remedy had indeed worked, the steward gasped for breath, collapsing onto the ground while clutching his belly, still shaken by the experience. Enough. Yin Chuan clapped his hands together. Remember, you must not act out in anger. By mastering your emotions, you can prevent a recurrence, should you continue to be impulsive, next time. Your life may very well be at stake. With those words, Yin Chuan turned and departed. The steward, wishing to speak, found himself too weak to utter a word, and could only watch as Yin Chuan left. Upon exiting the alley, Brother Wang awaited at the corner, accompanied by He Qinglian. Seeing Yin Chuan emerge unscathed, He Qinglian breathed a sigh of relief and immediately approached Yin Chuan, linking arms with him. Thank you, Brother Yin. Brother Wang chuckled heartily. His face bruised, but his spirits high, seemingly unbothered by the ordeal. Don't mention it. Since we've crossed paths, let us go to a restaurant for a nice meal. Yin Chuan waved his hand grandly and headed toward the tavern in the town. Chapter 16. Speak and Listen. The Fushan Tavern, located in the heart of the town, is the largest establishment for dining in the region. At this hour, it was bustling with patrons. However, Yin Chuan was fortunate. Upon arrival, a table had just been vacated. After Brother Wang secured the mule cart outside, he entered the tavern with a hint of hesitation. Having ordered a selection of food and drink, the three began to eat. Brother Wang, during their meal, Yin Chuan couldn't help but inquire, your martial skills are commendable. Why did you not retaliate earlier? With your abilities, those 3 or 4 men would have been no match for you. Brother Wang laughed heartily before explaining, they might injure me slightly, but were I to strike them, I could inadvertently cause serious harm or even death. With a sigh, he added, if someone were to die, it would certainly lead to complications. Yin Chuan shook his head in resignation, finding Wang Dashan somewhat endearingly foolish. The group they had just encountered had clearly intended to inflict serious harm. Had it been an ordinary person in Wang's place, even survival would be a miracle, let alone escaping unscathed. In any case, I am truly grateful for your assistance. Brother Yin. Wang Dashan raised his cup in salute to Yin Chuan, exclaiming, without you, I would have lost my money. Do not mention it. Yin Chuan replied, clinking his cup against Wang Dashan's. However, do refrain from such foolishness in the future. People like them thrive on the weak. The more vulnerable you appear, the more they will look down upon you. It would be prudent to teach them a lesson, so they understand that you are not to be trifled with, ensuring they will think twice before bullying you in the future. Wang Dashan downed his drink in one gulp, wiping his mouth and nodding vigorously. Brother Yin, you speak the truth. I shall endeavor to temper my temperament. As they conversed, Wang Dashan retrieved a piece of silver, placing it before Yin Chuan. This money is a testament to your efforts, Brother Yin. You should keep it. Wang Dashan smacked his lips, clearly pleased with the flavor of the wine he had just consumed. Yin Chuan smiled lightly, but insisted on returning the silver. This money is for your medical expenses. Considering the state you are in, even if it is merely superficial wounds, you will require some time to recuperate, will you not? This is an opportunity for you to rest and recover. What is this money to me? Wang Dashan wished to protest further, but Yin Chuan feigned annoyance, stating, if you continue this way, do not call me brother in the future. Accept the money. Seeing no other option, Wang Dashan could only chuckle and, after a moment's hesitation, accepted the silver back. I have heard you traveled extensively in your youth, Brother Wang. Pray, share some intriguing tales, Yin Chuan inquired, as he continued to eat. Certainly. Wang Dashan readily agreed, downing another cup of wine before launching into his narrative. He recounted how he had left his village 15 years prior, eventually finding work as a bodyguard in a caravan, escorting goods across various regions. During his time with the caravan, he learned some basic martial techniques. However, due to limited aptitude, he could only reach the second realm before stagnating. Later, while escorting a shipment to Qianzhou, the caravan was beset by bandits, resulting in heavy casualties, and the caravan leader was gravely injured. The loss of their goods tarnished the caravan's reputation, leading to its eventual dissolution. With nowhere left to turn, Wang Dashan wandered for several years before ultimately returning to his village. Reflecting on his days of escorting goods, Wang Dashan felt a pang of nostalgia. After returning to the village, he continued his martial training, yet he could only advance to the third realm and found himself unable to progress further. After listening to Wang Dashan's account, Yin Chuan instructed him, Extend your hand. Let me take your pulse. Very well. Wang Dashan complied without hesitation, extending his hand before Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan placed his hand upon Wang Dashan's wrist, carefully sensing the flow of vital energy within him. Soon, he discerned the underlying issues. Wang Dashan's cultivation has stagnated at the third realm due to the chaotic and disordered qi circulating within his body. This serves to illustrate that the martial arts techniques he practices are, by any measure, rather rudimentary. Cultivation resembles the construction of a towering edifice, rising incrementally, layer by layer. A superior technique lays a robust foundation, systematically elevating the structure according to its prescribed cycle. Conversely, an inferior method fails to harness the qi absorbed into the body, choosing instead to mindlessly force it upwards. Such a hastily assembled construct is inherently unstable and limited in height. This is precisely why Wang Dashan remains ensnared at his current level, unable to advance further. However, now, should Wang Dashan attempt to cultivate a different technique, it would bear little significance. At over 40 years of age, the years of prior practice have solidified his meridians. Switching techniques could easily lead him astray. Nevertheless, he might consume some elixirs to forcibly elevate his realm. Yet, given Wang Dashan's present condition, it seems that reaching the fifth realm of martial arts would be a considerable challenge. While dining, a commotion erupted as a group burst into the tavern. Yin Chuan glanced up to find the very steward who had previously tormented Wang Dashan, accompanied by several guards. Upon entering, their eyes roamed restlessly, ultimately settling upon Wang Dashan's table. Instantly sensing the shift in atmosphere, Wang Dashan set down his cup and urged Yin Chuan, "Brother Yin, quickly escort Miss Qinglian out the back door. I will handle this. I am keen to see what they intend." Yet, Yin Chuan did not comply. Instead, he leisurely picked up his chopsticks and continued to eat, appearing unfazed. Qinglian, sitting beside him, fidgeted anxiously, casting fearful glances at Yin Chuan. In response, Yin Chuan offered her a reassuring smile, saying, "Do not fear. Nothing will happen." At that moment, the steward and his guards approached. Wang Dashan promptly stood to block their path. "What do you want? If you intend to fight, let us step outside." "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding," the steward exclaimed, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. "I come seeking the esteemed healer, not to cause trouble." "Healer?" Wang Dashan turned to glance at Yin Chuan, who nodded in affirmation, prompting Wang Dashan to step aside. The steward advanced and bowed respectfully to Yin Chuan. "Esteemed healer, I wonder if you are free this afternoon. I would like to request your services." "What services?" Yin Chuan did not lift his gaze, continuing to enjoy his peanuts. "The young master of my lord has recently fallen gravely ill," the steward explained, a smile on his face. "We have summoned numerous physicians to no avail. I wish to invite the esteemed healer to examine him. If you can cure our young master, my lord is willing to offer a reward of 100 taels of silver." Upon hearing this, Yin Chuan's interest was piqued. Although he had not specialized in medicine in his previous life, he possessed some knowledge. It was not merely mortals. Even cultivators below the foundation establishment realm would find trivial ailments to be no obstacle. With this 100 taels of silver, I can certainly save a great deal of time for my cultivation. "Very well, I shall take a look after my meal," Yin Chuan replied. Chapter 17. The peril of cultivation. The Yang family is renowned in Chongqing town as a prosperous merchant family. They possess numerous thriving shops across several streets, along with several lucrative enterprises, making them one of the wealthiest families in the town. After dinner, Yin Chuan instructed Wang Dashan to escort his wife, Qinglian, back to their village while he followed the steward of the Yang family to ascertain the situation. Throughout the journey, the steward was exceedingly courteous, fearful of offending Yin Chuan, which only elicited a sense of amusement from him. It was no wonder such a person could hold a managerial position. They adeptly adjusted their demeanor depending on the company they kept. Upon arriving at the Yang residence, Yin Chuan was ushered to a bedroom. At the door stood an elderly gentleman clad in splendid attire, appearing to be in his 50s, with a slightly plump physique that radiated affluence. Clearly, he was Master Yang. Seeing Yin Chuan brought by the steward, Master Yang hurried forward, his face etched with urgency. "Divine physician, at last, you have arrived." Yin Chuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, feigning profundity as he nodded. "Master Yang, there is no need for excessive formalities. Please, describe your son's condition." Master Yang quickly replied, "My son has always been fond of martial arts and has maintained a robust constitution. However, a few days ago, after returning home, he locked himself in his room for 2 days. When he finally emerged, he suddenly went mad and subsequently fainted. In these past few days, I have summoned numerous physicians to diagnose him, yet all have been at a loss, even urging me to prepare for his funeral. This is unacceptable. At this point, Master Yang sighed helplessly, his expression filled with despair. If the divine physician can save my son, the Yang family shall offer substantial rewards. Yin Chuan nodded slightly and followed the steward through the door, arriving at the bedside. There lay a young man, disheveled and with a pallid complexion, his breath erratic. Yin Chuan extended his hand to take his pulse, channeling a thread of spiritual energy to probe further, and immediately understood the situation. This young Master Yang's internal energy was chaotic, evidently a result of his practice leading to a perilous state, causing a reverse flow of vital energy and thus his fainting. For an ordinary martial artist, this could indeed be life-threatening. However, for the cultivator Yin Chuan, it was merely a minor ailment. With the infusion of his own spiritual energy into young Master Yang's body, he could skillfully guide and harmonize the tumultuous energies within, facilitating a complete recovery. Yet, if it were that simple, how could it showcase his remarkable skills? After a moment of contemplation, Yin Chuan spoke slowly. Young Master is in a dire state due to the peril of his cultivation. What? Upon hearing Yin Chuan's words, Master Yang was immediately alarmed. Despite having summoned many physicians, this was the first time someone had attributed the condition to a perilous state of cultivation. Although Master Yang himself did not practice martial arts, he had heard of such occurrences and was well aware of their severity. Can the divine physician indeed cure him? Master Yang inquired anxiously. Ordinary physicians would certainly struggle to do so. Yin Chuan smiled faintly and remarked, "Fortunately, you have encountered me. I certainly possess a solution." Upon hearing this, old Master Yang was filled with delight. Then I implore the divine physician to expedite the healing. However, Yin Chuan did not immediately take action. Instead, he expounded. While I do have a method, it is not without its complexities. I require my unique secret technique to unblock the meridians, supplemented by rare medicinal herbs to restore vitality. At this juncture, Yin Chuan deliberately paused before continuing. Consequently, the fee for my services may be considerable. Old Master Yang, without a moment's hesitation, declared, "As long as my son can live, money is not an issue." Yin Chuan replied nonchalantly, 500 taels. Should you agree? I assure you your son will awaken within a day. Old Master Yang's eyelids flickered. 500 taels, even for a wealthy man, was no trifling sum. Yet, gazing at his unconscious son, he ultimately gritted his teeth and said, "Very well. If you can cure him, I shall pay the 500 taels." Yin Chuan inwardly chuckled and added, "Additionally, I will require a few medicinal herbs to assist. You must hasten to procure them from the apothecary." With that, he produced a prescription from his robe and handed it to old Master Yang. The herbs listed were, in fact, intended for Yin Chuan's own alchemical pursuits. Having no relation to healing, he merely sought to take advantage of old Master Yang's plight. Without suspicion, old Master Yang promptly ordered his servants to fetch the ingredients. At that moment, a servant approached old Master Yang and whispered something into his ear. Although the words were spoken softly, Yin Chuan easily overheard. The servant seemed to recognize Yin Chuan and said to old Master Yang, "My lord, this man is not a divine physician. He is a notorious gambler and scoundrel in town. I have seen him before." Upon hearing this, old Master Yang furrowed his brow and cast a wary glance at Yin Chuan, his eyes flashing with anger. "Is this truly the case?" he retorted to the servant. "I would face the wrath of heaven if I spoke a word of falsehood." The servant asserted resolutely. Old Master Yang's expression shifted dramatically. He suddenly slammed his hand on the table and pointed an accusing finger at Yin Chuan, shouting, "What a fraud! How dare you deceive the Yang household? Someone, throw this scoundrel out." With old Master Yang's command, 4 or 5 servants brandished clubs and charged in, menacingly encircling Yin Chuan. In the face of such hostility, Yin Chuan remained unperturbed. Even if a scuffle ensued, these ordinary men posed no threat to him. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back and a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, he asked, "Old Master Yang, are you certain you wish to expel me? It is not merely to expel you, but to physically remove you." Old Master Yang seethed, his chest rising and falling with agitation. After all the distress over his son's condition, how could anyone dare to deceive him? "Do you possess any evidence to support your claim of me being a fraud?" Yin Chuan countered. "What evidence do you require?" Old Master Yang pointed at the servant who had just informed him. "Someone in my household recognizes you. You are merely a gambler masquerading as a physician." Yin Chuan glanced at the servant beside him, finding him somewhat familiar. After sifting through fragmented memories, he realized this fellow had crossed paths with him at the gambling den, though they were not well acquainted. "Indeed, that is I," the housekeeper arrogantly declared. "You are nothing but a gambler. I know you well." "Indeed. I have a penchant for gambling, yet that does not preclude my ability to heal," Yin Chuan replied with a smile. "Master Yang, you must consider this carefully. If you cast me out now, your son will merely await death. The number of individuals capable of saving him is exceedingly limited, and I happen to be among them. Should you dismiss me, you may never encounter another like me." Upon hearing this, Master Yang began to waver. Yin Chuan's demeanor was remarkably composed, and his arguments were quite persuasive. Even if the man was a gambler, there were no rules preventing a miraculous healer from indulging in such vices. Given the dire circumstances, one could only treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Moreover, he was not required to pay up front. What could he possibly be deceived out of? Master Yang waved his hand, instructing the housekeeper to retreat, and then stated, "Very well, since you claim you can heal my son, then do so. If you succeed, I shall reward you with 500 taels of silver. However, should you fail, I shall break one of your legs." His clenched fists and tone bordered on a threat. Yin Chuan, however, chuckled. "It is no longer 500. If you wish for me to heal your son, it will cost you 1,000 taels. You." Master Yang was momentarily taken aback, then retorted, "You must think carefully about what you are saying." "I have been quite clear," Yin Chuan responded. "Initially, I offered to heal your son for 500 taels. Now, the price has risen to 1,000. "Master, he is a swindler," a nearby housekeeper interjected. "He is raising the price because I recognized him, intentionally concocting this exorbitant fee to deceive you." Master Yang regained his composure and chuckled softly. "I assure you, I will pay you 1,000 taels if you succeed. However, if you fail, I shall break both of your legs." "Agreed." Yin Chuan nodded with a smile. Master Yang took a seat, waiting in silence. Once the servants returned with the necessary herbs, Yin Chuan inspected them and confirmed they were indeed complete. These rare medicinal ingredients would have cost a small fortune had he purchased them himself. "Very well," Master Yang declared, standing with arms crossed. "Let the healing commence." Yin Chuan smiled gently. "I have a principle when practicing medicine. No spectators are allowed. Everyone must leave the room and close the door. Only once I have succeeded may you enter." At this, the housekeeper warned Master Yang, "You must not be fooled. If he sends us all away, it is surely to escape." "Escape? How could I possibly flee?" Yin Chuan shook his head in exasperation. "This is your estate, even if you all leave. How could I vanish into thin air?" Master Yang gazed at his son, who lay on the brink of death, and with a resigned sigh, acquiesced. "Everyone must exit and secure the house. I must see whether he possesses the necessary skills." With that, Master Yang led the housekeeper out and closed the bedroom door behind them. Once everyone had departed, Yin Chuan leisurely gathered the herbs he had just used. Approaching the sickbed, he reached beneath the pillow and retrieved a torn martial arts manuscript. It was evident that this young Master Yang had transformed into his current state through the practice of this technique. A brief glance at the contents of the fragment elicited a chuckle from Yin Chuan. Although it was merely a fragment, he could surmise the general principles of the complete technique. Indeed, it was somewhat superior to ordinary martial arts, yet to a cultivator, it was nothing more than worthless trash. Young Master Yang was quite audacious, daring to practice with just a torn page. Who, if not he, would risk falling into madness? Yin Chuan extended 2 fingers to press upon young Master Yang's forehead, infusing a strand of spiritual energy into his body. As the energy entered Yang's meridians, it began to untangle and smooth the chaotic currents within him, akin to a diligent sweeper. This process lasted a mere 15 minutes before Yin Chuan withdrew his hand. "All right, everyone may come in now," he called out to those waiting outside. Upon hearing the commotion, Elder Yang promptly entered the room, accompanied by several others. As soon as he stepped in, he hurried to the bedside, anxious about his son's condition. "He has not awakened." Elder Yang looked up at Yin Chuan, his expression rife with skepticism. "Is it truly possible to recover so swiftly?" Yin Chuan smirked, saying he has been unconscious for so long. "It will take a while longer for him to awaken." "Sir, he is merely stalling for time." One of the servants interjected, "Your son appears to have received no treatment. We should take him to the authorities and accuse him of deceiving us." Elder Yang scrutinized his son's state, noticing no apparent changes, and turned his puzzled gaze back to Yin Chuan. "Young man, I must warn you, I was not jesting when I spoke earlier. If my son does not awaken, I shall break both your legs. Rest assured, your son will awaken, and my leg shall remain intact, Yin Chuan replied, settling into a nearby chair and casually sampling a confection from the table. What you need to do now is prepare the payment. Within the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, he will undoubtedly awaken. I shall prepare the payment once he awakens. Elder Yang remained dubious. If he does not awaken, you will not leave this room. With those words, several servants brandishing clubs blocked the door. The steward who had initially brought Yin Chuan in dared not utter a word. He had merely sought a healer to test his luck, unaware of how the situation might unfold. If Yin Chuan proved to be a fraud, he too could face dire consequences. Meanwhile, the persistent servant continued to chatter incessantly. Yin Chuan, having grown weary of the noise, turned to Elder Yang and remarked, your son requires a tranquil environment to awaken. If there is persistent noise, he may never come to. Upon hearing this, Elder Yang swiftly slapped the servant across the face, exclaiming, silence. The servant, covering his face, immediately fell silent, retreating 2 steps and casting a resentful glance at Yin Chuan. Time passed slowly, each second stretching on, as old Master Yang's gaze remained anxiously fixed on his son. As a quarter of an hour approached, old Master Yang grew increasingly restless. This was his only child. Should anything unfortunate happen, his lineage would come to an end. Suddenly, the young master lying motionless on the bed convulsed. Witnessing this, old Master Yang was filled with joy. Before he could approach with concern, the young master abruptly sat up, gasping for air, clearly shaken. Ah! Old Master Yang exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. My son, you have finally awakened. At this sight, the steward let out a sigh of relief and then shot a fierce glare at the troublesome servant. The servant was taken aback, never expecting that the usual good-for-nothing who squandered money at the gambling den was, in fact, a miraculous healer. My son, do not move around. How do you feel? Old Master Yang hurriedly inquired. After sitting up, the young master felt a splitting headache and lay back down under the covers, his breathing gradually calming. Though he was still somewhat disoriented regarding the current situation, Old Master Yang, the money should be prepared, Yin Chuan reminded from the side. Realizing the urgency, Old Master Yang snapped back to reality. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed healer. I apologize for any offense caused earlier. Please do not hold it against me. The matter of offense was secondary. Yin Chuan was far more concerned about the payment and when it would be received. Hand over the money. That is the undeniable truth. Very well. Old Master Yang promptly turned to the steward. Quickly fetch 1,000 taels in silver notes from the treasury. Be swift. The steward hurried off and soon returned with 10 silver notes in hand. Each note was worth 100 taels, totaling precisely 1,000. Chapter 19. Spirit Stones. Having received the money, Yin Chuan sought an excuse to slip away from the Yang residence, wishing to avoid further complications. Upon reaching the town's pawn shop, he exchanged one of the 100 tael silver notes for 100 taels in cash. While silver notes are convenient to carry, their large denomination made them impractical for everyday purchases, as vendors often could not provide change. Thus, he opted for smaller silver coins for ease of use. With this newfound wealth, future endeavors would become significantly easier. Yin Chuan then spent over 20 taels on a decent horse and procured some daily necessities before returning to the village. With the horse, traveling became much more manageable, allowing him to practice his breathing techniques while riding. As he approached the town's entrance, Yin Chuan was drawn to a street stall where a crowd had gathered, all visibly excited. Riding closer, he observed that the throng was encircling a pile of stones, seemingly engaged in a game of stone gambling. Initially, Yin Chuan held no interest, but Yu Guang's keen gaze caught sight of something extraordinary amidst the pile of stones. One particular stone emanated a faint luminescence, indicative of spiritual energy. Upon examining it with the spirit-seeking eye, Yin Chuan's suspicions were confirmed. It was a spirit stone. Such items were rare, even in his previous life. They not only served as aids in cultivation, but could also function as a form of currency. These spirit stones were products of nature, capable of autonomously absorbing spiritual energy, which could then be drawn upon by practitioners. Even when the energy within a spirit stone was depleted, it would naturally replenish itself after a period. Furthermore, these stones could be buried underground, transforming barren land into fertile spiritual fields suitable for cultivating various precious spiritual herbs. Even ordinary crops would flourish more abundantly. Yin Chuan secured his horse and squeezed into the crowd. He observed a wealthy merchant, adorned in splendid attire, excitedly cradling a freshly cut jade stone, exclaiming, "It's green! It's green!" The vendor, a lean middle-aged man, feigned regret while slapping his thigh. "Ah, esteemed guest, you have an excellent eye. This piece of green jasper conceals high-quality jade worth at least 80 taels of silver. The onlookers erupted in astonishment, many joining in the commotion. I want to try as well. Boss, pick one for me. Yin Chuan remained a detached observer, his gaze sweeping the scene. And he soon noticed the merchant exchanging a secretive glance with the vendor. They were evidently acquaintances. This man was a shill. However, such practices were common. Without a shill to set an example, ordinary folk would hesitate to gamble on these stones. Indeed, a young man clad in silk, unable to restrain himself, produced 10 taels of silver and purchased 3 stones. Upon cutting them open, he found them to be worthless, his face paling instantly. The vendor feigned consolation, gambling on stones. One can gain or lose. Yin Chuan chuckled inwardly, yet his focus remained steadfast on the gray-brown stone that shimmered with spiritual light. Allow me to give it a try. Yin Chuan seized the opportunity to step forward, casually pointing to several stones. Sir, I will take these 6 stones. The vendor, eyeing him, stroked his chin and smiled. You have a discerning eye. These 6 stones are sure to yield treasures. However, they are larger than the previous ones, so they will be a bit pricier. I'll give you a fair price of 30 taels of silver. Yin Chuan smiled slightly, unperturbed, and retrieved 30 taels from his purse, handing them to the vendor. The vendor's eyes lit up as he hastily pocketed the money, thinking he had found another unsuspecting fool, and quickly plastered on a smile. Thank you for your generosity. Shall we begin opening the stones? Indeed. Yin Chuan casually pointed, intentionally selecting 4 worthless stones first. The vendor subsequently sliced through them, revealing only gray-white cores. The crowd sighed in disappointment, while the vendor pretended to sympathize. Such unfortunate luck. Yet Yin Chuan remained composed. Proceed. The 5th stone was placed on the cutting platform. As the blade penetrated just an inch, a vivid green suddenly burst forth. It's green. It's ice-type jade. An expert exclaimed in awe. The vendor's expression instantly turned a shade of iron gray, not expecting that someone would truly uncover a treasure. Sir, the vendor said, wiping his sweat. Approaching with a forced smile, how about I buy this piece of jade for 20 taels? Although Yin Chuan was not well versed in jade, the vendor's demeanor suggested that this jade was certainly worth more than 20 taels. Make it 30. Yin Chuan feigned concern. If it were merely 20 taels, wouldn't that mean a loss of 10? Upon hearing this, the vendor hastily agreed. 30 it is. He quickly handed over the money, fearing Yin Chuan might change his mind. After receiving the coins, Yin Chuan picked up the 6th stone, which was precisely the spirit stone he desired. I want to open this one. I shall take it back to use as a paperweight. The vendor, still immersed in the joy of having revealed a treasure, repeatedly gestured for him to take it. Yin Chuan tucked the stone away, squeezed through the crowd, and rode out of town. On the way, Yin Chuan took out the stone, holding it in his hands and scrutinizing it closely. The more he looked, the more he liked it. With this object, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate, and it would also compensate for the thin spiritual energy in his cultivation environment. Grasping the stone with both hands, he began to channel the spiritual energy within his body to connect with the spirit stone inside. As the 2 streams of energy resonated, the layer of limestone enveloping the spirit stone began to shed gradually. In the end, what remained in Yin Chuan's palm was a transparent square stone, about the size of his hand, dazzlingly clear and devoid of impurities. Inside the stone, a wisp of mist seemed to swirl, faintly visible, with a subtle halo shimmering on the surface. Yin Chuan held the stone in the palm of his hand and commenced the attempt to absorb the spiritual energy contained within. The energy within this spirit stone was extraordinarily abundant. After inhaling only a few wisps, he felt as though his entire meridian system had expanded significantly. The spiritual energy from this spirit stone was far more pure and robust compared to that absorbed from low-tier elixirs, alleviating any concerns regarding toxic effects on the body. With this, Yin Chuan felt confident he could break through to the 4th level of qi refinement within half a month. Upon returning to the village, he found Brother Wang's mule cart parked outside his home. However, upon reaching the doorstep, he discovered that there was no one in the courtyard. Brother Wang was absent, and his wife, He Qinglian, was nowhere to be seen. Hearing some commotion, Yin Chuan glanced towards a nearby farmhouse. It was the home of Aunt Zhang, and it appeared that a dispute was taking place inside. Riding closer, he noticed a crowd had gathered at Aunt Zhang's residence, including He Qinglian and Brother Wang, along with many unfamiliar faces, seemingly there to collect debts. Could you extend the deadline a bit longer? I truly have not a single coin to my name, pleaded Aunt Zhang, a woman in her 40s, kneeling on the ground, weeping profusely. The group surrounding her bore fierce expressions, not resembling benevolent individuals at all. Extend? How much longer have I already given you? The leader, a bald man with a mole that bore hair at the corner of his mouth, sneered. If you have no money, then your daughter looks quite appealing. Selling her might cover some of the debt. Chapter 20. It turns out to be a little scoundrel. No way, no way. Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhang shook her head repeatedly, pleading, if you could grant me 10 more days, I would do whatever it takes. Even sell my pots and pans to repay the debt. Would that be acceptable? The bald man, however, remained relentless. 10 days? The interest accrued in that time will surpass the value of your meager cookware. He continued, the only way out for you is to sell your daughter to us. Do you understand? And Zhang's daughter, merely 16 or 17, though dressed modestly, possessed an enchanting beauty. At that moment, she was hiding behind Brother Wang, weeping. Utterly powerless against the debt collectors. Brother Wang, too, felt helpless, relying solely on his imposing stature to deter the creditors from any rash actions. How much do you owe them? He Qinglian inquired at this juncture. The bald man glanced at He Qinglian, a lewd grin spreading across his face. Having recently returned from town, He Qinglian appeared even more striking, and the bald man leered, you owe me a total of 92 taels of silver. Are you willing to repay him? He Qinglian was taken aback, having initially thought the debt was merely a few taels, and with the 10+ taels given by Yin Chuan, she believed she could assist. To her astonishment, the amount was far greater than she had anticipated. Little beauty. The bald man leered at He Qinglian. If you wish to exchange your services for money, it's simple. Just agree to spend one night with me, and I shall consider it 3 taels of silver. In a month, you would have repaid the debt. His words elicited laughter from the ruffians behind him. He Qinglian instinctively stepped back, unsure of how to respond. Sister Zhang, how did you incur such a large debt? Wang Dashan inquired from behind, bewildered. 92 taels was an astronomical sum for ordinary farmers. Aunt Zhang, covering her face in despair, lamented, my husband fell gravely ill, and we lacked the means for treatment. I borrowed money from them, initially only 10 taels, but within 6 months. The interest compounded to this staggering amount. I have already repaid over 20 taels, yet the debt keeps escalating. The money was borrowed, yet my husband could not be saved. And now he is gone, along with our finances. How am I to survive? Even Yin Chuan felt a pang of sympathy at Aunt Zhang's tears. However, the debt collector remained unyielding. Stop feigning pity. Today, either repay the debt or hand over your daughter to us. The bald man threatened, baring his teeth. Should you refuse, we shall take matters into our own hands. As the debt collectors prepared to act, Yin Chuan rode in from a distance. Who dares to lay a hand? He shouted with authority. The crowd turned their attention toward him, and the bald man's brow furrowed. The ability to ride a horse indicated that this individual was no ordinary man, as horses were invaluable in these times. He Qinglian's eyes lit up upon seeing Yin Chuan. Though her worries lingered regarding the current predicament, Yin Chuan dismounted and approached the debt collectors. Who are you? The bald man could not help but inquire. Regardless of who I am, just present the promissory note. Yin Chuan gestured nonchalantly. Over 90 taels of silver, and you intend to repay it for him? The bald man scoffed. What? Am I not allowed to repay? Yin Chuan inquired. He distinctly remembered Aunt Zhang, who had selflessly assisted He Qinglian. Without her, he might have perished from hunger. On the very day he arrived in this world, it was He Qinglian who borrowed a pancake from his family. Despite her own struggles, she willingly extended her help. Such kindness would not be forgotten by Yin Chuan. Brother, don't listen to him. Suddenly, a thug behind the bald man interjected. This guy named Yin Chuan lives next door. He is a gambler and wanted to borrow money from us before, but we refused. Upon hearing this, the bald man erupted in laughter. I thought he was someone significant. Turns out he is just a petty scoundrel. He then pointed at Yin Chuan, boasting arrogantly, you, a mere beggar, think you can repay someone's debt? Get lost and don't hinder me from my business. Yet, Yin Chuan remained unperturbed as he pulled out a silver note from his pocket and gently unfolded it. 100 taels. The bill glimmered in the sunlight, momentarily blinding the bald man. Is this sufficient? Yin Chuan asked calmly. The bald man's expression shifted as he reached for the silver note. With a swift motion, Yin Chuan retracted it into his sleeve and sneered. What is the rush? Where's the promissory note? Gritting his teeth, the bald man produced a crumpled loan agreement from his pocket. Look closely. Black and white. It states I am owed 92 taels. Yin Chuan took the note, glanced at it, and scoffed. 10 taels principal, and it ballooned to 92 in half a year? Your interest is more ruthless than that of bandits. The bald man grinned maliciously. It's in black and white. Signed, Even the King of Heaven must acknowledge it. Yin Chuan ceased the pleasantries, tossing a 100-tael silver note at the bald man. Here is your money. Bring me back 8 taels. I shall tear up this note. With a swift motion, he seized the promissory note and shredded it, the pieces dancing in the wind. The bald man caught the silver note, scrutinizing it repeatedly until he confirmed its authenticity, then ordered his henchmen to fetch Yin Chuan 8 taels. Fine, you're tough. The bald man glared at Yin Chuan and waved his hand, ready to depart. Take care. Yin Chuan called out, watching them leave. Thank you, Yin Chuan. Aunt Zhang and her daughter knelt, tears streaming down their faces. We will find a way to repay you. Yin Chuan immediately helped Aunt Zhang to her feet, gently saying, There is no need for such formality, Aunt Zhang. If not for your support in the past, He Qinglian and I would not have endured this far. The surrounding villagers were left astonished. No one anticipated that the once notorious gambler, Yin Chuan, could so easily produce a silver note of such value. Wang Dashan stammered, Brother Yin, where did you acquire so much silver? Yin Chuan chuckled. Have you forgotten why I went to the town? Wang Dashan exclaimed, You truly cured that young master from the Yang family? What else could it be? Yin Chuan replied with a slight smile. Brother Yin, you possess remarkable skills. Wang Dashan wore an expression of astonishment. I have never heard of this before. You even studied medicine? Just a trivial skill, hardly worth mentioning, Yin Chuan casually replied. He Qinglian, standing nearby, gazed at Yin Chuan with eyes filled with admiration, her heart brimming with joy as she linked her arm with his. In a corner of the crowd, Granny Zhao, her face darkened, slipped away while murmuring, This gambler has truly struck it rich. As the farce concluded, the crowd began to disperse. Before leaving, Yin Chuan handed the 8 taels of silver he had just acquired to Aunt Zhang, providing her the means to restart her life. It would not be easy for a middle-aged woman to persevere without a husband. Upon returning home, He Qinglian immediately busied herself, preparing a sumptuous dinner to reward Yin Chuan. Meanwhile, Yin Chuan sat in the courtyard, holding a spirit stone, quietly cultivating, gradually making strides toward a breakthrough into the 4th layer of Qi training. Chapter 21. Seeking trouble with the assistance of the spirit stone, Yin Chuan's cultivation speed accelerated significantly. In less than 10 days, he was nearing the late stage of the 3rd layer of Qi training. Should he continue at this pace, a breakthrough could be imminent within another 10 days. Thus, during this period, Yin Chuan chose to remain home, dedicating himself to his training. One afternoon, after completing a round of cultivation, He Qinglian sat down for lunch. Although He Qinglian had once been the daughter of a wealthy family, her culinary skills were exceptional, and the meals she prepared were particularly delightful. In these days of seclusion, Yin Chuan's visage had grown rounder. As they were halfway through their meal, the courtyard door was suddenly flung open. Wang Dashan rushed in, urgency etched across his face. Brother Yin, trouble has come, he exclaimed, hastening forward as if he had encountered a grave matter. What is it? Yin Chuan inquired, a slight frown forming, as he rarely witnessed Wang Dashan in such a state of distress. Wang Dashan, barely pausing for breath, continued, A group of people has arrived in the village, asking for you, inquiring about your name and residence. I sense their ill intentions. They might be here to cause trouble. Brother Yin, you should quickly take Sister Qinglian and leave to avoid the storm. Upon hearing Wang Dashan's words, He Qinglian anxiously set down her chopsticks, looking at Yin Chuan, awaiting his decision. Yin Chuan felt perplexed. He had not offended anyone recently. Could it be Wang Wu, who had been silent for a month or two? Or perhaps that group of lenders? If it were them, Yin Chuan felt no fear. Seeing Yin Chuan's lack of movement, Wang Dashan grew increasingly anxious. Brother Yin, as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. We must leave quickly. There are indeed many people. Did you not have your meal, Brother Wang? Yin Chuan replied unhurriedly, showing no intention of departing. I haven't tea eaten, Wang Dashan exclaimed, exasperated. But now is not the time for dining. If we do not leave soon, they will come looking for you. If you haven't eaten, Yin Chuan turned to He Qinglian. Please fetch a pair of bowls and chopsticks for Brother Wang. There's plenty cooked. Let us dine together. All right. Although He Qinglian was somewhat perplexed, she promptly complied, turning to the kitchen to fetch a pair of bowls and chopsticks. I remarked, Brother Yin Chuan, you truly fear nothing. Wang Dashan paced back and forth, his appetite entirely diminished. What is there to fear? Yin Chuan chuckled. If I find myself in peril with the bond between you and Brother Wang, would you not come to my aid? Of course, I would. Wang Dashan responded without hesitation. Then that's settled. Yin Chuan shrugged. Scooping a bowl of white rice for Brother Wang, with a brother like you, Who fears even tigers? I am unafraid of any adversaries. Upon hearing this, Brother Wang involuntarily puffed out his chest, yet still harbored some concern, but we do not yet know the caliber of those who come. Rest assured, Brother Wang. Yin Chuan rose, gently pressing Wang Dashan back onto the stool, placing the chopsticks in his hand. I have not provoked any formidable opponents. There are hardly any worthy adversaries among them. Seeing Yin Chuan so composed left Wang Dashan at a loss, and as he held the chopsticks, he found himself unable to eat amidst the spread of dishes before him. At that moment, the sound of many footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Dashan immediately set down his chopsticks and stood in front of Yin Chuan, rolling up his sleeves, clearly ready to fight. Given Wang Dashan's prowess as a third-tier martial artist, a dozen ordinary men would be no match for him. Outside the courtyard, Granny Zhao led the way, exclaiming, Yin Chuan lives just ahead. We shall soon arrive, and the courtyard doors are still open. He must be home. Following Granny Zhao were a dozen robust men, all dressed similarly, resembling the henchmen of a wealthy household. Upon reaching the courtyard entrance, Granny Zhao successfully obtained a reward and then stepped aside, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Nearby, other villagers who had come to investigate the commotion asked Granny Zhao, "What is happening? What else could it be?" Granny Zhao scoffed. "Those from the town have arrived in such numbers. It must be that Yin Chuan has lost at gambling again and is here to collect debts. This Yin Chuan has yet to change his ways." "Change?" Granny Zhao snorted disdainfully. "A dog cannot change its nature. Just wait and see. Today, Yin Chuan is destined for a grim fate." As the group entered the courtyard, they automatically formed two lines. Yin Chuan glanced over, his gaze as calm as still water. Subsequently, a young man dressed in a white robe swaggered in, appearing to be around 18 or 19, handsome and confidently wielding a folding fan. "Who is Yin Chuan?" The young man called out loudly upon entering the courtyard. "What do you want?" Wang Dashan stepped forward. "Speak your mind. Are you Yin Chuan?" The young man scrutinized Wang Dashan with some skepticism. "What does it matter who I am? Just say what you intend. I am not afraid of you." Wang Dashan cracked his knuckles, his robust arms bulging with veins. At that moment, Yin Chuan set down his chopsticks and approached. "I am Yin Chuan. How may I assist you?" The young master, upon spotting Yin Chuan, inquired, "Are you indeed Yin Chuan?" "I am certain," Yin Chuan replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, scrutinizing the young master, who struck him as somewhat familiar, though he could not immediately recall their previous encounter. At last, "I have found you." The young master, satisfied with Yin Chuan's affirmation, dashed towards him, his intentions unclear. Yin Chuan, already gathering his energy for a crushing strike, was prepared to unleash his formidable stone-shattering palm, while Brother Wang beside him raised his fist, ready to retaliate against this unexpected visitor. In the distance, Granny Zhao watched with wide eyes, eagerly anticipating a lesson for Yin Chuan at the hands of these uninvited guests. Yet, the young master only took 2 steps forward before he suddenly slid to his knees before Yin Chuan, promptly smashing his forehead onto the ground in a deep bow. Yin Chuan had already half released his stone-shattering palm, only to halt in astonishment, utterly unprepared for such an unexpected display. This sudden turn of events left not only Yin Chuan taken aback, but also bewildered the onlookers. Brother Wang, retracting his fist, stood frozen, exchanging a glance with Yin Chuan, both filled with confusion. Wasn't he here to collect a debt? Someone queried Granny Zhao. She chuckled awkwardly. Who can say? I, Yang Xingye, humbly request to be accepted as your disciple. The young master declared loudly, continuing to bow several more times. Disciple? Yin Chuan retreated a few steps, addressing the young master. And who might you be? Master, it is I. The young master, who identified himself as Yang Xingye, suddenly looked up, his face radiant with eagerness. I am the son of the Yang family from the town. You saved my life not long ago. The mention of the Yang family jogged Yin Chuan's memory. He recalled this young man as the one who had been possessed by his own martial practice, lying in bed with a bruised visage and disheveled hair. A stark contrast to his present self, causing Yin Chuan not to recognize him at first. Chapter 22. Accept me as your disciple, please, master. You must accept me as your disciple. Yang Xingye implored once more, bowing deeply, having already struck his forehead against the ground multiple times with great force. His brow had become red and swollen, a testament to his sincerity. Stop bowing. Yin Chuan, concerned the young man might render himself unconscious, extended his foot to gently nudge him. Does this mean you consent to accept me as your disciple? Yang Xingye looked up at Yin Chuan with hopeful eyes, brimming with admiration. I do not take disciples. Yin Chuan firmly rejected. You have come to the wrong place. If you refuse to accept me, I shall continue bowing until I perish, Yang Xingye declared, preparing to resume his fervent prostrations, taking a precautionary step back to avoid striking Yin Chuan's feet. This foolish boy's head thudded against the ground with alarming intensity. Even if he had practiced martial arts, he could not withstand such rigorous bowing for long without consequence. Allowing this lad to bow himself to death in his own home would surely invite trouble, despite the relatively minor threat posed by his wealthy father. With a sigh, Yin Chuan called out, cease your bowing. First, tell me why you wish to become my disciple. I possess no remarkable skills. At last, Yang Xingye halted, as his earlier fervent bows had caused his forehead to break skin and bleed. The master possesses immense abilities and profound cultivation. Yang Xingye knelt on the ground with clasped fists, stating, I was once consumed by my own martial practice, and I thought there was no hope for me. Yet, with a mere wave of your hand, master, you alleviated my affliction and restored my spirit. Such skill is a rarity in this world, and your capabilities reveal you to be a true master. Yang Xingye was exhilarated, kneeling with a foolish grin. Yin Chuan sighed softly, recognizing the validity of his words. In his previous state of turmoil, if another martial artist had attempted to assist him, only someone of the 8th or 9th realm could have achieved such mastery over his own energy. Yang Xingye understood this, and thus regarded himself as a practitioner of the 8th or 9th realm, though Yin Chuan was currently only at the 3rd level of qi cultivation. Equating to the strength of a 5th or 6th realm warrior, he was capable, through his experience, of contending with a 7th realm martial artist in a desperate fight. What would you do if I did not take you as my disciple? Yin Chuan inquired. Yang Xingye immediately replied, I would remain here, kneeling until master concedes to accept me. Yin Chuan chuckled and remarked, accepting you as my disciple is not out of the question, but once you become my pupil, you must heed my every command. Are you prepared for that? As long as master is willing to accept me, I shall dutifully follow all your instructions without question, Yang Xingye declared with fervor. Very well, Yin Chuan nodded. I shall take you as my disciple. You will henceforth be my foremost apprentice. Is it true? Yang Xingye's joy was palpable. Of course, Yin Chuan affirmed. Now, I shall assign you your first task. Please, master, instruct me. Yang Xingye eagerly asked. Take your companions home. Yin Chuan instructed, and do not return here without my command. Upon hearing this, Yang Xingye's smile faded. Master, are you sending me away? What is this? Yin Chuan's expression darkened. Did you not just vow to obey my every word? Will you defy my first command? Yang Xingye found himself at an impasse, unsure of how to proceed. After a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly rose, stepping back a few paces to address the attendants who accompanied him. All of you, heed master's words and return home. The attendants promptly complied, exiting the courtyard in a flurry. Yang Xingye glanced back at Yin Chuan with reluctance. Yet he dared not break his freshly made promise and could only clasp his fists in farewell before turning to leave. Just as Yang Xingye's right leg stepped forward, Yin Chuan's voice rang out, Wait. Instantly alert, Yang Xingye withdrew his leg and turned with eager anticipation. What are your instructions, master? Come alone tomorrow morning. There is no need for so many attendants if you wish to learn, Yin Chuan replied. Yes. Yang Xingye's heart soared with joy as he bowed deeply once more. Yin Chuan waved his hand, and Yang Xingye exited the courtyard with delight, carefully closing the gate behind him. Once Yang Xingye had departed, Yin Chuan called over Wang Dashan to resume their meal. Hurry, hurry, the food will grow cold. Yin Chuan picked up his chopsticks as if nothing were amiss. At this moment, Wang Dashan regained his senses and, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Brother Yin, are you truly considering taking that lad as your disciple? Of course, why wouldn't I? Yin Chuan replied with a smile. Isn't there a chance for complications? He Qinglian expressed her concerns. What complications could arise? Yin Chuan responded calmly. Though that foolish boy appears to be a wastrel, he is, in fact, quite earnest. Since he wishes to be my student, I shall accept him. If I were to decline, he would not easily relent, which would only lead to more trouble. Accepting this lad may also bring me some conveniences. The following morning, as Yin Chuan stepped out of his courtyard to practice a set of martial arts to awaken his body, he heard furtive sounds outside. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find Yang Xingye curled up on the ground at his doorstep, shivering from the cold. Hey, Yin Chuan exclaimed, not expecting the boy to arrive so early, fearing he might freeze to death at his doorstep. Yang Xingye opened his eyes and, upon seeing Yin Chuan, sprang up from the ground, clasping his fists in greeting. Disciple Yang Xingye pays his respects to master. When did you arrive? Yin Chuan asked. Just now, just now. Yang Xingye chuckled foolishly. Come in. Yin Chuan sighed, realizing this fool was even more troublesome than he had anticipated. Just as they entered the courtyard, Qinglian emerged from the room, holding vegetables, preparing to wash them for cooking. Upon seeing her, Yang Xingye dashed over, exclaiming, Mistress, allow me to handle such chores. Qinglian was startled, dropping the basket of vegetables onto the ground. Come here. Yin Chuan reprimanded sharply. Are you here to help or to cause chaos? After being scolded, Yang Xingye scratched his head and laughed. I was merely trying to lighten mistress's burden. If you truly wish to do such tasks, there will be ample time for you in the future. Yin Chuan shot a glance at Yang Xingye, then turned to offer some comfort to Qinglian. Qinglian picked up the vegetables and retreated to the kitchen to prepare slowly. Yin Chuan finally led Yang Xingye to an open area outside the village and asked, What is it that you wish to learn from me? I want to learn martial arts under master. Yang Xingye replied resolutely. Martial arts, you say? Yin Chuan sighed. I am not particularly adept in that area. Do not feign modesty, master. Yang Xingye chuckled. Your cultivation must be at least at the 7th realm of martial artists. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to have helped me dispel my demonic affliction in just a quarter of an hour. Yin Chuan couldn't help but laugh at Yang Xingye's earnestness. While the lad wished to learn martial arts, it was not Yin Chuan's forte, as he was more accustomed to the path of immortality. Chapter 23. Strengthening Bones and Muscles through Yang Xingye's own introduction. It became clear that although he came from a prosperous family and lacked for nothing, he had no desire to engage in commerce or inherit his father's business. Instead, he aspired to become the legendary hero of his dreams. To achieve this, he had been seeking out martial arts masters throughout the town since the age of 10. However, due to the limited martial prowess of the practitioners in the town, despite Yang Xingye having trained in martial arts since childhood, he had only attained the level of a 2nd realm warrior after nearly 9 years of practice. Recently, he encountered a mysterious individual in a tavern who possessed a fragment of a martial arts manuscript, claiming it to be an unparalleled technique. Yang Xingye was elated upon hearing this and promptly spent a considerable sum to acquire it. Upon returning home, he began to cultivate according to the manuscript, only to inadvertently fall into a state of demonic deviation, nearly costing him his life. Fortunately for Yang Xingye, he met Yin Chuan at an opportune time. Being still relatively young at 18 or 19, he could still correct his course, were he to wait several more years and continue his reckless training. He would likely only reach the level of a 3rd realm warrior, akin to Wang Dashan. Since you wish to take me as your master, I must convey a few stipulations beforehand, Yin Chuan said with a serious expression. Yang Xingye nodded, awaiting further instruction. Yin Chuan continued, If you become my disciple, you must heed my words and refrain from causing trouble. Should you commit a grave error, I will expel you from my tutelage and nullify your martial skills. However, if one day you decide not to follow me as a master and find a better path, simply inform me, and I shall not hinder your departure. After hearing Yin Chuan's words, Yang Xingye clasped his fist and bowed. I shall adhere to the conditions set forth by my master. Very well, Yin Chuan nodded, then produced a small vial from his robes and poured a pill into his palm. This pill, known as the bone strengthening pill, would greatly enhance one's physical strength and vitality upon consumption. Yin Chuan extended the pill towards Yang Xingye, who eagerly accepted it with both hands, filled with joy. May I take it now? Yang Xingye asked with excitement. Indeed, Yin Chuan affirmed. After consuming it, sit immediately and circulate your energy through your meridians for 2 cycles. Should you experience any discomfort, do not hesitate to inform me. Understood, master, Yang Xingye replied, tilting his head back to swallow the pill, then seated himself as instructed, beginning to cultivate. Meanwhile, Yin Chuan observed Yang Xingye's transformation closely. The reason for allowing Yang Xingye to consume a bone-strengthening pill first was that, although the pill had been successfully crafted, Yin Chuan did not dare to take it himself. Thus, he decided to test it on this naive youth. After procuring a tiger's spine, Yin Chuan had combined it with other ingredients to create a batch of bone-strengthening pills. Given that the herbs in this world differed somewhat from those in his previous life, he was uncertain of their efficacy. Initially, he intended for Wang Dashan to try one. But since their bond was deeper, he felt a moral obligation to avoid any potential harm to him. This young fool, being robust, could withstand any adverse effects of the pill, and as long as it did not prove fatal, Yin Chuan could rescue him if necessary. As the bone-strengthening pill gradually began to circulate throughout Yang Xingye's body, He began to sweat profusely, and his breathing quickened. Yin Chuan did not intervene, as this was a normal reaction at this stage. Although this elixir is not entirely pure, it holds significant benefits for those at the initial stages of cultivation. Despite its name, bone-strengthening pill, it can also fortify the meridians. The stronger the meridians, the more resilient the bones, allowing for greater tolerance to the intensity of trainings, thereby facilitating swifter progress. Observing Yang Xingye's discomfort, Yin Chuan leaned in to impart some breathing techniques. While these martial artists currently harness martial energy, many principles remain fundamentally similar. The rules governing the circulation of spiritual energy and cultivation also apply to them, albeit in a more advanced manner. Yang Xingye, possessing a modicum of talent, promptly began to follow Yin Chuan's instructions, which helped to restore his previously erratic breathing to a more tranquil state. The process lasted nearly half an hour before Yang Xingye felt the intense heat in his abdomen gradually dissipate. He ceased his practice and opened his eyes. "How do you feel?" Yin Chuan inquired. "It feels incredible," Yang Xingye exclaimed as he rose from the ground, his excitement palpable. "I have never experienced anything like this. It is truly profound. I even feel on the verge of breaking through to the third realm." "Not so fast," Yin Chuan chuckled. "At your current pace, you will need at least another month to break through to the third realm." "Really?" Yang Xingye's excitement intensified, having been at the second realm for 3 years without advancing. The prospect of a breakthrough in a month filled him with joy. "As long as I heed my master's words, breaking through will be no issue." Yin Chuan, observing Yang Xingye's demeanor, felt assured that the bone-strengthening pill he had concocted was effective. Thus, a breakthrough to the 4th layer of qi cultivation was imminent. Yin Chuan then orally conveyed some fundamental mental techniques to Yang Xingye. While these methods are quite elementary in the realm of cultivation, they would yield greater efficiency in this world when applied to manipulate true energy. Hearing these mental techniques, Yang Xingye was overwhelmed with excitement, repeating them fervently to avoid forgetting. "Master, Master." After attempting the techniques taught by Yin Chuan, Yang Xingye presented a high-priced scroll of martial arts fragments to him, saying, "This fragment of an ultimate skill appears quite promising, although I inadvertently went astray during practice. I feel it was due to my incorrect approach that led me down the wrong path. Do you have any means to study this scroll?" Yin Chuan merely cast a cursory glance at the fragment in Yang Xingye's hands. He had seen it briefly when it was used to treat him and deemed it utterly worthless. "If I were you, I would burn that worthless thing," Yin Chuan replied calmly. "To me, it holds no value whatsoever. I would rather not have it even for use in the outhouse." Upon hearing this, Yang Xingye gazed at Yin Chuan with even greater admiration. "I knew I had chosen the right master. Today's training concludes here." Yin Chuan waved his hand. "Return tomorrow." "Yes." Yang Xingye nodded respectfully, his spirits lifted, and he skipped joyfully towards the direction of the town. Upon Yin Chuan's return home, he had a modest lunch before retreating to his chamber. He ingested a bone-forging pill and, with both hands cradling a spirit stone before his dantian, commenced his cultivation. When he opened his eyes, the sun had already set. At that moment, Yin Chuan sensed that he had ascended to the 4th layer of qi refinement, a pace that astonished him, surpassing his own expectations. In the ensuing days, Yang Xingye would arrive punctually at Yin Chuan's doorstep each morning. Yin Chuan imparted upon him only the martial techniques he wished to learn, primarily focusing on basic stances and strikes. Since Yang Xingye expressed his aspiration to become a martial arts expert rather than a cultivator, Yin Chuan deemed it unnecessary to teach him the more esoteric practices. Such knowledge was not to be divulged, particularly at this stage, where revealing his true pursuits could invite considerable trouble. Yin Chuan preferred to remain low-key and steadily enhance his strength, seeking absolute security only after establishing a solid foundation. The techniques he taught Yang Xingye were rudimentary martial arts he had mastered in his previous life, skills like the stone-shattering palm, diamond fist, and light wind steps, which he himself deemed unworthy for use, were perfectly suited for Yang Xingye. The latter was diligent in his training, showing no signs of laziness, truly embodying his self-proclaimed identity as a martial enthusiast. One day, after Yang Xingye completed a set of stone-shattering palms and concluded his practice, he approached Yin Chuan for a casual conversation. "Master, you are so formidable. I wonder which esteemed figure my master ancestor is in the martial world?" Yang Xingye inquired with curiosity. "You have no master ancestor," Yin Chuan replied, shaking his head. "It seems my master ancestor has already departed this world," Yang Xingye sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Yin Chuan offered no further explanation. After all, in his past life, he too had not had a mentor, relying solely on his own explorations. Master, given your prowess, do you know any of the prominent figures from the Heaven and Earth Master rankings? Yang Xingye asked again. What is the Heaven and Earth Master rankings? Yin Chuan furrowed his brow. Master, you do not know of the Master rankings? Yang Xingye expressed surprise. I do not. Yin Chuan replied, pray tell me more. Master, look. Yang Xingye produced a small booklet from his pocket, resembling a comic strip. This is the Heaven and Earth Master rankings. He opened the booklet, revealing illustrations of various figures, each accompanied by relevant descriptions. There are a total of 15 individuals on the Heaven list, each a master of the 8th realm or higher. Yang Xingye explained, holding the booklet aloft. Following that, there are 50 individuals on the Earth list. Combined, the Heaven and Earth Master rankings encompass 65 renowned experts, each a figure of considerable repute. Yin Chuan's interest was piqued upon hearing this. Such a thing exists? I wonder who created it? The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. Yang Xingye answered. It is the most enigmatic organization in the martial world. The Heaven and Earth Master rankings are their creation, updated annually, with the individuals listed subject to change each year. Some rankings have risen, while others have fallen. Some individuals have even been removed from the list due to their demise. Yang Xingye became increasingly animated as he spoke of these changes, eagerly introducing the notable figures to Yin Chuan. Master, behold, the foremost individual on the heavenly rankings is named Xinde Yangwan. Yang Xingye elaborated. He is hailed as the #1 swordsman under heaven and is also referred to as the Sword Immortal of Chaos. It is said that ever since the inception of the Celestial Master List, he has held the top position for over 20 years, unchallenged. The Sword Immortal of Chaos? Yin Chuan frowned, finding the moniker peculiar. This esteemed swordsman employs a technique known as the chaotic sword art. Yang Xingye continued, though the moves appear haphazard, they are invincible. And he has never faced defeat, undoubtedly the greatest in the world. Rumor has it that this venerable swordsman has ascended to the legendary 10th realm of martial arts, the Supreme Realm. Moreover, he has not been seen in the martial world for nearly 8 or 9 years, leading some to speculate that he may have transcended to become an immortal. Yin Chuan merely smiled at this. In a world where spiritual energy is so scarce, and all are martial practitioners, even the highest realms are not exceedingly elevated, the notion of ascending to immortality seems but a fanciful dream. Subsequently, Yang Xingye began to introduce the 14 individuals who followed on the Heavenly Master list. Yin Chuan diligently memorized their names, for he might encounter them in the future. They are regarded as the pinnacle of combat prowess in this world. Regardless of whether they are foes or allies, being forewarned is a prudent measure. According to Yang Xingye, the 15 individuals on the Heavenly Master list represent the most formidable figures in the realm. Xinde Yangwan stands unassailable at the top, while the 2nd to 5th positions are occupied by individuals at the peak of the 9th realm. The others follow, also at the 9th and 8th realm's apex. In contrast, the 50 individuals on the earthly list are predominantly 7th realm experts and early 8th realm practitioners, with the sole exception being the last on the earthly list, who is at the peak of the 6th realm. Yang Xingye spoke enthusiastically about the master list, seemingly well-versed in the details of these figures, as he relayed their stories with unbridled enthusiasm. After finishing, Yang Xingye tentatively inquired, Master, your prolonged seclusion in the village has naturally kept you off the rankings. Those on the master list possess some renown. Otherwise, even the Tiangue Pavilion's intelligence would not recognize a recluse like you. I wonder, if you were to grace the list, what rank you might hold. Yin Chuan chuckled softly and replied, such lists are mere illusions. What significance do they hold? Whether one is listed or not bears little consequence. Becoming obsessed with rankings may hinder one's cultivation. Yet Yang Xingye, filled with fervor, expressed, my dream is to one day ascend the Heavenly Master list. I would be content even to be on the earthly list. Do not reach for the unattainable. When your strength reaches its zenith, many things will naturally fall into place. Yin Chuan cautioned, showing little concern for the rankings. Being on such a list, as Yang Xingye noted, would make one known throughout the realm. At that point, complications would only multiply. Yet, Yin Chuan was precisely the type to shun trouble, harboring no desire for his name to grace the list. His singular aspiration was to cultivate once more, to ascend to the celestial realm, which he deemed his true dream. The foremost step in cultivation was to refrain from being ensnared by worldly matters, particularly trivial rankings. For over half a month, Yang Xingye visited the village daily to seek Yin Chuan for training, and his progress was markedly apparent. Originally, the plan was to achieve a breakthrough to the 3rd realm within a month, But within merely 20 days, a trend of advancement had already begun to emerge. This indicated that the lad possessed a modicum of innate talent. Coincidentally, Yin Xuan had recently concocted several self-made chi-replenishing pills, unlike the chi-consolidating pills, which were refined with a greater essence of spiritual energy. The chi-gathering pills contained significantly less spiritual essence and were not as meticulously crafted. However, their advantage lay in a relatively reduced risk of pill toxicity, allowing one to consume a couple to swiftly restore spiritual energy. Yet, as they were self-made, Yin Xuan was uncertain about their precise efficacy. Thus, he provided Yang Xingye with one to test its effects. Chapter 25. A master begets outstanding disciples. Consuming this all-encompassing restorative pill will undoubtedly aid you in swiftly breaking through to the third realm, Yin Xuan asserted with utmost conviction. Observing the pill, which was no larger than a soybean, Yang Xingye's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then I shall take it, he exclaimed, swallowing the pill whole before promptly seating himself on the ground, commencing the cultivation technique to assimilate the pill's essence. Yin Xuan, as before, quietly observed from the side. As the medicinal power of the pill gradually permeated Yang Xingye's body, he began to emanate a fervent heat, even wisps of white vapor rising from his head. Witnessing this, Yin Xuan felt a surge of anxiety. Why is smoke rising from a mere pill? Such a phenomenon was indeed unusual. However, aside from this, Yang Xingye displayed no signs of discomfort, prompting Yin Xuan to refrain from interrupting and to continue monitoring the situation. After approximately 15 minutes, Yang Xingye suddenly opened his eyes, coughed violently, and unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The pill's power has rebounded, Yin Xuan mused inwardly. Yet, before he could approach to investigate, Yang Xingye sprang to his feet, casually wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, he exhibited no signs of discomfort, radiating excitement as he clenched his fists and examined his arms with fervor. How do you feel? Yin Xuan inquired cautiously from the side. I feel absolutely fantastic, Yang Xingye jubilantly proclaimed. And master, it seems I have truly broken through to the third realm. As a third realm warrior could solidify their internal energy, Yang Xingye attempted to concentrate the energy within his body into his fists. After confirming that he could indeed accomplish this, his joy intensified. Is there any discomfort? Yin Xuan inquired again, recalling the blood he had just witnessed Yang Xingye expelling. Not at all. Yang Xingye, absorbed in the elation of his breakthrough, dismissed any concerns regarding his physical state. I just felt a bit winded. After spitting out that blood, I feel much better. Is that so? Yin Xuan nodded slightly, realizing that the elixir he had concocted required a bit of dilution. Otherwise, its potency might prove overly stimulating and potentially harm the meridians. Master, allow me to demonstrate a technique, Yang Xingye exclaimed, picking up a stout tree branch from the ground and striking it with his bare hand. Remarkably, the branch, as thick as 5 fingers, cracked under his forceful blow. Impressive, Yin Xuan remarked, patting Yang Xingye on the shoulder before placing a green pill in his hand. Take this Gu Yuan Dan to stabilize your recent breakthrough. Certainly, Yang Xingye, without a hint of skepticism, consumed the elixir. This so-called Gu Yuan Dan was, in fact, merely a common pill for treating internal injuries. Though Yang Xingye appeared fine at present, once the thrill of excitement waned, he would likely feel discomfort. Hence the necessity of the pill. Not long after consuming it, Yang Xingye's complexion began to pale, clutching his chest, feeling a lack of strength, and experiencing a sense of dizziness. Approaching Yin Xuan, he sought assistance. Master, could you please check on my condition? Am I unwell? Nothing serious, Yin Xuan replied with an awkward smile. It's likely just instability from your recent breakthrough. A few days of rest should suffice. I see. Yang Xingye patted his chest and attempted to regulate his breathing. Yin Xuan gestured, since you've temporarily attained the third realm, you should return home to recuperate. Once you feel better, come back to continue your training. All right, I shall heed your advice. Yang Xingye clasped his fists and bowed deeply before departing on horseback for home. After seeing Yang Xingye off, Yin Xuan returned to his residence to begin rediluting and refining the previously concocted chi-replenishing pills. Having Yang Xingye to test the medicine was indeed quite convenient. However, as the days slipped by, Yang Xingye did not return, causing Yin Xuan some concern. Could it be that his condition had worsened? If that were the case, it would not bode well. Despite using him for testing, there was never any intention to cause him harm. Just as Yin Xuan contemplated whether to check on Yang Xingye in town, he suddenly heard the sound of gongs and drums echoing from outside the village, growing ever closer, seemingly heading in the direction of his home. Moments later, Wang Dashan burst in, exclaiming, "Brother Yin Chuan, that young man from the Yang family has arrived in town." "Yang Xingye?" Yin Chuan questioned. "Indeed." Wang Dashan chuckled. "Today." He made quite the grand entrance, bringing along several teams and numerous large and small boxes. One might think he was proposing to someone. Yin Chuan's lips twitched, pondering what scheme Yang Xingye was concocting. A quarter of an hour later, the cacophony of gongs and drums halted outside Yin Chuan's courtyard. Yang Xingye strode confidently into the yard, his expression restored to its previous vigor, radiating excitement. Upon spotting Yin Chuan, he immediately approached, clasping his hands in a respectful bow. Disciple Yang Xingye pays respects to master. What is happening? Yin Chuan, filled with confusion, inquired as he observed a gathering of individuals outside the courtyard. Just as Wang Dashan had described, they were adorned in vibrant attire, reminiscent of guests bearing gifts for a marriage proposal. "Come in." Yang Xingye clapped his hands towards the entrance. As the sound of applause resonated, two individuals entered, one on the left and the other on the right. Hoisting a large object covered by a red cloth, Yang Xingye approached and briskly unveiled the cloth, revealing a plaque crafted from ebony wood. Inscribed with golden characters, "A great master produces outstanding disciples." Yin Chuan was momentarily speechless upon reading the inscription. Yang Xingye's display was indeed ostentatious, creating such a commotion as if he feared the world would remain unaware. The entire village, drawn by the noise, gathered to witness, leaving Yin Chuan at a loss for words. "This plaque is truly magnificent," Wang Dashan exclaimed beside him. Moreover, Yang Xingye called out again to those outside, "Bring everything inside." At his command, the crowd outside carried in numerous items, neatly arranging them in the center of the courtyard. There were 30 or 40 boxes of various sizes, filled with an eclectic assortment of treasures, including exquisite ornaments, silk fabrics, grains, fruits, fine wines, and meats. "What is all this?" Yin Chuan could not help but inquire. "Master, these are all carefully gathered from the town shops," Yang Xingye explained. "They are treasures from the town, and I specifically brought them for you to express my gratitude for helping me break through to the realm of the third-tier warrior." Yin Chuan felt a surge of irritation. Yet he adhered to the adage of not striking those who extend kindness, recognizing that despite Yang Xingye's impulsiveness, his intentions were good. "Next time, refrain from such grand gestures. I prefer tranquility," Yin Chuan advised through gritted teeth. "Understood, understood." Yang Xingye nodded vigorously. "Next time, I will deliver discreetly." Chapter 26. The butcher Yang Xingye's generous offerings were so abundant that they included half a fresh pig, far more than Yin Chuan and his companions could consume. To prevent spoilage, Yin Chuan instructed Wang Dashan to cut the excess meat into portions and distribute it among the curious villagers who had gathered. They decided to retain only what could be stored, sparing Yin Chuan the trouble of making a trip to the town. Unlike in his previous life, there were no storage artifacts, and everything had to be carried manually, making it quite inconvenient. Most villagers expressed their gratitude upon receiving the distributed meat, but only Zhao Pozi remained silent, turning away without a word. She then proceeded to a household on the west side of the village, where a man was skillfully butchering a freshly slaughtered pig, his technique sharp and efficient, indicating he was an experienced butcher. The butcher, surnamed Li, was 46 years old, tall and robust. "I say, old Li, do you still have time to be slaughtering pigs here?" Zhao Pozi waved a piece of pork in front of the butcher. Li glanced up and inquired, "This isn't from the pig I slaughtered. Where did you buy it?" "Buy?" Zhao Pozi chuckled. "This is not a purchase. It was a gift." "A gift?" Li the butcher furrowed his brow. "Which family is so extravagant as to offer such fresh pork?" "Guess who?" Zhao Pozi laughed. "It was Yin Chuan." "Yin Chuan?" Li the butcher's knife suddenly halted, embedding deeply into the chopping block. His expression darkened, and a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. "That gambler? Where did he acquire such wealth?" Zhao Pozi smirked. "He is quite prosperous now. Just the other day, he casually produced 100 taels of silver to help widow Zhang settle her debts. And now, the young master of the Yang family has personally come to deliver gifts. That half pig alone is worth several taels of silver, not to mention the silk and pastries." With each word, Li the butcher's anger mounted, veins bulging on his forehead. He had long harbored feelings for He Qinglian, and when Yin Chuan was still a dissolute gambler, he had secretly given Zhao Pozi 2 taels of silver to facilitate their union. Just as success seemed imminent, Yin Chuan unexpectedly struck it rich and transformed his fortune. "Zhao Pozi." Li the butcher suddenly seized her collar, his tone menacing. "You took my silver, and now that the plan has failed, you come to taunt me?" Are you deliberately provoking me? Return my money at once. Zhao Pozi gasped for breath, urgently patting his hand. Let go. I'm here to help you. Li the butcher scoffed, releasing her grip. What help can you offer? Yin Chuan is wealthier than I am now. How could He Qinglian possibly look my way? A mere butcher? Zhao Pozi rubbed her neck, a glint of malice in her eyes. If the straightforward approach fails, we can resort to something more clandestine. Lowering her voice, Zhao Pozi continued, Isn't your cousin hiding in the mountains? If we enlist his aid, Li the butcher's pupils constricted, you want me to seek out bandits? Shoo. Zhao Pozi quickly covered his mouth, glancing around before whispering, the bandits can kill without consequence. The authorities want to intervene. Once Yin Chuan is dead, He Qinglian will be left vulnerable, and then you can manipulate her at will. Breathing heavily, Li the butcher stared at the piece of pork still on the block. And suddenly, he raised his cleaver and brought it down with force. Crack. The pig's bones shattered, and the blade embedded deeply into the wooden block. All right. Li the butcher gritted his teeth. I will pay a visit to the bandit stronghold. Meanwhile, Yin Chuan, having received such generous gifts from Yang Xingye, summoned several close neighbors to gather in his courtyard. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere became lively. Upon learning that Wang Dashan was also a third-tier martial artist, Yang Xingye proposed a friendly sparring match with him. Yin Chuan, intrigued by the prospect of witnessing their duel, did not intervene. The villagers cleared a space in the courtyard, and Wang Dashan and Yang Xingye took their positions, ready to engage. The villagers eagerly surrounded them, brimming with excitement to witness the contest. Young Master Yang, please. Wang Dashan cupped his fists in salute, then settled into a horse stance, adopting his signature opening stance, fists like iron, steady as a rock. Yang Xingye smiled faintly. His figure slightly tilted as he extended his right palm forward while retracting his left. He effortlessly adopted a graceful stance, reminiscent of the light wind step taught by Yin Chuan. Wang Dashan was the first to strike, launching a powerful straight punch that cut through the air with tremendous force, the wind whistling around it. However, Yang Xingye did not confront it directly. His footwork shifted unexpectedly, and he moved with the lightness of willow catkins, spinning gracefully to evade the punch and slipping to Wang Dashan's flank, delivering a backhanded palm strike to his ribs. How swift! The villagers exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Dashan was taken aback, hastily retreating to defend himself, but Yang Xingye's strike was quick, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. The two exchanged blows, advancing and retreating, and in the blink of an eye, they had engaged in over 10 exchanges. Wang Dashan's boxing style was robust and straightforward, each blow exuding raw power. In contrast, Yang Xingye moved like a fluttering butterfly, his form elusive and unpredictable, deftly avoiding heavy strikes at the last moment, occasionally countering with a few strikes that forced Wang Dashan into a flustered state. Watching from the sidelines, Yin Chuan felt a sense of satisfaction with Yang Xingye's comprehension. In merely a month, he had mastered the light wind step to such proficiency. Although it was merely a basic technique, his mastery of it was indeed commendable. However, after 30 exchanges, Yang Xingye's breathing grew labored. Being new to the third realm, his internal energy was not as robust as Wang Dashan's. While he could utilize his agility to land a few blows, such tactics were hardly effective against Wang Dashan. Wang Dashan perceptibly sensed Yang Xingye's diminishing vigor and suddenly changed his approach. He feigned a punch that fell short, revealing an opening, and Yang Xingye, falling for the ruse, attempted a knife-hand strike toward Wang Dashan's neck. With a resounding thud, Wang Dashan chose to endure the blow while simultaneously locking Yang Xingye's wrist with his arms, executing a powerful shoulder throw. Yang Xingye was lifted off the ground, unable to react in time before being slammed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Conceited, Wang Dashan extended a hand to help Yang Xingye up. Offering a hearty smile, rubbing his sore back, Yang Xingye displayed no anger. Instead, he exclaimed, Brother Wang, your skills are impressive. I was too careless. Yin Chuan nodded slightly to himself. Yang Xingye was indeed a promising talent, worthy of further instruction in the future. After enjoying a hearty meal, the surrounding neighbors returned to their homes. Yang Xingye and Wang Dashan assisted in clearing the dishes, joined by Aunt Zhang and her daughter from next door, which certainly eased the burden on He Qinglian. Once everything was tidied up, Yin Chuan presented Yang Xingye with a qi-replenishing pill, a product of his own refinement. Upon consuming the pill, Yin Chuan felt no discomfort apart from a slight warmth in his body, indicating the success of the elixir. Chapter 27. The bandits enter the village in the following days. Yin Chuan imparted the nourishing qi and meridian fist to Yang Xingye. Although this set of techniques leaned more towards health cultivation, mastering it could yield practical results in combat. Initially, Yang Xingye deemed this set of martial arts too gentle and was reluctant to learn it. However, after practicing a few sequences, he discovered the intricacies within. Successfully transcending the three realms deepened Yang Xingye's admiration for Yin Chuan. In pursuit of higher cultivation, Yang Xingye decided against the daily commute between the town and village, opting instead to purchase a villa within the town, which he willingly presented to Yin Chuan. "Take this deed back. I do not want it," Yin Chuan said, declining to accept the property. He preferred the tranquility of the village over the bustle of the town. "Master, please do not be so polite," Yang Xingye persisted. "Consider it a token of filial respect from your disciple." Yin Chuan glanced at Yang Xingye and couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you perhaps too lazy to make that long journey every day?" "Not at all." Yang Xingye scratched his head. "I can ride back and forth in no time." "I see." Yin Chuan nodded slightly. "From now on, no more riding. You shall utilize the Qifeng step for your daily travels." Yang Xingye was momentarily at a loss for words. To attain improvement, one must not be lazy, Yin Chuan instructed. "You can already sense the remarkable benefits of the Qifeng step, yet your current mastery is merely at the 3rd level. Daily practice will enhance your proficiency. If you aspire to ascend the ranks of esteemed masters, you must not indulge in even a hint of sloth." Yang Xingye's expression turned serious upon hearing this. "Yes, master. Your disciple will remember." Coincidentally, today marked Wang Dashan's birthday, so after their evening training, Yin Chuan asked Yang Xingye to summon Wang Dashan, while he Qilian prepared a lavish feast at home. Having just returned from the mountains after gathering firewood, Wang Dashan was already quite famished, thinking he would merely snack on a couple of buns. However, upon seeing the sumptuous spread prepared by He Qilian, his mouth watered in anticipation. Yin Chuan had even opened 2 jars of fine wine, ready to indulge. "I must say, brother Yin Chuan, this is quite generous," Wang Dashan remarked, setting down his firewood. Though his body had already settled onto a stool, "What is there to feel shy about?" Yin Chuan laughed. "The most important thing is to eat and drink well." "Thank you, Master He." Yang Xingye chimed in eagerly. Even for someone accustomed to delicacies, he found himself ravenous at the sight of He Qilian's feast. Seeing her culinary creations so well received brought joy to He Qilian. "Please, eat your fill. If it's not enough, I can always prepare more dishes." "That is quite enough." Wang Dashan, unreserved, grabbed a chicken leg and declared, "Sister Qilian's cooking is simply divine, even more delicious than what the immortals would feast upon." "You've tasted the food of immortals?" Yang Xingye teased. Yin Chuan raised his wine cup and addressed Wang Dashan. "Let us toast to Brother Wang, wishing him a joyful birthday." "Joyful birthday." He Qilian and Yang Xingye echoed. Wang Dashan hurriedly lifted his wine bowl. "Let us all rejoice in the spirit of merriment." The meal extended into the evening. Yang Xingye, having indulged a bit too much, found himself slightly inebriated. Thus, Yin Chuan prepared an empty side room for him to rest, while Wang Dashan was escorted back to his own home. As the night deepened and everything was tidied away, the only sounds remaining in the yard were the chirping of insects and the occasional barking of distant dogs. Yin Chuan and He Qilian reclined side by side on a rattan chair, gazing at the myriad stars that adorned the sky. A gentle night breeze caressed them, carrying with it the faint aroma of wine mingled with the earthy scents of grass and soil. He Qilian, having indulged in a few cups of wine, felt a rosy flush bloom on her cheeks, rendering her particularly enchanting under the moonlight. After contemplating the star-speckled night sky for a considerable time, she finally mustered the courage to softly inquire, "Yin Chuan, are you truly Yin Chuan?" Upon hearing her question, Yin Chuan turned his head, meeting her shimmering gaze. This inquiry had lingered in her heart for far too long. The transformation in Yin Chuan was so profound that he seemed like an entirely different person. "I am Yin Chuan," he replied, gently stroking her hair. "Yet, I am undeniably not the Yin Chuan I once was. The day I fell from the mountain, the former Yin Chuan perished." His voice was deep and resolute. "The Yin Chuan of now is one who has been reborn." He Qilian seemed to grasp the essence of his words, yet as she peered into the depths of his profound eyes, she suddenly felt that such distinctions were inconsequential. The moonlight bathed them both, and the effects of the wine quickened their heartbeats. It was unclear who drew closer first, but at the moment their lips met, He Qilian felt as though the entire world had fallen silent. Just then, the snoring of Yang Xingye from the adjacent room became the most absurd backdrop. As their kiss deepened, Yin Chuan lifted He Qilian into his arms. She gasped softly, wrapping her arms around his neck as he carried her into the master bedroom. The wooden door closed, and amidst the flickering candlelight, garments gradually fell away. In the stillness of the deep night, the village lay in silence until several dogs at the village entrance suddenly barked into the darkness. Startled awake, Yin Chuan opened his eyes and turned to glance at He Qinglian, who was sleeping soundly beside him. He gently slipped out of bed, a sense of unease stirring within him. Donning a coat, he stepped into the yard, only to find the dogs barking abruptly cease, heightening his confusion. He recognized the voice of the dog that had barked. It had never ceased so abruptly before. Meanwhile, in another part of the village, a dog lay slain by an arrow, sprawled in a pool of blood. Shadows moved stealthily throughout the village, each figure wielding sharp blades. "Attack!" commanded the bandit leader. And the slaughter commenced. Nearly 100 bandits split into multiple groups, invading the homes of the villagers. Many unsuspecting inhabitants, caught off guard by the commotion, met their demise at the hands of the marauders. Men were brutally slain, women subjected to public humiliation, and even young children were not spared from death, their cruelty appalling. Wang Dashan, residing at the opposite end of the village, awoke with a start. Upon stepping outside, he was met with the horrifying sight of raging flames engulfing the village. These bandits were not only killing and robbing but also setting fire to their homes. "Damn it!" Wang Dashan exclaimed, seizing the axe he typically used for chopping wood, and charged forth to confront the chaos. Upon intruding into the abode of his neighbor, Wang Dashan was met with a harrowing sight. The neighbor, Old Xia, lay lifeless on the floor, his body gruesomely severed, while his young child had also succumbed to a similar fate. A woman's anguished cries echoed through the room, where several bandits were engaged in vile acts against Old Xia's wife. "Die!" Wang Dashan roared, charging forward with an axe, cleaving one of the bandits in two. The remaining bandits halted in shock, brandishing their weapons menacingly at Wang Dashan. Yet, being a warrior of the third realm, he was capable of felling several of these miscreants on his own, forcing them to call for reinforcements. Hearing the commotion, additional bands of marauders rushed to provide aid. And soon, Wang Dashan found himself encircled by 2 or 3 dozen bandits. "You beasts, today I shall eradicate you all and rid the world of your menace," he declared, axe in hand as he plunged into the throng of criminals, swinging left and right with ferocity, temporarily keeping them at bay. However, the sheer number of bandits began to overwhelm him, and despite his prowess, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. After a grueling battle, Wang Dashan was drenched in blood. His axe blade bent and dulled, while the bodies of 7 or 8 bandits lay at his feet. Exhaustion had begun to take its toll. His left arm bore a deep wound that exposed bone, and his right leg had been struck by a metal rod, rendering him sluggish in movement. "Brothers, press on. He can hardly withstand much longer." A one-eyed bandit cackled, raising a wicked blade to strike at Wang Dashan's neck. Gritting his teeth, Wang Dashan lifted his axe to block the attack, but a heavy blow from a side-lying iron rod struck him in the back, causing him to spew blood and collapse to the ground. The one-eyed bandit approached, placing a foot upon Wang Dashan, who was now too feeble to resist. "I never imagined a mere village could harbor a warrior of the third realm," he sneered, resting his blade on his shoulder, "for slaying so many of my brothers. Your head shall serve as their tribute." As he raised his knife high, aiming for Wang Dashan's throat, a silver flash suddenly pierced the night sky, accurately striking the one-eyed bandit in the temple. The dagger's momentum did not falter, it continued on, penetrating the throats of 2 more bandits before embedding itself deeply into the earthen wall. Before the remaining bandits could comprehend the situation, a shadowy figure descended like a specter from above, landing with such force that the ground trembled, causing the surrounding bandits to stagger backward. "Yin Chuan?" Wang Dashan, with blurred vision, recognized his ally as Yin Chuan lifted him to his feet and placed a medicinal pill in his mouth. As the elixir coursed through him, warmth enveloped his body, and the bleeding from his wounds began to staunch and scab over. "Brother Wang, rest for now." Yin Chuan's voice was as cold as ice. "Leave these scoundrels to me." Regaining their composure, the bandits, seeing only Yin Chuan standing against them, began to jeer and charge forward. Faced with the oncoming horde, Yin Chuan's eyes turned steely, and he thrust his palm forward with great force. Boom! An invisible surge of energy erupted forth like a torrential wave, causing the first 5 or 6 bandits to be struck as if by lightning. Their chests caved in, blood spewing from their mouths as they were hurled backward, crashing into a throng of their comrades. What kind of martial arts is this? The bandits retreated in terror. Could it be that he is a master of the 6th realm? One of them exclaimed in astonishment. Yin Chuan gave them no respite. With a flash of his figure, he plunged into the crowd. His fingers, akin to swords, struck forth, and with each point, a bandit met his demise, blood erupting from their foreheads. As his palms swept through the air, bandits were sent sprawling, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from their 7 orifices. In mere moments, the ground was littered with a dozen corpses. All of you, retreat. A thunderous roar suddenly erupted from behind. The bandits, as if granted a reprieve, hastily parted to make way. A towering figure, a giant of nearly 9 feet, strode forth, his bare torso marred with scars, muscles bulging like iron, and fists resembling 2 massive hammers. The chief has arrived. A bandit shouted with exhilaration, as if this man's presence could turn the tide of battle. Yin Chuan, with a flick of his fingers, utilized his spirit-seeking eye to assess the giant. The man radiated a vigorous aura, his vitality indicating he was at the 5th or 6th realm of martial prowess. I am Li Biao, the chieftain of Blackwater Village, he bellowed, his voice resonating like a bell. Boy, state your name. I do not slay nameless specters. Yin Chuan responded with a cold smile. What need is there to inquire of one who is about to meet his end? Arrogant. Li Biao roared furiously, launching a punch at Yin Chuan that created a sonic boom. Yin Chuan deftly sidestepped, and the punch struck the ground, creating a deep crater. What formidable strength! Yin Chuan frowned slightly. This adversary was indeed formidable. Li Biao laughed maniacally. You may evade for now, but it will not be so easy henceforth. Before his words faded, his fists flew at Yin Chuan like hammers in a torrential storm. Yin Chuan danced around him with the light wind step, dodging each attack while seeking opportunities to counter, yet found that his ordinary strikes could hardly penetrate this man's defenses. Though his martial arts were inferior, he recognized that his own strength was also lacking. The fact that this man could condense protective energy indicated he had reached the 6th realm, a level of prowess that could be considered among the elite in this world. Seizing an opportunity, Yin Chuan delivered a fierce kick aimed at Li Biao's face. Li Biao raised his arm to block, but Yin Chuan put forth great effort, forcing Li Biao back a few steps. Utilizing this momentum, Yin Chuan executed a somersault, landing gracefully in front of Wang Dashin. Brother Wang, I will handle this. You must go to my home and protect my courtyard. Wang Dashin, understanding the gravity of the situation, did not utter a word of protest. Gritting his teeth, he rose and dashed toward Yin Chuan's home. A bandit attempted to obstruct Wang Dashin, but with a single swing of his axe, he sent the assailant tumbling aside. With Wang Dashin gone, Yin Chuan felt unencumbered. With Yang Xingye guarding the house, along with the equally formidable Wang Dashin, the average bandit posed no threat to them. Now, it was imperative that he eliminate Li Biao. Once he did, the remaining bandits would be inconsequential. What were they thinking? Li Biao bellowed mightily, enveloped in a surge of formidable energy, and launched another heavy punch towards Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan, his gaze sharpening, chose not to evade this time. He retreated half a step before grounding himself in a horse stance, countering the bandit's fierce blow with a punch of his own. What audacity! Li Biao's eyes blazed with fury as he sought to crush Yin Chuan with a single strike. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, and Yin Chuan was sent hurtling backwards. Yet after soaring a considerable distance, he landed smoothly, his clothing slightly soiled. Li Biao, despite his physical advantage, remained rooted in place after the clash, yet his right arm trembled in pain, making it difficult for him to maintain a firm grip on his fist. What martial art is this? Li Biao exclaimed, astonished, as it was the first time he had not gained the upper hand in such an exchange. Moreover, it seemed his right arm had suffered significant injury. Yin Chuan, with his left hand resting behind him, raised his right hand slightly, declaring, the low-tier martial technique. 8 crumbling fists. Unfazed, Li Biao forcefully steadied his trembling right fist, his heart now filled with trepidation. It was evident that his opponent had penetrated the protective aura surrounding him during their exchange, indicating that Yin Chuan was at least a 6th-tier martial artist. While he feared no one of the same realm, Yin Chuan's calm demeanor left him feeling uncertain. Bring me a blade, the bandit leader demanded. Receiving a hefty knife and rallying the surrounding thugs, brothers, let's attack together. Whoever slays him shall be rewarded with a bounty of 100 taels. Upon receiving the command, the throng of bandit henchmen encircling Yin Chuan grew invigorated, brandishing their weapons as they began to close in. Meanwhile, outside Yin Chuan's residence, a band of 10 marauders arrived at the entrance and forcefully kicked open the gate. So this is the Yin Chuan residence, the leading bandit proclaimed, stepping into the courtyard, his long knife stained with blood. Second in command, I've scouted this place beforehand. It's right here. A henchman eagerly replied. Excellent. The second in command stroked his goatee. surveying the various buildings before fixing his gaze on the master bedroom. Onward, with a wave of his hand. The bandits following him charged towards the main door of the bedroom. However, before they could reach the entrance, a sudden whoosh echoed, and the foremost bandit was struck down by an unknown object, collapsing to the ground. The remaining bandits halted in their tracks, turning to discern the source of the projectile. Emerging from a side room, a figure appeared, brandishing a brick. It was Yang Xingye. Bold bandits. In broad daylight. Yang Xingye paused before continuing, if you wish to live. Get out now, you impudent wretch. The second-in-command sneered coldly, such arrogance. I shall see just how formidable you truly are. Come at me. Yang Xingye immediately assumed a combat stance as the remaining bandits surged forward to encircle him. As the bandits surrounded him, Yang Xingye's gaze sharpened, and his footwork shifted abruptly, his form gliding like willow catkins. Whoosh! A steel knife grazed past Yang Xingye's clothing, merely slicing through an afterimage. Seizing the momentum, he pivoted, his right palm striking forcefully against a bandit's chest. Crack! The sharp sound of a shattered rib resonated clearly, causing the bandit's eyes to bulge as he spewed blood and was sent crashing into two others behind him. This move was the shattering stone palm taught to him by Yin Chuan, although Yin Chuan referred to it as a low-tier technique. It represented the pinnacle of martial arts that Yang Xingye had mastered over the years. Its explosive power was remarkable, albeit with a significant toll on internal energy. The remaining bandits were taken aback and immediately drew their weapons, yet they could not even brush against the hem of Yang Xingye's garment. With the advantage of the light breeze step, he effortlessly maneuvered through their onslaught. In the midst of flashing blades and glinting swords, each strike he delivered resulted in a bandit collapsing with crushed ribs, wailing as they fell. In the blink of an eye, several rounds had passed, and numerous bodies lay sprawled across the ground. The remaining bandits, gripped by fear, dared not advance. Useless fools, retreat at once. The second-in-command, watching from the sidelines, suddenly sneered, drawing his long knife with a resounding whoosh. At his command, the other bandits began to withdraw, knowing they could not prevail if the fight continued. The second-in-command had discerned Yang Xingye's prowess and decided to confront him personally. Young man, I must admit I underestimated you. To think you have already reached the third realm at such a tender age. However, it is a pity that I have attained the fourth realm. To perish by my blade would be no disgrace. Before his words had fully escaped, the bandit second-in-command surged forward, his blade slicing through the air like a streak of lightning. Yang Xingye's pupils constricted, and he hastily sidestepped to evade the attack. Though he narrowly escaped, he felt the blade's energy tear through his sleeve. As he landed, he quickly retreated several steps to create distance, his heart racing. The speed and force of this bandit indeed matched that of a fourth-realm warrior. Yet, before Yang Xingye could react, the second-in-command's knife came crashing down once more. Clang! Yang Xingye seized a steel knife from the ground to block, sparks flying as he felt his palms crack from the impact, forcing him to retreat 3 steps in pain. The second-in-command, emboldened by his advantage, escalated his onslaught, each strike falling like a torrential storm, heavy as a mountain. Yang Xingye gritted his teeth, pushing the light breeze step to its limits, his form darting around the courtyard. After exchanging several blows, Yang Xingye realized he was not a match for his opponent. Continuing the fight would likely spell his doom. If he chose to flee now, he might have a slim chance of survival. Yet, the thought of his master's wife, still inside, being in peril made his resolve harden. She could not be left in danger. With this determination, Yang Xingye feigned a strike before suddenly changing tactics, substituting his knife with his palm, unleashing the void-slicing palm taught by Yin Chuan, aiming for the second-in-command's face. The bandit's second-in-command furrowed his brow, immediately positioning his knife to block. Under the forceful gusts of wind, the second-in-command of the bandits was unexpectedly pushed back several steps. How intriguing! The bandit's second-in-command sneered. A mere third-tier martial artist can employ such sophisticated techniques. Yet alas, your inner strength is too feeble to inflict any harm upon me. As he spoke, the bandit suddenly altered his attack, launching another offensive. Yang Xingye could only hastily defend himself. At this point, the second-in-command had evidently mustered all his strength. Yang, having held out against a superior foe for so long, was now utterly exhausted. In a moment of carelessness, the bandit's blade came slicing towards him, and Yang could only attempt to evade, striving to create some distance. However, it was too late. The blade struck him squarely. A wound, over a foot long, slashed diagonally from his right shoulder to his left abdomen, and blood instantly soaked his clothing. Yang staggered backward, crashing against a stone mill in the courtyard. his complexion as pale as a sheet. It was over. Yang gasped for breath, the dagger he had just retrieved now out of reach, his body racked with pain. Barely able to stand. This was the end. The second in command, dragging his blade forward, laughed maniacally. You little brat, I shall send you to meet the king of hell. He raised his sword, poised to execute Yang. Yang gazed at the glimmering blade, his eyes filled with reluctance. He had yet to become a hero. How could he perish here? Little Yang. At the critical moment, a robust figure suddenly leaped over the wall from the side, swinging an axe towards the bandit. The second in command, startled by the sudden noise, hastily raised his sword to block, resulting in a tremendous clang that forced him back several steps. Wang Dashan seized the opportunity to position himself in front of Yang Xingye, pulling out a vial of medicine from his pocket. Quick, apply this. Trembling, Yang sprinkled the hemostatic powder on his wound and swallowed a healing pill given to him earlier by Yen Chuan. As the medicinal properties took effect, he barely managed to preserve his life. Another third-tier martial artist. The bandit chuckled, revealing a hint of surprise. I never expected that such a wretched village would harbor two third-tier warriors. Yet, regrettably, in your current states, neither of you stands a chance against me. The bandit pointed his sword forward, a smirk playing on his lips, clearly dismissing the two men before him. I have always despised bandits. Wang Dashan, axe in hand, glared fiercely. Today, even if it costs me my life, I will ensure you become my stepping stone. You will only serve as my footstool. The bandit spat on the ground, then charged forward with his blade. Chapter 30. Setting fire. The bandit showed no mercy, charging forth and unleashing a flurry of wild strikes. Faced with the pressure of a fourth-tier warrior, Wang Dashan could only defend himself, utterly incapable of mounting a counterattack. Clang, clang, clang. Each strike from the bandit sent shocks through Wang's hands, his injuries still unhealed. He was forced to retreat repeatedly, the ground beneath him yielding to deep furrows. I'll help you. Suddenly, Yang Xingye picked up the steel knife and, disregarding his grievous injuries, joined the fray from the side. Yang Xingye utilized the advantages of his agile footwork to restrain his opponent, while Wang Dashan, with his immense strength, bravely countered the assaults head-on. The two engaged in a captivating duel, one swift and the other steady, rendering it a stalemate against the second-in-command. How intriguing! The second-in-command let out a cold laugh and intensified his offensive maneuvers. Suddenly, a flash of the blade sliced through the air. Wang Dashan, caught off guard, was struck on the shoulder, blood erupting forth. With a muffled groan, he staggered to his knees, only to be met with a vicious kick to his chest from the second-in-command, propelling him backward. His body shattered several water tanks in the courtyard, ultimately becoming buried beneath the debris, motionless. Wang Ge. Yang Xingye's heart raced as he witnessed Wang Ji's stillness. Yet, the second-in-command's blade was already aimed at him once more, leaving Yang Xingye no choice but to raise his own sword in defense. The clash of blades ignited sparks in the air. At that moment, Yang Xingye felt the wounds on his body tear open under the pressure, and in the next instant, he was sent flying by a single stroke, crashing into a chicken coop, falling silent. You are all worthless. The second-in-command scoffed, shaking the blood from his blade before striding towards the master bedroom. However, just as he reached for the door, an invisible barrier suddenly manifested, sending him hurtling back several paces. What in the world? The second-in-command seethed with a mix of rage and disbelief as he steadied himself. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a faint, shimmering shield enveloping the master bedroom. Attack, he commanded, waving his hand, prompting the bandits behind him to surge forward. The bandits attempted to hack and smash their way through, even bringing boulders to crush the door. Yet it remained immovable. This was an array set by Yen Chuan just before his departure. However, as Yen Chuan was still in the qi refinement stage, the array, though rooted in his memories and skills, was limited in its power. Faced with the brute force of the bandits, the array began to tremble. Burn it down. Set this cursed house ablaze. The second-in-command's face contorted with malice as he instructed the bandits to change their approach. As they ignited torches and set the house aflame, the fierce fire began to consume it, causing the array to flicker ominously. With a soft pop, the protective shield shrouding the house shattered like glass, dissipating into nothingness. Charge. The second-in-command continued to direct from the rear, and the remaining bandits rushed forward, kicking the door open and entering. However, the first bandit to cross the threshold suddenly staggered backward, as if struck by an unseen force, clutching his nose and letting out a wretched scream. He Qinglian wielded the door latch and brought it down fiercely upon his nose, blood splattering across his face. You filthy wench. two other bandits lunged at her, roughly dragging He Qinglian out of the house and throwing her to the ground. After all, He Qinglian was a woman and had no means to resist against such brute thugs. Managing a single surprise attack was already a remarkable feat upon seeing He Qinglian. The second-in-command's eyes gleamed with interest. In the flickering firelight, her disheveled hair, glistening with sweat, only enhanced her breathtaking beauty. The woman possessed an unexpectedly alluring visage, and the second-in-command's lips curled into a lecherous grin, perfectly suited for my pleasures. As he advanced a couple of steps, Lee the Butcher suddenly lunged forward, blocking his path. "Cousin, it was agreed that you would take the money, but she belongs to me." Upon hearing this, the second-in-command narrowed his eyes and swiftly raised his hand, delivering a resounding slap that sent Lee the Butcher sprawling. "Get lost. Such a beauty is wasted on a pig like you. First, I shall indulge myself, and then I might take her back to her stronghold. If you wish to partake, you are welcome to join our band, perhaps once we've had our fill. You may have your turn." With that, he disregarded Lee the Butcher and strode directly towards He Qinglian. Lee the Butcher, clutching his face, glared with fury and suddenly seized a steel knife from the ground, thrusting it toward the second-in-command from behind. However, the second-in-command reacted with lightning speed, countering with a blade that deflected Lee the Butcher's attack and then swiftly pierced his heart. "You dare attempt to ambush me?" he snarled, yanking the knife free and delivering a powerful kick that sent Lee the Butcher flying. He then turned to pursue He Qinglian once more. "Don't come any closer." He Qinglian attempted to flee, but the surrounding bandits left her no escape. "Little beauty, fear not. I am quite gentle." The second-in-command grinned wickedly, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Just as he reached out to grab He Qinglian, he abruptly halted, as if sensing something amiss, and leaped back. Just in time, he avoided a dark object that plummeted from a distance, landing precisely where he had stood moments before. Upon closer inspection, his pupils dilated in shock. The object was a severed head, none other than the leader, Li Biao. His eyes bulged in terror, unblinking even in death. Looking up, the second-in-command beheld a blood-soaked figure standing atop the rooftop, framed by the crescent moon behind him. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He was acutely aware of Li Biao's formidable strength, having recently broken through to the sixth realm. Few could contend with those listed among the world's elite. The figure atop the roof was none other than Yin Chuan. "Annihilate." Yin Chuan intoned softly, a whirlwind erupting around him. The howling gale of spiritual energy swiftly extinguished the raging fire in the house below, with sparks drifting like fireflies in the night sky. Yin Chuan cast his gaze upon the devastation in the courtyard, his countenance darkening. Wang Dashan and Yang Xingye lay unconscious on the ground, while his wife, He Qinglian, sat in a daze, her hair disheveled. They all must die. Yin Chuan's eyes burned with a crimson fury, resembling a vengeful deity. The second-in-command swallowed hard, instinctively taking a step back. He knew he was no match for someone capable of killing Li Biao. With only a handful of lackeys at his side, they were insufficient to contend with such power. Realizing this, he turned and fled, the other bandits following suit. Suddenly, a surge of electricity coursed through Yin Chuan's body, gathering in his hands and feet. Thunderbolt charge. With a low growl, Yin Chuan sprang forward like a flash of lightning, covering dozens of yards in the blink of an eye. The second-in-command suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and turned to glance behind him. To his horror, the henchmen trailing him had all been pierced by arcs of lightning, and one such bolt was now dangerously close. Chapter 31. Medicinal bath for healing. Before the second-in-command could react, Yin Chuan had already seized his throat with a vice-like grip, currents of electricity surging from his palm, rendering him utterly immobile. The second-in-command attempted to resist, only to find his body completely unresponsive. Death. Yin Chuan exerted more force, and the electric energy erupted from his hand. With a crack, the second-in-command's head was severed from his body. After surveying the surroundings and ensuring no other bandits were present, the crackling electricity enveloping Yin Chuan dissipated. As he returned to normal, his knees buckled, and he sank to one knee, gasping for breath, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Swallowing a revitalizing pill, Yin Chuan hastened back. The battle had drained him significantly, pushing his stamina to the brink. Upon returning to the courtyard, He Qinglian rushed forward, enveloping Yin Chuan in a tight embrace. "Yin Chuan, you're safe. Thank goodness," she exclaimed, burying her head in his chest, reluctant to let go. For her, it had been a near brush with death. Had Yin Chuan not arrived in time, she would have chosen to end her own life rather than allow the bandits to violate her. Yin Chuan, holding He Qinglian, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had returned just in time, and the consequences of delay were unfathomable. "I'm fine. What about you?" he inquired, gently resting his hands on her shoulders. His eyes filled with concern. "I'm okay." He Qinglian wiped away her tears, her voice laced with worry. "But what about Xiao Yang and Brother Wang? I'm not sure how they are." Upon hearing this, Yin Chuan released He Qinglian and rushed to Yang Xingye's side, dragging him out from the makeshift nest. Yin Chuan pressed his fingers against Yang Xingye's neck, relieved to find a pulse. He quickly retrieved a small vial from his pocket, extracting a pill and placing it into Yang Xingye's mouth. "Water," Yin Chuan called out. He Qinglian immediately dashed into the kitchen, filling a wooden ladle with fresh water. She then poured some into Yang Xingye's mouth, ensuring the pill found its way into his system. Next, Yin Chuan hurried to Wang Dashan, clearing away the debris that pinned him down. He discovered that Wang Dashan still clung to life, and with the same method, administered a pill to him as well. Yin Chuan then raced into the house and dragged a bathing tub into the courtyard. He Qinglian, quickly boil a pot of hot water, Yin Chuan urged, his tone urgent. In their current state, both Yang Xingye and Wang Dashan were on the brink of death. If not treated promptly, they would surely perish. Upon hearing this, He Qinglian rushed into the kitchen to start a fire and boil water. Meanwhile, Yin Chuan pulled both men to the edge of the tub, stripping them of their clothes and unceremoniously placing their bare bodies into the small bathing tub, which was meant for only one person. The cramped space rendered their positions somewhat intimate. Immediately, Yin Chuan rushed into the room, carrying several baskets of herbs, from which he selected a few plants to commence grinding. Once He Qinglian had brought water to a boil and mixed it with cold water to create several buckets of warm water. Yin Chuan poured all of it into the bathing tub. Both of them were still oozing blood, and the water was soon stained a vivid red. Yin Chuan moved with remarkable agility. Once the tub was filled, he promptly added the ground herbs, stirring them in thoroughly. He also retrieved a few medicinal pills, dissolving them in the hot water and incorporating them into the herbal bath. After completing these tasks, Yin Chuan finally paused. He Qinglian approached with a towel to wipe the sweat from Yin Chuan's brow. Expressing her concern, "You should take a break." "I am not fatigued," Yin Chuan replied, shaking his head slightly. "I just wonder if they will endure." He Qinglian brought a chair for Yin Chuan to rest upon, anxiously asking, "Surely there are no other bandits left in the village?" "Rest assured, there are none," Yin Chuan replied, casting a glance at his bloodied right hand, a flicker of cold light passing through his eyes. "Should we report to the authorities?" He Qinglian inquired further. "No need." Yin Chuan shook his head. "I have dealt with the bandit threat. Summoning them would serve no purpose and may even complicate matters." Throughout the latter part of the night, He Qinglian remained by Yin Chuan's side, her heart restless, even picking up a steel knife for protection. Yin Chuan's gaze remained fixed on the two individuals in the bath. He wished for Yang Xingye and Wang Dashan to survive. After all, they had become this way solely to protect their wives. As time ticked by, the two submerged in the bath had only their heads above water. After an entire night of soaking, the water had turned murky, and the eastern sky began to brighten. Yin Chuan disposed of several bandit corpses from the yard, continuing to await the awakening of the two men. Sensing their breathing becoming steadier, Yin Chuan understood that the most perilous moment had passed, yet he needed to assist further. He placed his hands upon their heads, channeling his spiritual energy into their bodies, using his own essence to stimulate their innate vitality and hasten their recovery. After another half-hour had elapsed, Yang Xingye suddenly coughed, his body responding as he began to slowly open his eyes. Simultaneously, Wang Dashan regained consciousness, his eyes snapping wide open. In an instant, the two men met each other's gaze. The bathing tub was so small that they were nearly face to face, creating an exceedingly awkward situation. Yang Xingye's mouth twitched as he attempted to rise, only to realize that his entire body ached severely, rendering him powerless. Observing that the two had awakened, Yin Chuan withdrew his spiritual energy. "Do not move just yet. Your wounds have only just begun to scab over. Do not disrupt them." Yin Chuan spoke with a serious tone. Yang Xingye, daunted, refrained from movement, maintaining the peculiar position while turning his head aside to avoid eye contact with Wang Dashan. Wang Dashan, unfazed by the circumstances, leaned against the bathtub and sighed deeply, expressing his astonishment that he was still alive after witnessing the King of Hell, only to be pulled back from the brink. As he spoke, he surveyed his surroundings and could not help but inquire of Yin Chuan, "My dear brother Yin, what of the bandits? Have they all perished?" "Indeed, they are all dead," Yin Chuan replied candidly. "All dead?" Wang Dashan exclaimed in surprise. "One a master of the 6th realm, the other of the 4th. Brother Yin, you truly are a hidden gem. Yin Chuan chose not to respond, instead preparing several medicinal pills for them to consume, facilitating their emergence from the bathtub. Their original garments, thoroughly stained with tainted blood, necessitated Yin Chuan to provide them with his own attire. Wang Dashan, being of considerable stature, found the clothing somewhat ill-fitting. You two must rest for at least 2 months to fully recuperate, Yin Chuan asserted. During this period, refrain from any exertion. Yang Xingye glanced at Yin Chuan's home. Although the flames had been extinguished, half of it remained charred and rendered unsafe for habitation. Master, it seems your house is no longer livable. Perhaps we should relocate to the town. After all, I have already secured a courtyard for you. Yin Chuan gazed at the scorched remains of his abode and sighed in resignation. It appears that we have no other choice. Chapter 32. The constables. While the village was indeed tranquil, it was also relatively unsafe. In merely a few months since arriving in this world, he had already encountered several threats. One instance involved 2 thugs attempting a burglary, and the latest was the bandit invasion. Should they move to the town? The bandits would surely be deterred, as the presence of town guards and night patrols would afford them greater security. Following the nocturnal raid, much of the village lay in ruins, with significant casualties among its inhabitants, leaving no semblance of the peace that once prevailed. As Yin Chuan prepared to gather his belongings for the move to the town, he halted abruptly upon hearing the sound of many footsteps approaching from the village entrance. At that moment, Granny Zhao entered the village accompanied by several constables. Upon their arrival, the constables were momentarily taken aback, not by the devastation of the village, but by the sight of bandit corpses scattered about, each met with a gruesome end. The head constable, Chen Sandao, stood at the village entrance, his complexion paling at the sight. Dozens of bandit bodies lay strewn across the path, some with throats slit, others with sunken chests as if crushed by a heavy blow, and several charred, resembling victims of lightning, their demise exceptionally harrowing. More chillingly, at the center of the road, a bloodied head lay discarded. It was none other than the second-in-command of the Blackwater stronghold. Moreover, among the bodies nearby was the head of the bandit leader, Li Biao. Li Biao is dead? Chen Sandao tightened his grip on his sword, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He was acutely aware that Li Biao was a formidable warrior of the 6th realm, a figure notorious for his ruthless reputation within 100 miles. The authorities had attempted to apprehend him on multiple occasions, all without success. Yet now, his head lay gruesomely discarded on the ground, eyes wide open in perpetual terror. Chen Sandao crouched down to inspect the severed neck, the wound charred black as if seared by intense heat. Officer, look over there. Zhao Pozi shrieked from the back, pointing. It seems there are people in that yard. The crowd turned to see it was the residence of Yin Chuan. After a night of battle, He Qinglian had prepared a pot of lean meat porridge to nourish Yin Chuan, hence the rising smoke. Let us investigate. Chen Sandao furrowed his brow and led the other constables towards the house. The officers cautiously navigated through the village path strewn with corpses, arriving at the entrance of Yin Chuan's yard. Inside, Yin Chuan was quietly packing his belongings. He Qinglian was drying herbs, while Yang Xingye and Wang Dashan sat on benches, cultivating their energies to heal. Excuse us. Chen Sandao entered the yard, interrogating, what transpired during the bandit raid last night? How is it that all the bandits are dead? Yin Chuan raised his head, his expression calm. A passing master intervened last night, dispatching the bandits before departing. Chen Sandao narrowed his eyes, resting a hand on the hilt of his sword. A master? One capable of single-handedly vanquishing this band of bandits must be at least a 7th realm expert. Someone of renown. What chance would such a figure have to appear in this remote village at midnight, slaying the bandits and rescuing you? At this point, Chen Sandao unsheathed his sword slightly. Perhaps it would be best if you all accompanied us to the magistrate to clarify this matter. As he revealed his weapon, the atmosphere in the yard grew tense. Yin Chuan concealed his right hand behind his back, gathering energy within his palm. Chen Sandao and his group consisted of no more than 8 or 9 constables, and Yin Chuan had quietly assessed them with his spirit-seeking eye. Chen Sandao was merely a 3rd realm warrior, while the others were only at the 1st or 2nd realm. If he acted swiftly, he could eliminate them all and pin the blame on the bandits, for accompanying them to the magistrate would surely lead to no good. Just as Yin Chuan prepared to make his move, Yang Xingye suddenly spoke up. Captain Chen, it has been a while. Yang Xingye stepped forward, a cold smile on his pale face, yet his aura remained undiminished. Recognizing Yang Xingye's voice, Chen Sandao's expression shifted dramatically. Young Master Yang? What brings you here? This is my master's residence. Yang Xingye coughed lightly. We encountered the bandits last night and barely escaped with our lives. It would be improper to demand we go to the magistrate now, wouldn't it? If my father were to learn of this, he would surely approach the county magistrate, which would be quite inconvenient. Chun Sandao's lips twitched at the mention of the Yang family, one of the wealthiest in Chongqing town, with close ties to the magistrate. He, a mere constable, dared not offend them. I wouldn't dream of it. Chen Sandao quickly forced a smile, sheathing his sword, however, with so many lives lost. There must be an explanation. An explanation? Yang Xingye let out a cold snort, declaring, the bandits who disturbed the surroundings have all been eradicated. This is indeed a tremendous piece of good fortune. What further explanations are needed? Should my father personally visit the county office to discuss this matter? Chun Sandao's complexion shifted between shades of blue and white, ultimately clenching his teeth and bowing in acquiescence. Since young Master Yang has spoken, let this matter be laid to rest, a mere misunderstanding. We shall take our leave. With that, Chen Sandao led his men out of the courtyard, followed closely by Granny Zhao, who slipped away with the constables. Yin Chuan observed Granny Zhao's retreating figure, his gaze icy. How fortuitous! Just as dawn broke, the constables arrived. The swiftness of reporting this incident was rather astonishing. Moreover, the bandits had encircled the village last night, attacking from the outside in. Granny Zhao's residence was situated in the heart of the village, making it implausible for her to evade the bandits' attention. Thus, there was but one possibility. Granny Zhao was not in the village last night. This thought led Yin Chuan to recall He Qingyan's mention of the butcher, Li. It was evident that Li had colluded with the bandits, and he was likely the one who had brought them to the village. Given Granny Zhao's close ties with Li, it was clear that she was inextricably linked to the bandits' incursion into the village. As Granny Zhao distanced herself, Yin Chuan concentrated a surge of spiritual energy at his fingertips and gently flicked it forward. A small orb of energy, akin to a yellow bean, struck precisely at the acupoint on the back of Granny Zhao's neck. She merely felt a slight prick, akin to a mosquito bite, and dismissing it, quickened her pace to catch up with the constables. However, just a few steps later, she suddenly stiffened, collapsing to the ground as if struck by a stroke, drooling uncontrollably as her body began to convulse. Coincidentally, several corpses lay by the roadside where Granny Zhao fell, and upon seeing the faces of the deceased, her expression morphed into one of terror. It was the visage of Li the butcher. Captain, that old woman has fallen. A junior constable suddenly alerted. Yet Chen Sandao, walking ahead, paid no heed. Ignore her, split up and account for all the bodies in the village. Understood. The other constables promptly replied, and then they divided into pairs. The incapacitated Granny Zhao was left entirely unregarded. Chapter 33. Relocation. Half a month later, Yin Chuan moved into the residence bestowed upon him by Yang Xingye. This abode was situated in the eastern part of the town, merely a street away from Yang Xingye's home. Considering Yin Chuan's preference for tranquility, Yang Xingye selected this location, which conveniently avoided the bustling market and boasted a substantial backyard. However, such a large residence felt somewhat desolate for just Yin Chuan and He Qinglian. Thus, Yin Chuan requested Yang Xingye to employ several maidservants to assist with the household affairs. It was unreasonable to burden He Qinglian with all the responsibilities she could not manage alone. Previously, He Qinglian had been the daughter of a prominent family, and it was now time for her to reclaim her former status. In addition to 6 or 7 maidservants responsible for laundry, cooking, and cleaning, Yin Chuan also summoned Wang Dashan from the village to reside with him. This grand estate also required guardians to oversee its affairs. Thus, a monthly remuneration of a few taels of silver was allocated to Wang Dashan for his services as a caretaker, along with the hiring of 4 younger guards to be under his command. With this arrangement, the Yin residence was deemed adequately staffed. Having recently relocated, Yang Xingye wished to host a grand celebration, but was met with refusal from Yin Chuan, who preferred to conduct matters with discretion. Perhaps it was a habit formed from his previous life as a lowly cultivator, where caution was paramount. Although they had moved into a new abode, the expenses had significantly increased. Fortunately, the considerable sum of 1,000 taels of silver obtained from deceiving Yang Xingye's father during a medical treatment provided a temporary financial cushion. In the ensuing days, Yin Chuan remained focused on enhancing his cultivation. Despite emerging victorious from a recent encounter with bandits, he was acutely aware of the perils involved. That fateful night, he consumed several medicinal pills, forcibly elevating his realm to overcome the bandits. Without the enhancement of these pills, he could have vanquished them, but not without a protracted struggle and potential injuries. A martial artist newly entered into the 6th realm possessed strength akin to that of a mid-stage Qi practitioner, which had already brought him considerable trouble. facing 7th or 8th realm experts, or even those ranked among the top 9, would undoubtedly prove more formidable. Thus, the urgency to elevate his power was paramount for his peace of mind. Meanwhile, after recovering from his injuries, Yang Xingye diligently visited Yin Chuan's home daily to train in martial arts, demonstrating remarkable dedication. Through this period of interaction, Yin Chuan recognized Yang Xingye as a promising talent. Although he initially appeared as a frivolous youth, his respect for his teacher and his willingness to risk his life to protect Yin Chuan's wife endeared him to Yin Chuan. Consequently, Yin Chuan modified a foundational breathing technique, integrating principles of martial arts cultivation, and authored a treatise titled The Universal Qi Induction Scripture. This work was specifically tailored for Yang Xingye, aligning with his physical constitution for optimal training. Though the title was chosen somewhat whimsically, it was deliberately crafted to sound profound, ensuring Yang Xingye would perceive it as a martial arts masterpiece and thus cherish it all the more. Indeed, upon receiving the scripture, Yang Xingye was so overwhelmed with excitement that he knelt in reverence, paying his respects to Yin Chuan, and became utterly engrossed in its contents. Additionally, Yin Chuan concocted several pills aimed at enhancing Wang Dashan's cultivation. Although he did not achieve an immediate breakthrough after consuming one, it ignited a fervent hope within him, as he glimpsed the possibility of advancing to the 4th realm. The once neglected pursuit of cultivation was reignited within Wang Dashan. As autumn gave way to winter and 3 months passed, the entire Chaqing town was bustling with preparations for the upcoming new year, adorned with festive decorations and lively celebrations. Within the Yin residence, preparations for the holiday goods were underway, and Yin Chuan generously bestowed red envelopes upon the maidservants and guards, each containing 2 taels of silver. For Yin Chuan, this sum was of little consequence. However, for these ordinary individuals, it represented several months' wages, naturally leading to a profound admiration for Yin Chuan, which in turn invigorated their spirits as they embarked on their tasks. After 3 months of diligent cultivation, Yin Chuan had reached the pinnacle of the 5th level of Qi training, preparing to break through to the 6th level. A few days after the new year, Yang Xingye excitedly rushed back to Yan's residence. Yin Chuan had initially intended to take a few days off under the pretext of the holiday, but he did not anticipate Yang Xingye's early return. Thinking that Yang Xingye had come to pester him about cultivation, Yin Chuan was taken aback when Yang Xingye eagerly presented a booklet. "Master, the ranking of experts has been updated." Yin Chuan, holding the newly acquired ranking album, was filled with excitement. "Oh." Yin Chuan, seated comfortably in a chair with a warm cup of tea, initially dismissed it. "Master, you've made the list," Yang Xingye exclaimed, nearly causing Yin Chuan to choke on his tea. "What?" Yin Chuan furrowed his brow. "What list?" "The expert ranking," Yang Xingye replied with enthusiasm. "You are now ranked 45th on the Earth-level expert list." As he spoke, he opened the album to show Yin Chuan, and indeed, his name was prominently displayed in the 45th position. Although initially surprised, Yin Chuan's astonishment deepened upon reading the accompanying description. The most striking words on the page proclaimed, "Reclusive gambler, Yin Chuan." Below this, the text elaborated that Yin Chuan was a recluse gambler, rumored to have attained the level of a 7th realm expert, embellishing his exploits against bandits and emphasizing that the 6th realm bandit, Li Biao, was merely a plaything in Yin Chuan's hands, indicating a significant disparity in their realms. After perusing this description, Yin Chuan's frown deepened even further. Being listed on such a ranking was not an achievement he desired. According to Yang Xingye's prior accounts, this updated ranking was bound to attract the attention of the world, especially as people compared the fluctuations in the rankings. The rise and fall of names would become a topic of lively discussion, particularly for someone like Yin Chuan. A newcomer to the list, he would be the focal point of attention. This would inevitably lead to individuals seeking him out, whether with good or ill intentions, which posed a considerable dilemma for him. In stark contrast to Yin Chuan's anxiety, Yang Xingye was brimming with excitement. "I knew Master would make the list," he exclaimed, dancing with joy. "I compared the rankings one by one, and you are the only new addition, pushing the previous 45th, the rumored 6th realm pinnacle expert, Shen Wenqiu, off the list." While being listed was not inherently a good thing, Yin Chuan found himself perplexed as to how the events of that fateful night had reached the ears of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion that issues these rankings. Had their information network become so astoundingly efficient? If so, it was rather terrifying. "Stay low-key for a while," Yin Chuan advised Yang Xingye. "Trouble may come knocking." Chapter 34. Shen Wenqiu. Half a month later, in Chongqing town, Shen Wenqiu stood before the window of an inn in the town. tightly gripping the latest edition of the rankings of martial artists, his knuckles turning white from the intensity of his grasp. With clenched teeth, he uttered the name Yin Chuan, rage nearly bursting forth from his eyes. He, Shen Wenkyu, 37 years of age, was a peak 6th realm warrior. 3 years prior, after a perilous battle, he had surpassed his limits to defeat the then 48th ranked 7th realm warrior, Iron Palm Zhou Tong, thus earning his place on the rankings as a 6th realm martial artist. Over the past 3 years, wherever he went, he was met with reverence. Prominent families sought to ally with him, and many martial arts academies offered substantial sums to have him preside over their establishments. Even the local authorities treated him with a modicum of respect. Yet now, all that glory had been snatched away by a suddenly emerged recluse gambler. What utter nonsense about hidden masters! Shen Wenkyu hurled the list to the ground. Is it truly enough to ascend the rankings by merely dispatching a few inconsequential bandits? Are the 7th realm masters I have defeated merely decorations? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. He downed a shot of strong liquor, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. So this is Chongqing Town, is it? I shall see what qualifications you possess to usurp my place. Shen Wenkyu had initially assumed that, with his status as a master ranked in Yin Chuan, he would be well known throughout the town. Strangely, however, after inquiring around various tea houses and taverns, he found that few had even heard of Yin Chuan. After all, the rankings were quite costly, and ordinary folk would not spend such sums to acquire them. Even if tales were shared, it would take time for the news to spread. Even among those who recognized the name Yin Chuan, none seemed to know his exact residence. Having already visited the previous village, he learned that Yin Chuan had moved. Excuse me, sir, are you referring to young Master Yin who resides on East Street? Inquired the tea house attendant cautiously. Shen Wenkyu's eyes lit up. Indeed. Where does he reside? The attendant shook their head. I'm afraid I don't know. Young Master Yin rarely ventures out. I only know he lives somewhere on East Street. Thus, Shen Wenkyu promptly settled his bill and proceeded to East Street to inquire further. After questioning several individuals, he noticed a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, approaching while carrying a sack of rice, a short axe strapped to his waist, exuding an imposing presence. Shen Wenkyu stepped forward to inquire. Good sir, I seek information. Wang Dashan halted, eyeing the unfamiliar man with caution. What is it? I am a friend of Yin Chuan, having not seen him for many years, and have come specifically to visit, only to discover he has moved. Shen Wenkyu clasped his hands in a courteous gesture. Might you know where young Master Yin resides? Wang Dashan glanced down at Shen Wenkyu, noticing the gift box he held, which indeed suggested a visitor's intent. Wang Dashan scratched his head. A friend of Brother Yin? I don't recall him ever mentioning you. Shen Wenkyu had come prepared, producing a jade pendant from his bosom. This is a token given to me by Brother Yin years ago. He said seeing this would be akin to seeing him in person. The pendant was a mere trinket Shen Wenkyu had purchased en route, but a straightforward man like Wang Dashan would not delve deeply into its origins. In that case, follow me. Wang Dashan was suddenly filled with enthusiasm. Brother Yin Chuan has moved to a new residence, and he has generously hired me as his bodyguard. I was just about to return, so you may accompany me. Upon hearing this, Shen Wenkyu's heart swelled with joy. After searching high and low, he had finally found a place for himself. Thus, he followed closely behind Wang Dashan, making their way to the Yin residence. As Shen Wenkyu stood beneath the plaque of the Yin residence, jealousy surged within him. Such a house, even within the town, must have cost a considerable fortune. How long had it been since this gambler had made a name for himself? And yet, he could afford to purchase a residence? Yin Chuan, your old friend has come to see you. Wang Dashan called out loudly as he entered. In the courtyard, Yin Chuan was guiding He Qinglian and sensing spiritual energy, hoping to cultivate her abilities for self-defense. Since He Qinglian had never practiced before and remained untainted by impurities, she was indeed akin to a raw gem. Hearing Wang Dashan's voice, Yin Chuan turned and immediately spotted Shen Wenkyu trailing behind him. Upon seeing this unfamiliar face, he instantly became cautious. You should return to the house. Yin Chuan softly instructed He Qinglian. Although she was unaware of what was about to unfold, her trust in Yin Chuan led her to ask no questions and retreat indoors. However, feeling a tinge of concern, she opened the window a crack to observe discreetly. Wang Dashan, who had initially worn a broad smile, recognized the tension on Yin Chuan's face and sensed that something was amiss. He turned and confronted Shen Wenkyu. Who exactly are you? Ranked 50 on the Earthly Masters list of the 18th year of the martial virtue era, with the flying leaf sword, I am Shen Wenkyu. Shen Wenkyu stepped forward and saluted Yin Chuan with a slight bow. I have come to challenge you and reclaim my ranking. You dared to deceive me. Wang Dashan set the sack of rice aside and called out to those nearby, "Someone, escort this guest out." Upon hearing his command, several guards, who had been pruning potted plants, quickly surrounded Shen Wenqiu, intent on expelling him. "Leave now, or I shall not hold back." Wang Dashan rolled up his sleeves, preparing to force Shen Wenqiu out. However, before he could grasp Shen Wenqiu's collar, the latter deftly sidestepped and struck Wang Dashan's chest with a seemingly gentle palm. Yet, the blow sent Wang Dashan flying several feet, where he was ultimately caught securely by Yin Chuan. The other guards, witnessing Wang Dashan's defeat, brandished their clubs and charged at Shen Wenqiu, but he swiftly disarmed them with the scabbard of his sword, sending their weapons flying with a kick to each. "How dare you?" Wang Dashan, infuriated, attempted to charge again, but Yin Chuan held him back by the arm. "Stand down, I shall handle him." Though Wang Dashan was reluctant to comply, he ultimately chose to withdraw. "So you are Yin Chuan?" Shen Wenqiu scrutinized Yin Chuan up and down. Noticing he was merely in his 20s and sneered in disdain, "You are the one referred to as the reclusive gambler, Yin Chuan?" "I am Yin Chuan. But I am by no means merely a reclusive gambler," Yin Chuan replied with a smile. "You seek to reclaim your ranking, yet you have come to the wrong place." "What do you mean?" Shen Wenqiu frowned. "It was not I who vanquished the bandits that night, but rather the work of an extraordinary passerby," Yin Chuan remarked, coincidentally. "I was also present and dealt with a few bandits myself," which led the Tianji Pavilion to mistakenly believe that I single-handedly defeated dozens of bandits along with 6 formidable experts. Thus, this entire situation is a misunderstanding. Even if you were to conquer me, it would alter nothing. Yin Chuan initially wished to avoid conflict and intended to dissuade Shen Wenqiu. However, upon hearing this, Shen Wenqiu let out a cold laugh. "I never imagined your fortune would be so great as to earn you a ranking. Yet, even if the ranking is based on a misconception, you have still usurped my place." Shen Wenqiu's expression turned grave, as if burdened by deep grievances. "Accept my challenge. Regardless of your authenticity, if I defeat you, I shall reclaim my position." Chapter 35. The Duel. "Very well." Yin Chuan sighed in resignation. Raising his hands in a gesture of capitulation, "You may announce to the world that you have triumphed over me. After all, I cannot best you. It would be simpler to forego the formalities of battle." "Absolutely not." Shen Wenqiu coldly rejected, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. "That would be nothing short of deceit." He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, his voice low and resolute. "Though I, Shen Wenqiu, stand at the pinnacle of the 6th realm, I possess the strength to defeat an expert of the 7th realm. If word were to spread that I resorted to trickery, it would tarnish my reputation." With the tip of his sword pointed directly at Yin Chuan, Shen Wenqiu emanated an aura of fierce determination. "Thus, accept my challenge. I seek to defeat you with honor." Noting Yin Chuan's silence, he snorted derisively. "Even if you refuse, I shall take action regardless. You have 15 minutes to consider." Sighing once more, Yin Chuan recognized that this confrontation was inevitable and stated, "This space is too confined. Let us proceed to my backyard where there is ample room." Shen Wenqiu scoffed. "Very well, I shall go. Even if you resort to trickery, I shall not fear." The backyard was spacious, with a gentle breeze stirring a few fallen leaves. Yang Xingya sat meditating in a pavilion, oblivious to the commotion outside, while He Qinglian, Wang Dashan, and a group of servants stood at a distance, anxiously observing. "Shall we begin?" Shen Wenqiu positioned himself in the center of the clearing, his sword angled toward the ground, his inner energy surging as his robe fluttered without wind. Yin Chuan glanced at He Qinglian, who was filled with concern. Retracting his gaze, he resolved that if a battle was to occur, he could not afford to lose. In the face of someone like Shen Wenqiu, only 2 outcomes could quell his heart, either a crushing defeat or a resounding victory. While a dismal defeat would spare him much trouble, merely costing him a bit of face, this was also a rare opportunity for Yin Chuan to engage with a top-tier expert and assess his own prowess. "Come forth." Yin Chuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, then extended his right hand forward in a gesture inviting his adversary to strike first. Unarmed, Shen Wenqiu sneered. "Weapons are blind, so do take care. But fear not, I will spare your life." Before he could finish, Shen Wenqiu propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, his sword gleaming with a cold light as it aimed for Yin Chuan's throat. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly gathered his inner energy between his hands. Golden jade hands. A faint golden light enveloped his palms, which had transformed, becoming as translucent as jade. With a sharp, metallic clang, Yin Chuan astonishingly caught Shen Wenqiu's sword between his 2 fingers. "I had anticipated this." To Yin Chuan's surprise, instead of anger, Shun Wingqiu expressed delight, withdrawing his sword momentarily before unleashing a torrent of strikes akin to a tempest. In the face of such ferocity, Yin Chuan remained utterly unperturbed. His golden hands formed an impenetrable barrier, expertly deflecting each assault, the sound of metal clashing resonating throughout the air, sparks flying. Seeing his attempts to penetrate Yin Chuan's defenses thwarted, Shen Wingqiu suddenly retreated a considerable distance, channeling his inner energy outward, creating a swirling vortex centered around him. Yin Chuan refrained from seizing the opportunity to strike, curious about Shen Wingqiu's intentions. Leaves scattered throughout the courtyard were caught in the whirlwind, hovering before Shen Wingqiu. Each leaf poised like a dagger aimed at Yin Chuan. Do you understand now why my title is the Flying Leaf Sword? A subtle smile grazed Shen Wingqiu's lips as he advanced the tip of his sword. Swish, swish, swish. A deluge of leaves hurtled towards Yin Chuan. With a slight furrow of his brow, Yin Chuan somersaulted to evade the onslaught while enveloping himself in a spiraling aura of energy to alter the trajectory of the incoming leaves. Just as he thought he had evaded the barrage, Shen Wingqiu made a swift motion, causing the leaves to curve dramatically in midair and charge at Yin Chuan once more. Although Yin Chuan managed to dodge the leaves, his robe suffered several slashes. Observing the damage, a flicker of anger crossed Yin Chuan's eyes. This was a robe personally crafted by He Qinglian, newly donned and scarcely worn for half a month. Yet Shen Wingqiu's assault was far from over. He deftly redirected the leaves once again towards Yin Chuan. In an instant, Yin Chuan unleashed his palm of blazing fire. As the golden hands were released, his palms became enveloped in spiritual flames. Confronted with the relentless onslaught of leaves, Yin Chuan thrust his palms forward, releasing two fire pillars that roared forth like furious dragons. Upon contact, the leaves were instantly reduced to ash, sending plumes of smoke into the air. Shen Wingqiu furrowed his brow, perplexed by Yin Chuan's ability to conjure flames seemingly from thin air. In the midst of his confusion, he noticed flickering lightning amidst the smoke. Thunderbolt charge. Just as Shen Wingqiu prepared to react, Yin Chuan surged through the haze, aiming a palm strike directly at him, attempting to seize Shen Wingqiu by the throat. He was met with the quick reflexes of a peak 6th realm warrior who parried with his sword. Consequently, Yin Chuan altered his trajectory, retracting his hand and executing a spinning kick that struck Shen Wingqiu squarely in the chest. Bang! Shen Wingqiu flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into a pear tree before coming to a halt. The impact caused a flurry of leaves to spiral downwards. Coughing violently, Shen Wingqiu spat blood from the corner of his mouth. Just as he attempted to rise and continue the fight, a stone hurtled toward him. The force behind it was terrifyingly immense. Shen Wingqiu sought to evade but realized it was too late, closing his eyes and bracing for the worst. With a resounding crash, the stone missed his head, embedding itself deep into the tree trunk, a mere 3 inches from his skull. Had it struck him, his fate would have surely been fatal. You have lost, now leave. Yin Chuan proclaimed from a distance, standing with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance. Shen Wingqiu collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. You won't kill me? Shen Wingqiu questioned, perplexed. Why would I? Yin Chuan replied with a smile. Murder is a crime, and I have no desire to entangle myself with the authorities. You will regret this. Shen Wingqiu managed to rise, leaning against the tree for support, casting a reluctant glance back at Yin Chuan. Despite the unwillingness in his gaze, he understood he was outmatched and could only depart in shame. Brother Wang, escort him out, Yin Chuan commanded. Wang Dashan promptly moved forward, flanked by others, surrounding Shen Wingqiu and guiding him out of the courtyard. Watching Shen Wingqiu's unsteady silhouette fade, Yin Chuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, having recently advanced to the 6th level of Qi refinement and replenished his energy with the essence of spirit stones, he had managed to execute mid-level techniques without the aid of pills. The decision to spare Shen Wingqiu stemmed not only from a genuine concern about the complications that might arise from murder, but also from the realization that he could serve as a commendable sparring partner. A faint smile graced Yin Chuan's lips as he contemplated that, given Shen Wingqiu's temperament, he would undoubtedly return once he had healed. In the realm of cultivation, beyond daily practice, engaging in combat with skilled opponents could significantly accelerate one's progress. Many individuals find themselves trapped in stagnation, often only breaking through their limits when pushed to the brink of life and death. Chapter 36. The Spirit Stone Pendant Master, you are truly remarkable. Just after Shen Wingqiu had left, Yang Xingye sprang forth eagerly. What is so remarkable? Yin Chuan replied with calm composure. Isn't that impressive? Yang Xingye exclaimed, trailing behind Yin Chuan with excitement. That man was likely the 57th on the previous issue of the Earth ranking, Flying Leaf Sword, Shen Wenkyu, right? It seems that was his name, Yin Chuan acknowledged with a nod. Seeing you defeat him so effortlessly, it would appear that the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion has ranked you too low at 45th. You might even rise a few places next year. Yang Xingye continued, pulling out a booklet with fervor. Master, look at this. The 36th on the Earth ranking, the white sword from the twin black and white swords, Xiaoku. Yin Chuan glanced over to see an illustration of a figure clad in black, with disheveled long hair, known as Xiaoku. Previously, it was said that Shen Wenkyu had sought to challenge him to improve his ranking. They fought for dozens of rounds, and in the end, Xiaoku narrowly triumphed. Yang Xingye proclaimed, since you so decisively bested Shen Wenkyu, you will surely surpass Xiaoku in rank. Yin Chuan shot a disapproving look at Yang Xingye. I've told you before, do not place too much importance on these rankings. They can hinder your cultivation. Yes, yes. Yang Xingye nodded in agreement, though his face betrayed his excitement. Upon returning to his chamber, He Qinglian approached with concern. Are you all right? He Qinglian witnessed the recent confrontation, despite being an ordinary mortal. She could discern the lurking dangers. Rest assured, I am quite well. Yin Chuan replied with a gentle smile, producing a jade pendant from his bosom. What is this? He Qinglian inquired, gazing at the pendant, which was a lustrous milky white jade intricately carved with exquisite patterns. This is a gift for you. Wear it close to your heart and do not remove it. Yin Chuan affixed the jade pendant around He Qinglian's neck with his own hands. He Qinglian looked at the jade, a glimmer of joy illuminating her face. Each morning, upon awakening, attune yourself to the energies of the universe using the techniques I have imparted. Yin Chuan continued, if fortune favors you, within 3 to 5 months, you should attain some understanding. The pendant gifted to He Qinglian was crafted from a fragment of the spiritual stone he had acquired. After days of fervent absorption, the spiritual energy within the stone had become depleted and required time to regenerate. Thus, Yin Chuan divided the stone into 2 pieces, carving one into a pendant for himself and the other for He Qinglian. The patterns etched upon it were not arbitrary. They were a form of runic inscription learned in his previous life, designed to expedite the absorption of spiritual energy from the stone. In the ensuing days, Yin Chuan continued his practice at home, seldom venturing outside. He either guided Yang Xingye in his cultivation or engaged in alchemical endeavors, while also keeping an eye on He Qinglian's progress, eager to assist her in perceiving the spiritual energies swiftly. Under the influence of Yin Chuan's elixirs, Wang Dashan managed to break through the bottleneck of the 4th realm, significantly enhancing his strength and finding joy in his progress. His guards, under his tutelage, also made notable advancements in their martial skills. As anticipated by Yin Chuan, the defeated Shen Wenkyu returned after more than 20 days to challenge him once again. Upon learning of Shen Wenkyu's arrival, Yang Xingye and Wang Dashan positioned themselves at the entrance, one on each side. Wang Dashan, wary of Shen Wenkyu's prowess, refrained from recklessness, having learned from their previous encounter. What brings you here again? Wang Dashan questioned, gripping his short axe firmly at the doorway. Of course, I am here to challenge Yin Chuan, Shen Wenkyu declared, his voice robust, clearly indicating that his injuries had healed. Had it not been for my master sparing your life last time, you would have perished. Yang Xingye mocked from the side. Are you here to seek humiliation once more? That was then, and this is now. Shen Wenkyu retorted confidently. Last time, I was misled into underestimating your master's abilities, which led to my downfall. Now, I am fully prepared and have made significant progress. The outcome is uncertain. To challenge my master, you must first overcome me. Yang Xingye, in an unexpected surge of enthusiasm, leapt towards Shen Wenkyu, striking with an open palm. Wang Dashan was taken aback, wishing to intervene but was already a moment too late. Shen Wenkyu, seeing Yang Xingye's attack, merely smiled with disdain. With a resounding thud, Yang Xingye was effortlessly kicked back by Shen Wenkyu, coming to a halt only after Wang Dashan caught him. Yang Xingye rubbed his chest, wincing in pain, yet he maintained a facade of composure. All right, you are formidable. Yang Xingye had intended to gauge the disparity between himself and these adept practitioners after enduring rigorous training for so long. But he was taken aback to discover that he could not even hold his ground for a moment. The gap between the 3rd realm and 6th realm was indeed insurmountable. Let him in. At that moment, a voice from within the gate resonated, belonging to Yin Chuan. Upon receiving the command, Wang Dashan and Yang Xingye stepped aside. Shen Wenkyu smiled faintly, leaping forward into the entrance, eager to redeem himself. However, as he soared through the threshold, a loud bang echoed. and he was promptly kicked out by Yin Chuan, landing on the ground and rolling several times before coming to a halt. After rising, Shen Wenqiu rubbed his chest, still in agony yet feigning calmness. How shameless to launch a surprise attack, he muttered, having returned after more than 20 days without making any progress. He dared to challenge again. Yin Chuan emerged from within, mocking him. You are far too eager for success. I was merely careless just now. Come again. Shen Wenqiu suddenly drew his sword and lunged at Yin Chuan. Yet, this seemingly fierce strike was effortlessly caught by Yin Chuan's golden jade hand, pinched securely between two fingers. Still using this move? Yin Chuan continued to taunt. Seeing this, Shen Wenqiu abruptly withdrew and unleashed a flurry of thrusts and slashes. But Yin Chuan merely used one hand to effortlessly parry them. Boring. Yin Chuan murmured, and with a sudden thrust of his golden jade hand, he struck Shen Wenqiu squarely in the chest. Once again, Shen Wenqiu was sent flying, crashing against the wall before finally coming to a stop. The force was so tremendous that it left cracks in the wall across the street, coughing up blood. Shen Wenqiu could hardly believe that after diligently practicing his swordsmanship for so long, he had been defeated even more thoroughly than before. What Shen Wenqiu did not realize was that during those 20 days, the minuscule progress he had made was utterly insignificant when compared to Yin Chuan's advancements. Through the consumption of medicinal pills, Yin Chuan had elevated his cultivation from the early stage of the 6th layer of qi refinement to the mid-stage level. Go back and practice some more. Yin Chuan turned away. Don't waste my time. Shen Wenqiu begrudgingly watched as Yin Chuan's figure receded, feeling discontent yet having no choice but to turn and leave. Chapter 37. Challenge or bumming a meal bang. Shen Wenqiu once again crashed heavily onto the bluestone slabs in the back courtyard of the Yin residence, his longsword clattering from his grasp and skidding away. Still want to fight? Yin Chuan stood with his hands clasped, his breath unruffled. Yes. Shen Wenqiu sprang up like a fish leaping from water, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Give me a few days to contemplate, and next time I will surely break your technique. Wang Dashan leaned against the doorframe, munching on seeds. Old Shun, this is your 7th attempt. When will you give up? What do you know? Shen Wenqiu glared. The path of martial arts values perseverance. Yang Xingye stepped forward. Brother Shen, why not consider apprenticing under my master? I see you possess quite the tenacity. Being my junior brother wouldn't be too bad. Nonsense. Shen Wenqiu felt a flush of embarrassment rise to his cheeks. As a prominent master of the Earth rankings, how could I ever submit to your master? The former Earth ranking master, Yang Xingye, offered a subtle reminder. Shen Wenqiu wished to retort but found himself momentarily speechless. He turned to leave when, suddenly, his stomach let out a loud grumble. An immediate hush fell over the courtyard. He Qinglian emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of freshly steamed meat buns, and called out, Hiroshin, why not have a bite to eat? No, I must return. Shen Wenqiu replied defiantly, his neck stiff. Wang Dashan clapped a hand on his shoulder. You said the same last time and ended up devouring 8 buns. Yang Xingye counted on his fingers. And the time before that, you ate 5 bowls of rice, and the time before that, be quiet. Shen Wenqiu exclaimed in a mix of anger and embarrassment but was nonetheless guided to the dining table. Yin Chuan, suppressing a chuckle, offered him a piece of braised pork. Try this. It's a specialty of the Yin household. Shen Wenqiu muttered, next time, I shall surely defeat you. Yet, as the meat entered his mouth, his eyes lit up, and he ended up consuming 6 bowls of rice in a row. After the meal, Wang Dashan playfully draped an arm around Shen Wenqiu's neck, teasing, Old Shen, you aren't intentionally losing just to mooch off our food, are you? Nonsense. Shen Wenqiu exclaimed, jumping to his feet. I'm not that kind of person. After bidding Shen Wenqiu farewell, Yang Xingye and Wang Dashan stood at the door, watching him depart. Brother Wang, how long until Shen Wenqiu returns? Yang Xingye inquired with a smile. Wang Dashan scratched his head. I'd wager he'll be back in 5 or 6 days. Your master went easy on him this time and didn't injure him. As spring faded into summer, in the back courtyard of the Yin residence, Shen Wenqiu found himself once again heavily crashing to the ground, his longsword slipping from his grasp and embedding itself in the earth nearby. He gasped for breath, sweat mingling with dirt on his forehead. This marked his 15th defeat at Yin Chuan's hands. Shall we continue? Yin Chuan approached calmly, as always. Shen Wenqiu gritted his teeth and pushed himself up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Today, I was merely careless. Next time then? Yin Chuan chuckled, shaking his head. You have said that 14 times already. Lying on the ground and gazing up at the sky, Shen Wenqiu entertained the notion of giving up for the first time. He could not comprehend why, despite exerting all his capabilities, he remained unable to overcome this man before him. In fact, Shen Wenqiu sensed that this man had grown even stronger since their first encounter months ago. Throughout these months of relentless challenges, Shen Wenqiu noticed that the often jesting Yang Xingye had unknowingly advanced to the fourth realm of martial arts, while Wang Dashan was nearing the pinnacle of the same realm. Perhaps, suddenly, Shen Wenqiu sprang to his feet and knelt before Yin Chuan. "What are you doing?" Yin Chuan frowned. "Kneeling won't help if you can't defeat me. I wish to become your disciple." Shen Wenqiu suddenly bowed his head to the ground, his tone earnest. At these words, Yang Xingye, who had been watching the spectacle, could no longer contain himself. From now on, Shen Wenqiu shall be my junior brother in the Flying Leaf Sword." Seeing Yin Chuan's lack of response, Yang Xingye took the initiative to urge, "Master, please agree quickly." However, Yin Chuan did not acquiesce. Instead, he inquired, "Why do you wish to take me as your master?" "I aspire to grow stronger," Shen Wenqiu replied. "And what do you intend to achieve once you are stronger?" Yin Chuan further probed. "I wish to defeat you and reclaim my position on the leaderboard." Shen Wenqiu answered directly. Yin Chuan chuckled at Shen Wenqiu's response, saying, "Do you think I am merely idle and wish to empower you to vanquish me? Besides, it seems you might be slightly mistaken." "What do you mean?" Shen Wenqiu asked, puzzled. "It appears that I am not the only one on this list of masters." Yin Chuan laughed. "If you seek to reclaim your ranking, there is no need to persistently challenge me. Moreover, given your current state, it is utterly impossible for you to defeat me." At this moment, Yin Chuan had already ascended to the 7th level of the Qi refinement realm a month prior. Calculating the time, it had been over a year since he arrived in this world. Achieving the 7th level of the Qi refinement realm in just a year was remarkably swift. In his previous life, it had taken him a full decade to reach that level. Though Shen Wenqiu faced rejection, he remained kneeling, refusing to rise. "If you provide a different reason, I might consider accepting you as my disciple," Yin Chuan stated. "I will not change," Shen Wenqiu replied resolutely. "My goal is to defeat you." Yin Chuan laughed heartily at Shen Wenqiu's determination. It was no wonder he had returned multiple times to challenge him, persisting despite repeated defeats, an endeavor few could undertake. "I implore you to accept me as your disciple." Shen Wenqiu lowered his head, pleading once more. "Even if I were to accept you as a disciple, you would still lack the opportunity to defeat me." Yin Chuan queried, "If this goal is destined to be unattainable, what purpose does your persistence serve?" This question momentarily silenced Shen Wenqiu. After a brief pause, he raised his gaze, declaring, "Even if this goal is ultimately unachievable, I will continue to strive towards it step by step, going as far as I can. How can one know the outcome without attempting?" Observing the earnestness in Shen Wenqiu's eyes stirred memories within Yin Chuan of his own perseverance in his previous life. He had been stuck at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm, unable to establish a foundation. Everyone had deemed him incapable, yet he did not surrender, ultimately achieving his foundation. Even after being trapped at the 9th level for over a century, he continued to seek a breakthrough. Had he not been ambushed by others in the Immortal's tomb, perhaps he would have already surpassed that stage. "Very well, I concede." Returning to the present, Yin Chuan surprisingly nodded in agreement. This astonished Yang Xingye, who stood nearby, as it was the first time he witnessed such a master-disciple acceptance. Disciple Shen Wenqiu pays respects to the master. Shen Wenqiu, caught off guard by Yin Chuan's consent, immediately bowed in excitement. "While I agree to take you as my disciple, I shall not impart knowledge to you immediately," Yin Chuan remarked. "For now, follow Brother Wang and guard the gate for 3 months." Chapter 38. The Assassin Indeed. Shen Wenqiu nodded in agreement. As Yin Chuan departed, Yang Xingye approached him with a playful jest. "Junior brother Shen, from now on, I shall be your elder brother. Call me brother so I can hear it." Shen Wenqiu hesitated, yet he had no choice but to accept this reality. "Elder brother," he exclaimed through gritted teeth. "Ah, good junior brother." Yang Xingye laughed heartily, clearly delighted. In the days that followed, Shen Wenqiu donned the attire of the estate's guards and took up the role of an ordinary sentry beside Wang Dashan, diligently overseeing the entrance. During this period, Yin Chuan indeed refrained from imparting any knowledge to Shen Wenqiu, merely assigning him the task of guarding the gate. Shen Wenqiu, however, did not complain. He worked earnestly, genuinely embracing his role as a gatekeeper. In the alley of West Town, Wang Wu was engaged in a clandestine conversation with several individuals. "Have you lost your mind? You want me to kill Yin Chuan for 20 taels of silver?" A masked figure retorted to Wang Wu. "That is quite a sum." The introducer mentioned that you only require 10 taels to take a life, Wang Wu responded. "For an ordinary person, yes, but do you not understand who Yin Chuan is?" The masked man replied. "Who is he? Just an ordinary fellow, isn't he?" Wang Wu questioned, puzzled. "I truly wish to slap you." The masked man replied, exasperated. Yin Chuan is ranked 45th on the Earth list, and with my level of skill, 10 of me combined wouldn't stand a chance against him. Wang Wu, even more bewildered, remarked, you must be mistaken. I have known this Yin Chuan for quite some time. He is no expert. You must be trying to swindle me. The masked man, growing frustrated, produced a booklet from his pocket, flipping to the page featuring Yin Chuan, and presented it to Wang Wu. Open your eyes and see. Is this not Yin Chuan? He gritted his teeth. Wang Wu glanced at the illustrated booklet and replied, they must have made an error. I reviewed the official announcement. It was not this Yin Chuan who dealt with the bandits. He did not claim the bounty. He merely happened to pass by one night and eliminated those bandits. It was not this Yin Chuan. Seeing that the masked man was skeptical, Wang Wu continued to elucidate. I have known this Yin Chuan for nearly a decade. Just a gambler and a rogue like myself. Over a year ago, he insulted me, and I laid him flat on the ground, unable to retaliate. How could he possibly be a master? The masked man, upon hearing this, found it somewhat peculiar. He had thought it strange that Yin Chuan had suddenly appeared on the rankings, as he was from the vicinity and had never heard of such an expert. With Wang Wu's explanation, it began to make sense. You are not deceiving me, are you? The masked man inquired, still uncertain. Deceive you? What would I gain from that? Wang Wu replied, somewhat exasperated. Had it not been for this fellow hiring a martial artist, Wang Dashan, to guard for him, I would have dealt with him myself. But why do you wish to kill him? The masked man asked, perplexed. Because this scoundrel killed 2 of my brothers. As Wang Wu spoke, his eyes filled with resentment. These 2 brothers grew up with me, having long been as close as kin, yet they were slain by Yin Chuan. If I do not avenge them, how can I call myself their elder brother? At this moment, Wang Wu could not help but reflect on the hardships of the past few months. In his quest to uncover the whereabouts of his 2 missing younger brothers, he spared no expense, seeking connections to communicate with the Blood Moon Pavilion. It was through their means that he discovered the remains of his brothers. When he found them, only 2 skeletons remained, discarded in the depths of the mountains. Fortunately, their clothing allowed for identification. After much contemplation, it became evident that only Yin Chuan had both the motive and opportunity to commit the act. That fateful night, Ma Zi and Bao Yu must have entered Yin Chuan's home, only to be inadvertently killed by him in self-defense. Wang Wu initially intended to seek revenge himself. But fate intervened when bandits attacked the village, prompting Yin Chuan to relocate to the town and enlist the help of Wang Dashan, a man he knew who had once bested him in a fight. Hence, Wang Wu dared not act recklessly and was left with no choice but to save money to hire an assassin from the Blood Moon Pavilion, which is why he has only now been able to afford it. Are you certain this Yin Chuan is an ordinary man? The masked figure inquired, still harboring some doubts. I am absolutely certain. Wang Wu replied emphatically. If you do not believe me, you may inquire at the casino. Most people there are familiar with Yin Chuan. You will soon learn what sort of person he is. Very well. Upon hearing this, the masked man took the purse from Wang Wu's hands. Let me investigate first. If the situation proves true, I shall kill this man for you. But if you dare deceive me, I shall not return your money. Wang Wu swallowed hard. Nodding in agreement, rest assured, I would never deceive you. After the masked assassin departed from Wang Wu, he did not rush into action. Instead, he spent 3 days discreetly investigating Yin Chuan's background. He first visited the town's gambling den, pretending to casually inquire. I heard there used to be a fellow named Yin Chuan around here. Has he recently found success? The regular patrons erupted in laughter upon hearing Yin Chuan's name. That guy? Spat a pockmarked gambler. He just got lucky. Before, he was so broke he could not afford a pair of trousers. And he even had the audacity to borrow money from me. Now he struts about like a lord. The other gamblers chimed in, painting Yin Chuan as nothing more than an inconsequential gambler. The assassin then proceeded to a tea house, where he fortuitously encountered several constables drinking tea. He deliberately approached them, engaging in conversation. Gentlemen, I heard that the bandit raid on the village was perpetrated by Yin Chuan. Nonsense. One constable slammed the table. Did you not see the official announcement? It clearly stated that a passing expert intervened. Yin Chuan is merely a fortunate fool, having received the Yang family's patronage and unwittingly acquired a grand estate. After corroborating various accounts, the assassin reached a conclusion. Wang Wu had indeed spoken the truth. Yin Chuan was, in fact, an ordinary man. If that were the case, it could not have been better news. The Blood Moon Tower is notorious for engaging in the merciless business of assassination. For the right price, anyone can be eliminated. Should he succeed in eliminating Yin Chuan, his own reputation would ascend to unparalleled heights. Although Yin Chuan is but a counterfeit master on the list, he is still recognized among the elite. The mere thought of achieving such a feat against a figure of the prestigious ranking ignites a thrill within any assassin. Thus, he selected a moonless night, shrouded in darkness, to execute his plan. The night was marked by clouds obscuring the moon and the autumn wind howling mournfully. Clad in dark attire, the assassin scaled the walls of the Yin residence like a specter, landing silently without disturbing a single fallen leaf. The courtyard lay enveloped in profound silence, punctuated only by the occasional chirping of nocturnal insects. He caressed the poisoned dagger at his waist, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes as he envisioned his future glory. Chapter 39. Where did this thief come from? At this hour, the household was devoid of any movement or light. The assassin stealthily navigated the shadows along the wall, intent on completing his assassination mission without a sound. Just as he was nearing the main house, a sudden creak emanated from the side chamber. A man clad in guard's attire emerged, yawning and holding a night pot. The assassin's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly melted into the darkness. According to Wang Wu, there was only Wang Dashan, a martial artist, in the household, while the other guards were mere commoners. Having previously scouted the area, he recognized that the individual before him was not Wang Dashan. Moreover, even if it were Wang Dashan, he would hardly be a match for him. How perfect to test my blade on you. The assassin sneered inwardly, stealthily approaching from behind, his poisoned dagger glinting with an eerie blue light in the gloom. A mere scratch from the blade would ensure certain death. Yet, just as the blade was about to pierce the guard's heart, the guard unexpectedly pivoted, countering with an elbow strike aimed squarely at the assassin's face. Bang! The assassin hastily blocked, but the impact sent him staggering backward, his arm tingling with shock. Realizing his ambush had failed, the assassin felt a surge of alarm, yet quickly regained his composure. Though the man before him displayed some skill, he appeared unremarkable. With stealth now compromised, he needed to eliminate this individual swiftly. Seeking death, the assassin hissed, his form darting forward once more like a wraith, the dagger carving arcs of chilling blue light, each strike targeting vital points. The guard, roused from his slumber, was none other than Shen Wenkyu, who had awoken in the middle of the night for a brief respite. Initially drowsy, he was now fully alert. The haze of sleep dissipated. Though unarmed, as a peak 6th realm martial artist, his prowess in hand-to-hand combat was formidable. As the assassin unleashed his fierce onslaught, Shen Wenkyu deftly shifted his stance, evading the blade's edge with graceful agility. Bang! Seizing the opportunity presented by the assassin's reckless attack, Shen Wenkyu delivered a powerful punch to the assassin's ribs. The assassin gasped, stumbling back with a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Shock coursed through him. The guard's agility was unexpectedly exquisite. The assassin, undeterred by his previous failure, advanced once more, thrusting his dagger directly at Shen Wenkyu's throat. Shen Wenkyu, unwavering, had already discerned the assassin's tactics and capabilities from their brief skirmish. Thus, with a swift motion, he transformed his hand into a claw, expertly seizing the assassin's wrist. A sharp crack echoed through the stillness of the night as the bone shattered. The assassin cried out in pain, the dagger clattering to the ground. Who is this scoundrel? Shen Wenkyu scoffed, raising his knee to deliver a forceful strike to the assassin's abdomen. The assassin expelled a mouthful of blood, collapsing to his knees. It was at that moment he truly comprehended the gravity of his predicament. The individual before him was at least a master of the 6th realm, a feat beyond his own capabilities. Just as Shen Wenkyu prepared to advance, the assassin, in a desperate bid for survival, suddenly flung a wax pellet from his sleeve. Boom! The pellet detonated, releasing a dense purple smoke that enveloped the area. Recognizing the toxic nature of the smoke, Shen Wenkyu quickly retreated while thrusting his palm forward, utilizing the gust from his strike to disperse the noxious cloud. Once the smoke cleared, he found the assassin had already made a hasty escape, vaulting over the wall. Thinking you can flee? Shen Wenkyu had no intention of letting him go, poised to pursue when a hand unexpectedly gripped his shoulder from behind. No need to chase, came Yin Chuan's voice, startling Shen Wenkyu. He had not sensed Yin Chuan's presence until that moment. As dawn broke the following day, the assassin limped through a dimly lit alley, clutching his fractured wrist. A searing pain coursed through his chest, each breath akin to the sting of a blade. To make matters worse, his right hand was nearly incapacitated. Shen Wenkyu's grip had crushed his wrist bone, and he had lost his dagger. Damn you, Wang Wu, he seethed, bitterness filling his gaze. All for a paltry 20 taels of silver. He had nearly lost his life for such a trifling sum. Bang! The rickety wooden door was kicked open, startling Wang Wu, who lay on his bed counting coins. causing copper coins to scatter across the floor. Why you? Before Wang Wu could finish his sentence, the assassin seized him by the collar and lifted him off the ground. How dare you betray me? The assassin's voice oozed venom. There are masters of the Sixth Realm stationed at Yan's estate. Why did you not disclose this sooner? What Sixth Realm? Wang Wu's face contorted in confusion. Still playing the fool? The assassin's fist struck Wang Wu's face, blood gushing from his nose. Wang Wu, reeling from the blow, barely had time to recover before a kick to his stomach sent him crashing into a table, shattering dishes all around. Return my money. I refuse to take this job. The assassin retaliated, hurling his coin pouch violently at Wang Wu's face. Crouched on the ground, Wang Wu gasped in pain, yet a glint of cunning sparkled in his eyes. He wiped the blood from his nose and sneered. According to Blood Moon Tower's rules, once a contract is accepted, either the target dies or the assassin does. If you return the money now, are you not undermining your own rules? The assassin's movements suddenly froze, disbelief etched upon his face as he stared at Wang Wu. How do you know this? He demanded. Wang Wu struggled to rise, revealing a sinister smile. The informant has divulged everything to me. If you are unwilling to comply, I shall seek him out immediately, and I trust you are aware of the consequences. The assassin's face instantly drained of color. He was acutely aware of the Blood Moon Tower's methods for dealing with those who transgress its rules. The punishment would be 100-fold more agonizing than death itself. The room fell into an oppressive silence. The assassin clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palms. In that moment, he yearned to end Wang Wu's life. Yet he was bound by the edicts of the Blood Moon Tower, which strictly forbade assassins from retaliating against their employers, with violators facing dire consequences. Very well. The assassin inhaled deeply, his voice gravelly and strained. I will accept this contract, but the remuneration must be increased. Wang Wu scoffed. I am out of money. You must comply, whether you wish to or not. The assassin gazed at Wang Wu for a prolonged period, feeling a sense of helplessness. He was indeed caught in a precarious situation. Fine, just wait. With that, the assassin could only utter a menacing remark before choosing to depart, leaving Wang Wu slumped on the ground, laughing maniacally. In the dilapidated room, the assassin bit down on a cloth strip, painfully realigning his dislocated wrist. Cold sweat drenched his garments, yet he did not utter a sound. He had initially thought this assassination would be an ordinary affair, only to discover he had encountered a formidable opponent. Given his current abilities, it seemed utterly impossible to assassinate Yin Chuan, a master of the Sixth Realm. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. Who? The assassin's instincts sharpened as he glanced toward the door, instinctively reaching for his waist, only to find his dagger missing. Junior brother, it has been a long time. A woman clad in black entered, her voice soft and gentle, her figure tall, her face similarly veiled. Senior sister? The assassin's pupils constricted, his body tensing, but he relaxed upon recognizing her. What brings you here? The woman entered the room, casually leaning against the back of a chair, her fingertips idly twirling a loose strand of hair. At his inquiry, her red lips curled slightly, though her eyes held no trace of mirth. Naturally, I am here to kill. The assassin's breath caught. To kill Yin Chuan? Yin Chuan? Not at all. The woman suddenly laughed lightly, her voice sweet yet laced with venom. I am here to eliminate Shen Wenkyu. The assassin abruptly raised his head, his throat tightening. The pinnacle of the Sixth Realm, Shen Wenkyu. He is also in Chaqing Town? Indeed. The woman nodded. Someone has offered 3,000 taels for his life, and the one who harmed you should be none other than him. Upon hearing this, the assassin's complexion turned ashen. Senior sister, are you implying that this Shen Wenkyu has infiltrated the Yin residence as a guard? He could scarcely believe that he had managed to escape alive. Take this. The woman suddenly tossed a porcelain vial toward him. The assassin fumbled to catch it, discovering a verdant pill within. Consume this restorative elixir. It will expedite your recovery, she said with a light laugh. Upon hearing this, the assassin's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and she swiftly swallowed the pill, an elixir capable of expeditiously mending injuries, albeit a costly one. However, after consuming the potion, her senior sister, the assassin, gasped for breath and remarked, though Shen Wenkyu may no longer be a top-tier expert, she still possesses the prowess of a peak Sixth Realm practitioner. It may prove to be a formidable challenge. Do you understand why you always find yourself at the bottom? The woman's tone turned frigid as she countered. It is because you lack the talent that your senior sisters possess. The assassin lowered her head in resignation. Yet the woman scoffed. The fault lies in your incessant fear and hesitation. As assassins, we never seek a direct confrontation. From her sleeve, the woman deftly produced a slender silver needle that shimmered with a chilling gleam. Instead, we conceal ourselves, disguise our intentions, and wait for the opportune moment to strike decisively. Assist me in this endeavor, and I shall eliminate that individual named Yin Chuan alongside you. The assassin gazed at the woman before her pupils quivering slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement. Several days later, in East Street, Shun Wingqiu and Wang Dashan were engaged in light-hearted conversation at the entrance, sharing tales of martial arts exploits. Although Wang Dashan had long withdrawn from the martial world, he remained intrigued by its affairs. Just as they were engrossed in their dialogue, a sudden scream pierced the air. "Help! Let me go!" Shun Wingqiu and Wang Dashan turned towards the source of the sound, spotting a disheveled woman cornered by 3 ruffians. The leader gripping her wrist with a lascivious grin. "Hey, lass, why not have some fun with us?" The ruffians taunted as they restrained her arms, preparing to tear away her clothing. "Stop!" Shen Wingqiu stepped forward, his voice commanding. The ruffians turned, only to mock him upon seeing his humble attire. "Who do you think you are? This is none of your business, so scram. You should be the ones to leave." Shen Wingqiu's gaze hardened, his aura surging, conjuring a tempest around him. The ruffians, struck by fear, fled in disarray, leaving no trace behind. The woman collapsed to the ground, tears brimming in her eyes. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with almond-shaped eyes and cherry lips. Her simple garb could not conceal her innate beauty. In her disheveled state, she exuded an air of poignant vulnerability. "Thank you, noble savior," she whispered, her voice delicate and trembling. Observing her tattered clothing, Shen Wingqiu removed his outer robe and draped it over her shoulders. "Where do you reside, milady? Allow me to escort you home." Upon hearing this, tears streamed down her face. "I am called Luing, a traveler from afar. My hometown suffered a calamity, leaving my parents deceased. I came here seeking refuge with relatives, only to find they have already moved away. Now, I have exhausted my funds and am left with no way forward." As she reached the end of her tale, her voice faltered, choked with emotion. Scratching his head, Shun Wingqiu felt at a loss. Suddenly, he recalled He Qinglian's benevolence and suggested, "If you do not mind, you may accompany me back. My master's wife possesses a kind heart and will surely take you in upon learning of your plight." Luing looked up, a fleeting glimmer of hope shining in her eyes. "Is that truly acceptable? Come with me," he urged. Shen Wingqiu assisted Luing to her feet, and together they made their way towards the grand entrance. Meanwhile, among the ruffians who had just been driven away, one individual lurked at a distant street corner. Observing the scene intently, it was the assassin who had failed in an assassination attempt just days prior. Upon arriving at the estate, He Qinglian, upon learning of Lu Ying's plight, felt a surge of compassion. Her circumstances bore a striking resemblance to her own, prompting her to offer, as fortune would have it, "We are in need of additional hands around the household. If you do not mind, you may stay here for the time being. Should you wish to pursue other plans in the future, just let me know." Lu Ying knelt and expressed her gratitude. "Madam, your kindness is something I shall never forget." Yin Chuan, observing from the corridor with a detached demeanor, noticed He Qinglian's delight and chose not to dampen the mood, thus refraining from any objections. Lu Ying soon adapted to life within the Yin household, her diligence and exquisite embroidery skills earning her the affection of He Qinglian, for within a fortnight, she had crafted several embroidered skirts for her. Lu Ying was particularly attentive to Shen Wingqiu, making it a point to serve him tea and water daily, inquiring after his well-being, and even sewing him a pair of thick-soled boots. "Brother Shun, you must be quite fatigued standing guard all day," she said, extending the shoes towards him, her ears tinged with a delicate blush, her voice soft as a feather's caress. Shen Wingqiu, being a straightforward man, had never encountered such tenderness. His past had been spent traversing the world, striving to enhance his skills and ascend the ranks of the martial arts elite. This was his first experience of such gentle affection, leaving him flustered, his ears flushed. Wang Dashan, nearby, teased, "Brother Shun, do not be shy. These boots are a heartfelt gift from Lu, so do accept them." Shen Wingqiu graciously accepted the boots, smiling, "Thank you, Miss Lu. No need for formality." Lu Ying replied with a shy smile before hastily retreating. The following morning, Lu Ying ventured out to procure items from the marketplace, her list in hand. And as she exited through the back door and made her way towards the main street, she suddenly darted into an alley. Deep within the alley, the assassin awaited her arrival. "Sister, it has been over half a month. When shall we make our move?" The assassin inquired, impatience evident in his tone. Lu Ying smiled gently. "What is the rush? I would never act without complete assurance. This is why I have successfully completed every task I have undertaken. Patience is vital. How much longer must we wait? The assassin pressed. Not long now. I have nearly gained the trust of everyone in the estate, Lu Ying replied, exhaling deeply, her tension dissipating. After holding her breath for so long, the release felt immensely relieving. Like a woman unburdened, she found herself instantly rejuvenated. Chapter 41. The dissipation of qi in the evening at the Yin estate. The kitchen was filled with delightful aromas. Today happened to be Shen Wenqiu's birthday, and Yi Qinglian had taken it upon herself to prepare a feast. In the kitchen, Lu Ying, donned in a coarse apron, skillfully chopped scallions, occasionally wiping the fine beads of sweat from her brow, embodying the image of a devoted housekeeper. Miss Lu, your efforts are truly appreciated, Yi Qinglian said warmly, entering with a platter of fruit. This is a task I should be managing. Madam, you flatter me. The willow warbler lowered her head with a faint smile. Her ears slightly flushed. Brother Shen treats me exceptionally well. If it weren't for his timely rescue, I cannot fathom what my fate might have been. Today marks his birthday, and it is only fitting that I repay him in some small measure. With that, she lifted the pot, scooped a spoonful to taste, and surreptitiously let a pinch of colorless powder slip from her sleeve. This was the dissipation powder from the Blood Moon Pavilion, which would render any martial artist below the 8th realm utterly powerless, collapsing to the ground for a brief period. Yi Qinglian, completely oblivious, tenderly tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, saying, "Good child, do not tire yourself." With her back turned to Yi Qinglian, the willow warbler nodded in agreement, a sly smile playing on her lips. As the meal was prepared, Yang Xingye, who had been training in the courtyard, and the guards Wang Dashan and Shen Wenqiu took their seats. Dinner is served. Everyone, today you shall savor my culinary skills, the willow warbler announced. Carrying a steaming clay pot, a hint of soot smudged on her cheek, she deliberately placed the plate of steamed base, infused with double the dissipation powder, in front of Shen Wenqiu. Brother Shen, this is your favorite dish. Shen Wenqiu, taken aback, stammered, "How did you know I love base, Miss Lu?" The willow warbler merely smiled without answering, her eyes sparkling with youthful shyness, causing Shen Wenqiu to blush even deeper. She then turned to serve a bowl of chicken soup to Yin Chuan, saying, "Sir, do indulge in this soup." Yin Chuan accepted the bowl, gently tapping its rim with his fingertip. The willow warbler's heart skipped a beat, fearing she had been discovered. But Yin Chuan simply took his time to cool the soup before drinking it all in one go. Witnessing this, the willow warbler could not help but smirk coldly. Regardless of whether Yin Chuan was a true master or a mere pretender, once he consumed the soup, he would be as defenseless as the others. As the wine flowed, Yang Xingye suddenly shook his head, exclaiming, "Strange, I feel utterly drained." Hardly had he finished speaking when he collapsed onto the table with a thud. Following suit, Wang Dashan and Shen Wenqiu quickly slumped over, and even Yi Qinglian succumbed to slumber at the table. Observing her companions falling victim to the concoction, the willow warbler let out a soft sigh, her tone no longer as gentle as before. At last, it has taken effect. She removed the wooden hairpin from her hair, allowing her dark tresses to cascade down, revealing a slender needle glowing with a bluish hue hidden within the pin. Truly, her senior sister's methods are remarkable. Just then, a masked figure vaulted over the courtyard wall, the very assassin who had escaped that day. He kicked the incapacitated Shen Wenqiu, sneering, "Even someone as formidable as Shen Wenqiu is now at our mercy." The willow warbler's smile froze, her gaze shifting to the only remaining person still seated, Yin Chuan. Furrowing her brow, she remarked, "Strange, why has tea fallen yet?" Yin Chuan set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. "I must admit, your cooking is quite delightful." He looked up at the willow warbler, his dark eyes devoid of any sign of intoxication. "However, it seems the drug you added has no effect on me." "No effect?" The willow warbler frowned. "The dissipation powder should incapacitate anyone below the 8th realm. Even an 8th realm master should not be so unaffected." The assassin's disciple's pupils constricted, and he swiftly drew his short blade, declaring, "Enough of this charade. Let's eliminate him first." As soon as the words left his lips, he surged forward like lightning, aiming for Yin Chuan's throat. Just as he was about to succeed, Yin Chuan astonishingly seized the blade with his bare hand. The golden jade grip. How could this be? The assassin was taken aback. With a sharp crack, Yin Chuan applied pressure, and to everyone's disbelief, he snapped the assassin's dagger in two. Before the assassin could react, Yin Chuan flung the broken blade forward, piercing straight through the assassin's chest and heading towards Lu Ying behind him. Lu Ying swiftly sidestepped, catching a glimpse of her fallen, gravely injured junior disciple, and instantly recognized the formidable strength of Yin Chuan. Without hesitation, she retreated several paces, simultaneously firing 12 bone-piercing needles from her sleeve. However, as Yin Chuan waved his sleeve, those hidden weapons seemed to freeze midair, as if obstructed by an invisible barrier. The true energy was remarkably condensed. Lu Ying gasped in astonishment, her eyes widening. An eighth realm master. A smirk played at the corners of Yin Chuan's mouth as he pushed forward with his hand. The suspended projectiles abruptly reversed direction and flew back. Lu Ying, unable to evade, was struck by 3 bone-piercing needles that punctured her right shoulder. She let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground, fully aware she was no match for him. Adopting a pitiful expression, she pleaded, "My lord, spare my life. I was coerced." In the midst of her words, her collar had unknowingly loosened, revealing a generous expanse of flawless skin, curvaceous and alluring, with her eyes glistening with tears like a frightened fawn. Such a demeanor would soften the heart of any man who beheld her. Yin Chuan chuckled softly and approached, placing his hand gently on Lu Ying's head. "Speak, who is your mastermind?" he inquired. Lu Ying pointed to her unconscious junior disciple, claiming, "It was he who threatened me." "Could he truly threaten you?" Yin Chuan scoffed. "I recall that upon entering, he called you senior sister. Your prowess is evidently superior to his. How could he possibly intimidate you?" Realizing her ruse had been uncovered, Lu Ying resorted to begging, "My lord, my intent was never to kill you. I was actually sent to eliminate Shen Wenkyu. In truth, I hold great admiration for you." At this, she pulled her garment down 3 inches further, revealing even more of her alluring figure. Yin Chuan glanced down, acknowledging that she indeed possessed a commendable physique. Seizing the moment of distraction, Lu Ying attempted a surprise attack, her fingertips gripping a slender silver needle aimed to strike. Yet, her movement abruptly halted midair, her body rendered immobile as if frozen. Yin Chuan firmly grasped her crown, channeling his spiritual energy into Lu Ying, sealing her meridians and acupoints, rendering her utterly motionless. "To extract the truth from you assassins is no simple task." Yin Chuan murmured, "In that case, I shall resort to this technique, soul-searching." A piercing scream shattered the night as Lu Ying's body convulsed, her eyes rolling back to reveal a stark expanse of white, blood seeping from her orifices. A torrent of fragmented memories was violently drawn from her mind, unfurling within Yin Chuan's consciousness. Upon releasing her, he had discerned the identity of her employer. "So it is." Yin Chuan shook off the bloodstains on his hands and carefully examined the fallen individuals. Upon discovering that they were merely drained of strength and not gravely injured, he felt a sense of relief. Chapter 42, Blood Knife Sect. After consuming a bowl of warm water infused with energy-replenishing elixirs, the group gradually began to regain some strength. He Qinglian, the most feeble among them, still felt dizzy, prompting Yin Chuan to personally escort her back to her room to rest. Meanwhile, Wang Dashan led several guards to patrol the premises, swords drawn, vigilant against any lurking assassins. In the hall, Yang Xingye slumped in a chair, his complexion pale, murmuring, "Miss Lu, she is an assassin?" Recalling the gentle smiles Lu Ying had bestowed upon him over the past few days sent chills down his spine. Behind her seemingly affectionate gaze lay a hidden murderous intent. Shen Wenkyu pressed his forehead, brows knitted in concern. "Who exactly wishes to take my life?" Having navigated the martial world for so long, he had inevitably made many enemies, and several potential suspects flashed through his mind. "The elder of the Blood Knife Sect," Yin Chuan replied coolly. From Lu Ying's memories, he had extracted the identity of the employer. So it was him. Shen Wenkyu exclaimed, realization dawning, as he recounted the backstory of their conflict. A year and a half prior, a young swordsman approached Shen Wenkyu, seeking to challenge him in order to ascend the ranks of the martial arts leaderboard. This individual, exceptionally talented, had reached the 6th realm at a young age. At that time, although Shen Wenkyu was merely at the bottom of the master's list, his ability to overpower other 7th realm masters with his peak 6th realm strength was remarkable. After a fierce exchange, the young man ultimately succumbed to Shen Wenkyu. Out of mercy, Shen Wenkyu refrained from taking his life, only to be met with a treacherous attack after the young man conceded defeat. In a moment of life and death, Shen Wenkyu had no choice but to slay him, unaware that this man was the son of an elder from the Blood Knife Sect. This sect, notorious for its malevolence within the martial world, was known for such underhanded tactics. Thus, it was no surprise that the young man attempted to ambush Shen Wenkyu after his defeat. Such behavior was characteristic of the Blood Knife Sect. Blood Moon Tower took on the mission, vowing not to rest until their target was dead or the employer rescinded the contract. Clenching his fists, Shen Wenkyu gritted his teeth. For every assassin that falls, 2 more will come until the target is dead or the employer retracts the order. At this point, he abruptly stood, clasped his fists, and declared, "Master, I cannot endanger everyone. I shall leave tonight." Yin Chuan, however, chuckled softly and produced a small green porcelain vial from his robe, pushing it towards Shen Wenkyu. "Since you have bowed and pledged yourself as my disciple, your troubles are now my troubles." With that, Yin Chuan lightly tapped the vial, stating, "This elixir will aid you in breaking into the 7th realm." Shen Wenkyu's pupils constricted. Martial arts elixirs were extraordinarily precious. Even prominent families struggled to procure one. The alchemists capable of crafting such elixirs were exceptionally rare, mostly recruited by various factions, seldom seen in the ordinary world. Gazing at the porcelain vial, Shen Wenkyu felt a lump in his throat, his voice trembling. "Master, this is too valuable." Though hesitant to reach for it, he could not conceal his excitement. "Since breaking through to the pinnacle of the 6th realm, I have been stagnating at this level for 7 or 8 years, never sensing any opportunity for advancement. The mere thought of consuming this elixir to transcend into the 7th realm quickens my breath. Take it, if you must. However, the elixir is merely an external substance." Yin Chuan then retrieved a volume of mental cultivation techniques and placed it upon the table, continuing, "After your breakthrough, forget all previous teachings and devote yourself to this method." Gazing at the tome, I recognized it as the Universal Induction Sutra that Yin Chuan had previously bestowed upon Yang Xingye. "I grant you but 10 days to memorize its contents." Yin Chuan added, "You are forbidden to transcribe or extract notes. Commit it to memory, and then return the scripture to your master. Remember, it must not be disseminated." Shen Wenkyu knelt deeply, his forehead touching the ground. "I humbly thank you for your grace, master." Subsequently, Shen Wenkyu took the elixir and the scripture into a side room to attempt his breakthrough, while Wang Dashan stood guard at the door to prevent any disturbances. Meanwhile, beside the herb field in the backyard, Yang Xingye dragged the assassin's corpse, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Master, are we truly to bury it here?" Despite his long-standing yearning for the martial world, this was his first encounter with a corpse, naturally instilling a sense of fear. Indeed, Yin Chuan gestured towards a patch of earth and instructed, "Dig 3 feet and 1 inch deep, and lay it side by side." This herb field cultivated the spiritual plants necessary for his alchemy, and if nourished with the flesh and blood of a warrior, it would promote their growth. Yet, this method is malevolent. Yin Chuan had always scorned its use, but it was now conveniently suitable for disposing of the body. However, such practices must not be abused, for excessive use could taint the medicinal properties of the herbs with malevolence. After completing the burial, Yin Chuan urged Yang Xingye to return home swiftly, as night had fallen. Once he ensured that no other assassins lurked nearby, Yin Chuan quietly departed from the residence. The night wind howled mournfully in a dilapidated courtyard of the town. Wang Wu lay sprawled across a wooden plank bed, snoring thunderously. In his dreams, he counted the silver he had won at the gambling house, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept in, startling Wang Wu awake with a jolt. In the darkness, a figure sat quietly at the table, rhythmically tapping their fingers on the wooden surface. Thud, thud, thud. "Have I succeeded?" Wang Wu sprang upright, joy illuminating his murky eyes. Thinking the visitor was the assassin he had hired, "Has Yin Chuan been killed?" Snap. The figure snapped their fingers, and the candlelight on the table flared brightly. In the dim glow, Yin Chuan's face emerged like a wraith. "You!" A strangled cry escaped Wang Wu's throat, and upon recognizing Yin Chuan, his hand instinctively reached for the dagger beneath his pillow. Yet in the next instant, a chopstick shot forth like a steel nail, pinning Wang Wu's wrist to the wall. The excruciating pain caused the dagger to clatter to the ground. "Ah!" Wang Wu screamed in agony, his gaze towards Yin Chuan filled with terror. "I underestimated you. To think you could hire an assassin to kill me." Yin Chuan's eyes blazed with intensity, scorching Wang Wu with their heat. "You killed my brother. Is it not permissible for me to seek vengeance?" Wang Wu, drenched in cold sweat, still gritted his teeth in defiance. "It seems you are aware that those 2 fell by my hand." Yin Chuan let out a cold laugh. "You admit it." Wang Wu forced a bitter smile. "I knew my guess was not incorrect. What does it matter if I admit it?" Yin Chuan retorted. "At this moment, should I wish to end your life, I need only to lift a finger. If you wish to die, then proceed. Why waste words?" Wang Wu gasped heavily, the searing pain in his wrist rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. "Quite resilient, indeed." Yin Chuan chuckled. "Since you no longer wish to live, I shall grant you your wish. As soon as the words left his lips, Yin Chuan reached forward, seemingly grasping the air, and unexpectedly seized Wang Wu's throat from a distance. The air around Wang Wu's throat distorted, his windpipe contorted as though gripped by invisible hands, constricting his breath. With an increase in force, a sharp crack resonated, and Wang Wu's neck was abruptly snapped by the unnatural strength, extinguishing his breath in an instant. Chapter 43. Then you shall proceed. The elixir given to Shun Wenqiu by Yin Chuan required an entire night of cultivation for him to fully assimilate its essence. As dawn broke, Shun Wenqiu emerged through the door, having ascended to the realm of the seventh stage warrior. Upon reaching this level, he could directly manipulate his true energy, bypassing the cumbersome process of converting true energy into internal power and then into true energy again. Drawing his sword, he slashed toward a distant point in the air, unleashing a surge of sword energy that accurately struck a rock several paces away, leaving behind a sharp scar. Witnessing such a transformation, Shun Wenqiu was overjoyed. He could hardly believe that the bottleneck that had hindered him for so long had been so effortlessly breached. Remarkably swift. At that moment, Yin Chuan appeared beside him, recognizing from Shun Wenqiu's performance that he had indeed succeeded in his breakthrough. Thank you for your gracious gift, Master. Upon hearing Yin Chuan's voice, Shun Wenqiu immediately turned and knelt. Remember the words I spoke to you before, Yin Chuan said. From this day forth, you must forget all that you previously cultivated, otherwise, you shall remain at the seventh stage for the rest of your life, unable to progress. The disciple shall diligently heed the master's teachings. Shun Wenqiu nodded earnestly. Yin Chuan intended to discuss the matter of the Bloodblade sect with Shun Wenqiu. The elusive Blood Moon Tower made it difficult for assassins to be tracked, but locating the Bloodblade sect was significantly easier. According to the descriptions on the Heavenly Master's rankings, the leader of the Bloodblade sect ranked only 42nd in the Earth rankings, not significantly stronger than Shun Wenqiu. To deter the assassins, eliminating their employer would naturally cease their pursuits, providing a simple solution. Just as he was about to speak, Shun Wenqiu interjected, Master, now that I have broken through to the seventh stage, it is best for me to resolve the enmity with the Bloodblade sect personally. Are you certain? Yin Chuan asked, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. I'm certain. Shun Wenqiu nodded firmly. The rivers and lakes are vast. Should I burden you with this task, it might consume an inordinate amount of your time. Please rest assured, Master, I will resolve this trouble and return to report. Seeing Shun Wenqiu's resolute determination, Yin Chuan nodded in agreement. Very well, then you may proceed. Upon receiving consent, Shun Wenqiu felt a surge of joy within his heart. He then retrieved the ancient scripture that Yin Chuan had bestowed upon him the previous night. Master, this is for you, Shun Wenqiu declared. I have committed every word to memory and shall diligently practice this scripture in the future, never to falter. Yin Chuan accepted the scripture, somewhat taken aback. The entire text contained thousands of characters, and he was astonished that this young man had memorized it all in a single night. Indeed, he was a promising talent. Master, I shall take my leave now. Shun Wenqiu once again clasped his fists in respect. Go on, Yin Chuan replied, not wishing to retain him, merely nodding before turning to depart. Shun Wenqiu watched Yin Chuan's retreating figure, bowed in gratitude, and then strode out of the Yin residence. In the days that followed, the household returned to its usual tranquility. With the demise of the hired assassin Wang Wu, the Blood Moon Tower's assassins would no longer trouble them. Furthermore, with Shun Wenqiu's departure, their focus would shift towards him, leaving it to Shun Wenqiu to resolve his own predicaments. Half a month later, after consuming a newly concocted elixir from Yin Chuan, Wang Dashan successfully broke through to the fifth realm, significantly enhancing his strength. A few days later, Yang Xingye, having completely mastered the Wuxiang Qi gathering scripture, also achieved the same breakthrough. Although both men reached the fifth realm in succession, their actual circumstances were vastly different. Wang Dashan's ascension from the third to the fifth realm was entirely reliant on the forceful enhancement provided by Yin Chuan's elixirs. Having reached the fifth realm was his utmost limit, and no amount of elixirs would allow him to ascend to the sixth realm. Thus, this level marked the peak of Wang Dashan's potential. In contrast, Yang Xingye possessed considerably greater potential. At his current pace, combined with the elixirs Yin Chuan had researched, he might break through to the sixth realm within a year. Such speed in the martial arts realm was indeed a formidable phenomenon. However, while they each achieved breakthroughs, Yin Chuan found himself in trouble. Ever since entering the seventh layer of Qi refinement, his cultivation progress had slowed considerably. This was partly due to the depletion of the spiritual energy from the spirit stone he had fortuitously acquired earlier, and also because he sensed an excessive accumulation of medicinal toxins within his body, leading him to refrain from consuming elixirs to boost his cultivation for quite some time. The spiritual energy in this world was ultimately too sparse. Relying solely on the operation of his heart method to absorb the energy of heaven and earth for cultivation was painfully slow. If he could procure another spirit stone, it would facilitate his breakthrough to the 8th layer of qi refinement. Thus, Yin Chuan began to meander through the town, occasionally glancing at vendors selling stones. Yet he found no trace of spirit stones. Indeed, such treasures in this realm were both elusive and rare. On this particular day, after returning from his aimless wanderings in town, Yin Chuan had just entered the gate when he heard the excited barks of a puppy. Looking towards the courtyard, he discovered He Qinglian squatting on the ground, playfully engaging with a little yellow dog while holding a bone in her hand. Upon seeing Yin Chuan return, He Qinglian immediately stepped forward to greet him, with the little dog joyfully scampering alongside. "My dear husband has returned," He Qinglian exclaimed with delight. Ever since moving to the town, their affection for one another had gradually deepened. Now, she no longer simply called him by his name, but affectionately referred to him as my husband. Observing the little dog rolling about at his feet, Yin Chuan inquired, "Where did this creature come from? I saw it being chased away on the street today. It looked so pitiful." He Qinglian sighed softly. "If I hadn't taken it in, it might not have survived for more than a few days." Noticing the sorrowful expression on He Qinglian's face, Yin Chuan smiled gently, then lifted the little dog for closer inspection. Indeed, it was merely a small, scruffy mutt, appearing thin and underfed. The only remarkable thing about it was its exuberance. Suspended in the air, its tiny paws flailed about energetically. Once Yin Chuan set it down, the dog began to roll and frolic, seemingly tireless. "My husband. Why not give it a name?" He Qinglian suggested. "Having a dog in the yard would certainly enhance our security, wouldn't it?" "Very well." Yin Chuan nodded. Since He Qinglian wished to keep it, he agreed. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "Since this little dog is so fond of bouncing around, let us call it Bung Bong." "Excellent." He Qinglian seemed pleased with the name and tossed a bone to the little dog. "From now on, you shall be known as Bung Bong." Wong Wong. Bung Bing yipped twice, then happily pounced after the bone. Little did Yin Chuan know, this scrappy dog would prove to be quite useful in the future. Chapter 44. To eat is a blessing, master. I have brought you what you requested. Yang Xingye cheerfully called as he hurried into the backyard with a shoulder pole, laden with freshly gathered herbs still glistening with morning dew. Yin Chuan was bent over, weeding in the medicinal herb field, his pant legs rolled up to his knees. Resembling a seasoned farmer, while Bang Bang frolicked beside him, its muddy paws wreaking havoc on the neatly arranged plots. Yin Chuan glanced at Yang Xingye, who was balancing 2 baskets of herbs, exactly what Yin Chuan had specifically requested a few days prior. "How did you manage to procure them so quickly?" Yin Chuan straightened up, wiping the sweat from his brow. As he examined the herbs presented in the bamboo basket, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. The leaves of these herbs were subtly radiant. "Master, how could I possibly delay in bringing you what you desire?" Yang Xingye chuckled heartily. "My father knows a few herb merchants, and once I inquired, I was able to gather everything you needed." "Very good." Yin Chuan nodded in satisfaction, picking up a vibrant green herb to study it closely. He then instructed Yang Xingye, "Please transport all of these herbs to my alchemy room, and while you're at it, take that basket of waste herbs and pour them into the field as fertilizer." "At your command, master," Yang Xingye promptly replied, bustling off with the 2 baskets of herbs towards Yin Chuan's alchemy room. After depositing the items, he quickly returned with a basket of waste herbs, took Yin Chuan's hoe, and began to spread the refuse across the medicinal field as fertilizer. These discarded medicinal residues were produced by Yin Chuan, who found them unsatisfactory. Although they possessed some medicinal properties, they were far from perfect. Thus, Yin Chuan decided to bury them in the ground, believing that doing so would yield superior spiritual plants. As Yang Xingye toiled nearby, Yin Chuan meticulously examined the herbs in his hand. Though these herbs had yet to reach the level of spiritual plants, they contained significantly more spiritual energy than ordinary herbs. This indicated that the location where these herbs thrived was rich in spiritual energy compared to others. "From where were these herbs excavated?" Yin Chuan inquired. Yang Xingye, engrossed in his work, appeared perplexed. "I did not inquire about that, but if master wishes to know, I will ask when I return." "Very well," Yin Chuan nodded. "Once you ascertain the location, inform me." "Understood," Yang Xingye replied before resuming his labor. Ever since his breakthrough to the 5th realm, He felt an inexhaustible vigor coursing through him. With each strike of the hoe, he could dig 3 feet deep. And his admiration for Yin Chuan had only deepened. He realized that he had squandered many years prior, and he felt fortunate to have encountered his current master. Otherwise, he would have endured countless unnecessary hardships. Yang Xingye worked diligently and swiftly, hoeing and fertilizing the ground. Meanwhile, his dog, Bang Bang, darted towards the freshly spread medicinal residue, sniffing eagerly. Before Yang Xingye could intervene, the gluttonous pup began devouring the dark, unpalatable remnants. Realizing something was amiss, Yang Xingye turned around in exasperation. He seized Bang Bang and rushed to Yin Chuan, reporting, "Master, this foolish dog has mistaken poison for food. Will it survive for much longer?" He gasped in frustration. "Oh?" Yin Chuan turned to observe, gently lifting Bang Bang with both hands for inspection. He noted that within just a few days, the little dog had gained several pounds. Its body noticeably rounder. Evidently, during his moments of inattention, the foolish Bang Bang had been sneaking into the field to feast. How amusing. Yin Chuan smiled. Let it eat. Being able to indulge is a blessing, and if it meets its demise, so be it. With that, he placed Bang Bang back on the ground, dismissing it from his thoughts. Reluctantly, Yang Xingye returned to his work, while Bang Bang attempted to sneak back into the field for more discarded residue. An idea struck Yang Xingye, and he tossed a handful of the remnants before the dog, taunting, "Go on. If you have the ability, finish it all." Bang Bang tilted his head. But after a few hearty bites, it stopped, as if satiated. It then scampered over to the water barrel, indulging in a fervent drink. After quenching its thirst, the dog wagged its damp tail at Yang Xingye, sneezed, and then sprawled out on the bluestone slab to bask in the sun. Seeing that the foolish dog was unfazed by his antics, Yang Xingye sighed in resignation and returned to his tasks. A few days later, he learned the origin of the herbs. "I found out." Yang Xingye approached Yin Chuan. "The herbs I brought last time were excavated from Songnan Mountain by agents of a medicine merchant." "And the specific location?" Yin Chuan inquired further. "Not far." Yang Xingye thoughtfully brought forth a map, on which the location of Songnan Mountain had been meticulously marked. He pointed to the indicated spot and explained, "If you head south from the town, you will reach it in less than 80 miles. However, the area is sparsely populated. Aside from the occasional herbalists and hunters seeking medicinal plants or game, few venture that way." Observing the map, Yin Chuan appeared contemplative. "Master, if you still desire those herbs, I can seek assistance in procuring some for you." Yang Xingye promptly replied, "There is no need to make the trip yourself. The mountain path is rugged and quite inconvenient." "Very well," Yin Chuan nodded, then added, "Please have them collect more herbs from the mountain and also bring back some stones." "Stones?" Yang Xingye was momentarily bewildered. "Indeed." Yin Chuan continued, "The stones I require need not be large. Fist-sized will suffice." "Master, what do you need stones for?" Yang Xingye asked, puzzled. "It serves a purpose of its own." Yin Chuan smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Given that the herbs growing on that mountain were imbued with greater spiritual essence than those from other locales, it was highly probable that spiritual stones were also present there. Spiritual stones are essentially ordinary stones that have absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, undergoing a transformation that renders their inner spiritual energy more refined. Furthermore, stones capable of becoming spiritual stones are typically not large. The larger the stone, the more challenging it is for it to transform. Yang Xingye's efficiency remained commendable. Just a few days after their discussion, he delivered several baskets of stones to Yin Chuan. These stones, though oddly shaped, adhered strictly to Yin Chuan's specifications. Being of modest size, Yin Chuan examined each stone, using his keen sight to penetrate their surfaces and investigate their interiors. Most of the stones, however, turned out to be ordinary, devoid of any peculiar properties. Yet, upon inspecting all the stones, Yin Chuan concluded that his initial analysis was correct. Indeed, among the collection, there were spiritual stones, albeit of modest quality, yet still precious. Out of the 300 stones, 2 contained spiritual energy. With this discovery, Yin Chuan felt compelled to personally visit Songnan Mountain, as there might be further extraordinary findings awaiting him. Thus, early the next morning, he concocted an excuse to take Yang Xingye out for training. The two set forth on horseback, departing the town and journeying southward. The 2 spiritual stones unearthed from the previous day's haul, each no larger than a jujube, were cradled in Yin Chuan's palm, where he gently absorbed the spiritual energy within for his cultivation. Chapter 45. Entering the mountain at the foot of Songnan Mountain, still shrouded in morning mist. Yin Chuan stood poised in a blue robe, hands clasped behind his back, while Yang Xingye followed closely, a backpack slung over his shoulders. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. They had actually arrived in the vicinity the previous day, but chose to rest at an inn by the roadside as dusk approached. Setting out early this morning to prepare for their ascent into the mountain. Master, up ahead lies the path into the mountain. Yang Xingye pointed towards the mist-laden trail. The innkeeper mentioned that this mountain is somewhat uncanny. Although Yang Xingye spoke casually, a hint of excitement was evident in his demeanor, clearly intrigued by the mysterious realm ahead. What could be so sinister? Yin Chuan smiled slightly, acknowledging that while the spiritual energy within these mountains was indeed abundant, it had yet to reach a level capable of manifesting malevolent beings. Before he could finish his thought, several villagers, laden with medicinal baskets, emerged from a fork in the path. The elder among them, a seasoned herbalist, hurriedly approached the two young men and inquired, "Are you gentlemen planning to venture into the mountains?" "Indeed." Yang Xingye nodded affirmatively. "Yet you must not." The old farmer vigorously shook his head. "Did you not just come out from the mountains yourselves?" Yang Xingye countered, "If you could enter, why can't we?" The elder set down his basket, wiping the sweat from his brow. "The Songnan Mountains are notoriously treacherous. Just last month, 3 young men from Li family village ventured in to gather herbs, and they have yet to return." With a heavy sigh, the old farmer continued, "Though we do enter the mountains, we only skim the outskirts, collecting a few herbs and stones to sell in the city. We never dare to delve too deeply, for one misstep could mean never returning." Nearby, someone chimed in. "It was manageable to gather herbs before, but now those city dwellers are even buying stones from the mountains. They're heavy and hardly worth much. I can't fathom why they would desire such worthless rocks, forcing us further into danger. It's quite terrifying." Yang Xingye felt a surge of anger upon hearing this. But Yin Chuan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "We appreciate your warning. However, we do have matters to attend to in the mountains." Yin Chuan smiled gently, adding, "We shall not impose further." Seeing that the two were resolute in their decision to proceed, the old herbalist shook his head and ceased his entreaties. "It's hard to dissuade the foolish. Let us depart." Yang Xingye glanced back, cautioning Yin Chuan, "Master, they seem to be cursing you." Yin Chuan merely smiled. "Do not allow the words of others to disturb your tranquility. This, too, is a part of cultivation." Having ventured a short distance, they were suddenly called back by a voice from behind. "Gentlemen, please wait." A young herbalist, carrying a wicker basket, hurried to catch up. He appeared to be in his 30s, with sun-kissed skin and a somewhat shrewd demeanor. "Is there something more?" Yang Xingye asked, recognizing him as one of the group accompanying the elder. Since you were intent on entering the mountains, the man grinned. "Why not spend a little to hire me as your guide? I am well acquainted with these lands and can ensure your safe return, even from the depths." Yang Xingye glanced at Yin Chuan, who maintained an unperturbed expression, and then turned to ask, "How much do you require?" 10 taels of silver would suffice." The man gestured with his hands to signify the amount. "This price is quite reasonable." Yang Xingye produced a plump pouch of coins from his robes, giving it a gentle shake that produced the clear, melodic sound of clinking silver. The sight of such a bountiful purse made the man's mouth water. His gaze fixated intently on the treasure. Realizing he had underestimated their wealth, he quickly revised his offer. "I shall take 20 taels. Ensure you lead as well." Yang Xingye retrieved 2 10-tael silver coins from his pouch and handed them to the man. The man, upon receiving the coins, was filled with joy. After verifying their authenticity, he quickly tucked them into his bosom and replaced his expression with a smile. "Esteemed gentlemen, please follow me," the man declared, leading the way while beginning to introduce himself. "I am Zhao Sanhai, raised in this vicinity. I often ventured into the mountains to play. It's not nearly as terrifying as outsiders claim. The mountains merely host a few snakes, insects, and rodents. As long as one remains cautious and avoids these wild beasts, one is unlikely to encounter any trouble." At this point, Zhao Sanhai pulled out 2 yellowish objects resembling stones from a cloth pouch at his waist. "Take one of these each," he said, offering the items to Yin Chuan and Yang Xingye. "What is this?" Yang Xingye asked, taking one and immediately recoiling from its pungent odor. "That is sulfur," Zhao Sanhai explained. "Wild beasts and snakes in the mountains fear this substance. Carrying one will keep them at bay." "I see," Yang Xingye replied, finally placing the sulfur into his waist pouch. Yin Chuan accepted his as well, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In truth, ordinary sulfur held little power. It was merely a psychological comfort. If an average person were to encounter a ferocious beast in the wild, relying on such a trivial item would be far less effective than simply running faster. As they entered the mountains, the surrounding mist thickened, The forest grew dense, sunlight struggled to penetrate, rendering the woodland eerily foreboding. Zhao Sanhai led the way, skillfully cutting herbs along the path with a sickle and placing them into a backpack slung over his back. Yin Chuan followed silently, his fingers grazing lightly before his eyes, transforming his dark irises into glimmering gold. His spirit-seeking eyes allowed him to perceive the ethereal energy points carried by all living things. As the golden light danced in his eyes, Yin Chuan ambled along, scanning the area. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon an unassuming patch of grass by the roadside. The edges of the grass blades shimmered with faint golden patterns, radiating an energy far more potent than that of surrounding flora. This was no ordinary plant. It had matured into a spiritual herb, an excellent material for alchemy. What a fortuitous discovery. Yin Chuan felt a surge of delight as he reached out to pluck it. However, a dark hand swiftly snatched the stem first. Zhao Sanhai grinned widely, "Esteemed sir, this grass is of little worth. I intend to brew it into a tea to soothe my throat." Yin Chuan's fingers remained still, and he calmly proposed, "If it holds no value, how about I purchase it for 5 won?" Zhao Sanhai's eyes darted, and his expression shifted abruptly. "Ah, I must have misremembered. This is golden thread grass. Capable of curing myriad ailments, it is worth no less than 10 taels of silver." Upon hearing this, Yin Chuan was about to express his indignation. But Yang Xingye interjected first. 10 taels, he exclaimed, seizing Zhao Sanhai by the collar. "Do you take us for fools? I have already given you 20 taels just for guiding us, and now you dare to demand 10 for a mere blade of grass." Zhao Sanhai, feeling the pressure, stubbornly insisted, "This is truly a treasure. Please loosen your grip. I can scarcely breathe." "Xingye." Yin Chuan gently placed a hand on his disciple's shoulder and produced 10 copper coins from his sleeve. "This is the price. Take it or leave it." Zhao Sanhai glared at the coins, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. With a sudden surge of defiance, he broke free from Yang Xingye's hold, snatched the coins, and coldly remarked, "You can keep this worthless herb." With that, Zhao Sanhai forcefully hurled the medicinal plants to the ground, turning away in anger to continue leading the way. Just as Yang Xingye was about to retaliate, Yin Chuan's sharp gaze silenced him. Yin Chuan bent down to retrieve the precious herb, brushing off the dirt before tucking it away in his sleeve. Chapter 46. The maze. After the interruption, Zhao Sanhai continued leading the way, muttering unpleasant words under his breath. He deliberately steered the two towards a thorn-laden path, occasionally wielding his sickle to slash at the obstructing branches, venting his frustration. As they delved deeper, the fog thickened, and Zhao Sanhai's figure ahead began to waver, eventually vanishing altogether. "Master, he has disappeared." Yang Xingye furrowed his brow in concern. Yin Chuan glanced around, noticing that the fog had taken on an unnatural density. It was far too thick. "Let us not dwell on him. We shall proceed." Yin Chuan spoke softly. "This mountain is indeed extraordinary. The deeper we venture, the richer the spiritual energy. There must be something remarkable at its core." After taking only a few steps forward, Yin Chuan suddenly grasped Yang Xingye, who was clearing the path ahead. With a flick of his fingertip, a flash of spiritual light appeared, causing a hidden animal trap in the grass to snap shut with a sharp sound, its iron teeth clamping down emptily. At that moment, Yang Xingye's foot was hovering just above the trap. Had Yin Chuan not pulled him back, he would have fallen victim to it. "Whoa!" Yang Xingye gasped, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead as he stared in horror at the lethal device capable of shattering bones. Still shaken, he opened his mouth to speak, but Yin Chuan shushed him with a gesture, his gaze piercing through the dense fog. Suddenly, the sound of whistling arrows sliced through the air. An arrow shot forth from the mist, and Yin Chuan deftly stepped back, narrowly avoiding it. As if on cue, several more arrows were unleashed from the depths of the fog. Yin Chuan swiftly pulled Yang Xingye behind him. All the arrows halted abruptly mere inches from him, as if they had struck an invisible barrier, and then, with a collective snap, they fell to the ground. A startled voice emerged from the fog, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" With a cold snort, Yin Chuan waved his sleeve, dispersing the surrounding mist. To their astonishment, Zhao Sanhai was found hiding behind a nearby tree, bow in hand, his face etched with disbelief. "You little rascal." Yang Xingye instantly understood the situation and lunged forward, pinning Zhao Sanhai to the ground. "Spare me. Please spare me." Zhao Sanhai pleaded, his face pressed into the mud. "I underestimated you. I never imagined you were not only an herbalist but also a skilled hunter." Yin Chuan remarked with a smirk. "Only a seasoned hunter could set such traps in these deep mountains." "Master, this lad harbors ill intentions," Yang Xingye declared. "You covet our wealth, seeking to harm us for gain." Yin Chuan chuckled. "Well, At least you're not foolish. Do you know what to do? I do. Yang Xingye nodded. Bind him and send him to the authorities. Yin Chuan's lips curled in a sardonic smile. Kill him. Kill him? Yang Xingye swallowed hard. He had never taken a life before. In the past, when bandits invaded their village, he had only acted out of desperation, managing to injure them without causing death. Please, don't kill me. Zhao Sanhai cried out in desperation. We are deep within the mountains now. Without my guidance, you will be forever lost, never to escape. Kill. Yin Chuan's voice remained cold and unyielding. Yang Xingye raised his hand, channeling his inner strength, preparing to unleash the stone-shattering palm. With this strike, Zhao Sanhai's skull would undoubtedly shatter, yet Yang Xingye hesitated, unable to bring himself to act. Learning to take the lives of those deserving of death is also a step in one's cultivation. Yin Chuan asserted, if you cannot kill, others will not hesitate to kill you. To ascend the ranks of the skilled, bloodshed is inevitable. If you lack the courage to kill, perhaps you should abandon your ambitions. Yang Xingye's hand trembled slightly, and after a moment of internal conflict, he finally brought it down. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Zhao Sanhai's head burst like a watermelon, and the air was immediately filled with a pungent metallic scent of blood. Well done. Let us continue. Yin Chuan nodded slightly and pressed onward. Yang Xingye rose, shaking the blood from his hands, taking deep breaths to steady his emotions, and swiftly followed. However, after walking for a considerable time, the thick fog surrounding them showed no signs of dissipating. Even when he attempted to disperse it with the force of his palm, it quickly coalesced again. After wandering in circles, Yin Chuan halted, realizing they had returned to their starting point. Yang Xingye gazed at the now mangled corpse of Zhao Sanhai, his stomach churning. What was once a headless body was now a grotesque sight, ravaged by some wild beast of the mountains. Master, have we come back again? Yang Xingye's voice trembled with fear. Indeed, Yin Chuan replied, his expression calm as he surveyed their surroundings. This mountain is ensnared by a maze. Ordinary people who enter will merely circle in place. If one cannot find the correct path, they will inevitably perish here. What should we do? Yang Xingye swallowed hard. Shall we retreat? Retreat? Yin Chuan chuckled. Since we have entered, we must discover the source. With that, he squatted down, his fingertip lightly touching the ground. A ripple of spiritual light spread like water, causing the surrounding fog to subtly distort and revealing faint, intricate patterns. Ah, I see. Yin Chuan stood, brushing off his hands. This formation is not particularly sophisticated, but it is more than sufficient to ensnare the average person. Yang Xingye, bewildered, inquired, Master, what should we do now? There are two methods to break the formation. Yin Chuan raised two fingers. The first was to adhere to the principles of the formation and discover the correct path. The second was to break the formation directly with sheer force. Yang Xingye's eyes lit up. Then wouldn't it be easier for the master to just break the formation? Yin Chuan shook his head. Forcefully breaking the formation creates too much noise, and one must also locate the formation's eye. Here, Yin Chuan paused, surveying the surroundings. Moreover, this formation has evidently been maintained for several centuries, indicating that a spirit object must be supporting its center. Breaking it directly would be a waste. Yang Xingye nodded, still somewhat bewildered, and hurried to catch up. Let us proceed. Yin Chuan stepped in another direction. Having circled a few times, I have already discerned the formation's patterns. From that point onward, Yin Chuan no longer wandered aimlessly. Instead, he occasionally turned left, sometimes retraced his steps, and at times paused to close his eyes and sense the environment. Yang Xingye followed closely behind, feeling the fog around them thickening, clearly indicating they were no longer meandering but were delving deeper into the forest. He could even faintly hear a low, ominous growl, as if some wild beast lurked in the shadows. Master, Yang Xingye could not help but murmur. Silence. Yin Chuan replied without turning back. Stay close to me. Yang Xingye immediately fell silent, though his anxiety grew. Suddenly, a strange noise reached Yang Xingye's ears, startling him into turning around. He barely caught a glimpse of a dark shape flitting past. He turned back to alert Yin Chuan, only to be horrified to discover that his master, who had been leading the way, had vanished. Chapter 47. The Land of Legends. Master, don't scare me. Yang Xingye exclaimed in panic, standing frozen as cold sweat trickled down his spine. The fog was so dense that he could barely see the ground beneath his feet. Taking a deep breath, he tried calling out again, Master, are you still there? But once more, there was no response. Only the whisper of the wind through the leaves and a faint, unsettling sound resembling scales scraping against the ground heightened his fear. Gulp. Yang Xingye swallowed hard and drew a dagger from his waist, holding it defensively before him. Suddenly, A chilling hiss echoed from behind him. Yang Xingye's hair stood on end as he spun around. In the mist, two crimson eyes were fixed intently upon him, each the size of a fist. Moments later, a massive shadow began to materialize. It was a gigantic python, as thick as a barrel, its jet-black scales glimmering with a metallic sheen. As it flicked its forked tongue, a putrid stench assaulted Yang Xingye's senses. Master! Help! Yang Xingye's legs turned to jelly, and he instinctively stumbled backward, nearly collapsing to the ground. The colossal python opened its gaping maw, lunging at him. Despairing, Yang Xingye shut his eyes, realizing there was no escape. Bang! A dull thud echoed, but the anticipated pain never came. Trembling, Yang Xingye opened his eyes to see the python's head firmly pressed down by a slender hand, smashing it against the ground, causing the earth to tremble. What are you panicking for? Yinchuan's voice emerged from the mist, tinged with a hint of exasperation. Master? Yang Xingye's eyes widened in surprise as he realized that Yinchuan had, unbeknownst to him, positioned himself beside the giant python. One hand pressed firmly against the serpent's head while the other wielded a dagger, methodically slicing open its belly. The colossal creature thrashed wildly, its massive body slamming against the ground, yet it could not break free from that seemingly casual grip. As Yinchuan exerted more force, a sharp crack echoed from the python's skull, rendering it motionless, as if it had succumbed to death. This snake has already developed sentience. If left to cultivate for several more decades, it would surely attain transformation, Yinchuan remarked, extracting a fist-sized, dark green snake gall from within the serpent's abdomen, which glimmered under the sunlight. A splendid find, perfect for alchemy. A smile graced Yinchuan's lips as he secured the gall. It was only then that Yang Xingye regained his composure, stammering, Master, where did you suddenly disappear to? You nearly scared me to death. The snake was attempting a sneak attack from the mist, and I swiftly dealt with it. Yinchuan continued, his gaze fixed on the serpent as his dagger glided over its body. Stop dawdling, come help me with the skinning. This hide is resilient and can be fashioned into soft armor. The bones are also imbued with spiritual energy, suitable for alchemical concoctions or infusions, truly valuable resources. Trembling, Yang Xingye cautiously approached, eyeing the python's fearsome head, unable to suppress a step backward. Is it dead? Yinchuan chuckled lightly, rest assured, it is utterly lifeless. However, before the words had fully escaped his lips, the giant python's eyes suddenly snapped open. Ah! Yang Xingye yelped, collapsing onto the ground in terror. Frowning, Yinchuan delivered a heavy punch to the serpent's head. Still not dead? With a dull thud, the snake's head crumpled. This time it was truly deceased. Yang Xingye opened his mouth, finally managing to utter, Master, how formidable you are. Yinchuan shook his head, tossing the dagger to him. I shall take the gall. You will handle the skinning. Ensure the bones and hide are thoroughly clean for our return. Yang Xingye accepted the dagger, gazing at the enormous carcass, nearly in tears. Master, this is far too large. On the path of cultivation, where is there ease? Yinchuan shot him a glance. Hurry up, there may be more treasures ahead. Taking a deep breath, Yang Xingye resigned himself to the task of skinning, silently shedding tears for the terrifying realities of this world. After considerable effort, he finally managed to remove the python's skin intact and clean the bones thoroughly. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he gazed at the bulging backpack filled with skin and bones, muttering to himself, with all this, surely I can concoct numerous elixirs. Yet Yinchuan approached, sifting through the contents of the backpack, and soon discarded a substantial portion of the bones. Excess is of no use. This quantity will suffice. With that, Yinchuan resumed his journey forward. Yang Xingye grimaced slightly, quietly grumbling, why didn't you say so earlier? But seeing Yinchuan already distancing himself, he felt compelled to hastily follow in his footsteps, the fog still thick around them, though Yinchuan sensed that the spiritual energy was gradually intensifying. Around them, the sound of rustling occasionally broke the silence, as if something lurked in the shadows, too timid to approach, seemingly fearful of Yinchuan. Yang Xingye, filled with trepidation, glanced anxiously in all directions, dreading the emergence of another monstrous creature. After approximately half an hour of walking, the fog ahead suddenly thinned, revealing a clear vista. Before them lay an open space enshrouded in dense mist, at the center of which stood an ancient stone gate, intricately carved with complex runes, though most had been obscured by moss, indicating it had existed for at least a century. The most striking feature was the stone tablet before the gate, upon which powerful characters were inscribed in a cursive style, still strikingly vivid despite the passage of time. Residents of the Xin Kai Dao Ren, Yang Xingye's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice trembling. Master. Could this truly be the residence of the Xian Kai Daoren spoken of in the legends of the martial world? Yin Chuan stepped forward, placing his hand upon the stone tablet. What legends? Yang Xingye, brimming with excitement, nearly leaped. I have read about this in various tales of the martial world. It is said that centuries ago, an unparalleled elder entered seclusion here, leaving behind a manual for transcending the ultimate realm. This elder is the self-proclaimed Xian Kai Daoren, who, shortly after attaining the supreme realm, ascended to immortality. Whoever finds this place can inherit his legacy and also break through to that ultimate realm. Yang Xingye continued with fervor. However, it is said that one must gather 8 treasures to discover this location. I cannot believe we have stumbled upon it so effortlessly. How intriguing. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. The 8 treasures mentioned in the legend must indeed be the key for ordinary individuals to navigate through the mist. Otherwise, they would become lost within it. Yet, the formation of this mist was not particularly complex, and entering it had proven less troublesome than anticipated. Just as Yang Xingye was about to say more, he was suddenly startled by a thunderous roar. A deafening bellow erupted from the fog, and the ground began to tremble. Yang Xingye's expression changed dramatically. Before he could react, a colossal black bear burst forth from the mist. This bear stood over 10 feet tall. Its bristled fur erect like steel needles, eyes glowing a fierce crimson, with exposed fangs dripping saliva that emitted steam. Chapter 48. The Mad Old Man Master. Yang Xingye was alarmed. This black bear was no ordinary beast, but undoubtedly a ferocious creature endowed with intelligence. Yin Chuan's gaze sharpened, his voice firm. Stay behind me. Yang Xingye scrambled behind Yin Chuan, seeking refuge behind a large boulder. Yin Chuan remained steadfast, his robes billowing as if caught in an unseen wind. A faint azure light swirling around him. The black bear roared furiously, lunging at Yin Chuan, its massive paw descending with a howling wind. Yin Chuan stood undeterred, raising his hand to meet the attack. Boom! The shockwave rippled outward, dispersing the surrounding fog. The black bear staggered back several paces, while Yin Chuan also retreated slightly. Quite interesting. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yin Chuan's eyes. The strength of this black bear was astonishingly formidable, more akin to that of a demonic beast than the colossal serpent he had encountered earlier. The bear, aggrieved by the pain, roared in fury and lunged once more. This time, it demonstrated cunning, opting not to confront Yin Chuan head-on, but instead employing its massive bulk to relentlessly charge, attempting to corner him. Yin Chuan moved with a ghostly grace, evading the bear's attacks by the skin of his teeth. As he circled, he keenly observed the bear's movements, searching for a flaw. At last, as the bear lunged again and missed, Yin Chuan seized the opportunity, condensing a sharp beam of golden light at his fingertips, and thrust it towards the bear's throat. The golden light pierced. With a splatter, blood gushed forth, and the bear emitted a heart-wrenching howl, stumbling back, fear finally flickering in its eyes. Just as Yin Chuan prepared to pursue, the bear growled low, expelling a cloud of black mist from its maw that forced Yin Chuan back several paces. Seizing this chance, the bear swiftly turned and vanished into the thick fog. You are swift indeed. Yin Chuan shook his hand, choosing not to follow. Master! Suddenly, a cry for help echoed from behind. It was Yang Xingye. The plea jolted Yin Chuan to turn around, revealing a disheveled old man who had appeared behind Yang Xingye, his skeletal hand gripping tightly around the young man's throat. The old man's eyes glowed crimson, bloodshot, and wild, his face partially obscured by unkempt hair. Hand over the treasures. The old man's voice rasped, akin to sandpaper rubbing against stone. Otherwise, I shall strangle him. Yang Xingye's face turned crimson as he desperately tried to pry the old man's fingers away. But to no avail. The old man's strength was astonishing, far beyond that of an ordinary martial artist. Yin Chuan's gaze darkened, his voice cold. What treasures? Do not feign ignorance. The old man cackled maniacally, spittle flying. Without those 8 treasures, how could you have possibly found your way here? Hand them over. Quickly. It dawned on Yin Chuan that the old man had likely been searching for this ruin long ago. Evidently trapped here for many years, his sanity eroded. Predecessor. Please calm yourself. Yin Chuan softened his tone. We truly do not possess the treasures you speak of. Nonsense. The old man shrieked, tightening his grip, causing Yang Xingye to struggle for breath, his complexion turning a shade of purple. Refusing, are you? Then I shall first kill him, and then search your person at my leisure. As Yang Xingye seemed on the verge of death, Yin Chuan abruptly retrieved the snake gall he had just unearthed, holding it in his hand like a precious gem. Wait, the treasure is here. A glimmer of greed flickered in the old man's murky eyes, and his grip slackened slightly. Throw it here. Feigning to toss it, Yin Chuan. In a fleeting moment of distraction for the old man, sharply raised his hand and pointed forward, a flash of golden light erupting at his fingertip. Swish. A sharp beam of golden light shot toward the old man's wrist. Ah! The old man cried out in pain, instinctively releasing Yang Xingye. Yin Chuan, moving like lightning, lunged forward and yanked Yang Xingye behind him, simultaneously raising his palm to strike at the old man's chest. Though the elder appeared to be deranged, his instinct for combat remained intact. With an uncanny twist of his body, he evaded the lethal strike. Staggering back a few steps, his crimson eyes fixated on Yin Chuan. You dare deceive me, child? Yin Chuan's gaze sharpened. Despite the elder's apparent madness, his agility and technique were impressive, judging by the aura surrounding him. It was evident that this man had reached the 8th realm of martial prowess. Child, just a moment ago, I referred to you as senior, and now you presume to insult me. Yin Chuan scoffed, for although he currently bore the appearance of a man in his 20s, he had lived for over 3 centuries in his previous life. With a sinister grin, the elder clawed the air with his hands, a faint current of energy swirling between his knuckles. You seek your own demise. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the elder lunged forward, his claws striking like a dragon, aiming directly for Yin Chuan's throat. Yin Chuan sidestepped, only to find the elder's strikes transforming, each claw shadowing the last, relentlessly targeting his vital points. The elder, indeed a formidable 8th realm warrior, unleashed a barrage of fierce winds with each strike, carving deep furrows into the ground. Yin Chuan continued to evade, while Yang Xingye watched from afar, trembling in fear. The elder's assault grew increasingly ferocious, his claws enveloping Yin Chuan, attempting to seal off all avenues of escape. Faced with such overwhelming aggression, Yin Chuan remained unfazed. His footwork fluid as he navigated through the onslaught. Purposefully testing the elder's strength, he adopted a defensive stance, refraining from counterattacking. After 30 exchanges, the elder, frustrated by his inability to land a blow, suddenly roared, his claws glowing with an eerie crimson light, his speed doubling in an instant. Blood Dragon Claw. The strike was executed with lightning speed, and Yin Chuan could not evade in time, resulting in a gash across his chest. Huh, the elder sneered, pressing forward with renewed vigor. Yet, Yin Chuan, with a hint of a smile, had discerned the elder's techniques from their previous encounters. While they might be considered superior martial arts in the realm of combat, to Yin Chuan, they were merely rudimentary skills. Golden Light Finger. As the elder closed in, Yin Chuan gathered his energy at his fingertip, deftly avoiding one of the elder's strikes while launching a counterattack. The golden light shot forth, piercing the elder's shoulder. The elder, caught off guard, still managed to evade partially but was nonetheless struck, blood gushing from the wound. Ah! The elder howled in pain, his eyes darkening with fury. Disregarding his injuries as he charged once more, Yin Chuan suddenly adopted a horse stance, deliberately slowing his movements, employing the well-practiced energy-nourishing Meridian Fist. This technique, a harmonious blend of softness and strength, was perfectly suited to counter the elder's aggressive style. As the elder's claw lunged toward him, Yin Chuan effortlessly sidestepped, simultaneously locking the elder's arm, and with a swift twist of his body, he leveraged the elder's own momentum to slam him forcefully to the ground. Before the elder could rise, Yin Chuan advanced with an outstretched palm, striking the elder squarely in the face. The immense force sent the elder reeling, blood gushing from his nose, his vision swirling with stars as he collapsed in a daze. However, Yin Chuan refrained from delivering a fatal blow immediately. For the elder had lingered in this place for far too long and undoubtedly possessed knowledge of many things unknown to him. Calm Heart Incantation. Yin Chuan stepped forward and pressed his hands against the elder's forehead, infusing him with a surge of spiritual energy. As the energy coursed through him, the elder's consciousness gradually began to revive, and his previously reddened eyes became clearer. Where am I? The elder murmured, as if awakening from a deep slumber. Chapter 49. Within the stone gate, the elder, known as Emo Wuya, had gathered 4 tokens 6 years prior. Through his own deductions, he had fortuitously stumbled upon this place, only to become ensnared in the mists. After battling ferocious beasts for several years amidst the fog, he unexpectedly traversed through it to reach the center of the stone gate. However, due to inhaling too much of the miasma within the mist, Emo Wuya had lost his mental clarity. Nonetheless, the past 6 years had not been entirely in vain, as he had managed to break through to the 8th realm in this place. Upon hearing Emo Wuya's account, Yang Xingye exclaimed in astonishment. You are the Iron Claw Dragon King Emo Wuya, who ranked among the top 10 in the Earth Character Masters 6 or 7 years ago. Yes, yes, Imoya replied. Still somewhat dazed, pressing his forehead as he struggled to recall, I believe I did ascend that ranking. After a brief pause, Imoya's fragmented memories began to resurface. Trembling, he retrieved two objects from his bosom, a jade pendant and a bronze ring, both intricately engraved with complex patterns. These are two of the 4 tokens I found back then, he rasped. When the patterns of all 8 tokens are combined, they reveal the map of this mountain, as well as the method to navigate through the mist and unlock the stone gate. Although I only found 4, I deduced the location of this mountain. I simply lack the means to traverse the mist and open the gate, as the other 2 tokens remain lost in the fog. Curiosity piqued, Yang Xingye leaned closer. Elder, these patterns appear exceedingly intricate. Yin Chuan took the pendant and ring, scrutinizing the engravings with great care. The lines twisted and turned, seemingly chaotic. Yet they subtly adhered to a certain order. Suddenly inspired, Yin Chuan turned back to the stone gate and discovered that it too bore similar labyrinthine engravings, albeit more complete and intricate. Ah, I see. A glimmer of understanding sparkled in Yin Chuan's eyes as he placed his palm against the center of the stone gate, allowing a stream of spiritual energy to flow into it. The energy meandered through the patterns, exploring like a wanderer in a maze. After several attempts, he grasped the principle of opening the stone gate. The so-called 8 tokens. Yin Chuan retracted his hand and explained, each pattern represents a segment of the correct path. Imoya, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of shock illuminating his murky eyes. You mean to say, indeed? Yin Chuan nodded. When the 8 tokens are combined, they not only reveal the map to this mountain, but also the correct route through the maze of the stone gate. By guiding one's internal energy along the patterns of the stone gate, one will naturally unlock it upon reaching the endpoint. Imoya's expression shifted from excitement to despair. But now we only have 2 tokens, we still cannot open the gate. Your inability to do so does not signify my own limitations. A smirk danced on Yin Chuan's lips, as if he had already discerned the means to unlock the stone gate. As he spoke, Yin Chuan once more pressed his palm against the stone door, simultaneously emitting dozens of threads of spiritual energy, as delicate as gossamer, which spread like a spider's web along every crevice of the stone surface. For an ordinary martial artist, achieving precise control over a single breath of energy is already a formidable challenge, necessitating a journey along an accurate path. However, Yin Chuan was different. With his robust physical energy, he could exercise precise control over the spiritual essence, effectively saturating every passage of the stone door. This enabled him to discern the singular correct route among myriad possibilities. The spiritual energy dashed swiftly through the labyrinth, dissipating upon encountering dead ends, while the correct path grew increasingly luminous. In just a moment, the intricate patterns on the stone door began to glow, resembling a brilliant star map. Eureka! After a brief pause, Yin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes, the energy in his palm coalescing with intensity. All the dispersed spiritual energy instantaneously converged into a torrent, surging along the one true path. A resounding rumble echoed as the heavy stone door emitted a deep, resonant sound. After a violent tremor, it slowly creaked open, revealing a profound passageway. Imo trembled with excitement at the sight of the open door, tears of joy streaming down his face as he knelt, exclaiming, After 6 long years, this door has finally opened. Peering into the seemingly endless corridor beyond the stone door, Yin Chuan did not rush in but instead picked up a stone and tossed it into the passage. The stone rolled for a while, producing a series of clinks and clatters, yet did not trigger any hidden mechanisms. Satisfied with the safety of the passage, Yin Chuan led the way into the cavern. As he ventured forth, he noticed oil lamps lining the walls. With a flick of his finger, he ignited one of them. Instantly, all the lamps seemed to be interconnected, igniting in succession, illuminating the dim corridor. Yin Chuan took the lead, followed closely by Yang Xingye, with Imo bringing up the rear. Still appearing somewhat frail after his recent recovery, the walls of the passage were inscribed with ancient runes, which shimmered with an uncanny glow under the lamplight. Master, these symbols, Yang Xingye said, curiosity prompting him to reach out. Do not touch. Yin Chuan seized his wrist, cautioning, these appear to be protective wards. Touching them may activate hidden traps. Startled, Yang Xingye quickly withdrew his hand. Imo's murky eyes flickered with excitement as he gazed at the runes. These are undoubtedly not the marks left by ordinary individuals. After traversing the lengthy corridor, the 3 men arrived at a spacious stone chamber. In the center stood a stone table and chairs, and in one corner lay a stone bed, upon which rested a skeleton draped in a faded robe. This must be Yang Xingye's voice quivered with excitement as he approached to inspect. discovering a jade pendant hanging from the skeleton's neck, inscribed with the words Xin Kai. Master, this is the Xian Kai Taoist, Yang Xingye exclaimed with fervor. Within the entirety of the stone chamber, apart from this solitary skeleton, chaos reigned supreme. Every shelf lay barren, and the tattered boxes had been opened, leaving not a single remnant behind. It seemed as though a party had come long ago, thoroughly cleansing the place of its contents. Mo Wui surveyed his surroundings, his expression darkening with each passing moment. Empty? How could it be empty? He frantically rummaged through every corner, overturning the already desolate boxes in a frenzy. Where are the secret texts? Where are the treasures? 6 years of arduous waiting culminated in this disheartening emptiness. Unable to bear such provocation, Mo Wui suddenly erupted in fury, striking the skeleton with a forceful palm. Fraud. All of you are frauds. Stop! Yang Xingye exclaimed in shock, wishing to intervene, but it was too late. The skeleton shattered upon being struck from afar, scattering its fragments across the ground. Predecessor. Yang Xingye crouched down, pain etched on his face as he gazed sorrowfully at the disassembled bones. These are the remains of the Xian Kai Taoist. I once read tales of him in my youth. He was the hero of my childhood. Yin Chuan glanced at Mo Wui, who appeared on the verge of collapse, letting out a resigned sigh. The culmination of a lifetime's pursuit had led to such a disheartening conclusion. It was hardly something one could accept with tranquility. Meanwhile, Yang Xingye attempted to piece the bones back together, but after being shattered, how could the skeleton be so easily reassembled? Just as Yin Chuan began to think their journey had been in vain, Yang Xingye discovered something amidst the pile of bones. Chapter 50. Act without hesitation. What is this? Yang Xingye removed the bones atop it and was astonished to find a concealed mechanism button where the Xian Kai Taoist had once sat, slightly protruding compared to the other sections of the stone bed. Driven by curiosity, Yang Xingye pressed the mechanism down, and instantly, the entire cave began to tremble violently. What is happening? Yin Chuan exclaimed, immediately alert. However, the cave merely quaked, revealing no immediate danger. Moments later, Yin Chuan sensed something amiss, suddenly turning to look in another direction, where he discovered a hidden stone door within the chamber, now slowly opening. What did you just press? Yin Chuan approached Yang Xingye. Yang Xingye, feeling as though he had committed a grave error, sheepishly pointed to the mechanism on the stone bed. As they beheld the stone door gradually creaking open, Yin Chuan stood ready, apprehensive of what monstrous entity might emerge. As the gap of the door widened, a rich aura of spiritual energy surged forth like a tide, instantly invigorating Yin Chuan and filling his heart with joy. Behind this hidden door lay a cavernous space far grander than before. Inside, piles of spiritual stones emitted a radiant glow, while several exquisite jade boxes were neatly arranged on the shelves. Most striking of all was a small spiritual spring at the center, its water crystal clear, emanating an enticing spiritual essence. Yin Chuan gazed in astonishment, never expecting such a hidden paradise within. Mo Wui, who had previously been engulfed in despair, stood motionless, his face a canvas of astonishment as he stumbled upon such an unexpected delight, reigniting the flicker of hope within him. This was the true treasure. He was momentarily taken aback, his mind buzzing with thoughts and visions swirling chaotically. If he could lay claim to these riches, it would surely propel him beyond the ninth realm, and reaching the supreme state might not even be beyond the realm of possibility. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Although he was already in his 70s or 80s, a breakthrough to the ninth realm would extend his lifespan, and transcending to the supreme realm could grant him over 300 additional years. When considering this, what did his current age matter? Should he achieve the supreme state, he would essentially be in the prime of his life. Lost in these thoughts, Mo Wui suddenly snapped back to reality, glancing at Yin Chuan, who was intently focused on the stone door. He could not help but murmur to himself, "Wait a moment, I almost forgot. There are others here. What should I do? Am I to share this bounty with them? No, I must eliminate them. Only by doing so can I safeguard this secret. Yes, I will first appease them, feigning a proposal to divide the treasures, thereby lowering their guard. I am still too weak now. Facing this young man directly would be futile. I must wait for an opportune moment to strike unexpectedly and deliver a fatal blow. This place is secluded. Even if I kill them, no one will know. Only by eliminating them can I claim everything for myself. With these treasures, I would be the unrivaled champion of the world." Though Mo Wui contemplated extensively, the passage of time was fleeting. With his resolve solidified, he squinted in a smile that belied his true intentions. He slowly turned to face Yin Chuan, just as a flicker of azure lightning surged toward him. In that instant, his pupils constricted to pinpricks. The distance was too close, and in his weakened state, he had no time to react. Mo Wui's voice was abruptly silenced. The bolt of lightning struck precisely at his forehead, creating a smoldering hole as wisps of black smoke curled upwards. After a brief pause of 1 or 2 seconds, his body collapsed to the ground with a thud. Scalding blood mingled with pale brain matter, splattering the earth. Still hesitating to act, Yin Chuan cast a detached glance at the lifeless body before redirecting his attention to the stone door. Master, how could you? Wang Xingye was left in shock, unable to fathom how so much could transpire in such a short span. This place must not be revealed to others. Yin Chuan's countenance remained composed yet exuded an air of formidable authority. This old wretch harbored ill intentions. Allowing him to live would only invite disaster. Yang Xingye nodded slightly, a hint of fear creeping into his demeanor, for it was the first time he had witnessed Yin Chuan's murderous intent so palpable. Once Yin Chuan confirmed that Mo Wui was indeed dead, he was the first to step into the cave. Yang Xingye cautiously followed, glancing back at Mo Wui's corpse, his face still pale with trepidation. The sights within the cave were truly breathtaking. A pile of luminous spirit stones radiated a resplendent glow, illuminating the entire space as if it were midday. Yang Xingye's eyes widened in astonishment as he stammered, Master, what are these glowing stones? They must be treasures. Yin Chuan offered a succinct explanation, his gaze already fixed upon the exquisite jade boxes. Let us examine these first. He casually opened one of the jade boxes, revealing a neat array of dozens of medicinal bottles. After uncorking one and inhaling its scent, Yin Chuan's brow furrowed in mild disappointment. Alas, merely ordinary qi-nourishing pills. They may be useful for martial artists, but to me, they are utterly worthless. However, upon picking up one bottle and noticing the inscription, Yang Xingye's expression transformed as if he had discovered a priceless gem. Master, this is the legendary Xian Yuan pill. It is said that one can enable a martial artist to break through a minor realm. Of little use, leave it there. The passage of time has diminished its efficacy significantly, Yin Chuan replied, pouting slightly as he continued to inspect the other jade boxes. Most of the contents were similar martial artist pills, which, although precious, held limited value for him as a cultivator. Master, there are manuals here, Yang Xingye exclaimed excitedly, perusing the ancient text on the shelf while murmuring, Xiantian sword technique, 9-turn golden body. These are all long-lost, legendary martial arts. Yin Chuan casually picked up one of the tomes, flipped through its pages, and shook his head. Merely superficial martial arts, not even qualifying as intermediate techniques. Although these manuals appeared intricate, they were still confined to the martial artist stage, rendering them of little utility to him. Many of the techniques were already surpassed by more advanced celestial arts he possessed, thus failing to pique his interest. Yang Xingye's hands, clasping the manuals, froze in disbelief as he gazed at his master. But these are mere rubbish. Yin Chuan offered his ruthless assessment, suddenly narrowing his gaze as he extracted an unassuming bronze ring from a pile of jewels. Yin Chuan lifted the ring to his eyes for a closer inspection, seemingly detecting its unique qualities. Though it appeared ordinary, it concealed profound secrets. Channeling a sliver of spiritual energy into it, the ring's surface shimmered with a faint glow, revealing intricate patterns. It is indeed a storage artifact. Yin Chuan's eyes finally sparkled with delight. This trip has not been in vain. Yang Xingye, intrigued, leaned closer. Master, what treasure is this? Yin Chuan adorned the ring on his finger and explained, a storage artifact. It contains an inner space. With a casual wave of his hand, the spirit stones on the ground flowed into the ring like a stream. Yang Xingye gazed in awe. This is nothing short of a miracle. Before long, the spirit stones in the secret chamber had been entirely stored. Yin Chuan nodded in satisfaction, though most of the spirit stones are of average quality. Their abundance makes them quite valuable. Noticing that Yang Xingye still clung to the manuals, Yin Chuan sighed. I have already stated that these manuals are of little worth. I possess more profound techniques. Hiki. Yang Xingye chuckled. These are the unparalleled martial arts I heard about in my childhood. I want to take them back for further study. Who knows what new discoveries might arise? Yin Chuan observed Yang Xingye's fondness with a calm smile, saying, since you cherish them so dearly, take them with you. I shall refine their contents later. Practicing with them shall pose no issue. Absolutely. Yang Xingye eagerly agreed, promptly stashing the several tomes into his bosom, treating them as treasures. Subsequently, Yin Chuan gathered all the gold, silver, and jewels from the shelf into his storage ring, also taking a portion of the various martial elixirs. Although their efficacy was limited, they could still be reprocessed upon returning. The remainder of the elixirs, however, did not catch Yin Chuan's eye. and thus he left them behind. Once these items were secured, little space remained within the storage ring. Although it was a magical artifact, its capacity was not extensive, roughly equivalent to that of an average bedroom. In his previous life, it could only be considered a mid-tier magical tool. Then, Yin Chuan approached the spirit spring at the center of the cave, gazing intently at the crystalline water. A faint azure glow shimmered on the surface, with spiritual energy rising like mist. He crouched down, extending a finger to gently stir the water, feeling the flowing spiritual power within. The abundant spiritual energy of this mountain was largely attributed to the presence of this spring. With a swipe of his finger, he activated the spirit-seeking eye to observe the water. Through its vision, a dazzling spiritual light faintly emerged from the bottom of the spring. Yin Chuan's gaze sharpened as he concentrated his spiritual energy at his fingertip, carefully clearing away the debris at the bottom of the spring. Gradually, a fist-sized azure spirit orb came into view, its surface adorned with natural patterns reminiscent of flowing water. Yin Chuan delicately lifted the spirit orb from the water's surface. In that instant, the entire spring lost its luster, and the mist of spiritual energy dissipated without a trace. Yang Xingye gasped in astonishment, "Master, why has the spring water lost its glow?" "A spirit vein orb," Yin Chuan exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy as he beheld the treasure in his hand. This was a rare phenomenon, a natural crystallization of earthly spiritual energy, the very source of the mountain's vitality. The orb vibrated slightly in his palm, as if alive and breathing in spiritual essence. Suddenly, Yin Chuan frowned, noticing an almost imperceptible mark at the base of the orb, evidently a sign left by human intervention. "Something feels amiss," he spoke gravely. "This orb was not formed naturally. It appears to have been deliberately placed here." Yang Xingye's eyes widened in surprise. Could it be the Xian Kai Taoist? Yin Chuan shook his head, rising to survey the cave. "Observe these stone walls." He pointed to the chisel marks on the rock layers. The carving technique is ancient, at least a millennium old. Yet, the Xian Kai Taoist stone chamber cannot exceed 400 years. As he spoke, Yin Chuan began to examine the cave more thoroughly. Additional details slowly revealed themselves, the faint remnants of ancient runes in the corners, the sunken traces of array formations on the ground, and even fragments of spirit stones embedded in the rock crevices. All of this indicated that this place was once a sanctuary for cultivation. It seemed that this realm had once been home to practitioners of the mystical arts. Yin Chuan sighed inwardly, contemplating the depletion of spiritual energy and the consequent severance of the Tao lineage that had inevitably led to the rise of martial arts. He traced the engravings on the spirit pearl, surmising that it must have belonged to the previous occupant of this cavern. Meanwhile, Yang Xingye, glancing around in a fit of curiosity, suddenly shouted, "Master, there appears to be some writing over there." Upon hearing this, Yin Chuan promptly approached to investigate. He discovered a concealed section of the rock wall, where several lines of indistinct inscriptions seemed to meld seamlessly with the stone, clearing away the dust. He deciphered the fragmented message, "A great calamity approaches. Seal the spirits here in waiting." Aside from these barely recognizable characters, the remainder of the text had become indecipherable. Yin Chuan pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, it is truly the work of someone who cultivates immortality. However, apart from this inscription, no further discoveries were made within the cave. Convinced that there was nothing else of value, he tucked away the spirit pearl, unwilling to linger any longer, and turned to exit the cave. "Let us depart. It is time to return." Yang Xingye nodded in agreement and quickly followed suit. Upon exiting the cavern, Yin Chuan once again summoned his spiritual energy to close the heavy stone door, ensuring that it appeared as though no one had ever entered. Yang Xingye slung his backpack over his shoulders and began to accompany Yin Chuan as they prepared to traverse the mist back home. Having gained experience from their entrance, their exit was considerably swifter. By the time they emerged from the mountains, the sun had already begun its descent. The setting sun cast elongated shadows of the two men as they reached the foot of the hill. Just as they arrived at a narrow path, two women suddenly burst forth from the underbrush, blocking their way, one behind the other. "Halt!" The lead woman, in her 40s and clad in coarse garments speckled with mud, commanded with hands on her hips. "Are you the ones who hired my husband as a guide?" The younger woman, with reddened eyes, fixed her gaze intently on the backpack carried by Yang Xingye and exclaimed, "Where is San He? Why has my husband come out with you?" Yang Xingye's heart raced, and he instinctively glanced at Yin Chuan. Yet, Yin Chuan maintained his composure. "We became separated shortly after entering the mountains. The fog was too dense, and we were unable to locate him." "Nonsense." The older woman spat vehemently. "My San He has hunted in these mountains for 20 years. He could navigate his way out with his eyes closed." If he hasn't returned by this late hour, something must have happened. Did you harm him? As she spoke, she lunged forward, attempting to seize Yin Chuan by the collar, but he deftly sidestepped, frowning slightly. Sister, you must choose your words carefully. The mountains are perilous. And we barely escaped. Impossible. You must have caused him harm. The younger woman persisted, gripping Yang Xingye's arm and insisting on reporting to the authorities. Recognizing the difficulty of the situation, especially with onlookers from nearby herbalists, Yin Chuan reached into his robes and produced a purse of coins. Please, let us not quarrel. He urged, I genuinely do not know where your husband is. However, I will not withhold the promised reward. I have yet to present the 50 taels of silver I owed him. Since you are here, which of you shall accept this payment? Upon hearing the commotion, the eyes of the two women simultaneously shifted towards the purse in Yin Chuan's hand, their target instantly transforming into one another. Chapter 52. Let the brawl begin. Give it to me, exclaimed the elder woman, her eyes gleaming with greed as she lunged forward to snatch the purse. However, the younger woman swiftly grasped her arm, retorting, It's mine. You vixen, the elder woman exclaimed, seizing a fistful of the younger woman's hair. It's a miracle I didn't end your life back then. How dare you compete with me? You old hag. The younger woman cried out, despite the pain, gripping her opponent's hair fiercely. Had I not been merciful, you would have been cast aside long ago. The money belongs to me. Like ravenous wolves descending upon their prey, the two women pounced upon the purse. The elder woman, relying on her robust strength, managed to pin the younger woman to the ground. You wretched little harlot. She spat, her words laced with venom. Who do you think you are to contest with me for money? The younger woman screamed in agony, yet clung tenaciously to her hair, her nails digging deeply into the elder woman's wrist. You meddlesome old crone. When Sanhei returns and learns you dared to strike me, you're finished. With that, she forcefully drove her knee into the elder woman's abdomen. Oh. The elder woman cried out in pain, yet her grip tightened, and she managed to rip a strand of hair from the younger woman's scalp. They wrestled fiercely, dust swirling around them as their coarse garments tore apart with a resounding rip. The onlooking farmers not only refrained from intervening, but also erupted into laughter. The Zhao matron is at it again. This time, they're fighting over silver so fiercely, someone might just meet their end. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Yin Chuan tossed the purse to the ground, and the coins scattered in a glimmering cascade, shimmering enticingly in the setting sun. Mine. All mine. The elder woman shrieked, her disheveled hair flying as she lunged for the largest silver ingot. The younger woman, however, took advantage of the moment to snatch up 2 pieces of silver and stuff them into her bosom. Bah, you greedy old hag. The two women clawed and fought, oblivious to the bloodshed on each other's faces. One tugged at an ear while the other bit her finger, resembling 2 furious hens in combat. Yin Chuan exchanged a knowing glance with Yang Xingye, and the two quietly slipped away, even as they moved 10 paces distant. The sounds of their brawl and venomous curses echoed behind them. Cursed harlot. Wretched beast. Yang Xingye glanced back and murmured, Master, your skills are truly unparalleled. Yin Chuan offered a faint smile without replying, continuing forward, indifferent to the turmoil left in his wake. As night fell, they eventually arrived at the inn where they had previously lodged. Unfortunately, due to the limited number of rooms and their late arrival, all accommodations were taken. Reluctantly, they ventured into the nearby woods to find a clearing for their overnight stay. They gathered firewood to kindle a campfire and borrowed a pot from the inn to brew a soup. The snake bone soup was made from the bones of the massive serpent they had hunted in the mountains. Due to Yang Xingye's lack of proficiency with the blade, he inadvertently amassed a considerable amount of snake meat. He placed it in a pot to simmer, adding some spiritual herbs and wild vegetables he had gathered in the mountains, seasoning it with just a pinch of salt, which released a delightful aroma. This marked Yang Xingye's first encounter with such a dish, evoking a sense of trepidation within him. Observing Yin Chuan partake in the meal, he mimicked the action, gingerly picking up a piece of bone to chew. Do indulge yourself. Yin Chuan chuckled. The essence of this snake bone soup would be squandered otherwise. Consuming it will aid your cultivation through its nourishing properties. Upon hearing that it could enhance his training, Yang Xingye became less apprehensive, eagerly devouring piece after piece, almost wishing to crush the bones to swallow them whole. Once satiated, excitement coursed through him, rendering him unable to sleep. Unable to contain himself, he retrieved a tome and, illuminated by the flickering campfire, began to read. The text spoke of the 9 transformations of the golden body, a cultivation method comprising 9 stages. Achieving the 9th transformation would grant one a radiant aura of true energy. rendering conventional martial arts ineffective against its defenses. It could be deemed the pinnacle of defensive mastery in the martial arts realm. Yang Xingye was engrossed in the content, attempting to grasp the intricacies of the cultivation technique, yet found himself perplexed and at a loss. Noticing Yang Xingye's struggle, Yin Chuan took the tome, scrutinizing its contents with a faint smile. With a gesture of his right hand, he demonstrated the technique, and a brilliant golden light enveloped him. Yang Xingye gasped in astonishment. Master, you could perform this technique before? I had not. This is my first attempt, Yin Chuan replied calmly. To execute it flawlessly on your first try? Master, are you truly the legendary martial genius, 1 in 1,000? Yang Xingye exclaimed in awe. Perhaps. Yin Chuan replied with a gentle smile, offering no further elaboration. To him, this martial art appeared straightforward, easily mastered. Furthermore, he possessed even more advanced techniques that could flawlessly replace this one, boasting effects several times more potent. For instance, the previously utilized golden light finger bore similarities to the 9 transformations of the golden body, yet while the latter served solely for defense, Yin Chuan could wield this golden light offensively as well. Afterward, Yin Chuan returned the tome to Yang Xingye, imparting several key insights from its pages. Upon hearing this guidance, Yang Xingye promptly began to practice, and indeed, after altering his approach, he swiftly grasped the technique. Through repeated attempts, he finally manifested the foundational effects of the first transformation. However, to achieve the full prowess of the 9 transformations of the golden body like Yin Chuan, he would need to engage in diligent training. Yang Xingye, passionate about martial arts, found it difficult to cease his practice, continuing until his internal energy was depleted and he was gasping for breath, reluctantly putting the tome away. As dawn broke the next day, Yin Chuan and Yang Xingye retrieved their horses from the inn and commenced their journey homeward. This expedition to Songnan Mountain had proven immensely fruitful for Yin Chuan. Not only did he acquire a substantial quantity of spiritual stones, but he also obtained a spiritual pearl. These treasures assured Yin Chuan that he would no longer need to worry about scarcity, providing sufficient resources to support his cultivation from now until he reaches the core formation stage. Moreover, there was an abundance of gold, silver, and jewels. Should he choose to sell them all, they would undoubtedly fetch a considerable sum. Yang Xingye, well versed in such matters, estimated that selling the entirety of the gold and silver would easily yield 200,000 to 300,000 taels of silver. To put this into perspective, Yang Xingye's own family's wealth amounts to merely a few tens of thousands of taels. Thus, it would not be an exaggeration to assert that Yin Chuan has become the wealthiest individual in Chongqing town. However, when it came to these riches, Yang Xingye held a deeper fondness for the ancient martial arts manuals he had acquired. According to him, these long-lost martial arts secrets, if revealed, could incite turmoil across the entire realm. If sold, even one manuscript could command a price of 100,000 taels of silver. With 6 manuals found within the cave, that amounted to a staggering 600,000 taels. The mere thought brought a broad smile to Yang Xingye's face, especially since Yin Chuan had no interest in these techniques, leaving them all to him. Throughout the journey home, Yang Xingye's smile remained unbroken. Chapter 53. A further exchange. The round trip from Chongqing town to Songnan Mountain took merely 3 to 4 days. Upon returning home, everything remained unchanged. With Wang Dashan, a 5th-stage martial artist, safeguarding the premises, ordinary individuals posed no threat. Upon seeing Yin Chuan's return, He Qinglian rushed forward to greet him, expressing a heartfelt longing despite their brief separation. This marked the first time Yin Chuan had been away for such an extended period since his transformation. That very evening, he instructed the kitchen staff to prepare a grand feast. After indulging in a hearty meal, the next day, Yin Chuan buried the average quality spiritual stones from his storage ring in his spiritual field to nourish the spiritual plants. The remaining high-quality stones were not hastily utilized. Instead, he chose to use the spiritual vein pearl to replenish the energy necessary for his cultivation. With this pearl, Yin Chuan's progression accelerated significantly, and it would not be long before he broke through to the 8th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Currently, as a 7th-layer Qi refinement practitioner, he already possessed the strength to overpower 8th-layer martial artists. He mused that once he reached the 8th layer of the Qi refinement stage, even the most formidable 9th-layer experts in this world would hold no fear for him. Having returned from Songnan Mountain, Yang Xingye was up before dawn each day, rushing to Yin Chuan's residence to train. He diligently studied the 9 turns golden body technique, aiming to master this supreme skill before diving into the other manuals. A month swiftly passed, Through relentless practice and with Yin Chuan's guidance, Yang Xingye had already begun to execute the 4 turns golden body technique. The guards at home, possessing only first or second stage capabilities, found themselves unable to breach Yang Xingye's golden light defense even when they united in an assault, much to his delight. At that moment, Yang Xingye recalled his previous defeat against Wang Dashan. After mastering several unique skills, he sought out Wang Dashan for a sparring match. As both were now at the 5th realm level, their strengths being quite comparable, Wang Dashan, not one to decline a challenge, was also eager to stretch his muscles. So the two set up in the backyard. Yin Chuan, observing from a nearby room through the window, was curious to see who would emerge victorious. Brother Wang, although I lost to you last time, you must be cautious this round, Yang Xingye declared, assuming his stance, confidence gleaming in his eyes. Wang Dashan chuckled warmly. His muscular arms exposed in a sleeveless shirt. Young Master Yang, feel free to come at me. I want to hold back. Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Xingye surged forward like a released arrow, unleashing a stone-shattering palm aimed directly at Wang Dashan's face. The force of his strike sliced through the air with a whistling sound. Unfazed, Wang Dashan crossed his arms in front of him, a metallic sheen glinting on his skin. Bang! Their arms collided, producing a sound reminiscent of iron meeting iron. Yang Xingye felt a numbing sensation in his palm and couldn't help but exclaim, "Such formidable defense." Hee hee. Wang Dashan laughed heartily. "This technique is the iron arm taught to me by Brother Yin. You should be careful," shaking off the sensation in his hand. Yang Xingye refused to underestimate his opponent and swiftly changed his tactic, darting around Wang Dashan's flank like a nimble fish. This was the flowing body fist, a technique taught by Yin Chuan, known for its agility and versatility. Yang Xingye targeted the vulnerable joints of Wang Dashan, but Wang Dashan seemed to anticipate his moves. With a sudden shift of his weight, he blocked Yang's attack and launched a powerful 8-cracking fist. The force of the punch struck like a hammer, forcing Yang Xingye back 3 steps, prompting gasps from the onlooking guards. Yang Xingye steadied himself, his fighting spirit intensifying. He realized in that moment that Wang Dashan had also acquired an impressive repertoire of techniques during their time apart. Taking a deep breath, he decided to leverage his agility rather than engage in a direct confrontation, opting instead to dance around Wang Dashan. Yin Chuan tailored his teachings to suit each individual's strengths. Yang Xingye, with his nimble footwork, was taught the flowing body fist and the light wind step, while Wang Dashan, with his immense strength and robust physique, learned the defensive iron arm and the offensive 8-cracking fist. As they exchanged blows, it became increasingly difficult to determine who held the upper hand. Yang Xingye struggled to break through Wang Dashan's defense, while Wang Dashan found it challenging to strike the agile Yang Xingye. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, and before long, over 70 techniques had been executed. Dust swirled around them, punctuated by the relentless sounds of fists and feet meeting flesh. However, after an extended battle, Yang Xingye began to tire, his speed noticeably diminishing. Sensing this, Wang Dashan deliberately offered an opening, and Yang Xingye took the bait. Just as Yang Xingye believed he had seized an opportunity to land a heavy punch, Wang Dashan sidestepped with a sudden maneuver, seized Yang Xingye's wrist, and executed a shoulder throw, sending Yang Xingye soaring through the air. As defeat loomed, Yang Xingye suddenly executed a deft maneuver in midair, landing gracefully without repeating his previous misstep. The 8-collapse fist. Witnessing Yang's resilience, Wang Dashan lunged forward, delivering a punch with the force of a battering ram, aimed squarely at Yang's chest. In a moment of peril, a golden aura enveloped Yang as he invoked the recently comprehended 9 transformations golden body. Although he could only manage the 4th transformation at present, its defensive capabilities were nonetheless formidable. Clang! The fist collided with the golden aura, producing a resounding echo akin to a bell tolling. To Yang's astonishment, he withstood the blow without consequence. A wave of joy surged within him. How about that? My 9 transformations golden body is quite impressive, he thought, a triumphant smile gracing his face. However, Wang Dashan's punch did not dissipate. An undercurrent of force surged forth, penetrating the golden shield and striking Yang fiercely in the chest. Bang! A dull thud reverberated as Yang staggered back, retreating 7 or 8 steps before collapsing onto the ground. Clutching his chest in excruciating pain, disbelief etched on his face. How is this possible? Even the 9 transformations golden body could not withstand it. Wang Dashan retracted his fist, scratching his head in a humble manner. Your master mentioned that the 8-collapse fist specializes in overcoming protective energy, with each collapse stronger than the last. Yin Chuan, Observing the outcome from the window, nodded slightly, recognizing Wang Dashan's innate understanding. Despite having only imparted 2 techniques to him, he executed them with remarkable finesse. Had it not been for his advanced age, which hindered his opportunity to retrain, he would indeed be a worthy candidate for focused development. Despite his triumph, Wang Dashan displayed no arrogance, approaching Yang to assist him in rising. Yang, having faced defeat at Wang Dashan's hands once more, could only manage a wry smile. It seems my training is still insufficient. I must devote myself more rigorously from now on. Continuous failure is not daunting. What is truly fearsome is the loss of courage to overcome setbacks. Fortunately, Yang harbored no fear of failure. Rather, each defeat to Wang Dashan ignited his competitive spirit, which he deemed a blessing. Take this. Yin Chuan called out to Yang, tossing him a medicinal pill. Upon hearing the voice, Yang swiftly turned and caught it. Snakebone pill. It will heal your injuries, Yin Chuan remarked before turning his attention elsewhere. Yang promptly swallowed the pill, feeling it dissolve in his throat, instantly transforming into a warm current that enveloped the pain in his chest. Moments later, the discomfort from the 8 collapsed fist vanished, as if he had never been struck. This snakebone pill was concocted from the bones of a colossal serpent hunted in the Tsangnan Mountains, making it remarkably effective for treating such minor injuries. Chapter 54. A major incident in pursuit of the strength needed to defeat Wang Dashan and to advance to the 6th realm of martial artists. Yang Xingye began to reside daily at the Yin residence. To accommodate him, Qinglian even prepared a room for his rest and sleep, essentially making him a part of the Yin household. Although Yang's father did not oppose his martial pursuits, he was not particularly supportive either. Now, with Yang dedicating himself to training and neglecting to return home, his father was left at home, fretting with anxiety each day. However, he was deeply fond of his only son and found it hard to be stern, thus he had no choice but to indulge Yang Xingye's temperament. Initially, Yang's father intended for his son to inherit the vast family fortune, but over time, his perspective shifted. He was acutely aware that Yang Xingye was not cut out for business. Should he allow Yang Xingye to inherit such assets, it would likely lead to ruin within a few short years. Consequently, Yang's father now focused solely on amassing wealth, saving it for his foolish son, ensuring that even in his absence, his son would have some funds to squander. On this day, Yang Xingye, as usual, practiced martial arts in the backyard, while the little dog bouncing circled around him, playfully interrupting his training. Yang Xingye, exasperated, often contemplated teaching the dog a lesson, yet bouncing was quick on its feet, sensing the impending reprimand and darting away, as if deliberately toying with him. Out of breath yet unperturbed, bouncing continued its antics. Just as Yang Xingye was engrossed in his training, an old servant of the Yang family stumbled into the backyard, drenched in sweat, exclaiming, Young master, a calamity has befallen us." Yang Xingye, in the midst of a critical moment in his practice, waved his hand dismissively without turning around, no matter how grave the matter. "It can wait until I finish my training." The old servant, in a flurry of urgency, urged him, "Young master, you must return at once. A significant crisis has arisen at home. Your father is in deep trouble, and you need to hurry back." Finally interrupted, Yang Xingye halted, albeit with a hint of impatience. "What trouble? Let him resolve it himself. I have no knowledge of business matters. What can I do by returning?" The old servant glanced around, and then whispered a few words into Yang Xingye's ear. Upon hearing this, Yang Xingye's expression shifted to one of seriousness. He wiped the sweat from his brow and hurriedly followed the old servant home. In the distance, Yin Chuan observed with a slight frown. Although unaware of the specifics of the situation, he sensed that whatever had transpired must be momentous to provoke such urgency in Yang Xingye. This was, after all, a pivotal moment for Yang Xingye. One's growth cannot be achieved without encountering obstacles along the way. Overcoming such challenges is often a blessing in disguise. Thus, Yin Chuan chose not to intervene unless Yang Xingye sought his assistance. Upon returning home, Yang Xingye was silent for 3 days. On the 4th day, he rushed into the residence early in the morning, kneeling before Yin Chuan. "Master, I implore you to assist your disciple." After 3 days of absence, Yang Xingye appeared considerably dejected, his demeanor disheveled and lacking vitality. "What troubles you?" Yin Chuan inquired. "My father has been detained in the dungeons of the wealthy gambling house. They claim that if the debt is not settled within 3 days, they will maim him." Yang Xingye wept profusely. "I have exhausted all options and can only turn to you for help. I earnestly beseech you. Your father is held at a gambling establishment?" Yin Chuan's brow furrowed. I recall that your father does not favor gambling, and with your family's considerable wealth, how could he possibly be unable to pay? The situation, as it turned out, was quite complex, and Yang Xingye had no choice but to recount the entire sequence of events in detail. Several days prior, Yang's father struck a lucrative business deal and, in a fit of jubilation, indulged in a few too many drinks. Seizing the opportunity, the steward, Chao Ming, led the inebriated Yang father to a lavish gambling den. By the end of the night, he had nearly squandered the family fortune. When Yang father awoke from his drunken stupor, he realized he had fallen into a trap. But it was too late to reclaim the lost funds. The situation was further exacerbated by the recent business deal that required substantial capital for purchasing raw materials. With no money to circulate, creditors came demanding their dues, and according to their agreement, a triple compensation was required, amounting to nearly 30,000 taels of silver. Even after selling off all his land and property, Yang father found himself in dire straits. The most troubling aspect was that the individual who purchased the Yang family's ancestral home was none other than Chao Ming, the very steward of the household. It was evident that this man, in collusion with the gambling house and the buyer, had orchestrated a scheme to bring the Yang family to ruin. Unable to repay the debts, Yang father was imprisoned in the gambling den's dungeon, leaving Yang Xingye to scrounge for loans to settle the debts. However, despite his previous affluence that had drawn flattery and admiration, no one was willing to assist him when genuine trouble arose. Consequently, Yang Xingye was left with no choice but to seek help from Yin Chuan. Upon learning the general circumstances, Yin Chuan maintained an impassive demeanor. "What do you propose I do?" he inquired, curious to discern his disciple's thoughts. "Master, we are at Songnan Mountain, and you possess a wealth of gold and jewels." Yang Xingye replied, his head bowed. "If you could spare a portion to repay the debts, my father could be rescued. But rest assured, I will repay you in the future." His humility rendered him hesitant even to meet Yin Chuan's gaze, fearing rejection. "That is indeed a strategy," Yin Chuan replied, his expression unchanging. "However, by doing so, would you not be playing directly into their hands?" "Huh?" Yang Xingye was perplexed, lifting his eyes to Yin Chuan in confusion. "Since your father has been ensnared by their deception, it is evident that their intent is to seize your wealth," Yin Chuan explained. "You must give them what they seek. Yet even if it rescues your father, how will you ever exact retribution for such a grave injustice?" "What should I do then, master?" Yang Xingye asked. "Everything they have gained from their schemes against your family must be reclaimed." A glimmer of determination flickered in Yin Chuan's eyes. "Not only should they return what they have taken, but they must also repay it in full." Yang Xingye bowed deeply once more, pleading, "I implore you, master, assist me." That very evening, at the opulent gambling house in town, Yin Chuan accompanied Yang Xingye into the establishment. The atmosphere was lively, with throngs of individuals surrounding the various gambling tables. After a brief survey of the casino, Yang Xingye quickly located the steward, Chao Ming, who was reveling and boasting with others. Dressed in an extravagant brocade robe, adorned with an array of jade rings and draped in jewels, he exuded an air of triumph. Upon seeing Yang Xingye, Chao Ming appeared to have found amusement, teasingly remarking, "Young Master Yang, back so soon? Have you come to procure funds for your father's release?" Yang Xingye glared at him with bloodshot eyes, barely restraining himself from delivering a blow to this wretch, if not for the presence of many onlookers. "I may not possess money, but I have brought someone," Yang Xingye managed to say through gritted teeth, stepping aside. Yin Chuan slowly approached, waving a few banknotes in his hand. Chapter 55, The Leopard Ha-Ha. Chao Ming erupted into laughter, the stench of liquor spraying Yin Chuan's face. "What are these pitiful banknotes worth? They don't even cover the smallest denominations." The casino erupted in laughter, with several henchmen closing in, cracking their knuckles. Unfazed, Yin Chuan placed the notes firmly on the gambling table. "Isn't this a casino? If I win, wouldn't I have money?" Chao Ming squinted through his drunken haze, scrutinizing Yin Chuan, unable to suppress his laughter. "What a bold claim. Don't think I'm unaware that you, Yin Chuan, are merely a hopeless gambler. Just because you earned the favor of young Master Yang for healing him, you believe you can alter your fortunes. A hopeless gambler remains a hopeless gambler. Do you think you can win anything substantial with these meager banknotes?" Disregarding the taunts, Yin Chuan smiled faintly and took a seat. "Let us not waste words. Let us begin." He placed 500 taels on the table, urging the game to commence. Chao Ming sneered, "This is entertaining. I am eager to witness how you intend to win." Soon, the gambling table was cleared, and a new banker was brought in to roll the dice. Yin Chuan recognized him as Su Laosi, whom he had previously encountered at the casino. With his strength gradually returning, Yin Chuan could discern Su Laoxi's cultivation level, which appeared to be merely that of a fifth-tier martial artist, capable of using inner strength to alter and control the dice outcomes. Su Laoxi approached the table, exchanging a glance with Chao Ming, a connection that Yin Chuan perceptively noted. It was evident that these two were in cahoots. No wonder they had managed to swindle Yang Laowei out of his fortune. What game shall we play? Su Laoxi inquired with a sinister smile. Let us keep it simple. We shall play your casino's most popular game, high or low. Yin Chuan replied, tapping the table with his fingers, addressing Chao Ming. What say you? Will you join? Of course. I shall. Chao Ming huffed, sitting across the table. Place your bets. The stakes are set. Su Laoxi stated as he picked up the dice cup and began to shake it. The 3 dice rattled vigorously within, and after a vigorous shake, they were cast onto the table. Choose, gentlemen. Su Laoxi glanced at Chao Ming, who responded with a knowing nod. Producing a large banknote of 500 taels and betting on high. In accordance with the casino's betting rules, I wager the same amount you have. If I bet high, you cannot bet high as well. You may choose to bet low or even on a triple. Make your selection. Yang Xingye stood anxiously behind Yin Chuan, hardly daring to breathe. Yet Yin Chuan merely glanced at the dice cup, his keen eyes already discerning the outcome. 4, 5, 6, high. Given this, I shall place my bet on the 3 of a kind. Yin Chuan placed his 500 tael silver notes on the table. Ha. Upon witnessing Yin Chuan's choice, Chao Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter. It appears you are indeed driven mad by the prospect of wealth, daring to bet on such a combination? If it turns out to be a 3 of a kind, I shall owe you 5,000 taels. Your calculations are quite audacious, yet regrettably improbable. With a grand gesture, Chao Ming commanded, let us commence. Su Laoxi, with a slight smile, lifted the dice cup. The result revealed a 4, 5, and 6, indeed a winning hand. Seeing this outcome, Chao Ming's grin widened even further. Tell me, Divine Dr. Yin, do you still possess any funds? Chao Ming scooped up the 500 tael notes from the table, tauntingly adding, I hope you haven't come with merely these 5 notes, or else this game would already be concluded. Master, Yang Xingye felt his heart leap to his throat. He was left with only a few copper coins, utterly unable to contribute further. Fortune smiles upon us. Yin Chuan's expression bore no trace of regret for his losses. Instead, he rummaged in his pocket and produced 2 additional 500 tael notes. However, I still have some funds. Let us continue. Before Su Laoxi could shake the dice again, Yin Chuan had already placed his notes on the same bet. Chao Ming, witnessing Yin Chuan's bold move, laughed heartily. It seems I underestimated you. I never expected you to muster 1,000 taels. Such audacity, still wagering on a 3 of a kind? With a smirk, Chao Ming combined the 500 tael notes he had just won with his own and placed a total of 1,000 taels on the table. Since you have bet on the 3 of a kind, I shall bet on the higher number. After Chao Ming's declaration, Su Laoxi picked up the dice cup and began to shake it once more. Observing the escalating stakes, other gamblers in the casino gathered around, eager to witness the outcome. Quickly forming several circles, Su Laoxi, shaking the dice in the air, channeled an energy from his palm into the cup, guiding the dice's movement. As the cup fell onto the table, Yin Chuan's keen eyes discerned the numbers. 4, 4, 6, a winning hand. Su Laoxi rubbed his nose and inquired, shall either of you raise the stakes? No more bets, just reveal the result. Yin Chuan abruptly slapped the table, seemingly lackadaisical. Yet an aura of energy surged through the surface into the cup. Then let us unveil the result. Su Laoxi lifted the lid of the cup, and the spectators gasped upon seeing the numbers. Indeed, it was a 3 of a kind. 3 fours, undoubtedly a winning hand. My heavens! Chao Ming's smile froze as he beheld the undeniable 3 of a kind. Su Laoxi, responsible for rolling the dice, was equally taken aback. He had clearly controlled the roll to achieve a 4, 4, 6. How could a 3 of a kind be the result? This was utterly inconceivable. Master, you have triumphed. Yang Xingye exclaimed with excitement. In this round, Yin Chuan emerged victorious, and due to his successful bet on the 3 of a kind, Chao Ming lost a staggering 10,000 taels. It seems luck is on my side this time. Yin Chuan smiled slightly, declaring that the money lost by his opponent need not be repaid to him, but rather deducted from the debts owed by his family. He gestured toward Yang Xingye behind him, his tone remaining nonchalant. Very well, Chao Ming replied, his eyes narrowing into slits as he menacingly added. Even if you were fortunate enough to win one round, his father still owes me 20,000 taels of silver. Let us continue, shall we? With a grin, Yin Chuan retrieved the 1,000 tael banknote. Indeed, let us proceed. Chao Ming scoffed. producing 2 banknotes from his pocket, each worth 500 taels. I shall place my bet first, he proclaimed, wagering a total of 2,000 taels on the small. He cast a glance at Su Laosi, who, swallowing hard and feeling somewhat awkward, nodded slightly while stroking his chin. Excellent. As Chao Meng raised the stakes, Yin Chuan produced 2 more 500 tael banknotes from his own pocket, once again choosing to bet on the leopard. I shall wager on this. You must be out of your mind. Chao Meng could not help but exclaim. Do you really think the leopard can come up twice in a row? What is impossible? Yin Chuan replied with a smile. As long as one dares to dream, anything is feasible. I am eager to see how you will achieve a leopard this time. Chao Meng pounded his fist on the table in frustration, though he winced from the pain, yet gritted his teeth to endure it. Casting a glance at Su Laosi, he felt an ominous premonition. If he were to lose this round again, Su Laosi would surely betray him. Chapter 56. The supreme leopard. Fine beads of sweat formed on Su Laosi's forehead as he took a deep breath and picked up the dice cup once more. He cast a glance at Yin Chuan, well aware of his own skills. His previous failure was not due to any mistake on his part, but rather a result of Yin Chuan employing some form of trickery to alter the outcome. Thus, to safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, he decided to employ his signature technique, the 3 talents lock dice. With a flourish of his wrist, the cup danced through the air, tracing an uncanny arc as the 3 dice within clinked merrily, each enveloped by his precise internal force. Bang! The dice cup landed heavily on the table. Su Laosi discreetly harnessed his energy, firmly locking the 3 dice on the numbers 1, 2, and 3. For further security, he pressed his hand against the table, creating an internal barrier beneath the dice cup to thwart any illicit interference. I am about to unveil the result. Su Laosi grinned maliciously at Yin Chuan. Proceed. Yin Chuan replied with a subtle smile, gently tapping the edge of the table with his right hand. A surge of pure spiritual energy flowed across the surface of the table and effortlessly penetrated the internal barrier, silently altering the numbers on the dice. As the lid was lifted, 3 threes emerged. Another leopard. The casino erupted in chaos, the spectators erupting into deafening exclamations, some even excitedly pounding the table. Impossible. Su Laosi's complexion turned ashen, his hands trembling as he lifted the dice to inspect. Enough. Chao Meng shouted, accusingly pointing at Su Laosi. You, Su Laosi, are in cahoots to cheat, aren't you? Su Laosi looked at Yin Chuan in terror, knowing that this was undoubtedly yet another of Yin Chuan's machinations. But how is this feat accomplished? To precisely control the dice's outcome with such finesse requires a seasoned veteran of the gambling realm, honed through years of practice and intimate proximity. Yet, this individual stands at such a distance from the betting bowl. How could he execute such a clandestine maneuver? Even a master of the 9th realm would struggle to achieve such precision. One must tread carefully with such assertions. Yin Chuan offered a slight smile. We all know that the Fortune Casino is renowned for its integrity. How could its patrons possibly cheat? Furthermore, if there were any allegations of deceit, one must present evidence, would they not? To make such claims without proof is tantamount to slander. Yin Chuan remained composed in his chair. According to the rules, you owe me 20,000 taels. Your debts are now settled. Chao Meng was left speechless, knowing that his attempt to bribe Su Laosi must remain a secret, and he could only swallow his loss in silence. If he angered the casino's hidden masters, he would find himself in dire straits. Very well, Chao Meng replied defiantly. But are you brave enough to continue? At this moment, it was clear that Chao Meng's anger had clouded his judgment, the psychology of a gambler overtaking him. What is there to fear? Yin Chuan smiled gently. However, before we proceed, should we not release Lord Yang, who is currently detained? After all, the debt is settled. Release him. Chao Meng gritted his teeth, forcing out the word. Xingye, go fetch your father. Yin Chuan waved his hand lightly, signaling that Yang Xingye should follow Chao Meng's men. With Yang Xingye's prowess as a 5th realm warrior, the thugs posed no threat to him. Let us continue the game, but with a change of players. Chao Meng bellowed, shooting a glare at the still-dazed Su Laosi. After rolling 2 pairs of leopards in succession, Su Laosi lost his confidence and could only retreat slightly. Then allow me to take the stage. A corpulent middle-aged man emerged from the crowd. His round face beamed with a smile, resembling a Maitreya Buddha, though a glint of shrewdness sparkled in his small eyes. I am Xie Guanlin, the premier dice roller of the casino, and I assure you that my rolls will be fair and just. He chuckled amiably as he approached the table, inspecting the dice and the bowl thoroughly before speaking. According to my rules, I shall roll the dice, and neither party may touch the table. Yin Chuan smiled again, pushing 1,000 taels back into the leopard betting zone. I shall still wager on leopards. The crowd erupted into a flurry of excitement. To bet on leopards 3 times in a row was utterly unprecedented. You. Chao Ming slammed his fist hard against the armrest of his chair, casting a glance at Xie Guanglin, who served as the face of the casino. No one had ever managed to bribe him. The Fortune Casino was under his meticulous management. With him rolling the dice, there was much more assurance. I am eager to see if leopards can truly be rolled again. Chao Ming placed his wager on small, watching the unfolding events with keen interest. In this round, as long as no one cheats, the prospect of rolling leopards 3 times consecutively is nearly impossible. Thus, if a big number is rolled, it results in a draw. If the small one is eliminated, then victory is assured. Noticing that both parties had placed their bets and refrained from touching the table, Xie Guanglin's eyes gleamed with keen insight as he picked up the dice cup. His technique was entirely different from Su Laoxi's. It was not as forceful, but rather gentle, yet filled with rhythm. Bang! The dice cup struck the table, and Xie Guanglin withdrew his hands. Will you raise the stakes? Yin Chuan's discerning gaze penetrated the cup's wall, revealing a score of 3, 4, and 6, a large win. Although touching the table was prohibited, Yin Chuan remained composed, merely tapping his right foot lightly on the ground. A surge of spiritual energy coursed through the floor, traveling up the table legs and subtly altering the orientation of the dice within the cup. Then I shall unveil the cup, Xie Guanglin declared confidently as he lifted the lid. 666, the supreme leopard. The entire casino erupted in fervor, as onlookers surged forward, eager to witness this rare spectacle. 3 consecutive rolls yielding leopards, culminating in the supreme leopard of 3 sixes. Such an occurrence had never been seen before. According to casino rules, the supreme leopard paid 100 to 1. Yin Chuan's initial stake of 1,000 taels instantly transformed into a staggering 100,000 taels. Chao Ming's face turned ashen, his legs buckling as he slumped into his chair. The smile on Xie Guanglin's face also froze. Although he had not intentionally altered the dice's values, he was acutely aware of what he had rolled once they settled. Now, with such an outrageous score, something was undoubtedly amiss. Trembling, he picked up the dice to inspect them, but found no flaws. He could only gaze in astonishment at Yin Chuan, realizing that no one would believe this was not cheating. Yet, he could not fathom how it was achieved. If the previous 2 leopards had been manipulated by Su Laoxi, how could the 3rd round be explained? This is impossible, Chao Ming muttered in despair. He had schemed tirelessly to siphon the Yang family's wealth, which amounted to merely a few thousand taels. Now, to pay out 100,000 taels was utterly beyond him. All right, it's time to settle the debts. Yin Chuan smiled slightly, his gaze sharp as a detective's focused on Chao Ming. No, this is suspicious. Chao Ming shook his head vigorously, declaring, you and the casino must be colluding to frame me. Upon hearing this, Xie Guanglin, who had previously appeared amiable, suddenly cast a glance at him, his eyes betraying a ferocious intent. Such words should not be spoken lightly. Chapter 57. Conducting affairs according to the rules. Chao Ming's face flushed red as he slammed his hand on the table, rising to point at Yin Chuan while shouting. This is undoubtedly a scam. I have never witnessed 3 consecutive leopards. Moreover, the last one is the supreme leopard. You must have conspired. His outburst instantly heightened the tension in the casino. Although the surrounding gamblers found the situation incredible, Xie Guanglin's casino had always maintained an excellent reputation, leaving everyone exchanging glances, uncertain of whom to trust. Xie Guanglin's gaze turned icy, the smile on his face completely vanishing as he spoke in a low, somber tone. Chao Ming, if you cannot afford to gamble, then do not gamble. Losing money and then slandering the casino for cheating. Are you tired of living? Cold sweat beaded on Chao Ming's forehead. But at this juncture, how could he possibly produce 100,000 taels of silver? With a steely resolve, he continued to deny the accusation. Master Xie, no matter how strict your casino's rules may be, reason must prevail, mustn't it? To draw 3 leopards in a row. Who could possibly believe such a bizarre occurrence? Xie Guanglin's initially amiable demeanor abruptly shifted, revealing a murderous intent. Yin Chuan, observing from the side, noted that this man was at least a 6th-tier martial artist. Bring him in, Xie Guanglin commanded, his brow furrowed as he waved his hand. Instantly, 7 or 8 burly enforcers surrounded Chao Ming, their ferocious gazes fixed upon him. One of them sneered, Mr. Chao, you are well aware of the casino's rules. Either pay up, or we must proceed according to protocol. Chao Ming's complexion turned ashen, his legs trembling. Even though he had amassed considerable wealth by ruining the Yang family, he ultimately found himself powerless against the casino's might. In this dire situation, he finally grasped the totality of his predicament. I will pay, please. Chao Ming collapsed onto the ground, his eyes devoid of hope. Soon, the enforcers dragged him out of the casino to fetch the money. Nearly a quarter of an hour later, they returned with Chao Ming once more in tow. Trembling, he produced a stack of silver notes, his voice quavering. I only have over 40,000 taels in cash. The rest can be supplemented with the properties and shops that the Yang family just transferred to me. With that, he placed a pile of land deeds on the table. Xie Guanglin took the silver notes and land deeds, conducting a cursory assessment before replying with indifference. This is still insufficient. You are short by over 30,000 taels. Chao Ming, on the verge of tears, sank to his knees, pleading. This is all the money I have. I truly cannot produce more. Is it possible to issue an IOU? I will find a way to repay you slowly. Upon hearing this, Xie Guanglin turned his expressionless gaze towards Yin Chuan. Mr. Yin, what do you think? I want no IOU. Payment is due immediately. Yin Chuan remained resolute, his tone leaving no room for debate. Xie Guanglin, upon hearing this, smiled slightly and addressed Yin Chuan. If Mr. Yin insists on receiving payment and he is unable to provide it. After a brief pause, he continued. According to casino regulations, those who fail to repay their debts shall suffer the loss of a hand or foot, each limb valued at 1,000 taels. The loss of both limbs will equate to 4,000 taels. As for the remaining debt, our casino will cover it. Yin Chuan's expression remained unperturbed, his gaze sweeping over Chao Ming's terrified countenance, devoid of any sympathy. If that is the case, let us proceed according to your casino's rules. No, please don't do this. Chao Ming scrambled forward, grasping Xie Guanglin's leg in desperation. Grant me one more chance. I will find a way to repay the debt quickly. What you seek is futile. If you wish for mercy, then plead with Mr. Yin, Xie Guanglin remarked, not even glancing at Chao Ming. Chao Ming, devoid of options, could only crawl on his knees to the feet of Yin Chuan, pleading for mercy. Mr. Yin, I implore you to show leniency and spare my life. I will surely devise a means to gather the funds to repay my debt. What do you intend to offer in return? Yin Chuan retorted. Are you suggesting you will simply find another family to manage things and employ the same old methods that lead to their ruin? I will find another way. There must be a solution. As Chao Ming attempted to grasp Yin Chuan's feet, he was met with a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Cease your schemes. Let us adhere to the rules. Yin Chuan remained unmoved. Seeing Yin Chuan's resolve, Xie Guanglin waved his hand, and several thugs immediately understood the cue, dragging Chao Ming to the back of the casino. Please, no? His scream was abruptly silenced, followed by a heart-wrenching wail that echoed from the back, which soon faded into silence. Inside the casino, an eerie stillness enveloped the room, as all present were rendered speechless by the brutality of the act. With the farce concluded, the gamblers began to disperse. Shortly thereafter, Xie Guanglin approached with several stacks of silver notes, settling Chao Ming's outstanding debt. After verifying the amounts were accurate, Yin Chuan tucked the notes and property deeds into his cloak and stood to depart. Since all has been resolved according to the rules, I shall take my leave, he declared. However, just as he was about to exit, Xie Guanglin stepped forward and quietly said, Mr. Yin, my esteemed landlord is quite intrigued by you and wishes to invite you upstairs for a brief discussion. Might you honor us with your presence? Not interested. Yin Chuan coldly replied, attempting to continue on his way. Yet, several thugs swiftly blocked the entrance, clearly unwilling to let him depart so easily. What? Do you intend to detain me now that I've won some money? Yin Chuan raised his voice, attracting the attention of the gamblers who had just begun to disperse. You misunderstand, Mr. Yin. Xie Guanglin donned a friendly smile. It is not that we wish to prevent your departure, but rather that my landlord genuinely desires to meet you. It will only take a moment of your time. At that moment, Yin Chuan realized that, given the presence of these thugs, it would be impossible for him to escape if he truly wished to leave. However, after some contemplation, he deemed it unnecessary to resort to violence. After all, resolving the troubles with the Yang family could be seen as leveraging the casino's assistance. Living in the same town, he had no desire to cultivate too many enemies. Very well, I shall meet with him, Yin Chuan conceded with a slight nod. Xie Guanglin's face lit up with a smile as he stepped forward to lead the way. Please, Mr. Yin, follow me. Ascending to the second floor with Xie Guanglin, they soon arrived at the entrance of a private room. My landlord awaits you inside. Xie Guanglin gently pushed the door open and stepped aside. Yin Chuan peered into the room, assessing for any threats, and upon sensing none, he took a step inside. As he entered, the door was quietly closed behind him by Xie Guanglin. Navigating around a screen, he finally beheld the landlord he had heard so much about. Renowned for her elusive gambling prowess, she was indeed as formidable as the tale suggested. A melodious female voice resonated within the room, revealing that the so-called landlord was a woman, seemingly in her 30s, clad in a striking red dress, possessing an enchanting and alluring beauty. "Are you the one you referred to as the host?" Yin Chuan chuckled softly, casually selecting a chair to sit a few steps away from the woman in the red dress. The woman was warming a pot of wine on the table and poured a glass for Yin Chuan, then filled one for herself. "Why are you sitting so far away?" "I won't bite." She smiled lightly. Chapter 58. The red-clad god of wealth. Yin Chuan maintained an expression of calm, his gaze steady upon the alluring woman in red, completely unfazed by her enticing smile. "Are you the host of the Blood Moon Tower, as mentioned by that hefty fellow?" Yin Chuan stepped forward, lifted his glass, and took a delicate sip, savoring the rich aroma of the wine. It was indeed exquisite. The woman's crimson lips curled slightly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "What? Does it not seem so?" Setting down his glass, Yin Chuan's eyes gleamed with sharpness as he inquired directly, "The host of the Blood Moon Tower?" The woman paused at his words, momentarily taken aback before covering her mouth with a soft laugh. "Blood Moon Tower? Those shadowy assassins? I have no interest in associating with them." She leaned slightly forward, her voice languid. "I am the host of the Gold and Silver Tower. This opulent casino is merely one of my many enterprises." "Gold and Silver Tower?" Yin Chuan raised an eyebrow. "What? Have you not heard of it?" The woman blinked playfully, feigning disappointment. "It seems my title as the red-clad god of wealth is not yet widely recognized." "Red-clad god of wealth?" Yin Chuan smiled faintly. "That title is rather impressive." She giggled, her fingertips tapping lightly on the table. "I am Li Hongyuan, a name bestowed upon me by the people of the Jianghu, merely a nickname of endearment." Yin Chuan nodded before directly asking, "Why does host Li wish to meet me?" Li Hongyuan propped her chin on one hand, regarding Yin Chuan with keen interest. "I had heard rumors of a top-tier expert emerging from Chongqing town, ranked 45th, known as the Hidden Gambler. I initially thought it was a misjudgment by the Tianji Pavilion." After a knowing smile, Li Hongyuan continued, "After all, your previous reputation was rather unsavory." Yin Chuan's expression remained unchanged as he smiled slightly. "So, you are here to ascertain whether the Tianji Pavilion has aired?" "Indeed." Li Hongyuan nodded. "Having seen you today, I can confirm that the Tianji Pavilion has truly remarkable insight. You undoubtedly possess the strength of a top-tier expert." Yin Chuan stood up. "Now that you have confirmed it, I shall take my leave." "Wait." Li Hongyuan quickly called out to him. "Mr. Yin, why the haste to depart? I have another matter to discuss." "Not interested." Yin Chuan continued walking, not glancing back as he approached the door. However, upon grasping the door handle and attempting to pull it open, he found it immovable, as if bound by an invisible force. At that moment, Li Hongyuan's voice, laced with amusement, floated from behind him. "Mr. Yin, I've set up a formation on that door. Without my permission, you cannot exit." A smirk crept onto Yin Chuan's lips as he subtly channeled his internal energy, stating calmly, "Whether I can leave or not is not for you to decide." As his words fell, he tightened his grip, and a surge of energy burst forth from his fingertips. With a faint crack, a subtle sound of shattering filled the air, and the formation on the door crumbled like thin ice. Yin Chuan gently tugged, and the door swung open with a resounding creak. Li Hongyuan's pupils constricted, and the smile on her face instantly froze. Although the formation she had set up was not of the highest caliber, it was certainly not something an ordinary warrior could dismantle. Yet, Yin Chuan had effortlessly shattered it. By the time she regained her composure, Yin Chuan's figure had already vanished at the end of the corridor. Intriguingly, Li Hongyuan chuckled softly, a flicker of excitement glimmering in her eyes. "It seems I have indeed encountered an extraordinary individual this time." As Yin Chuan exited the casino, the night breeze was pleasantly cool. Not far away, Yang Xingye was assisting his father, standing at the street corner, alongside the old servant who had previously come to report to the Yin residence. Upon seeing Yin Chuan emerge, Yang Xingye hurriedly approached. "Master." Although Mr. Yang was weak, he still exerted himself to bow. "Mr. Yin, your immense kindness is something the Yang family will never forget." Yin Chuan waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for such formality, Mr. Yang." As he spoke, Yin Chuan took out a stack of silver notes and a deed from his cloak, handing them to Yang Xingye. "Take these back and restore your family's fortunes." Yang Xingye's eyes reddened, his voice choked with emotion. Master, this money was won by you. How could we shamelessly accept it? Yin Chuan smiled. Since I have taken you as my disciple, your affairs are now my own. Saying this, he retrieved a pale green pill from his storage ring. This medicine can treat external injuries. Dissolve it in hot water and administer it to your father. Yang Xingye trembled as he accepted it, bowing deeply. I will never forget your kindness, master. Yin Chuan patted Yang Xingye's shoulder. Go home quickly. Once you have settled your family matters, come find me. Yes. Yang Xingye nodded in agreement. Then, along with the old servant, assisted his father as they walked away. At the entrance of the Yin residence, He Qinglian wrapped herself in a coat, pacing back and forth, her face etched with worry. At her feet, a small gray and white dog circled around her, occasionally nudging her skirt with its head, emitting soft whimpers of comfort. Madam, the night is chilly. You should return indoors. Wang Dashan advised softly. He Qinglian shook her head. Let's wait a little longer. Just then, the little dog, Bump, which had been resting at her feet, seemed to sense something. It suddenly perked up its ears and barked twice towards the street corner, then excitedly wagged its tail and bolted outside. He Qinglian looked up just in time to see Yin Chuan's figure appear at the street corner. Bump dashed to Yin Chuan's feet, affectionately rubbing against his boots, its rear end wagging furiously. Husband! He Qinglian hurried forward, her worries finally dissipating. Are you all right? Yin Chuan bent down to stroke Bump's head. The little creature had grown remarkably fast and now stood at knee height. What could possibly happen to me? Yin Chuan chuckled, clasping He Qinglian's slightly cool hand. But you, waiting outside so late. He Qinglian spoke softly. I heard you went to the casino, and I couldn't help but worry. After a pause, she continued. Was everything resolved? Is Xingye's family well? Yin Chuan nodded. Do not worry. Everything has been resolved, and all is well. That is a relief. He Qinglian finally sighed in relief. Yin Chuan gently placed his hand on her shoulder as they stepped through the entrance together. Let us return and rest, he suggested. Once they were inside, Wang Dashan securely closed the door and locked it with a bolt from within. The night was deep and tranquil. After confirming that He Qinglian was sound asleep, Yin Chuan quietly made his way to the backyard. The moon was full, casting a silvery glow, creating an ideal moment for cultivation. He retrieved a dozen or so spirit stones of similar size from his storage ring and arranged them on the stone platform according to a specific orientation. With a flick of his fingertips, he channeled his spiritual energy, etching intricate patterns into the ground. Spirit Gathering Array, activate, he commanded softly. As he spoke, the spirit stones began to emit a faint light, and the spiritual energy in the air gradually converged towards the array. Yin Chuan sat cross-legged at the center of the formation, closing his eyes to attune his breath, while his spiritual energy flowed like a stream around him. Time passed, and the moon began to descend in the west. Suddenly, a violent tremor surged through Yin Chuan's body. The cyclone in his dantian spun rapidly, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged madly into him. Boom! It felt as though some barrier within him had been shattered, causing an instantaneous surge of spiritual power. Yin Chuan abruptly opened his eyes, brilliance flickering within. He had finally broken through to the 8th level of Qi cultivation. Chapter 59. The Nameless Ghost Market the following morning. The red-robed god of wealth ranked 21st on the Earth board. Yin Chuan examined the list of masters previously provided by Yang Xingye. Locating the information about this Li Hanyuan, the list indicated that she was one of the 3 great gods of wealth, rich enough to rival nations. There were also 2 other gods of wealth, one known as the Black God of Wealth and the other as the White God of Wealth. However, these 2 were not mentioned on the master list, leaving little information about them. Humph. Yin Chuan closed the list with a cold smile. With skills like yours, what could possibly require my assistance? Just as he pondered, Wang Dashan hurried into the courtyard, cupping his fists. Brother Yin, there is a woman outside who wishes to see you. Yin Chuan did not lift his gaze. I shall not meet her. Wang Dashan displayed an expression of difficulty. But before he could finish, a commotion erupted outside the courtyard. Li Hanyuan, clad in red, approached gracefully, followed by several guards from the Yin residence, who were flustered yet hesitant to truly intervene. On one hand, they knew they could not overpower her. On the other, Li Hongyuan's beauty made it difficult for them to act against her. Mr. Yin, to be so eager to dismiss a guest is rather impolite. Li Hongyuan's lips curled into a slight smile as her gaze swept across the courtyard, ultimately landing on He Qinglian, who had rushed over. Still holding a meat bone prepared for Binbin, He Qinglian furrowed her brow slightly. Who is this young lady? I am Li Hongyuan, here to pay a visit to Mr. Yen. Li Hongyuan performed a graceful bow, her poise elegant. He Qinglian turned to look at Yin Chuan, her eyes questioning. Yin Chuan's expression darkened as he strode forward. Miss Li, to intrude upon private residence is rather discourteous, don't you think? What? Do you really think Mr. Yin would report me to the authorities? Li Hongyuan laughed, covering her mouth. If the officials had the means to apprehend you, I would genuinely consider it. Yin Chuan frowned. Li Hongyuan chuckled lightly before saying, If I have caused any disturbance, I kindly ask for your understanding, Mr. Yin. The matter is urgent, and I have no choice but to bring it up. At this point, she glanced around and continued, You left in quite a hurry last night, and we didn't have the chance to converse properly. I have come today to discuss something privately with you. If you feel uneasy in my presence, I have ventured to your home alone, so surely we can talk here. Yin Chuan observed her serious demeanor, which seemed genuine, and reluctantly instructed He Qinglian, Madam, please return to the house. He then cast a glance at Wang Dashan, saying, Keep a close watch at the gate. Leading Li Hongyuan to an open area in the backyard, Yin Chuan coldly inquired, Speak, what is it that you wish to discuss? Li Hongyuan suppressed her smile and replied earnestly, I would like to request your company to a certain location. What location? Yin Chuan furrowed his brows. Xieya Valley. Li Hongyuan responded, The Wuxiang Ghost Market, which occurs every 3 years, is set to convene next month. I require several skilled individuals to accompany me. Might Mr. Yin be interested? Wuxiang Ghost Market? Upon hearing this name, Yin Chuan's interest was piqued. What kind of place is that? Li Hongyuan covered her mouth with a laugh, Mr. Yin, you truly live up to your reclusive reputation. It seems you are rather unfamiliar with the intriguing tales of the martial world. That is of little consequence. Yin Chuan replied, First, enlighten me about the purpose of this ghost market. Shall we converse while standing? Li Hongyuan feigned discomfort, glancing at a nearby pavilion. Yin Chuan shot her an exasperated look before turning and entering the pavilion to sit down. Li Hongyuan smiled gently and followed him inside, continuing. The Wuxiang Ghost Market opens every 3 years, welcoming anyone from the martial world, whether to sell or purchase goods. It is held in Xieya Valley. Presided over by Zhu Wuzha, a master ranked 9th on the heavenly list. This place is remote and beyond the reach of the government, and each time it convenes, one can acquire remarkable treasures that are otherwise unobtainable. Rare curiosities, martial arts manuals, and formidable weapons are all available. After finishing, Li Hongyuan looked at Yin Chuan. What do you think? Are you interested in accompanying me? You are a formidable master in your own right. Surely you have few adversaries, Yin Chuan remarked. Will you still feel apprehensive about going to such a place? As a woman of delicate beauty, how could I not be fearful? Li Hongyuan gently caressed her face, feigning trepidation. You must understand that once the ghost market opens, while disturbances within the market are prohibited, the area outside is lawless. Murders, thefts, and acts of violence occur frequently. With a soft sigh, she continued, Although I am a master of the earth ranking, the number of those who could rival me can be counted on 2 hands. If I do not bring along sufficient assistance, how can I feel secure? You mentioned needing several skilled individuals to accompany you. Yin Chuan chuckled. I wonder how many more you intend to bring besides myself? Li Hongyuan raised 5 fingers, then retracted her thumb. I need 4 companions in total, including myself. We are just 1 person short. If Mr. Yin agrees, our team will be complete. And who are the other 3? Yin Chuan inquired. They are also esteemed masters whom I have engaged at great expense. Li Hongyuan began her introduction. Rank 38 on the Earth ranking, by Jianxiao Weeps. Rank 41, Fei Dao Wuying, Kong Di. Rank 49, Qing Tian Shou, Su Sanjin. At this point, Li Hongyuan paused briefly, then with a flutter of her eyelashes, continued. As long as Mr. Yin agrees, our party shall comprise 5 experts from the Earth ranking. This journey will undoubtedly be well prepared. Yin Chuan, having listened to her, remained composed and replied, But what if I insist on not going? Upon hearing this, Li Hongyuan could only express her regret. If Mr. Yin chooses not to go, then I shall have to invest more time seeking others. However, although this place is accessible to those in the martial world, if one is unaware of its location, it is futile to attempt the journey, is it not? Yin Chuan contemplated for a moment and realized that he could indeed make the trip. The treasures he had acquired previously in Songnan Mountain needed a place for disposal. Earlier, to rescue Yang Xingye's father, he had exchanged 2,000 taels of silver at a pawnshop in the town, which had stirred quite a commotion. Selling everything at the ghost market in one go would be a wise strategy. Moreover, if there were any extraordinary treasures within the ghost market, he could seize the opportunity to procure them. It was indeed a rare chance. What does Mr. Yin think? Li Hongyuan inquired, her tone playful. Yin Chuan glanced at her, unfazed, and after a moment, asked, "If I agree, what will you offer me?" At this question, Li Hongyuan leaned forward, whispering into Yin Chuan's ear, "Do you desire me?" Yin Chuan caught the faint scent of her perfume, seasoned with a hint of an aphrodisiac, though the concentration was low. Combined with the fragrance in Li Hongyuan's own alluring demeanor, it was likely that few men could withstand its allure. Chapter 60. I desire a mountain. A smile tugged at Yin Chuan's lips as he quietly channeled his inner energy, reciting a calming incantation that swiftly dissipated the enchanting influence. Li Luzhu. Yin Chuan maintained his usual demeanor, leaning slightly back to create distance. "This trick of yours, perhaps you should keep it to yourself." Surprise flickered in Li Hongyuan's eyes, followed by a light laugh as she returned to her seat. "Mr. Yin is indeed extraordinary." After adjusting her hair, she continued, "In that case, let us speak candidly. What do you desire? Anything within my means can be negotiated." Yin Chuan lightly tapped the stone table, pondering for a moment before stating, "I want the mountain north of Chongqing town." "Oh," Li Hongyuan raised an eyebrow. "That desolate mountain? What does Mr. Yin want it for?" "That is of no concern to you, Li Luzhu," Yin Chuan replied calmly. "Additionally, I would like you to assist me in constructing a villa atop the mountain." A spark of excitement lit up Li Hongyuan's eyes, and she smiled broadly. "That is easily arranged. That mountain is unclaimed land. And with my connections at the Jining building, securing the land deed will be a breeze. I shall have the deed delivered to your residence within 3 days, and the villa completed within 2 months. By the time we return from the Wuxiang Ghost Market, I trust the villa will be ready for occupancy." Yin Chuan nodded. "Deal." The reason for selecting that mountain was precisely its seclusion from the clamor of the world, coupled with an abundance of spiritual energy. Cultivating within the town posed numerous inconveniences, and the spiritual herbs cultivated in the backyard were far from sufficient for the daily alchemical endeavors. Owning his own estate would not only allow for serene practice, but also facilitate the establishment of medicinal fields and the arrangement of formations. Consequently, this would significantly reduce disturbances from others. Thus, we have come to an agreement. We shall meet at the entrance of the fortune gambling house in 10 days at the hour of the dragon. Li Hongyuan rose gracefully, her red dress fluttering. By then, I shall prepare everything. Mr. Yin need not concern himself with any preparations, just your presence will suffice. Yin Chuan also stood. Very well. Then I shall not see you off. Watching Li Hongyuan's departing figure, Yin Chuan's gaze grew contemplative. This woman was undoubtedly extraordinary. Her cautiousness about visiting the ghost market suggested that this mysterious market must possess something noteworthy, indeed warranting his visit. That night, Yin Chuan informed He Qinglian of his plans. Though he refrained from disclosing the specifics of the ghost market, merely stating he would assist in transporting a shipment. "How long will you be gone?" He Qinglian inquired softly, arranging Yin Chuan's belongings. "At least a month, I suppose." Yin Chuan took her hand reassuringly. "Do not worry, I shall return swiftly." He Qinglian nodded, retrieving a newly sewn inner armor from the cupboard. "This soft armor has been lined with silk cotton. It will keep you warm. Remember to wear it underneath." Yin Chuan nodded, setting the armor aside, then extinguished the candlelight and drew the bed curtains. 10 days later, as dawn broke, Yin Chuan bid farewell to He Qinglian and arrived at the entrance of the fortune gambling house. Yang Xingye had initially wished to accompany Yin Chuan, but with family matters unresolved, he had to forego the idea. However, he assured Yin Chuan he would safeguard his wife and await his return. Upon arrival, Li Hongyuan had been waiting for some time, accompanied by 3 individuals of distinct temperaments. A stern man clad in black, with a long sword slung across his back and disheveled long hair, was undoubtedly by Jian Xiaoku, whom Yin Chuan had seen in illustrations before. Behind Xiaoku stood a lanky figure with 7 flying daggers at his waist. He was likely Fei Dao Wuing, Kong Di, who, despite his seemingly unremarkable appearance and 2 wispy mustaches, exuded the air of a shrewd merchant rather than a master. The burly man with hands like fans was undoubtedly Qing Tianshou Su Sanjin. "Mr. Yin is indeed punctual." Li Hongyuan smiled radiantly, gesturing to a fine black steed behind her. "Shall we set off?" Yin Chuan surveyed the group and nodded slightly. Moments later, 3 horses and a carriage departed from the town. Fei Dao Wuing, riding at the front, led the way, while Bai Jian Xiaoku brought up the rear. Su Sanjin, with his enormous hands, drove the carriage in the center. Inside the carriage, Li Hongyuan lifted the curtain, gazing meaningfully at Yin Chuan, who rode alongside. She, Li Hongyuan, considered herself the most beautiful woman in the world and had yet to encounter a man who could overlook her. as the sun dipped below the horizon. The sky was painted with a hue of orange-red. The group had traveled along the official road for an entire day and finally arrived at a roadside inn just before sunset. The sign hung outside read Fortune Inn. And though it was not luxurious, it was notably clean and tidy. "Let us rest here for the night," Li Hongyuan declared as she peered out from the carriage to address the others. Kong Di was the first to dismount, stretching lazily. "At last, I can rest. This bumpy ride has nearly broken my back." Bai Jianxiao remained silent, quietly securing the horses. Meanwhile, Su Sanjin strode into the inn, shouting, "I'm starving. Bring me 3 pounds of beef." As the five entered, they attracted many glances, the majority of which were directed at Li Hongyuan. After all, she was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. And even with half her face veiled in white gauze, her grace was unmistakable. "Esteemed guests, are you here to dine or to stay?" The innkeeper approached with a welcoming demeanor. "To stay," Li Hongyuan responded, gesturing toward Kong Di and Su Sanjin, who had already taken their seats. "Please serve them some food and drink first." The group gathered around a large round table, with Yin Chuan choosing a position against the wall, remaining as silent as Bai Jianxiao. Su Sanjin impatiently banged the table. "Where's my 3 pounds of beef? Why is it taking so long? And bring me 3 pounds of wine." Kong Di, twirling his mustache, chuckled. "Su, your appetite is quite impressive." Su Sanjin grinned widely. "I have no other hobbies. I just love to eat. Otherwise, why would I be called Sanjin?" As the food and drink began to arrive, Su Sanjin eagerly grabbed a large chunk of beef and stuffed it into his mouth, his face smeared with grease, while Bai Jianxiao quietly sipped his wine, occasionally picking at some vegetables, appearing much more reserved. "Mr. Yin," Kong Di leaned over, pouring Yin Chuan a cup of wine. "You are ranked 45th on the local list. Our rankings are close. Shall we have an opportunity to spar?" Yin Chuan smiled faintly. "Perhaps another time." At that moment, Li Hongyuan approached with a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. "Gentlemen, there is a matter we must discuss. Please, speak freely." Kong Di, who had just been chatting with Yin Chuan, immediately turned to Li Hongyuan, his face adorned with a smile. "The innkeeper just informed me that there are only 4 vacant rooms left," Li Hongyuan stated. "For rooms?" Kong Di frowned. "How shall we divide among 5 of us?" Su Sanjin wiped the grease from his mouth. "I am large and need a bed to myself. I cannot squeeze in with anyone else." Bai Jianxiao remarked coldly, "I prefer solitude." Li Hongyuan's gaze shifted, suddenly fixing on Yin Chuan. "What if Mr. Yin and I share a room?" Upon hearing this, Kong Di nearly choked on his drink, his eyes wide with shock and envy as he stared at Yin Chuan. Unfazed, Yin Chuan replied, "No need." Li Hongyuan feigned disappointment, letting out a sigh. "Very well then." Kong Di immediately sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "I am willing to relinquish my room to Brother Yin." With that, he playfully winked at Yin Chuan. "All right." Yin Chuan replied without a moment's hesitation. Li Hongyuan chuckled softly. "Mr. Kong is quite generous. But I never said I wanted to share a room with you." Kong Di froze in place, the smile on his face gradually fading. "Then where will I sleep?" Chapter 61. A unique talent of Qingyang. This wretched wooden hut is infested with mosquitoes. In the dead of night, Kong Di found himself utterly unable to sleep in the cramped quarters provided by the innkeeper. The relentless mosquitoes buzzed around him, and he had to summon his internal energy to shield himself from their painful bites. Yet maintaining this energy prevented him from finding rest. After a night of tossing and turning, he emerged the next morning with dark circles under his eyes, looking utterly dejected. "Little innkeeper, bring me 3 pounds of meat buns and 3 pounds of vegetable buns." Just as he reached the entrance of the inn's main hall, he heard the voice of Su Sanjin. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Ku and Yin Chuan also descended from the upper floors. Upon seeing the large bump on Kong Di's forehead, Su Sanjin couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Kong, have you been poisoned?" "Poisoned? It's merely a result of being bitten by mosquitoes," Kong Di thought to himself, feeling embarrassed as a distinguished master of the ranking. The notion of revealing that he had suffered such a fate at the hands of mere insects would surely invite ridicule. After a modest breakfast, the group packed some well water and provisions from the inn and continued their journey. The path to Xieya Valley would take approximately 10 days. And with over 20 days remaining until the gathering at the Wuxiong Ghost Market, there was ample time, so Li Hongyuan did not urge the group to hurry. As they traveled, Su Sanjin rode alongside, savoring the buns he had brought from the inn, devouring them with remarkable appetite. After several days of travel, a sizable city emerged on the horizon. "Friends, ahead lies Qingyang City," Li Hongyuan announced. lifting the curtain of the carriage and pointing toward the distant city walls. I have several properties here, and it is a perfect opportunity to check the accounts. We shall rest for a day and set off again at dawn tomorrow. We can regroup at the city gates. Su Sanjin's eyes brightened at her words, and he smacked his lips in anticipation. I have heard that the 8-treasure roast duck of Qingyang County is a culinary marvel. We must try it today. Li Hanyuan laughed lightly, covering her mouth. Brother Su, you are quite well informed. Enjoy yourselves, indulge in food and fun, and simply settle the expenses with me later. With that, Li Hanyuan rode into the city, disappearing from view. Yin Chuan followed the other 3 to the city gates, observing the wide streets and the throngs of bustling pedestrians, which were far more lively than those in Chongqing town. This was Yin Chuan's first visit to such a large city since his arrival in this world, although he was not particularly fond of the clamor. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a spectacle, and he found it somewhat amusing. Once inside the city, Xiaoku vanished in the blink of an eye, having slipped away at some point. Meanwhile, Su Sanjin swiftly located an inn, entering to place an order and preparing to feast, seemingly intent on staying for a while. Brother Yin, what do you think? Kong Di glanced at Yin Chuan beside him and suggested, shall we take a stroll? I am quite familiar with this place, having visited before. If you do not mind, I could show you around. Sure. Yin Chuan readily accepted, then please lead the way. The streets of Qingyang City bustled with a throng of people, the sounds of vendors calling out intermingling in the air. Kong Di, twirling his mustache with enthusiasm, began to introduce various sights to Yin Chuan. Brother Yin, the brocade shop ahead is renowned throughout Qizhou for its silk, and if we continue west, we will reach Baichao Hall, famous for its exceptional wound medicine. As Yin Chuan walked alongside, he listened to Kong Di's explanations while soaking in the long mist vibrancy around him. The shouts of street vendors, the laughter of children, and the enticing aroma of food wafting from nearby taverns enveloped him in a nostalgic sensation. In his previous life, after reaching the 9th level of foundation building, he had spent decades either in seclusion or on the path to it, and it had been ages since he had experienced such lively surroundings. Although Chongqing town was decent, it could not compare to the prosperity of a large city like this. Brother Yin, do not be deceived by the modest fade of this Zui Xianyang. Their pear blossom wine is truly one of a kind in Qingyang City. Kong Di suddenly halted before an inconspicuous tavern, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Since we're here, shall we go in and sample it? Yin Chuan glanced up at the sign. The word Zui Xianyang had faded somewhat, but the establishment was well kept. He nodded in agreement. All right, let us give it a try. Inside the tavern, there were only 4 square tables, and currently, only one by the window remained unoccupied. The proprietor, a lean old man, quickly approached with a jug of wine and 2 coarse porcelain bowls, accompanied by a plate of boiled peanuts and edamame. Gentlemen, this is our signature pear blossom wine. Please enjoy. Kong Di eagerly poured a bowl for both himself and Yin Chuan. The liquid clear and imbued with a subtle fragrance of pear blossoms. Come, Brother Yin, give it a taste, he invited, raising his bowl. Yin Chuan took a sip. And indeed, it was crisp and mellow, far superior to the wine from Chongqing town. Just as they were toasting, a commotion erupted at the tavern entrance. 5 burly men wielding weapons swaggered in, and the leader, a scar-faced brute, surveyed the room. Upon realizing there were no vacant tables, his expression darkened. Proprietor, clear a table for us, he barked, slamming his hand on the counter. The old proprietor quickly smiled apologetically. Gentlemen, I sincerely apologize, but the tavern is fully occupied. Would you mind waiting a moment? The scar-faced man let out a cold laugh as his gaze swept across the room, finally resting on Yin Chuan's table. Isn't there space here? Yin Chuan appeared scholarly and gentle, while Kong Di's mature demeanor resembled that of a bookkeeper, making them seem somewhat easy to intimidate. The man strode over to their table, towering over them as he declared, You too, if you know what is good for you, vacate this table. Our sheikh gang requires it. Kong Di leisurely took a sip of his wine, not lifting his head. My good fellow, surely there is a matter of precedence? Less chatter. The scar-faced man slammed the table. We are on our way to the Wuxiang Ghost Market. Can you afford to delay our business? Yin Chuan raised his eyes to observe the group before him. The most formidable among them, a scar-faced man, possessed merely a 5th-tier cultivation, while the others were even less impressive, being at the 3rd or 4th tier, relegated to the status of third-rate figures within the martial world. Should he choose to intervene, he needn't even rise from his seat. Kong Di let out a sigh. retrieving a uniquely designed flying dagger from his waist and slapping it onto the table with a resounding thud. "Gentlemen, do you truly wish for me to vacate my seat?" The dagger, entirely silver-white, bore a small engraving of the character for flute on its hilt. The scar-faced man was momentarily taken aback, but upon recognizing the dagger's form, his expression shifted drastically. "Why, you are the flying dagger without shadow, Kong Di?" His companions, upon hearing this, turned ashen and began to retreat in haste. "Ah." Kong Di grinned widely. "I presumed you might not recognize me. Indeed, it is you, Master Kong. I, a mere novice, have failed to acknowledge your greatness. I beg your pardon." The scar-faced man, now sweating profusely, hurriedly seized a jar of wine from a companion and placed it on the table. "This is our freshly acquired drunken immortal brew, a humble tribute to you, Master Kong." With that, the group scrambled out of the wine shop, not daring to glance back. Come, Yin brother, we have fine wine to enjoy." Kong Di chuckled, pouring a generous amount into Yin Chuan's cup. It must be said, the reputation of a top-tier expert was indeed advantageous. Chapter 62. The unmoving Vajra. As they indulged in their revelry, Kong Di, with a jovial demeanor, leaned closer to Yin Chuan and inquired, "My dear Yin brother, I am quite curious about one matter that I wish to ask you." "Speak on," Yin Chuan replied, though his attention remained keenly attuned to the surroundings. Yin brother." Kong Di squinted his intoxicated eyes and lowered his voice conspiratorially. "I am genuinely intrigued. What extraordinary talent do you possess that has caught the attention of the scarlet-robed fortune god, Li Hongyuan? That woman is notoriously difficult to handle. And yet she has taken the initiative to invite you to her chambers. How enviable." Yin Chuan took a sip from his cup, responding nonchalantly, "First and foremost, one must possess a handsome visage." This revelation caught Kong Di off guard. Instinctively, he stroked his handlebar mustache, glancing at Yin Chuan's chiseled profile, and he immediately felt deflated. "Alas, had I known this earlier, I should have heeded my mother's advice to bask less in the sun and read more." A subtle smile graced Yin Chuan's lips as he chose not to elaborate further. After finishing their last cup of wine, the two settled the bill and departed the wine shop. At noon, the main street of Qingyang City was bustling with activity. As the number of martial artists increased, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. "Make way. Who do you think you are to obstruct the path of our Red City sect?" Shouts of contention echoed from various quarters. Yet due to the city's regulations, most disputes remained verbal, with no actual violence erupting. It appeared that this Wuxiang ghost market had attracted a considerable number of individuals. Kong Di, stroking his beard, remarked, "Given Qingyang City's proximity to the slanting cliff valley, all manner of creatures and spirits have gathered here." Just as he spoke, a wave of cheers erupted from ahead. In the center of the city, a clearing was surrounded by a throng of spectators. "Ah, there seems to be excitement ahead. Let us investigate," Kong Di urged, pulling Yin Chuan into the crowd. From a distance, they observed a raised platform in the clearing, upon which stood a robust man in his 30s. He stood bare-chested, his sun-kissed, dark skin glistening with a metallic sheen, muscles bulging like iron. "Who else dares?" boomed the brawny man. "Let those who can wound me offer 100 taels of gold." As Yin Chuan and Kong Di squeezed their way to the edge of the arena, they witnessed a man wielding a 9-section whip leap onto the stage. "Zhou Lai of the Iron Whip, let us see your skills," he challenged as he slapped his chest and stood resolute. "Show me all that you can do." With a thunderous roar, Zhou Lai unleashed his whip, which sliced through the air like a silver serpent, striking Stone Iron Mountain squarely in the chest. Crack! The sound echoed sharply, leaving a fleeting white mark on the dark skin of Stone Iron Mountain. Zhou Lai's expression shifted as he rapidly flicked his wrist, transforming the 9-section whip into a flurry of strikes, enveloping Stone Iron Mountain's vital points. The resounding clinks of their clash rang out like rain on banana leaves. Yet Stone Iron Mountain stood firm as a rock, bursting into hearty laughter. "Is that an iron whip or merely a cotton whip? Are you tickling me? Put in some effort." Zhou Lai, now sweating, abruptly altered his approach, ensnaring Stone Iron Mountain's neck with the whip. If successful, this maneuver could suffocate an ordinary warrior. However, a glint of determination sparked in Stone Iron Mountain's eyes as he did not flinch or evade. Instead, he allowed the whip to coil around his neck. Suddenly, the muscles in his neck swelled, and the finely crafted 9-section whip emitted a creaking sound under the strain. "Break!" With a fierce shout, the whip shattered, sending Zhou Lai stumbling backward, landing hard on the ground, his face ashen. The crowd erupted in laughter. "Go practice some more. Your skills are still insufficient." Stone Iron Mountain chuckled heartily. Yao Ming with dual blades stepped forth. A woman wielding twin daggers soon ascended the stage. Her movements were agile, and her blades struck swiftly, targeting the weaknesses of Stone Iron Mountain's eyes and throat. The clash of her blades against his eyelids sparked tiny flashes. As she grew increasingly astonished, her final strike aimed at the crown of his head was effortlessly thwarted by a raised hand. Crack! The steel blade shattered as if it were glass. The woman stood frozen, and with a gentle push from Stone Iron Mountain, she toppled off the stage. Who else? Stone Iron Mountain bellowed, thumping his chest. With such meager skills, do you think you can enter the Wuxian ghost market? You would do well to return home before it's too late. The spectators exchanged glances, hesitant to respond. After a brief silence, a robust man with an iron staff leaped onto the stage. Lu Song of the Tiger Hammer. Let us see what you've got. He swung the stout iron staff, accompanied by a whistling wind, aiming for Stone Iron Mountain's head. This strike was powerful enough to leave it dent even in iron. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing resonated, the iron staff bending under the impact. Yet Stone Iron Mountain remained unyielding. He smiled broadly, and suddenly opened his mouth. Roar! A sound erupted, akin to a lion's roar. And the burly man was thrown back as if struck by lightning, crashing heavily off the stage. The audience fell into an odd silence, only to erupt moments later into thunderous applause and cheers. Kong Di leaned closer to Yin Chuan, whispering, "It's actually the lion's roar." I never expected Shi Taizhan had mastered this technique. Yin Chuan nodded slightly. Although Shi Tieshan's moves were straightforward, his martial prowess was indeed extraordinary. Who is this man? Yin Chuan inquired, gazing at the figure on the stage. Kong Di replied, he ranks 36th on the Earth rankings, known as the Immovable Diamond. And his name is Shi Taizhan. It is said he practices an indestructible divine skill. At the pinnacle of the 7th realm, while his offensive techniques may be limited, his defense is formidable. Few below the 8th realm can harm him. After hearing this, Yin Chuan turned to Kong Di and asked, "Can your flying daggers breach his defenses?" Kong Di, suddenly embarrassed, replied, "I attempted it 2 years ago and was just short. However, while I cannot injure him, he cannot catch me either." He chuckled. "So we would be evenly matched." At that moment, a chilling voice emerged from the back of the crowd. Shi Taizhan. "I wonder if your iron skin can withstand my poison sand palm." The crowd parted automatically, revealing a middle-aged man in a dark green robe who approached with deliberate steps. His hands emanated a strange, dark green hue, and with each step, the stone tiles beneath him darkened slightly. Kong Di's expression shifted. Today is quite lively. Even Mo Sanxiao, the 33rd on the Earth rankings, has arrived. Upon seeing the newcomer, Shi Tieshan's countenance grew serious. "Mo, you old rascal. Do you wish to join the fray?" Mo Sanxiao replied with a sinister smile. "While 100 taels of gold is a trivial matter, I am merely curious to see if your indestructible skill is as formidable as the rumors suggest. If you wish to test it, then let us proceed." Shi Taizhan scoffed. "Though your poison palm is notoriously vicious, it may not suffice to breach my indestructible technique." As Mo Sanxiao ascended the platform, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Yin Chuan's gaze flickered. The clash between these two Earth-ranking masters was certainly worth witnessing. Chapter 63. Enduring 3 strikes ridiculous. Even those at the heaven rankings do not dare to take my poison sand palm head on, do you? Mo Sanxiao's cold voice reverberated across the stage, prompting the onlookers to retreat, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. The confrontation between these two Earth-ranking experts could easily endanger bystanders, particularly with Mo Sanxiao. If a real fight ensued, the toxic miasma released would surely claim many lives. Shi Taizhan narrowed his eyes, fixating on Mo Sanxiao's dark green hands, and then let out a hearty laugh. "Mo Sanxiao, should we truly engage in combat, I fear we would demolish half of Qingyang City. How about this? I will stand still and allow you to strike me 3 times. If I remain unscathed afterward, you shall publicly acknowledge me as the victor. Should I falter, I shall pay you 100 taels of gold." A glint of malice flashed in Mo Sanxiao's eyes. "Very well. Let it be as you say." Upon hearing this exchange, the crowd erupted in excitement. Kong Di eagerly tugged at Yin Chuan's sleeve. "Yin brother, we are in for a thrilling spectacle." Yin Chuan's expression sharpened. He too was eager to witness the outcome of this duel. On the arena, Shi Taizhan steadied his stance, his muscles taut and his skin radiating a metallic sheen. "Come on." Mo Sanxiao chuckled sinisterly, slowly raising his right palm, the deep azure hue in his palm intensifying. In a flash, he struck Shi Tieshan's chest with a swift motion. Bang! With a dull thud, Shi Taizhan remained unyielding, a faint azure palm print momentarily appearing on his chest before vanishing. Is this all you've got? Shirtaizhan scoffed. Your ranking on the Earth list seems rather inflated. Mo Sanxiao remained silent, swiftly following up with a second strike. This palm carried more force, the venomous, chi-penetrating Shirtaizhan's protective aura, as if it were a tangible entity. However, the moment the poison made contact with his skin, it evaporated with a hissing sound. Ha ha! Shirtaizhan laughed heartily. They say the poison-handed Yama's venomous palms are formidable. Having witnessed it today, it is nothing extraordinary. Mo Sanxiao's expression darkened, taking a step back, clearly having underestimated Shirtaizhan. He was compelled to unleash his full strength. Both palms crossed before his chest, the azure-black venom coalescing in his palms as if it were a solid form. Mo Sanxiao inhaled deeply, his form flickering like a specter as he appeared before Shirtaizhan, delivering a fierce third strike. Boom! The shockwave erupted, finally pushing Shirtaizhan back several steps, shattering the stone slabs beneath his feet. Yet, he quickly regained his balance, seemingly unscathed except for a single azure palm print upon his chest. 3 strikes have passed, Shirtaizhan proclaimed with pride, patting his chest. Mo Sanxiao conceded. But Mo Sanxiao, clutching his wrist, responded with a sinister grin. It should be I who emerges victorious. What nonsense! Shirtaizhan exclaimed, eyes wide with fury. Just as he was about to retort, he suddenly clutched his chest, his complexion shifting dramatically. His once dark skin took on an abnormal ashen hue, his lips turning rapidly black, followed by a violent spurt of black blood. You! Shirtaizhan fell to one knee, hastily entering a meditative posture, attempting to expel the lethal toxin within him. Mo Sanxiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, smugly declaring, the first 2 strikes were merely a test. The true venom was concealed within the third strike. Now that it has infiltrated your vital channels, even as a 7th realm master, without an antidote, you shall not last 10 days. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Kong Di gasped in shock. What a sinister tactic. Yin Chuan's gaze flickered. This poison strike indeed possessed substance. Mo Sanxiao retrieved a porcelain vial from his robes, shaking it slightly. The antidote lies within this vial. All you need to do is publicly call me grandfather, and I shall grant it to you. What utter nonsense! Shirtaizhan bellowed, nearly spitting another mouthful of black blood. I would rather die than bow to you. Mo Sanxiao's expression darkened. Very well. Await your demise. With that, he leaped down from the arena, striding away. The crowd parted to grant him passage, none daring to impede him. Shirtaizhan, struggling to rise, coughed up another spurt of black blood, collapsing unconscious. Quick! To the medical hall. Several martial artists familiar with Shirtaizhan rushed forward, hastily carrying him away. Around the arena, whispers filled the air, with many lamenting the ruthlessness of the poison-hand Yin Luo. Kong Di shook his head and sighed. What a pity, Shirtaizhan, a master of hard skills, has fallen prey to such underhanded tactics. Yin Chuan gazed thoughtfully in the direction where Shirtaizhan was being carried away, then turned to Kong Di and said, Let us follow and see. What is there to see? Kong Di replied, somewhat reluctant. Having been poisoned by Mo Sanxiao, unless there are a few divine doctors in the city, there is little hope for him. He is surely doomed. If you do not go, I certainly will. Yin Chuan insisted. Reluctantly, Kong Di followed, muttering to himself, with Shirtaizhan dead, I shall gain a place on the list of top experts next year. Upon arriving at the clinic, they found chaos inside. Quick! Bring the silver needles. That won't work. The poison is too potent. The silver needles have turned black. Several physicians surrounded the unconscious Shirtaizhan, perspiration running down their brows as they tried various antidotes, yet his breath grew increasingly faint, and his lips turned a ghastly shade of black. The lead physician wiped the sweat from his forehead and shook his head at the assembled warriors. Gentlemen, I am truly powerless. This poison has invaded the heart's meridians. I fear it is beyond remedy. Nonsense! A burly warrior shouted, grabbing the physician by the collar. My brother will not die so easily. You must find a way, or I'll demolish this wretched establishment. Tainyo! Shirtaizhan suddenly opened his eyes, weakly admonishing. Do not be rude. He struggled to sit up, coughing up another mouthful of black blood. It is normal that they cannot cure Mo Sanxiao's poison. Unless a divine doctor is present, there may be a chance. Brother! The warrior named Tainyo's eyes blazed with urgency. I will take my brothers to seize the antidote. Foolishness! Shirtaizhan bellowed, then grimaced, clutching his chest. You are no match for him. You would only be walking to your death. A pall of despair settled over the clinic, as if everyone had resigned themselves to fate. Just then, Yin Chuan parted the crowd and stepped forward. I have a method to try. All eyes turned to Yin Chuan. The physician scrutinized him, scoffing at his youth. Young man, do not overestimate yourself. This poison has no antidote. Haphazard treatment will only accelerate its onset. It would be better for the valiant sure to remain conscious for the necessary arrangements. Yin Chuan, however, smiled and replied, thus do inept physicians cause harm. Though this poison is fierce, it is fortunate that the affliction is recent, and the victim is a martial arts master. He is not beyond salvation. Anyone can speak grandly. The old physician retorted disdainfully, if you truly have a remedy today, I shall take you as my master. You are too old. I would not accept you. Yin Chuan chuckled. The elderly physician fumed, his beard bristling with indignation. At that moment, Shi Taizhan fixed his gaze upon Yin Chuan and suddenly inquired, do you truly have a way to save me? Of course, otherwise why would I be here? Yin Chuan replied with a smile. May I ask your esteemed name? Shi Taizhan pressed further. Yin Chuan responded, I am Yin Chuan from Chongqing Town. Chongqing Town. Yin Chuan? Shirtai Mountain murmured the name, suddenly recalling something. You are the elusive gambler Yin Chuan, ranked 45 on the underground leaderboard? Upon hearing this title, Yin Chuan sighed softly. While it is accurate, I do not particularly appreciate this moniker. A glimmer of hope flashed in Shirtai Mountain's eyes. Good. Since you are not an ordinary person, I, Shirtai Mountain, believe you possess a solution. Brother, Tiniu urged anxiously. This person's origins are unclear. He might. Silence. Shirtai Mountain gasped. Regardless, death is inevitable. So why not take a chance? There may yet be a glimmer of hope. The reason Yin Chuan chose to assist him was, in truth, to test the efficacy of the antidote he had concocted. The poison inflicted by Imo Sanshao had caused Shirtai Mountain's condition, making this a fortuitous opportunity for a trial. Even if the elixir proved ineffective, he could channel his spiritual energy into Shirtai Mountain to forcibly reverse the toxin's flow. Very well, I shall commence the diagnosis. Yin Chuan ceased further discourse and stepped forward to take Shirtai Mountain's pulse. His fingertips discreetly probed with spiritual energy, discovering that the poison had indeed infiltrated the heart's meridians, yet had not fully disseminated. Fortunately, Shirtai Mountain's internal qi was abundant, significantly slowing the poison's spread. I require 3 items. Yin Chuan withdrew his hand and addressed those nearby. Hot water, strong liquor, and at this juncture, he produced 2 jade vials from his bosom. My elixirs. Before long, a steaming bowl of hot water was brought forth. Yin Chuan poured 3 pills from each of the 2 vials. One a vibrant green akin to jade and the other a deep red reminiscent of cinnabar, into the hot water, gently stirring with chopsticks. Remarkably, the pills dissolved upon contact with the water, gradually merging into the liquid. Observing the transformation, Yin Chuan added a splash of the strong liquor to the bowl and continued stirring. Once well mixed, he presented the bowl to Shirtai Mountain. Drink this. Without hesitation. Shirtai Mountain tilted his head back and downed the concoction in one gulp. In that instant, he trembled violently, his skin turning a fiery red and even emitting wisps of white vapor. Ah! Shirtai Mountain let out a pained cry, his body leaping from the bed before crashing back down heavily. Almost immediately, his skin began to exude a black sweat, reeking abominably. Brother, Tiniu and the others were about to intervene. Do not touch him. Yin Chuan commanded sharply, this is a detoxification process. Shut your mouth, Tiniu shouted. Pointing an accusatory finger at Yin Chuan, I see you wish for my brother to die slowly, and are deliberately administering poison. Yin Chuan ignored the outburst, his gaze fixed on Shirtai Mountain. If anything happens to my brother, I will hold you accountable. Tiniu's eyes widened in fury, his fist clenched tightly. Do not fret. It will be over soon, Yin Chuan replied calmly. Indeed, moments later, Shirtai Mountain's breathing began to stabilize, the dark hue of his lips gradually fading, replaced by a healthy flush. Suddenly, Shirtai Mountain's eyes flew open as he spat a mouthful of black blood onto the ground, which astonishingly corroded the blue bricks beneath. I, Shirtai Mountain, cannot believe it, he exclaimed, incredulously turning to Yin Chuan. Is the poison truly resolved? The medical hall fell into a profound silence, all present rendered speechless. The physician, astonished, dropped the silver needle he had been holding onto the floor. Yin Chuan smiled gently. It appears to be the case, despite his frail condition. Shi Taizhan knelt on one knee before Yin Chuan, expressing his profound gratitude. Thank you, Brother Yin, for saving my life. I, Shi Taizhan, shall never forget this debt. From this day forth, should you require anything, I will offer my unwavering support. Upon witnessing this, Tai Nio and the others promptly knelt in unison, exclaiming, "Thank you, Hero Yin, for saving our elder brother." At the entrance, Kong Di, twirling his mustache, murmured, "Good heavens, if he can neutralize Mo Sanqiao's poison. Yin Chuan is indeed a man of hidden depths. Brother Yin, you must accept this 100 taels of gold," insisted Shi Taishan, who had regained some strength. As he pressed a hefty bundle into Yin Chuan's hands, this token of gratitude is but a mere trifle for such a life-saving favor. Yin Chuan did not decline. Accepting the package filled with gold, Shi Taishan then produced a jade token the size of a palm, declaring, "This is the emblem of my Taishan gang. The bearer of this token is as if I were present myself. Should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to seek me at the Taishan gang." The jade token felt smooth and warm to the touch, with Taishan intricately carved on one side and a mountainous image on the reverse. Yin Chuan nodded and accepted the token as well. After exchanging a few more words, Yin Chuan departed from the medical hall, preparing to return to the inn for some rest. Kong Di followed closely behind, hesitating to speak. "Brother Kong, please, feel free to express yourself," Yin Chuan called back without turning. Fidgeting with his hands, Kong Di's mustache twitched as he asked, "Brother Yin, your medical skills are so remarkable. Might you take a look at me as well?" Yin Chuan halted, appraising him from head to toe. "Have you been poisoned?" "Not poison." Kong Di's face flushed as he lowered his voice. "It's just that my back isn't quite well." Yin Chuan raised an eyebrow. "Kidney deficiency?" "Shoo." Kong Di frantically waved his hands, glancing around to ensure no one was listening. "Keep your voice down. It's simply that I had a mishap while practicing in my youth." Suppressing a laugh, Yin Chuan agreed. "Very well, I shall remember this. I will prepare some medicine for you later. It will surely be effective." Kong Di's face brightened with a smile. "Then I must thank you, Brother Yin." By the time they returned to the inn, it was already evening. Upon entering, the enticing aroma of roasted meat filled the air. They found Su Sanjin occupying a large table, feasting on 2 roasted ducks, a platter of braised meat, and several seasonal side dishes. "Brother Yin, Brother Kong, come quickly." Su Sanjin beckoned with a greasy mouth. "The 8 treasure duck here at Zui Xian Lu truly lives up to its reputation. Let us eat together, don't be shy." Kong Di leaned in to take a look, noticing the disarray on the table, and couldn't help but quip, "Su Sanjin, have you been eating since morning?" Su Sanjin quickly waved his hands. "Not at all. I took a half-hour break in between to relieve myself." Kong Di's mouth twitched. Just as they began to eat, hunger overtaking them, they ordered a few more dishes. During their meal, they overheard a conversation about the day's events in the city. "Have you heard? Bai Jianshao from the master rankings appeared outside the city today." "Indeed. I heard he confronted the 7th-ranked Yuhai sword Yi Huayun." "Yes. However, word has it Yi Huayun defeated him in just 7 moves." "Did he die?" "No. Yi Huayun did not kill Bai Jianshao." "Is that so?" "Yi Huayun is quite formidable." "Indeed. It is said that this individual cultivates at a remarkable pace. It seems that in a few years, another name will grace the heavenly rankings." Kong Di, overhearing the conversation of those nearby, expressed his astonishment. "What a narrow path for sworn enemies." "What is the matter?" Yin Chuan inquired. "This Yi Huayun killed Xiaoku's wife years ago, the woman known as Wu Yi, the Black Sword. Ever since, Xiaoku has succumbed to this desolate state." Chapter 65. Rules of the Ghost Market. The following morning, the group gathered at the city gates of Qingyang. Li Hongyuan, adorned in a flowing red dress, rode a chestnut steed with a smile gracing her visage. Su Sanjin yawned, clutching a half-eaten roasted chicken as he brought his cart to a halt by the roadside. Kong Di, twirling his mustache, mounted his horse and took the lead. Suddenly, Xiao Ku appeared, silently riding at the rear of the procession, his mask-like countenance betraying no emotion, as if the prior day's conflict had never transpired. Yin Chuan cast a glance over the group, his gaze lingering momentarily on Li Hongyuan. "Let us depart." Li Hongyuan returned her horse to Yin Chuan, then slipped into the cart. Yin Chuan mounted his steed and followed suit, advancing with the company. As they journeyed, stopping intermittently, Li Hongyuan calculated the days and ensured they arrived at the outskirts of Xia Valley on the morning of the Ghost Market. The valley's terrain was treacherous, with sheer cliffs towering towards the heavens, and only a winding path leading into its depths. At the entrance stood a colossal stone tablet, inscribed with the word Xieya in blood-red characters, the strokes fierce, exuding an eerie aura. At this moment, the valley's entrance was bustling with numerous figures from the martial world, representing various sects and trades. There were stoic swordsmen bearing long blades, menacing knife-wielders, opulently dressed merchants, and even a few cloaked figures obscuring their identities. It appeared that this year's ghost market was more vibrant than ever. Li Hongyuan chuckled lightly and retrieved several masks from the cart, distributing them among the group. You all should wear these, once inside the ghost market. No one will recognize anyone. Her voice was soft as she donned a dark red mask adorned with delicate golden patterns. Yin Chuan chose a plain white mask. Kong Di opted for a comical mouse face, and Su Sanjin selected a pig's head mask. Xiaoku silently picked up a pure black mask, marked with a crimson tear. Before we enter the ghost market, I must impart to you the rules within. Li Hongyuan beckoned the group closer to the cart and continued, among you. Only Kong Di has visited before, so many of you may be unfamiliar with the customs. The ghost market is named Wuxiang because all who enter must wear masks to conceal their identities. Transactions conducted within require anonymity. Neither sellers nor buyers may reveal their names or identities. Therefore, it is advisable for each of you to devise a pseudonym before we proceed. Li Hongyuan smiled and added, once inside, you may refer to me as Miss. No need to call me owner. Kong Di gently touched the mouse mask on his face and then said, just call me Mouse. Then I shall call you Fatty. Su Sanjin remarked, patting his round belly. Yin Chuan glanced at the plain white mask in his hand and declared, then I shall be known as Whiteface. Upon saying this, everyone turned their gaze towards Xiaoku, who promptly donned the mask and solemnly stated, no face. As the group awaited each member to choose their respective aliases, Li Hongyuan drew the curtains closed. In that case, let us all wear our masks as we proceed. Let us embark, everyone. Kong Di placed the mouse mask firmly on his face and led the way on horseback. Yin Chuan similarly donned his mask, continuing to guard the horse-drawn carriage as they advanced. As they entered the valley, the sky gradually darkened with ominous clouds. It had been sunny before their descent. A swift change indeed. Yin Chuan looked up at the sky, his brow slightly furrowing, sensing that this shift in weather was rather unusual. After traversing the valley for quite some time, they finally arrived at a marketplace situated in a clearing at the heart of the sloped gorge, which from a distance appeared akin to a small town. At the entrance of the marketplace stood a stone tablet engraved with the warning, fortune is not easily won. Li Hongyuan instructed everyone to halt outside the ghost market and began to elucidate the additional rules of the venue. Yin Chuan succinctly summarized the most critical points. The first rule was to never remove one's mask, thereby exposing one's identity. The second stipulated that fighting and killing were strictly forbidden within the marketplace. Violators would attract the wrath of the valley's master. The third rule indicated that neither party in a transaction was permitted to inquire about the source or identity of the goods. Those who purchased counterfeit items would bear the consequences, and those who found a bargain must accept their fate. The ghost market was divided into 3 distinct areas. The periphery housed open-air stalls, where anyone could set up shop as long as there was available space, resulting in a mixed bag of goods and a high likelihood of acquiring fakes. The central area consisted of shops where treasures were sold, requiring a certain level of financial means to secure a rental space. Most items here were rare and correspondingly expensive. At the heart of the market lay the third area, a tall building known as the Treasure Pavilion, which served as an auction house. To enter the auction venue, one needed to prove assets of at least 10,000 taels. The ghost market operated for 3 days, with the auction typically commencing on the final day. Once everyone was acquainted with the rules, Li Hongyuan informed them. In the next 2 days, you may freely explore the ghost market, buying or selling as you wish. However, do not leave the market. 3 days hence, I shall await your return outside the auction house, and together we shall depart, marking the completion of your escort task. The group nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Li Hongyuan emerged from the carriage, having changed from her previous red gown into a black robe, and vanished into the marketplace. As riding horses and carriages were not permitted within the market, all steeds and vehicles had to be left at the station outside. Xiaoku, as usual, disappeared at some point, leaving only Yin Chuan, Kong Di, and Su Sanjin together. The 3 individuals exchanged glances, each assessing the other. Since we are free to act, let us reconvene in 2 days. With that, Yin Chuan, preferring solitude over companionship in the ghost market, clasped his hands in farewell and departed. Meanwhile, Kong Di and Su Sanjin opted to traverse the market together, stepping into the realm of the supernatural. As Yin Chuan entered the ghost market, he intended to peruse the outdoor stalls lining the periphery. The moment he stepped into the bustling open-air bazaar, he was met with a cacophony of shouts. The sounds of haggling and the occasional clank of metal all intermingled with the peculiar scents of strange herbs and the metallic tang of rust. The stalls were arranged along the muddy path, some vendors merely spreading a tattered cloth upon the ground with a few trinkets to sell, while others erected makeshift grass huts adorned with swaying oil lamps, barely qualifying as shops. The air was thick with a medley of odors, the acrid stench of subpar incense, the bitter tang of decaying herbs, and the unmistakable scent of blood wafting from an unknown meat stall. Yin Chuan strolled leisurely through the market, his gaze flitting over each stand. Esteemed guest, take a look at this. Suddenly, a vendor wearing a monkey-faced mask obstructed his path, pointing at a dark stone on his stall. In a hushed tone, he proclaimed, "This is celestial iron excavated from the Valley of the Dead. Premium material for crafting divine weapons." Yin Chuan took a cursory glance. The stone did indeed glimmer faintly with a metallic sheen, appearing somewhat authentic at first glance. However, upon further inspection with his discerning eye, he noticed a subtle seam along the edge, revealing that it was merely a common iron block enshrouded in a layer of black mud, masquerading as celestial iron. "How much?" Yin Chuan inquired faintly. The monkey-faced vendor rubbed his hands together, grinning. "Not expensive, 500 taels." Yin Chuan scoffed. "This trinket is worth at most 50 coins. The vendor was taken aback, quickly retracting his hand with an embarrassed smile. "Ah, esteemed guest, you indeed have a keen eye. Perhaps you'd like to peruse some other items?" Chapter 66. The Jade Tablet. Yin Chuan continued to search the stalls, discerning that most of the wares were mere fakes, devoid of any true treasures. Just as he prepared to leave, his attention was suddenly captivated by a dusty, shattered jade tablet. He reached out, and as his fingertips brushed its surface, he felt a faint ripple of spiritual energy. "How much for this?" he inquired nonchalantly. The vendor's eyes lit up, eagerly approaching. "Esteemed guest, you have an excellent eye. This is an antique jade tablet, at least 500, if not 1,000 years old. 500 taels, not a coin less," the vendor asserted, raising 5 fingers in conviction. Yin Chuan discreetly channeled his spiritual energy to investigate, discovering that the tablet concealed a scroll locked away by a special seal. Such encryption techniques were common in the realm of cultivation, yet exceedingly rare in this martial world. "Huh." Yin Chuan chuckled coldly, tossing the jade tablet back onto the stall. "You dare demand 500 taels for a broken piece? I suggest you sell it to someone else." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait, esteemed guest. Please don't rush off." The monkey-faced vendor, clearly anxious, hurriedly grasped the jade tablet and called out, "The price is negotiable. How about 300 taels?" Yin Chuan, without turning back, continued to stride ahead. 100 taels. Surely that will suffice?" The vendor's voice now carried a hint of desperation, eager to make a sale. Seeing that Yin Chuan showed no intention of stopping, the monkey-faced vendor finally gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Please don't leave. Surely you can propose a price." Only then did Yin Chuan halt his steps, leisurely turning around. 10 taels. That is far too little." The monkey-faced vendor replied with a polite smile. "Raise it a bit. 20 taels. Either we close the deal, or we part ways." Yin Chuan retorted, turning back. The vendor's expression faltered, but upon seeing Yin Chuan's intent to walk away, he quickly nodded. All right, I agree to your terms. It's a deal." Returning to his stall, Yin Chuan retrieved a gold ingot from his robe, precisely weighing 2 taels. 2 taels of gold could be exchanged for 20 taels of silver. The vendor took the ingot, bit into it to ascertain its authenticity, and then finally handed over the jade tablet to Yin Chuan. After the transaction concluded, the monkey-faced vendor feigned regret, muttering, "You've truly struck it lucky, my dear customer. If I weren't eager to make a sale, I would never part with it at such a bargain." "Thank you," Yin Chuan replied as he departed the stall, pleased to have acquired such an item for merely 20 taels of silver. Though he was unaware of the contents recorded within, it was evident that whatever lay locked away was far from ordinary. However, deciphering the prohibitions inscribed would demand considerable time. Thus he resolved to devise a plan at a later date. Discreetly stowing the jade tablet within a storage ring, Yin Chuan resumed his navigation through the bustling market. However, fortune did not favor him thereafter. The other stalls offered no further opportunities for bargains. They sold only mundane items suited for ordinary martial artists, lacking significant value to him. Thus, he ventured into the central area, arriving at the entrance of a pawn shop, prepared to sell the jewels he had acquired from Songnan Mountain. Retrieving several pieces of jewelry from his storage ring, he clasped them in hand and stepped inside the shop. The interior was dimly lit, and behind the counter sat a shopkeeper adorned with a bronze mask. Upon noticing a customer, he lifted his gaze slightly. "Do you wish to pawn or redeem?" "I intend to sell," Yin Chuan declared, placing the jewels on the counter. The shopkeeper picked up an emerald ring and scrutinized it under the candlelight, employing a specialized magnifying glass to examine the craftsmanship. Nodding in satisfaction, he remarked, "This is a palace artifact from a previous dynasty, well-preserved and in good condition. I can offer you 800 taels. After inspecting the remaining pieces, he ultimately proposed a total of 2,200 taels. That is too low. Yin Chuan shook his head. These are worth at least 3,000 taels. The shopkeeper pondered for a moment. 2,500 taels. I cannot offer more. The antique market is quite unstable these days. 2,800. That is my final offer. Yin Chuan asserted decisively. Very well. The shopkeeper, recognizing Yin Chuan's resoluteness, could only acquiesce. Then we have a deal at that price. Subsequently, he summoned a servant to bring forth several silver notes, 2,000 tael notes, 1 500 tael note, and 3 100 tael notes, totaling 2,800 taels. Yin Chuan did not leave after receiving the money. Instead, the shopkeeper, smiling, inquired, "Dear guest, do you have anything else to sell?" "Indeed, I do, and quite a lot," Yin Chuan replied in a hushed tone. "But I wonder if your esteemed establishment can handle it." The shopkeeper chuckled lightly, his voice brimming with confidence. "Rest assured, dear guest, we are affluent enough to accommodate even the most exquisite treasures." Yin Chuan nodded. "Then please wait a moment. I shall retrieve the goods." After departing from the pawnshop, Yin Chuan swiftly purchased an ordinary wooden box from a nearby stall and found a secluded corner to transfer all the jewels from his storage ring into it. The treasures he procured from the Songnan mountain ruins filled the box to the brim, which, according to Yang Xingye, could be worth 200,000 to 300,000 taels of silver. When he returned to the pawnshop, cradling the heavy wooden box, the shopkeeper appeared visibly astonished. After 2 hours of meticulous counting and a round of bargaining, they settled on a price of 238,000 taels. According to the shopkeeper, antiquities are valued based on their rarity. Thus, an abundance can diminish their worth. This was a promissory note from Tiantong Money Exchange, the premier money house. Redeemable at branches nationwide, authentic and reliable. The shopkeeper handed Yin Chuan a thick stack of banknotes. "Should you possess more fine goods, do not hesitate to seek us out." After confirming the amount, Yin Chuan tucked the banknotes into his bosom, secretly transferring them to his storage ring. With this newfound wealth, Yin Chuan continued to explore the central area, hoping to find items of personal utility. The lanterns from the shops lining the street cast flickering shadows across his white mask. Although the offerings were diverse, he had yet to encounter what he truly desired. Turning a corner, a familiar quarrel erupted from a nearby weapon shop. "Boss, your flying knives are priced too high." A short and slender figure was tiptoeing to argue with the shopkeeper behind the counter, his comical mouse mask swaying with his exaggerated gestures. Beside him stood a plump man partially wearing a pig's head mask, mouth exposed, indulging in a greasy paper-wrapped roast chicken. A smile crept upon Yin Chuan's lips. It was evidently Kong Di and Su Sanjin. Entering the shop, he observed Kong Di enamored with a set of gleaming steel flying knives, yet grimacing at the price tag. The craftsmanship was exquisite. The blades were slender, glinting with a mysterious blue sheen, and the handles were intricately engraved, clearly not of ordinary quality. 300 taels? That's exorbitant. Kong Di scratched his chin. How about 150 taels? The shopkeeper, a burly man wearing an iron mask, scoffed at this suggestion. "Dear guest, these are forged from cold iron from the western regions, tempered 7 times. 300 taels is already a fair price." Su Sanjin, munching on a chicken leg, mumbled in agreement. "Mouse, shall we check elsewhere?" Just then, a long hand reached out from the side, slapping 300 tael banknotes onto the counter. "I'll cover the cost." Both Kong Di and Su Sanjin turned in unison, their expressions frozen upon seeing Yin Chuan's white mask. "Brother Yin Bai?" Kong Di exclaimed in astonishment. "How could I possibly accept this?" Yin Chuan pressed the neatly wrapped flying dagger into Kong Di's hands, saying, "Since we have met, let this serve as a token of our acquaintance." Cradling the flying dagger, Kong Di's eyes, concealed beneath his mouse mask, glistened with unshed tears. "This is truly overwhelming," he said, deeply moved. "After so many years wandering the martial world, this is the first time I have encountered such a brotherly spirit." Suddenly, he embraced Yin Chuan tightly. "No wonder that woman is drawn to you. If I were a woman, I would wish to marry you right now." Chapter 67. The ghost soldier's Yin Chuan's willingness to cover the expenses was not without its own considerations. Exchanging 300 taels of silver for the acquaintance of a top-tier expert was hardly a loss. Although he preferred solitude, the existence of the expert rankings in this world made it clear that Yin Chuan could no longer maintain his previous low profile. Cultivating friendships with several skilled individuals would certainly facilitate matters in the future. The trio strolled along the azure stone streets of the ghost market, where the lanterns hanging from the shops cast flickering shadows. Su Sanjin had just finished devouring a roast chicken and, seemingly out of nowhere, produced 2 more sesame cakes to continue his feast. Kong Di, meanwhile, was enamored with the newly acquired flying dagger, occasionally breaking into a silly grin, clearly delighted. Brother Bai Lian, there's a tavern up ahead in the ghost market that boasts an impressive selection of fine wines. Kong Di enthusiastically pointed toward a shop adorned with a wine flag. Shall we indulge in a couple of drinks? My treat. Just as Yin Chuan was about to respond, a commotion erupted ahead. In front of a herbal shop named Bai Chao Pavilion, 2 martial artists donned in beast masks were embroiled in a fierce dispute. Preposterous. I had my eye on this blood spirit mushroom first, bellowed a burly man with a wolf mask. Have you paid for it? Whoever bids higher gets it, retorted a tall, lean man wearing a tiger mask, refusing to back down. Their argument escalated rapidly, and when the wolf-masked man suddenly threw a punch, it was blocked by the tiger-masked man's sword sheath, though he was still knocked back several steps. The tiger-masked man, seeing his opponent dare to strike, unsheathed his long knife. And soon they were locked in combat. This is bad, Kong Di whispered. Engaging in a fight in the ghost market is a grave taboo. No sooner had he spoken than a regimented sound of footsteps echoed from the end of the street. 6 imposing figures clad in bronze ghost masks strode forward. Dressed in uniform black armor and equipped with specially designed chains, the patrolling ghost soldiers of the market. Who dares to engage in combat within the ghost market? The leader of the ghost soldiers intoned coldly. The 2 troublemakers immediately panicked. The wolf-masked man turned to flee, but was ensnared by chains flung by 2 ghost soldiers, crashing heavily to the ground. The tiger-masked man attempted to break away from the other side, but found his arms pinned by another pair of ghost soldiers. Yin Chuan observed the ghost soldiers, noting that they were all 5th-tier martial artists, working in perfect unison. According to regulations, off to the interrogation hall, commanded the leader with a wave of his hand, and the 2 instigators were dragged away like chicks. The entire process was swift and efficient, taking merely a few breaths. The street quickly returned to tranquility, as if the earlier upheaval had never occurred. With a sly grin, Su Sanjin whispered, I've heard that those taken by the ghost soldiers seldom meet a favorable end. These 2 are surely destined for grave misfortune. The brief farce concluded, and the trio continued their journey. Upon reaching the tavern, they were greeted by a rich aroma of wine wafting through the air. The staff, all adorned in identical masks, white with black patterns, save for 2 small openings for their eyes, exuded an eerie aura. Welcome, esteemed guests. A bowing waiter greeted them, his voice muffled by the mask. They chose a square table by the window, where they could observe the bustling throngs of the ghost market outside, illuminated by the flickering lights that rendered the myriad masks a kaleidoscope of bizarre shapes. Though it was still day, the overcast sky cloaked the atmosphere in a twilight gloom. Bring us a jar of your finest 10-year brew, along with several of your signature dishes, Kong Di proclaimed, slapping the table with gusto. Before the dishes arrived, Su Sanjin could hardly contain his eagerness, peeling back a corner of his mask to indulge in several steamed buns that he had produced from an unknown source. Meanwhile, Yin Chuan sat in silence, his gaze sweeping over the other patrons concealed beneath their masks. At the adjacent table, a group of warriors sporting beast-headed masks excitedly examined a short sword that shimmered with an ethereal glow. This is a cold iron blade forged by the sword pavilion. It cuts through steel like butter, boasted one of the bull-headed men, pride evident in his demeanor. The others looked on enviously at the exquisite weapon. A sword from the sword pavilion? That must have cost a fortune, one inquired. Indeed, I spent over 300 taels of silver on it, the bull-headed man replied. In a more refined corner, several individuals wearing scholar masks engaged in hushed conversation. Although their voices were soft, Yin Chuan adjusted his ears, employing his technique, spirit wind ear, to discern their words with clarity. I've heard that the grand finale of this auction will feature an ancient mysterious jade, rumored to contain profound secrets. Shoo. Keep it down. Diagonally across from them, a few patrons adorned with theatrical masks were engaged in boisterous discourse. Have you heard? The Bloodblade sect has clashed with someone again, not far from the valley, in the Black Pine Forest, and many have perished. Huh. Let them fight. Once they leave the ghost market, the Valley Lord hardly cares. Another interjected. I heard it was with the former Earth-ranking expert, Flying Leaf Sword, Shun Wenkyu. Do they harbor any deep-seated animosity? Someone pondered. It's rather unusual for the Bloodblade sect to have so few enemies. Listening to their conversation, Yin Chuan remained silent, surprised to learn that Shin Wenkyu had also arrived, though he wondered where he might be now. Just then, the waiter arrived with the food and drink. skillfully arranging them on the table. The tin-year brew was poured into a coarse porcelain bowl, its clear liquid exuding a subtle pear blossom fragrance. Come, pale-faced brother. I toast you. Kong Di lifted his bowl. Thank you for your generous hospitality today. I have decided to befriend you. Yin Chuan raised his bowl, lightly clinking it against Kong Di's. As the liquor flowed, its crispness was complemented by a hint of sweetness, truly remarkable. Su Sanjin had already devoured the dishes on the table with gusto, mumbling between bites. Do you think there will be any delicacies at the auction the day after tomorrow? Kong Di jested. You glutton. What treasures at an auction are not worth their weight in gold? Who would display mere food? At that moment, while Yin Chuan sipped his drink, a figure suddenly entered the tavern, clutching several sheets of paper. The fragmented manuscript of the 100 Qi divine skill. Which hero desires it? The highest bidder shall prevail. This individual, adorned with a vibrant mask, stepped onto a chair and proclaimed loudly, raising the remnants high above. The patrons, engrossed in their feasting, gasped in astonishment. How many fragments are there? Inquiries arose immediately. 5. The masked man replied promptly. There are 9 fragments of the 100 Qi divine skill in total. And I have gathered 5. Who among you is interested? I bid 50 taels. Someone called out. Starting at 500 taels. The masked man curtly refused. The mention of the 100 Qi divine skill made Yin Chuan furrow his brow, as if he had heard of it before. Suddenly, he recalled that it was the very technique that Yang Xingya had become obsessed with during his training. The single fragment purchased by Yang still lay in his possession, as he had intended to modify and enhance it, hoping to transform it into a worthy martial art. However, he had yet to undertake this endeavor. 500 taels? Why don't you just go and rob someone? A burly man wearing a tiger mask slammed the table in exasperation. A few scraps of paper daring to command such a price? Others quickly chimed in. Indeed, though the 100 Qi divine skill is rumored to be a top-tier technique, these fragments are still incomplete. Ultimately, they are just worthless scraps. The masked man remained unfazed, unfurling the remnants in his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, behold. Although I possess only 5 fragments, they are the first 5 in sequence. This means they capture the complete first half of the 100 Qi divine skill. While not entire, it far surpasses ordinary manuals. This price is already quite reasonable. Yin Chuan noticed that, as the masked man displayed the fragments. Several previously disinterested martial artists straightened in their seats. A tall, slender figure adorned with a silver fox mask was the first to speak. 600 taels. 700. A nearby table immediately countered. 800 taels. The silver fox mask retorted defiantly. The bidding rapidly escalated to 1,000 taels, culminating in a mysterious individual wearing a green ghost mask securing the fragments for 1,200 taels. After verifying their authenticity, the buyer promptly settled the payment with banknotes. Just as everyone assumed the transaction was concluded, the masked man produced 3 more fragments. Coincidentally, I have the 7th, 8th, and 9th fragments here. Along with the 5 just sold, I now only require the 6th fragment to complete the entire manuscript. The tavern erupted into a frenzy, as patrons clamored to seize the opportunity. In this martial arts world, martial arts techniques were categorized into 3 tiers: inferior miscellaneous arts, intermediate secret arts, and superior ultimate arts. The Baki divine art belongs to the realm of superior martial arts, akin to the ancient text that Yin Chuan discovered within the ruins of Tsungnan Mountain. As the martial artists in the tavern fervently raised their bids, the green ghost mask, who had previously acquired 5 fragmented scrolls, conspicuously refrained from participating in the auction. Yin Chuan observed this with keen insight, realizing that it was a deliberate ruse. Ultimately, the 3 fragmented scrolls were sold for 1,800 taels, purchased by a wealthy warrior adorned with a golden eagle mask. After meticulously verifying the scrolls, he promptly paid the sum. Suddenly, he turned to the green ghost mask seated nearby and inquired, "My good sir, would you part with those 5 scrolls? I offer 3,000 taels." The green ghost mask feigned hesitation, replying, 3,000 is hardly sufficient. I require at least 6,000. Upon hearing this counteroffer, the masked man still opted to proceed with the transaction. Having acquired 8 scrolls, he examined them with great delight, yet lamented the absence of a crucial middle page. At that moment, Yin Chuan slowly produced a yellowed fragment from his pocket, exclaiming, "What a coincidence! I happen to possess the very last page, page 6. His words rendered the tavern utterly silent. Even Kong Di, who had been leisurely enjoying his drink and the spectacle, was struck with alarm, wishing to intervene. But it was too late. The masked man sprang to his feet, his eyes widening in astonishment. 6,000 taels. I bid 6,000. 7,000. Suddenly, the silver fox mask raised the stakes. 8,000. Came a hoarse voice from another corner. Faced with this last page, the newly arrived face-painted man was filled with regret. Years ago, he and his brothers had acquired 2 pages and had been tirelessly searching for the remaining fragments. Unable to find the final piece after years of searching, they had resorted to selling what they had at the ghost market, strategically timing their appearance during a busy mealtime and employing one of their brothers to feign interest and drive up the price. Little did they expect that the last remaining page would be present in this very tavern. Instantly, they raised their bid to 10,000 taels. The Golden Eagle-masked man, having secured the 8 fragments, could not let this opportunity to complete the legendary martial art slip away. He immediately increased his bid to 15,000 taels. The face-painted man, confronted with such a price, was rendered powerless, lamenting as he slapped his thigh in frustration. In any other setting, he would have resorted to theft. But this was the Wuxiang ghost market. Any act of aggression would summon ghostly soldiers, or even attract the attention of the valley's lord. Thus, he had no choice but to relent. Faced with the formidable financial prowess of the Golden Eagle-masked man, no one dared to contest him after several rounds of bidding. The final price was settled at 20,000 taels. With the exchange of money and goods, the Golden Eagle-masked man, elated with his acquisition of the last page, swiftly tucked it into his bosom and hurriedly departed the tavern with his companions. The group of masked men hastily followed suit, seemingly devoid of any clever schemes. Once the atmosphere settled, Kong Di could no longer restrain himself and remarked to Yin Chuan, "My pale-faced brother, you are quite misguided." "What is it?" Yin Chuan replied, counting the banknotes in his hand, which were also from the Tian Tong money house, of exquisite quality, 500 taels each, totaling 40 notes. "Such superior knowledge is a rare treasure," Kong Di suggested, "since you possess the final note. You ought to safeguard it and devise a means to acquire the remaining pages from that man wearing the golden mask. Once accomplished, this unparalleled knowledge will be yours." Yin Chuan, however, remained indifferent. He then extracted 2 notes from the stack and handed one each to Su Sanjin and Kong Di. "To each his share," he declared. He subsequently concealed the remaining banknotes within his clothing, secretly stashing them into his ring. Kong Di, clutching the banknote, beamed with delight, yet felt Yin Chuan had been somewhat shortchanged. Regrettably, lacking sufficient funds, he lamented missing out on such a rare opportunity. He stored the banknote away, shaking his head repeatedly. "I have glimpsed the fragment," Yin Chuan remarked. "The technique is peculiar. A moment's inattention could lead one astray, rendering it less than desirable." "Very well then," Kong Di sighed. "Selling for 20,000 taels isn't too shabby." After satisfying their hunger, the group took a room at a nearby inn to rest. The following day, Su Sanjin, under Kong Di's guidance, wandered the streets once more. Yin Chuan, however, opted to remain hidden within the inn's confines, retrieving the jade slip to study it closely. The prohibitions inscribed within the slip appeared intricate, yet without knowledge of the correct method, unlocking it proved challenging. Yin Chuan infused spiritual energy into the jade slip, preparing to dismantle the outermost restrictions. However, after numerous attempts, he still found himself unable to succeed. This predicament compelled Yin Chuan to focus intently. After several hours of effort, he finally managed to break through the initial layer of restrictions, only to discover an entirely different realm within. Dozens of diverse prohibitions lay beyond. This object was extraordinary. It was Yin Chuan's first encounter with such a multitude of restrictions clustered together. In his previous life, he had come across something similar, but it had contained no more than 3 layers of prohibitions. Reluctantly, Yin Chuan decided to temporarily abandon his efforts. Having taken so much time and energy to dismantle just the outermost layer, he shuddered at the thought of how long it would take to unravel the subsequent layers. Chapter 69. The man in white. Yin Chuan returned the jade slip to his storage ring, rubbing his temples. The restrictions on this slip were more intricate than he had anticipated. Forcing a resolution would only lead to the destruction of its contents. It seemed he needed to seek alternative methods. He rose and pushed open the inn's window. Dusk had fallen, and the lanterns of the ghost market flickered to life, casting an ethereal glow over the entire sloped valley, reminiscent of a realm of spirits. "Let us explore." Yin Chuan emerged from the inn and, after a leisurely stroll, purchased several rare herbs from a pharmacy, which had faintly reached the level of spiritual plants. He also acquired a cauldron the size of a head from an antique shop, perfectly suited for alchemical concoctions, which he stored in his spatial ring. As dusk approached, Yin Chuan's desire for further wandering waned. prompting him to prepare for a return to the inn to rest. However, passing by an alley, he abruptly halted, his ears twitching as if detecting some disturbance. Silently concealing his presence, he ventured into the alley, creeping toward the source of the sound. Deep within the alley, several white figures swayed beneath the dim glow of green lanterns, resembling wandering phantoms. 5 individuals clad in white robes and donning pure white masks encircled a similarly garbed man. The man lay slumped on the ground, a dagger embedded in his chest, his pristine robes soaked in crimson. "Hand over the item," commanded the leader of the white-robed figures, his voice chilling as he grasped the wounded man's throat. With trembling hands, the dying man extracted a jade stone from his bosom, its surface gleaming white, while crimson veins coursed within, emanating an extraordinary luminescence in the shadowy alley. "Remarkable." Yin Chuan's gaze sharpened. The jade stone exuded a wave of spiritual energy that was anything but mundane. The leader snatched the jade, confirmed its authenticity, and then struck the man's head with a resounding crack, extinguishing his life entirely. The lifeless body collapsed, and the remaining figures proceeded to gather surrounding debris, hastily burying the corpse beneath a makeshift mound. "Let us go, but tread carefully." As the 5 prepared to depart, the leader suddenly turned his gaze toward Yin Chuan's concealed position, his eyes glinting with the cold light beneath the mask. Whoosh! A flying dagger sliced through the air, embedding itself in a wooden post beside Yin Chuan's ear, the silk ribbon trailing from it fluttering without a breeze. Shortly after, the other white-robed figures approached the alley's entrance, only to find no trace of anyone else. "Is someone there?" "I see no one." "Search." The leader immediately commanded a search. However, after scouring the nearby alleys, they found no sign of anyone. "No one found. Nothing here." The leader surveyed the surroundings, confirming the absence of other figures, and remarked, "Perhaps I misheard. It could have been a stray cat or a rat." Subsequently, he led the others away in haste. Once they departed, Yin Chuan cautiously emerged from the rooftop, observing the direction in which the white-robed figures had vanished. Intriguing. A smile crept across Yin Chuan's lips as he swiftly formed hand seals before invoking the technique of qi sensing. Upon completion of the technique, a faint white thread became visible to Yin Chuan, extending in the direction the white-robed figures had fled. Ensuring the area was clear of witnesses, Yin Chuan completely concealed his presence and silently pursued them. Following the trail of energy, he eventually arrived at a dilapidated courtyard near the edge of the ghost market. From a distance, the flickering candlelight in the courtyard was faintly discernible. However, in order to avoid detection, Yin Chuan did not approach hastily this time. Instead, he retrieved a piece of paper from his bosom, using his fingers as a brush and his spiritual energy as ink to inscribe a rune upon it. He then pulled several strands of straw from a nearby stack and deftly wove them into the shape of a small bird, placing the drawn rune within its body. Tossing the crafted straw bird into the air, it surprisingly took flight, soaring towards the courtyard where the white-robed figures were concealed. The straw bird silently landed upon the eaves, allowing Yin Chuan to observe everything within the courtyard. Closing his eyes, he could see through the bird's perspective, for white-robed individuals were seated around a wooden table, atop which rested a black wooden box containing the jade stone they had stolen, emanating a faint spiritual glow. "The meeting will conclude tomorrow. Then we must depart from the cliffside valley immediately," the leader of the white-robed figures stated solemnly. "What shall we do about the corpse?" Another inquired quietly. "Is it truly unnecessary to handle it? Do not worry. By the time they realize something is amiss, we will have already made our escape." The leader replied with a cold smirk. "As long as we deliver the Xianyang jade, our mission will be accomplished." However, as Yin Chuan counted the white-robed figures in the courtyard, he noticed a discrepancy. There were previously 5, yet now only 4 remained, with one missing. Just then, he heard faint footsteps and opened his eyes to look in another direction. He spotted the absent white-robed figure hastily approaching the gathering from an alternate route. Halfway along the path, the white-robed figure suddenly sensed something amiss, halting abruptly and scanning the surroundings with vigilance. "There is nothing here," he murmured to himself after a thorough inspection, finally exhaling in relief. "I must be scaring myself." Shaking his head, he prepared to continue back to the courtyard. However, just as he took a few steps forward, a shadow struck from behind. Before he could react, a powerful hand struck his head, resulting in instant demise. Yin Chuan emerged from the shadows, dragging the lifeless body into the alley and removing the white robe and mask from the figure. Moments later, the courtyard door swung open, and another white-robed figure entered. The 4 inside simultaneously looked up. "Is the task completed?" the leader inquired gravely. The newly arrived figure did not respond verbally, merely nodding. The atmosphere within the room thickened. Their communication adhered to specific phrases. The leader's eyes narrowed beneath his mask, his fingers subtly twitching. The other three white-robed individuals immediately understood, rising silently to encircle their companion. Why the silence? The leader slowly rose, a glinting flying knife sliding from his sleeve. Have you lost your tongue? The white-robed figure remained mute. Attack. For glimmers of cold light simultaneously lunged towards the figure in the center, with the leader's flying knife aimed directly at his throat. Thud. The flying dagger pierced through the head of the man in white robes, yet the anticipated blood did not gush forth. Instead, the white-robed figure simply collapsed limply to the ground, an occurrence most peculiar. Upon stripping away the white robe, the onlookers were astonished to discover that beneath it lay a humanoid puppet woven from straw. What on earth is this? Several of the white-robed individuals recoiled in fear. Such a thing was utterly unfamiliar to them. How could a straw-crafted figure move as if alive? The leader's countenance changed dramatically, as if he had suddenly perceived something vital. He abruptly turned and lunged toward a black wooden box on the table behind him. Chapter 70, The Auction at Bybala. Too late. A shadow descended from the heavens and struck toward the leader with a powerful palm. Bang! The leader immediately crossed his arms in defense, yet was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, ultimately crashing heavily against the wall before coming to a halt. The remaining three were still in shock when they saw the shadow dart to the table and seize the Xianyang jade from within the box. Stop him! The leader coughed blood and bellowed. The three white-robed figures simultaneously lunged at Yin Chuan, intent on reclaiming the Xianyang jade. Yin Chuan let out a cold laugh and tossed three black spheres from his sleeve. Bang! 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 A dense cloud of smoke instantly filled the entire room. The white-robed figures coughed violently, their vision obscured, rendering them incapable of pursuit. Within the smoke lingered a pungent odor, even the slightest exposure rendered breathing laborious. When the smoke finally dissipated, the box lay wide open, and the Xianyang jade had vanished without a trace. It's over. Upon seeing that the Xianyang jade had disappeared from the box, the leader of the white-robed figures widened his eyes, his gaze filled with terror. Brother, what do we do? This has gone awry. The leader slumped to the ground, lamenting, the higher-ups will not let us off. Yin Chuan quietly returned to the inn, cradling the stolen Xianyang jade in his hands for inspection. Infusing it with spiritual energy, he discovered delicate red lines within the jade, coalescing into the shape of a ginseng. Extracting a thread of energy from the jade with his spiritual force, Yin Chuan realized that this object seemed to possess life-extending properties. He had encountered such things in the world of cultivation during his previous life, yet he was astonished to find a similar item in this martial world. However, despite its value, Yin Chuan currently had no use for it. At this stage, his youthful body had no concerns regarding longevity. He simply stored it in his spatial ring and prepared to rest for the night, for the auction was set to commence the following day, and he was eager to see if there were any treasures worth acquiring. The next morning, Yin Chuan donned a black mask to conceal his identity and made his way to Bybala. Standing before the three-story vermilion building, he found it to exude a certain opulence. A few ghostly soldiers stood at the entrance. Anyone wishing to enter must first verify their assets, with a minimum requirement of 10,000 taels for passage. The lead ghostly soldier extended his hand to block Yin Chuan's way. Yin Chuan retrieved a stack of pre-prepared silver notes from his bosom. After the ghostly soldier counted them, he nodded slightly, confirming their accuracy, and gestured for Yin Chuan to enter. Upon stepping into the Bybao building, he was greeted by opulent decorations, the fragrance of sandalwood wafting through the air. The establishment was divided into 3 levels. The first floor served as the area for casual patrons, where hundreds of rosewood chairs were arranged in a fan-like formation, and at the center stood a 3-foot-high display platform. At that moment, the area was nearly filled with various martial artists, the cacophony of voices echoing throughout. Inquiring with a nearby maid, Yin Chuan learned of the distinctions on the upper floors. The second floor featured a circle of private rooms, separated by beaded curtains, requiring an additional payment of 3,000 taels for seating. The third floor housed 8 exclusive suites, each demanding 10,000 taels, specifically reserved for true dignitaries and typically pre-booked. Even if Yin Chuan possessed wealth, the upper levels remained inaccessible to him. Thus, he paid 3,000 taels and was escorted to a private room on the second floor to rest. The beaded curtains fell, allowing a clear view of the display platform below while concealing his identity. As time passed, more martial artists entered, and the first floor's casual area became nearly full. The second floor gradually filled as well, and once all seats were occupied, the ghostly soldier closed the doors of the Baibao building, barring entry to those outside. Yin Chuan scanned the private rooms on the second floor but did not spot Li Hongyuan. She was either disguised with a different mask and attire or seated on the third floor, out of sight. With the doors of the Baibao building firmly shut, a man adorned with a golden tiger-headed mask strode confidently onto the central display platform, instantly silencing the crowd. He surveyed the room and spoke in a resonant voice, "Esteemed guests, welcome to this auction. Before we commence, allow me to outline a few rules." He raised 3 fingers and continued. First, each bidding increment must be no less than 500 taels. Second, upon concluding a deal, payment and goods must be exchanged on the spot. Third, no one is permitted to disrupt the order or create loud disturbances during the auction. Fourth, anyone who bids recklessly without the means to settle shall pay with their life. After delivering this warning, the man in the golden mask clapped his hands and picked up a small golden hammer. This auction features a total of 10 exquisite items, which will ensure everyone leaves fulfilled. He then announced the presentation of the first item. As the words left the mouth of the man in the golden mask, 2 maidens ascended the stage, carrying a rosewood sword case. The golden masked figure slowly opened the case, revealing a long sword that shimmered with a ghostly blue radiance. Resting quietly on a satin cloth, its blade faintly enveloped in an aura of coldness. The first item for auction is the Frost Blade, crafted by Long Mao, the chief swordsmith of the Wan Sword Pavilion. As he spoke, he gently tapped the blade, producing a clear, melodious sound. This sword, forged from Arctic cold steel, can slice through iron as if it were clay, and its creation once stirred celestial phenomena. After a brief introduction, he signaled for an assistant to bring forth a piece of wrought iron. With a casual wave, the iron was effortlessly severed, the cut surface smooth as a mirror, eliciting gasps from the audience. The starting bid is 8,000 taels. Let the bidding commence. As soon as the words were spoken, a bid of 9,000 taels was immediately placed from the first floor. Shortly thereafter, another bid raised it to 9,500 taels, then to 10,000 taels, and finally to 11,000 taels. Yin Chuan glanced at the table before him, which held 2 buttons. The left button increased the bid by 1,000 taels, while the right one raised it by 5,000 taels. Upon pressing the different buttons, flags of various colors would rise and wave, serving to protect the identities of the guests in the elegant room, allowing the auction to proceed without the need for vocal calls. The Frost Blade appeared quite impressive, yet it held little allure for Yin Chuan. Although he was skilled in swordsmanship, it was not his primary focus, so he merely observed the fervent bidding of others. The Frostblade was primarily sought after by the casual patrons on the first floor, while those on the second and third floors remained silent, possibly unimpressed or perhaps waiting for subsequent items. Ultimately, the Frostblade was secured by a casual bidder on the first floor for 15,000 taels, followed by an immediate verification and payment. With the first item concluded, the presentation of the second item commenced. The golden tiger mask held a delicately crafted wooden box the size of a fist, which, when opened, revealed a pearl-sized golden elixir. This was the second auction item, the dragon-patterned golden pill. The golden tiger mask announced loudly, "This is produced by the alchemy master Ouyang Lai from the Valley of Heavenly Fire. Consuming one can aid martial artists below the 8th realm in breaking through their bottlenecks and advancing their levels. The starting bid is 10,000 taels." Chapter 71. The black wooden box. To think this was a pill crafted by Master Ouyang Lai. This trip has truly been worthwhile. A divine elixir capable of assisting those in the 6th realm to break into the 7th. Upon the announcement of this pill, the crowd erupted into a clamor. After a moment of waiting, the golden tiger mask tapped the table with a golden hammer. "Please, everyone, quiet down. The auction is now officially open. 110,000. 112,000. 113,000. As the auction commenced, the price of the elixir soared. Yin Chuan observed the pill from a distance, only to gently shake his head. Although the pill shimmered with a golden glow, it merely bore a superficial decoration, lacking true substance, and was inferior to the pill he had once given to his second disciple, Shen Wenkyu. Could it truly be worth 10,000 taels? In that moment, Yin Chuan seemed to have stumbled upon a path to wealth. In his previous life, his alchemical skills could only be deemed that of a third-rate alchemist. However, in this realm, his expertise would elevate him to the level of a master. Ultimately, the elixir reached a price of 23,000 taels, clearly more sought after than the previous sword. Next came the third auction item. The golden tiger mask retrieved from a wooden box several metal implements, black and gold intertwined. of equal size, resembling bullhorns. This item was the 9 curves 13 formations crafted by the Qianji Pavilion. The Golden Tiger mask elucidated. By securing these array instruments to the ground in a specific configuration, one can manifest the formation. This can serve as a protective array for mountains or safeguard one's own residence. This formation is impervious to any practitioner below the 7th realm. The starting bid is set at 12,000 taels. Upon concluding his statement, the Golden Tiger mask instructed several maidens to showcase the instruments on stage. From a distance, Yin Chuan observed peculiar runes intricately carved upon these instruments. He possessed a modicum of understanding regarding formations and could deploy several rudimentary arrays. The array instruments before him seemed rather intriguing. However, he had no intention of bidding on them. According to the trend of previous auction items, those presented later would be of greater rarity. This explains why the attendees on the 2nd and 3rd floors displayed little interest in the earlier lots. Ultimately, the formation was purchased by a red-faced mask on the 1st floor for 20,000 taels. The 4th item, the Golden Tiger mask, then produced a rusted copper plate, roughly the size of a book, inscribed with a plethora of minuscule characters. This artifact embodies a long-lost supreme technique, the 9 transformations of the golden body. The Golden Tiger mask proclaimed, this technique was established centuries ago by an unparalleled master known as the unblemished golden body. This copper plate encapsulates the cultivation content of this art. However, as half of the content is now obscured, it is being auctioned at a low price. The starting bid is 20,000 taels. Upon seeing this object, Yin Chuan nearly burst into laughter. Wasn't this the very manual that Yang Xingye had acquired in Sangnan Mountain? Yet, compared to this copper plate, the manuscript obtained in the mountains was preserved in its entirety. Yang Xingye had claimed that a complete technique could fetch a price of 100,000 taels, which evidently was not an exaggeration. This copper plate incited a frenzy among the crowd, yet thus far, only the casual patrons from the 1st floor were vying for it. Ultimately, it was sold for 43,000 taels. Although some content on the copper plate was obscured, with proper cultivation, the half manual would still surpass ordinary techniques significantly. Next was the 5th item. The Golden Tiger mask had a square black wooden box brought forth. The box had 6 faces, each adorned with a highly intricate puzzle capable of forming various patterns. This treasure was retrieved from ancient ruins centuries ago. The Golden Tiger mask introduced. The exterior is crafted from precious black gold wood, remarkably durable and impervious to water and fire. Each face of the box contains a mechanism, requiring the patterns to be arranged in a specific sequence to unlock it. However, what lies within remains a mystery, dependent solely on the luck of the bidders. The starting bid is set at 25,000 taels. As the words of the Golden Tiger mask echoed, a new round of bidding commenced. Yin Chuan scrutinized the box before him, intently employing his keen vision in an attempt to discern its contents, yet clarity eluded him. This was due in part to the considerable distance, and in part to the box's unique material, which rendered it opaque. Although the object exuded an air of mystery, suggesting treasures lay within, it failed to ignite the fervor of the crowd. After all, 25,000 taels was no trifling sum. Who could predict what might be revealed upon opening it? Consequently, only a handful of bidders participated, and the price escalated to 29,000 taels, a bid from an individual on the 2nd floor adorned with a blue mask. 30,000 taels. With no immediate competition, Yin Chuan tentatively raised his bid. As he lifted his paddle, the masked auctioneer promptly announced the new price. Yin Chuan anticipated that others would join the fray, yet to his astonishment, no one, neither above nor below, continued to bid after his offer of 30,000 taels. Thus, the enigmatic black wooden box was ultimately secured by Yin Chuan. Shortly thereafter, several attendants, clad in dark garb, delivered the box to Yin Chuan's private chamber. Complying with the auction price, he tendered a banknote of 30,000 taels, successfully acquiring the box. Placing it upon the table before him, he examined the intricate puzzle mechanism adorning its surface, each side comprising 99 pieces. The designs were exceedingly complex, rendering the specifics of each puzzle piece nearly indistinguishable. Assembling it would undoubtedly demand considerable time and effort. In a closer inspection utilizing his keen vision, Yin Chuan found himself still unable to fully unveil the secrets within. Consequently, he discreetly stowed it away in his storage ring. The 6th item was then presented. The masked auctioneer retrieved a jade stone, no larger than a pebble, from a box. This item was a natural storage jade. The auctioneer proclaimed loudly, by channeling one's vital energy within, one could store items at will. Its internal space was roughly equivalent to 100 doubts, though it could only accommodate inanimate objects, excluding any living beings. The starting bid was set at 30,000 taels. Upon the unveiling of this item, the bidders on the second floor sprang into action. While the previously lively crowd of casual attendees on the first floor refrained from participating further, acutely aware that their financial resources paled in comparison to those above. Thus, as the preceding items concluded, it became clear to all that the forthcoming offerings were beyond their reach. Yin Chuan lightly touched the ring upon his finger, choosing not to bid. The storage jade in the auctioneer's hand was of modest grade, its capacity not even a tenth of that of his own ring. Nevertheless, the price surged dramatically, ultimately fetching 50,000 taels from a bidder on the second floor. Chapter 72, Auction Interruption. As the bidding for the storage jade concluded, the seventh item was brought forth to the stage. As the crimson cloth was lifted, the figure adorned with the golden tiger mask grasped a long sword, rusted and devoid of a sheath, resembling mere scrap metal. This blade belonged to the renowned sword saint, Shintu Yangwan, the foremost expert on the celestial rankings. It is said that the sword saint, having vanished for many years, has now transcended to an unparalleled realm, even achieving ascension. Within this sword still resides the sword intent left by the sword saint, should its wielder synchronize with this intent. They may have the opportunity to comprehend the unique sword technique, the chaotic sword art, crafted by the venerable master. The starting bid was set at 50,000 taels. The emergence of this item reignited fervent discussions among the crowd, as it seemed everyone held profound reverence and admiration for this esteemed sword saint. Bidding commenced shortly thereafter. 55,000, 60,000, 65,000, 70,000. Only those seated on the second and third floors could afford such prices. The golden tiger masked figure, according to the colors of the flags raised from different rooms, continuously announced the new bidding amounts. Yin Chuan observed the escalating bids without participating himself. Among the bidders, none chose to increase their offers by a mere 1,000 taels. All were substantial increments of 5,000. Ultimately, the embroidered sword was successfully acquired by an individual on the third floor for 150,000 taels, a price that had tripled. Following this, the eighth item was presented. The golden tiger mask retrieved 6 artifacts from a box, including rings, hairpins, and bracelets. Each of these 6 items bore intricate engravings, and Yin Chuan recognized a faint familiarity in their designs. Although these pieces were mere trinkets, they were said to document the location of the secluded abode of the transcendent Xian Kai Dao Ren from centuries past. Legend has it that Xian Kai Dao Ren, having received the inheritance of an immortal, transcended to an unparalleled realm within a short span of years, ultimately ascending to the heavens. These ornaments were once the personal belongings of Xian Kai Dao Ren. Before his ascension, he deliberately left behind these clues for future generations to pursue. The starting bid was 70,000 taels. The golden tiger mask lifted the golden hammer in hand and commenced the auction. Upon hearing this introduction, Yin Chuan could hardly suppress his mirth. The notion that Xian Kai Dao Ren ascended was absurd. He had perished long ago in his own abode, now reduced to a mere pile of scattered bones. Yet, these artifacts continued to be fervently contested, with prices soaring ever higher. Watching the relentless bidding, Yin Chuan could not help but envision the day these individuals, after enduring countless hardships, reached the Songnan Mountain in search of Xian Kai Dao Ren, only to find it utterly vacant. Would they not, like the so-called Ironclaw Dragon King, descend into madness? Ultimately, these artifacts were sold for a price of 160,000 taels. Then, the ninth item was introduced. As the next item was presented, it astonishingly turned out to be a complete set of dark red armor, intricately adorned with complex patterns resembling runes. Today's ninth auction item was rumored to be the unparalleled rune armor. As the gilded mask brushed its fingers along the intricate patterns of the armor, an ethereal crimson light was ignited. This armor not only rendered its wearer impervious to blades and arrows, but also elevated the wielder's cultivation by a minor realm, allowing a practitioner of the 7th realm to briefly wield the power of the 8th realm. The crowd erupted in astonishment. An 8th realm warrior possessed skills comparable to those on the celestial rankings. Seizing the moment, the gilded mask proclaimed, "The starting bid is 200,000 taels." Although this price was exorbitant, the bidding commenced fervently. Such a mystical armor had been glimpsed by Yin Chuan in his past life. However, it ultimately belonged to the realm of the unorthodox and could not genuinely enhance the wielder's power or cultivation, thus garnering little admiration. Naturally, Yin Chuan refrained from bidding. as the price was destined to soar beyond reason. Before long, it surpassed 300,000 taels, a sum far beyond Yin Chuan's means. Ultimately, the armor was secured by a patron on the third floor for 360,000 taels. With the conclusion of the ninth item, only the final piece of the day remained. At the Gilded Mask's command, the atmosphere within the treasure hall grew palpably tense. At each ghost market auction, nearly all attendees were eager to witness the final item. Two sentinels clad in black masks approached the stage, carefully bearing a Zetonwood box. And all eyes were fixated on the box, no larger than a palm. Esteemed guests, we now present today's pièce d'assistance. The Gilded Mask inhaled deeply and slowly opened the wooden box. A warm, luminous jade radiated throughout the auction hall, revealing a piece of pure white jade within, intricately adorned with crimson veins that seemed to pulse with life. This treasure was none other than the Xianyang jade. The Gilded Mask's voice trembled with excitement. This gem is the essence of heaven and earth, and according to ancient texts, merely wearing it close to the body and nurturing it with true energy daily can extend one's life by at least 50 years. Upon hearing this, a stir arose in the private chambers on the second and third floors. Yin Chuan observed that even the usually composed compartments were abuzz with fervent discussions. The starting bid, 90,000 taels. The minimum increase is 10,000 taels. As the Gilded Mask's words echoed, Yin Chuan noted that the options before him had already changed. The previous increment of 1,000 taels had transformed into 10,000, while the 5,000 tael option had escalated to 50,000. As the auction commenced, the price surged at an astonishing rate, swiftly surpassing the 150,000 tael mark. Yin Chuan, a spectator to this frenzy of bids, contemplated deeply. In this martial world, the lifespan of an ordinary warrior barely reached a century, and even the strongest of the ninth realm seldom exceeded 200 years. Yet, the Xianyang jade could magically enhance one's lifespan by 50 years, rendering it an invaluable treasure to any individual. However, Yin Chuan was left perplexed. He had obtained the Xianyang jade the previous night, yet why was there another at the auction? Could it be that there were two such artifacts? A patron on the third floor raised the bid to 3 million taels. The Golden Tiger Mask observed as a bidder on the third floor placed a bid, promptly announcing the latest price. A hush fell over the room. The figure had reached an absurd height. Just as the Golden Tiger Mask was about to inquire if anyone wished to raise their bid further, the auction was abruptly halted. A chilling voice, devoid of humanity, echoed above the crowd. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in black with a silver ghost mask descended from the heavens, landing upon the display platform. Upon the arrival of this individual, the Golden Tiger Mask and the surrounding ghost soldiers bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Valley Master." "What is your intent, Zhuwusha?" shouted the man from the third floor who had just bid 3 million taels of silver. "Are you having second thoughts?" This silver-masked figure was none other than Zhuwusha, a master of the heavenly rankings and the Valley Master of the Slanting Cliff Valley. Chapter 73. A request from the young lady in the face of the accusations. Zhuwusha remained silent, extending his hand to grasp the Xianyang jade. His slender fingers gently tapped the surface of the jade, causing a web-like network of cracks to appear, which soon erupted into a shower of fragments. The onlookers were left astounded. Was a jade worth 3 million taels truly destroyed in such a manner? Please, remain calm. The reason for the auction's interruption is that this jade is a counterfeit. Zhuwusha's words sent chills through the crowd. He continued, the genuine Xianyang jade was swapped out last night, and its original owner met a tragic end in the ghost market. Those who dare to commit murder and smuggle within my Wuxiang ghost market will surely face my wrath. The entire Slanting Cliff Valley is now under my complete lockdown. Until the true Xianyang jade is found, none of you are permitted to leave. Yin Chuan, in a private room, narrowed his eyes, unconsciously rubbing his storage ring. It seemed the jade he had obtained last night was indeed the one in question. By what authority do you prevent our departure? Another voice from the third floor voiced its dissent. Zhuwusha glanced in the direction of the sound, and his aura suddenly surged, akin to a tempest, instilling fear in the hearts of those present who dared not move. With my strength at the ninth realm, none of you can contest me. Indeed, upon uttering these words, no one dared to oppose him further. After a moment, someone ventured to inquire, what shall we do next? We cannot simply remain trapped in this building. Next, everyone shall orderly return to their respective inns, Zhuwusha instructed. Please refrain from venturing out unnecessarily, to avoid causing harm to the innocent. As soon as he finished speaking, he signaled for the ghost soldiers to lead the crowd out in an orderly fashion. Yin Chuan discreetly blended into the throng, exited the Baidao building and made his way back to the inn, donning his white mask once more. From the second floor of the inn, he cracked open a window, and it was evident that the number of ghost soldiers on the streets had increased, all seemingly heading towards the outskirts of the ghost market. The expanse of the slanting cliff valley was vast, with the ghost market occupying merely 1/10 of it. It appeared they were preparing to investigate the situation outside the ghost market for logically. The individual who had acquired the Xianyang Jade would have no reason to linger within the ghost market, surely seeking a means to escape promptly. At this moment, those who were no longer in the ghost market appeared to be increasingly suspicious, descending the stairs and entering the inn's lobby. The surrounding patrons engaged in fervent discussions about the recent swapping of the grand auction item. Whispers and rumors quickly circulated within the inn. Upon seeing Yin Chuan arrive, Kong Di and Su Sanjin, who had commandeered a table, immediately beckoned him over to share some tea. To their astonishment, someone dared to stir trouble on Zhu Wuxi's territory. Kong Di, holding a teacup, clicked his tongue repeatedly, remarking, if this gets exposed, the consequences would be dire. What kind of jade is that? What a treasure! Su Sanjin, happily munching on pastries, queried, why is it worth so much? A treasure that can prolong life is indeed priceless. Kong Di chuckled. It is said that within the great Yin Imperial Palace, the current emperor has relied on such life-extending treasures and has lived for over 200 years, rivaling the lifespan of the supreme beings. Why live so long? Once I have tasted all the delicacies I haven't yet tried, I would be content to depart. Su Sanjin burped contentedly and resumed his feast. Yin Chuan was amused by Su Sanjin's words, finding the lad rather naive. Amidst their conversation, Xiaoku, who had been missing for 2 days, suddenly appeared in the inn and approached Yin Chuan and the others, who were engrossed in their tea. The lady requests your presence. Follow me. Upon uttering this, Xiaoku turned and headed outside. Kong Di promptly set down his teacup and followed closely, while Su Sanjin grabbed a handful of fried peanuts and joined in, with Yin Chuan bringing up the rear, following Xiaoku through the ghost market. They eventually entered a courtyard through a narrow alley. Upon pushing open the back door, they beheld Li Hongyuan, clad in a black dress, seated on a stone bench, her chin resting on her hand, gently tapping her fingers on her mask as if deep in thought. Miss, I have brought them, Xiaoku announced with a respectful bow to Li Hongyuan. Hearing the voice, Li Hongyuan turned her gaze towards Yin Chuan and the others. A sudden turn of events has arisen. I require your assistance with different matters. Her voice resonated from beneath the mask. Please, miss, speak. We shall do all that is within our power. Kong Di was the first to bow in agreement. My purpose for this journey to the ghost market was to obtain the Xianyang Jade. Li Hongyuan clenched her fist, now that the Xianyang Jade is gone missing. I need your help to locate it. Kong Di's expression twitched, but we do not know its whereabouts, and with Zhu Wuxia and his ghost soldiers conducting searches, finding it will surely be a challenge. I have some leads. Li Hongyuan elaborated slowly. Whoever can find the Xianyang Jade and bring it to me shall receive the 3 million taels of silver that were not awarded at the auction. At the mention of such a substantial sum, Kong Di's eyes lit up, and he eagerly pressed on. What clues do you have, miss? According to my informants, this Xianyang Jade was originally discovered by a faction in the Northern Territory known as the White Robe Sect. Aware of its immense value and their inability to keep it safe, they decided to send it to the ghost market for auction in exchange for money. However, among them, some were bribed, leading to the theft and substitution of the Xianyang Jade last night. Now, we merely need to locate the individuals from the White Robe Sect to retrieve the Jade. Yin Chuan remarked, since enough time has passed since last night's events. They must have escaped by now. Not so. Li Hongyuan shook her head in denial. They could not have left. The ghost market imposes a curfew at night, and anyone attempting to exit is subject to scrutiny. Thus, they can only wait until the market opens. From the intelligence I have gathered, none of the people who have left since the market opened today belong to the White Robe Sect. Therefore, they must still be among us. We can certainly seek them out. Kong Di interjected, but the ghost market is under the control of Zhu Wuxia. It may not be wise to act within its confines. You need not worry about that, Li Hongyuan reassured. You can go and search. If anything goes awry, I will handle it. Since the lady has spoken thus, I shall depart to seek them, Kong Di declared, turning to leave, with Su Sanjin eagerly trailing behind. Xiaoku also exited the courtyard, leaving only Yin Chuan still inside. Are you not going to search, Mr. Whiteface? Li Hongyuan inquired. Originally, I agreed only to accompany you to the ghost market and then escort you out. Yin Chuan chuckled. Now, pursuing the Xianyang Jade is an entirely different matter. It requires additional compensation. Chapter 74. The silent spell Li Hongyuan smiled broadly and replied, Mr. Whiteface, you are indeed amusing. However, if you locate the Xianyang Jade, I shall reward you with 3 million taels of silver. Such a generous offer cannot tempt you? Yin Chuan shook his head. With so many seekers and so little jade, who can guarantee its discovery? If it cannot be found, it would be a fruitless endeavor. Li Hongyuan regarded Yin Chuan and extended 5 fingers. How about 50,000 taels of silver for your assistance in finding it? Agreed. Yin Chuan spread his hands. Payment for services rendered. Li Hongyuan smiled gently, producing a stack of silver notes, each worth 10,000 taels. Yin Chuan accepted the stack, feeling the silk-like texture at his fingertips. Upon closer inspection, each note bore intricate golden thread patterns, with the edges stamped with the crimson seal of the Great Yin National Treasury. Satisfied that the currency was genuine, Yin Chuan discreetly tucked the notes into his sleeve, effectively transferring them into his storage ring. Then, await my good news. Yin Chuan bowed in farewell and exited the courtyard. Upon leaving, Yin Chuan did not rush to search for the Xianyang Jade, for it was already in his possession. Instead, he meandered through the alleys, pausing occasionally to eavesdrop on the conversations of passers-by, hoping to catch wind of local rumors. The streets of the ghost market were teeming with patrolling ghost soldiers, far more than usual, with guards donning bronze masks stationed at every intersection, scrutinizing those who passed. Have you heard? The sect leader personally led a search of the inns in the Western District. What of that? I witnessed the ghost soldiers dragging several individuals in white robes into the interrogation hall. Hush, speak softly. It is said that the Xianyang Jade is entangled with significant figures in the court. Yin Chuan ordered a pot of green tea at the tea stall, savoring it leisurely. At the neighboring table, several wanderers were engaged in hushed discussions. In my opinion, this matter is most likely the work of the Blood Moon Tower. Nonsense. Even the Blood Moon Tower, in its arrogance, would not dare to wreak havoc in the slanting cliff valley. You know nothing. My cousin serves in the court and has previously heard that the Xianyang Jade was originally intended as an offering to. Before he could finish, a squad of ghostly soldiers passed by, and the group immediately fell silent. Yin Chuan thoughtfully caressed his teacup, realizing that the implications surrounding this matter were quite profound. Although the Xianyang Jade is a precious treasure that prolongs life, keeping it on one's person might invite greater troubles. Even if he could manage to take it away, he would not dare to use it recklessly. Once the news spreads, it is likely to attract trouble from the entire martial world and even the court. This is not the outcome Yin Chuan desires. He must devise a prudent plan to deal with it. Moreover, with his alchemical skills, concocting pills that extend life by 20 or 30 years is well within his capabilities. Thus, the Xianyang Jade is not a necessity for him. By the time he returned to the inn, it was nearly midnight. The hall was left with a few inebriated patrons, and the innkeeper was yawning while clearing the tables. Just as Yin Chuan ascended the stairs, he suddenly sensed a gaze upon him. Turning his head, he spotted a figure in the corner, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and drinking with his head bowed. Despite the black mask covering his face, Yin Chuan recognized him instantly. Shen Wenqiu? A smile crept across Yin Chuan's lips as he focused his energy, using his keen sight to peer closer. Beneath the mask, it was indeed him, albeit appearing somewhat pale, as if injured. Thus, Yin Chuan approached and sat down across from Shen Wenqiu. Upon noticing his presence, Shen Wenqiu quickly warned, "Stay away, I'm in a foul mood." "Why are you in a foul mood? Perhaps you could share it with your master." As soon as these words left Yin Chuan's lips, Shen Wenqiu froze momentarily. "Why you are?" Shen Wenqiu stuttered, uncertain. "Indeed, it is I." Yin Chuan replied once more. "Master." Shen Wenqiu exclaimed in surprise. "What are you doing here? In such a lively place? Why shouldn't I come to have a look?" Yin Chuan replied with a smile, while placing his hand on Shen Wenqiu's wrist, using spiritual energy to take his pulse. Instantly discerning Shen Wenqiu's current condition, he bore multiple external injuries. Although they had been bandaged and the bleeding stopped, his situation was far from good. "Who injured you?" Yin Chuan inquired. "The Blood Knife sect." Shen Wenqiu responded. Yin Chuan glanced around, then rose to head upstairs. "Come with me." Shen Wenqiu had no choice but to follow him to his room on the upper floor. Once inside, Yin Chuan secured the door, formed a hand seal with one hand, and then snapped his fingers. An elusive aura enveloped the entire room. Silencing spell. It can isolate the room from external sounds, ensuring no one outside can eavesdrop. "Now, tell me, what transpired after you left Chaqing Town?" Yin Chuan took a seat and poured a cup of tea for Shen Wenqiu, gesturing for him to sit down. Shen Wenqiu nodded and settled across from Yin Chuan, then began to recount his recent experiences. Ever since Yin Chuan aided Shen Wenqiu in breaking through to the seventh realm and departing from Chongqing town, Shen Wenqiu returned home only to discover that his childhood friends had met with untimely fates. Upon inquiry, he learned that these tragedies were orchestrated by the Blood Knife sect, who sought to extract information about his whereabouts from his friends. Despite their loyalty, none betrayed him, resulting in their demise. Consequently, driven by a thirst for vengeance, Shen Wenqiu ventured into the territory of the Blood Knife sect, where he confronted and eliminated several disciples. However, this act drew the attention of the sect, thwarting his chances to eliminate an elder and lift the assassin's decree from Blood Moon Tower. Thus, Shen Wenqiu was compelled to evade pursuit while seeking opportunities. When the Ghost Market convened, he learned of the Blood Knife sect's attendance and made his way to Xia Valley. There, he encountered members of the sect outside the valley. Although he successfully dispatched multiple foes, he was ultimately repelled by the sect's leader, Feng Shao, known as the Bloodthirsty Madman, ranked 42nd on the earthly list. In a one-on-one confrontation, Shen Wenqiu felt confident in his ability to defeat him, yet the overwhelming numbers of the Blood Knife sect forced him to flee, sustaining numerous injuries in the process. He could only seek refuge within the Ghost Market to recuperate. Yin Chuan produced several pills and placed them into Shen Wenqiu's teacup. The pills dissolved upon contact with the water, quickly transforming the tea into a restorative potion. Consuming the concoction would expedite his recovery. As soon as Yin Chuan finished speaking, Shen Wenqiu raised the cup and drank it down, instantly feeling warmth enveloping his body, with a comforting heat surrounding his wounds. The pallor of his face gradually gave way to a healthy flush. "Since we have met, I have another gift for you," Yin Chuan declared, retrieving a small booklet from his robe and placing it on the table. Shen Wenqiu opened the booklet and his eyes widened in astonishment. The Xiantian sword technique? His hands trembled. How could a technique lost for over a century be in his master's possession? There is no need to inquire further. Yin Chuan responded with a gentle smile. This volume is a revised transcription based on the original manuscript. Take it and study diligently. Once you master it, simply burn it. "Thank you, master." Shen Wenqiu immediately knelt in gratitude. With this, avenging your friends should not be an insurmountable task. Yin Chuan took a sip from his teacup. "However, should you cause any trouble in the future, do not implicate me. I will heed your words, master," Shen Wenqiu replied, clasping his fists in respect. Chapter 75. Diverting the calamity that evening, in the most secluded and abandoned dyeing workshop of the Ghost Market. 5 figures clad in white robes huddled behind a pile of moldy cloth, under the dim light of an oil lamp, for disciples anxiously gazed at their leader. At this moment, they found themselves with no escape. At this moment, they were not only confronted by the specter of the Valley Lord, Zhu Wuxia, accompanied by his ghostly soldiers in pursuit, but also faced the dire predicament of having lost the Xianyang Jade, which rendered them unable to leave. Failure to report back would be inexcusable. "Elder brother, what shall we do now?" quivered the voice of the youngest disciple, anxiety evident in his tone. "The ghostly soldiers are nearly upon us. If we are discovered, it will spell our doom." The leader, Bai Shao, a prominent figure within the White Garment sect and a peak 6th level warrior, had been tasked by the sect leader to escort the second hall master and the Xianyang Jade to the Ghost Market for auction. However, the plot had been leaked prematurely, and he had been bribed by a mysterious figure who promised him a reward of 100,000 taels of silver for the acquisition of the jade. Yet now, he found himself bereft of both treasure and safety, with no means of returning to his sect, and faced with the threat of relentless pursuit, a precarious situation akin to standing on the precipice of a cliff. After a long moment of contemplation, Bai Shao spoke with gravitas. "The loss of the Xianyang Jade will not go unpunished. Not only will our sect seek retribution, but the enigmatic figure pulling the strings will not spare us either. All eyes are upon us, and to seize a glimmer of hope, we must divert the attention away from ourselves." "What must we do?" someone immediately inquired. "We must make everyone believe that the jade is not in our possession, but rather in the hands of others." As he spoke, Bai Shao produced a black wooden box from his robes, revealing a stone that bore an uncanny resemblance to the Xianyang Jade, even down to the intricate patterns etched upon its surface. This counterfeit had been crafted simultaneously with the original intended for auction. He had prepared 3 in total, with 2 remaining. "Third brother, you are nimble of foot," Bai Shao instructed, closing the box and tossing it to a tall, slender figure. "Take this box and pass through the courtyard where the Bloodblade sect is currently gathered. Given their nature, they will surely impede your progress." At that moment, feign defeat and drop the box. The slender figure comprehended the plan instantly, hastily stowing the box and making his exit. Elder brother, will this truly work? A note of doubt lingered in his voice. Bai Xiao cast a glance outside and sighed. We have reached an impasse. This is our only recourse. Swiftly, the third brother utilized his lightness skill, darting nimbly across the rooftops until he soon approached the courtyard where the Bloodblade sect was stationed. The courtyard was ablaze with light, where the sect leader, Feng Xiao, was seated across from the second elder, Zhao Chong, engaged in a drinking bout. Leader, that scoundrel Shen Wenqiu must be hiding in the ghost market due to his injuries. Zhao Chong seethed, his teeth clenched. Had it not been for the debacle regarding the missing Xianyang jade, I would have surely dragged him out to avenge my son. Feng Xiao, with a fearsome countenance marred by a terrifying scar, chuckled coldly, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. There is no need to rush. The ghost market is now sealed off. He cannot escape. The matter of the Xianyang jade is indeed more intriguing. It is said that the object remains in the possession of those white-clad cultists. Although the ghostly soldiers have captured numerous individuals in white robes, the true few are still unaccounted for. If only we could encounter them. Just as he was speaking, Feng Zhao's ears twitched, and he suddenly looked up, his gaze piercing the roof like an arrow. Who is it? Old Three felt a tightening in his chest, realizing he had been discovered. He immediately feigned panic, leaping from the rooftop and fleeing into the distance. Pursue, Feng Xiao commanded, and several disciples of the Bloodblade sect swiftly took to the air. Old Three deliberately slowed his pace, allowing the Bloodblade members to catch up. Faced with their onslaught, he engaged in a brief skirmish, pretending to be overpowered. He was ultimately repelled by Feng Zhao's palm, causing the black wooden box in his arms to fall to the ground. Where do you think you're going? A disciple of the Bloodblade sect was about to chase after him but was stopped by Feng Xiao raising his hand. Wait. Feng Xiao narrowed his eyes, fixating on the box on the ground. Let us see what this is. Zhao Chong stepped forward, picked up the box, and upon opening it, his eyes widened in astonishment. This is. Feng Xiao snatched the box from him, and upon seeing the jade nestled inside, a surge of ecstatic joy flashed in his eyes. Xianyang jade. He hurriedly extracted the jade, examining it closely, and found its patterns to be almost identical to the descriptions in the legends. He burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Truly, heaven assist me. I never anticipated that the fools of the white-clad cult would deliver this treasure directly into our hands. This gem is worth 3 million taels of silver. We are about to strike it rich. Placing the jade back into the box, Feng Xiao promptly turned around, leading everyone back to the courtyard they had just arrived at. Quickly gather our belongings. We must slip out of the tail market after nightfall. Feng Xiao tucked the wooden box into his bosom, his voice barely concealing his excitement. However, before he could relish his triumph, a sudden sound of synchronized footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. The courtyard door was then kicked open, and a ghostly soldier commander, masked and foreboding, strode in. Ghost soldiers are conducting a search. Everyone, remain still. The commander ordered, followed by a squad of fully armed ghost soldiers clad in black armor. A search? Feng Xiao scoffed, his hand already resting on the hilt of his sword. By what authority do you search us? You confine us in this ghost market without allowing us to leave, and we have not caused any trouble. We have shown you enough courtesy. You are truly ungrateful. The ghost soldier commander's gaze turned icy beneath his mask. The sect leader has decreed that any sign of white-clad cultists must be thoroughly investigated. Nonsense. Elder Zhao Chong shouted in anger. Our Bloodblade sect has no dealings with the white-clad cult. It appears you are deliberately seeking conflict. Without further ado, the commander raised his hand and gestured. A search must be conducted today, regardless of who is present. Then let us see if you possess the capability to do so. Feng Xiao bellowed, drawing his blood-red blade from its sheath. The sword was as crimson as if stained with blood. As Feng Xiao unsheathed his weapon, the elite members behind him swiftly brandished their arms, standing ready to confront the ghost soldiers. Feng Xiao, a formidable expert of the Earth ranking, led his elite subordinates into battle. Although the second elder was not a master of the Earth ranking, he possessed the strength of the initial stage of the seventh realm. As long as Zhu Wuxia was absent, Feng Xiao was confident that these ghostly warriors would not be able to hinder him. Onward, commanded the ghostly commander with a sweeping gesture, and the ghost soldiers surged forward to attack the Bloodblade sect. Seeking death, Feng Xiao sneered, brandishing his blood-red blade as he charged. With a single stroke, the crimson blade energy instantly cleaved through the foremost ghost soldiers, severing them in half. The second elder, Zhao Chong, was equally undaunted, engaging in fierce combat with the ghostly warriors wielding dual blades. Although the Bloodblade sect was outnumbered, under Feng Zhao's leadership, They clearly held the upper hand. Seeing their imminent defeat, the ghostly commander swiftly produced a bamboo tube from his waist, opened its cap, and pulled the fuse. A brilliant firework erupted into the sky, exploding in a vibrant display. The resounding blast echoed throughout the ghost city, capturing the attention of not only the reinforcements rushing to assist, but everyone within the vicinity. Chapter 76, Chaos Let Us Go. Feng Xiao glanced up at the exploding firework, realizing that it was unwise to linger. After shouting his command, he dispatched another ghost soldier with a swift stroke. As 5 more approached, he deftly harnessed his agility, leaping onto the rooftops to make his escape. Zhao Chong followed closely behind, abandoning the elite forces they had brought with them. Their fates rested solely on their own abilities. Stop them! The ghostly commander bellowed, relentlessly pursuing them with dozens of black-armored ghost soldiers in tow. Feng Xiao soared onto the rooftops, his blood blade sweeping through the air, the blade energy surging like a crimson tide, forcing back the approaching ghost soldiers. The blood blade in his hand shimmered with an eerie red glow, growing more vivid with each life it claimed, and Feng Xiao's aura intensified, seemingly tireless. The blood blade sect's blood-drinking technique. The ghostly commander's expression sharpened as he issued a command. Fire arrows. Do not let them escape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of arrows filled the air. Feng Xiao sneered, pivoting his blade as the blood-colored energy formed a barrier, deflecting all the arrows. However, just as he prepared to break through, several dark figures lunged at him from the side. Leave the goods. A group of agile figures clad in dark attire suddenly blocked their path. Recognizing their garb, Zhao Chong immediately identified them. Blood Cloud Tower? Zhao Chong shouted angrily, what do you want? Under orders from the Tower Master. We will acquire the Xianyang Jade at any cost. 4 assassins of the 6th realm immediately surrounded Feng Xiao, while 2 others advanced toward Zhao Chong. I am your employer. Do you dare to lay hands on me? Zhao Chong protested while defending himself. 2 different matters. One of the assassins retorted with a cold laugh. Moreover, we are not the ones contracted for your job. Though these assassins from Blood Moon Tower were merely of the 6th realm, their cooperation was seamless. And the 4 6th realm assassins effectively restrained Feng Xiao. Seeking death. In a fit of rage, Feng Xiao unleashed a frenzied dance of his bloodstained blade, the lethal aura emanating from it roaring like a blood dragon, momentarily forcing several assassins to retreat. However, it was but a fleeting respite, as the assassins soon regrouped and launched another assault. In a moment of inattention, one of the assassins struck Feng Xiao's chest with a sword, causing the wooden box nestled within his embrace to nearly slip from his grasp, though he managed to seize it with one hand. This provided the other assassins an opportunity to converge upon him once more. Amid the chaos, the box suddenly slipped from Feng Xiao's hand, soaring high into the air. A wave of dread washed over him as he leapt to reclaim it, while the remaining assassins eagerly advanced to snatch it away. Just as one assassin was about to grasp the box, a flying dagger whistled through the air, striking the box with precision and altering its trajectory as it plummeted away. Haha. Thank you all. A figure clad in a mouse mask, Kong Di, materialized like a wraith, swiftly traversing the rooftops and darting toward the direction of the falling box. The box ultimately landed on a distant street, and Kong Di moved with remarkable speed, intending to seize it before the ghostly soldiers could arrive. Get lost. Suddenly, the formidable assassin Imo Sanxiao, renowned in the city, emerged from the side, his poison palm aimed at Kong Di's back. Sensing the imminent danger, Kong Di had no choice but to pivot and block, the toxic wind from the palm forcing him back several paces. It's mine, Imo Sanxiao cackled, reaching out for the box. With a resounding crash, a massive figure barreled through the wall like a rampaging bull, sending Imo Sanxiao flying. Though he landed safely after a somersault, blood spurted from his mouth as he glared at the figure with fury. Su Sanjin. Hiki, this treasure is mine now. Su Sanjin grinned, swiftly grasping the wooden box. Yet before he could bask in his triumph, a silver flash streaked in from afar, piercing through Su Sanjin's wrist with excruciating pain, causing the box to tumble from his grasp. On a distant rooftop, a figure cloaked in black held a silver needle, shimmering with a chilling glint under the moonlight. Before Su Sanjin could react, the cloaked figure unleashed several more silver needles aimed at him. Forced to retreat, Su Sanjin watched as the black-clad figure leapt gracefully to the box's side, just as Kong Di surged forward once more, wielding 2 flying daggers as makeshift daggers, and relentlessly attacked the figure. Thousand-handed Demonis, I know it's you, Kong Di declared, attacking with a grin. Humph. A cold laugh echoed from beneath the cloak. as the woman performed a backward somersault, unleashing a torrent of silver needles from her robes. Kong Di could only evade and shouted to Su Sanjin, "Grab the box and go." Just as Su Sanjin intended to retrieve it, Feng Xiao, having shaken off the assassins, suddenly descended from above, wielding his blade with intent to cleave. In that critical moment, Su Sanjin's hands were enveloped by a surge of vital energy, pushing forward just in time to collide with the blood-red blade. With a resounding crash, Su Sanjin staggered backward under the tremendous impact, ultimately colliding with the wall before he could regain his footing. Meanwhile, Feng Xiao, having just retrieved the wooden box, was suddenly confronted by Xiao Ku, who lunged at him with a sword. In his frantic attempt to evade, Feng Xiao inadvertently directed the sword's tip, causing the wooden box to be sent soaring into the air, reigniting the fierce competition for it. Elsewhere, Zhao Chong, the second elder of the Blood Knife sect, observed with growing alarm as the number of ghostly soldiers multiplied and the chaos among the martial artists intensified. Realizing the urgency of preserving his own life, he managed to fend off 2 assailants and, taking advantage of the cloak of night, prepared to make his escape. However, as he traversed a narrow alley, a shadowy figure abruptly barred his path. "Who goes there?" Zhao Chong brandished his twin blades defensively, scrutinizing the silhouette before him. When the figure removed its mask, the moonlight revealed the visage of Shun Wenqiu. "It's you." Zhao Chong's fury ignited upon recognizing his adversary, the very man he sought vengeance against for his son's death. Shun Wenqiu tossed the mask aside, taunting, "Haven't you been searching for me? Tonight, we shall settle both new and old grievances." Enraged, Zhao Chong roared as he charged at Shun Wenqiu with his blades drawn. Shun Wenqiu unsheathed his long sword, his aura swirling violently as he advanced to meet the attack, resulting in a violent clash of blades that sent sparks flying. Meanwhile, Yin Chuan stood atop a high building, surveying the turmoil below with a slight smile. How intriguing, he mused, contemplating the ring adorning his finger, perfectly positioned to capitalize on the ensuing chaos and legitimize the Xianyang jade he had acquired. Whether he sold it to Li Hongyuan or handed it over to Zhu Wuxia, the outcome mattered little. It was best not to retain it for himself. A mere counterfeit of the Xianyang jade had incited such fervor. If it were genuine, the fervor would surely escalate, as more individuals joined the fray on the street. The influx of ghostly soldiers continued to bolster the chaos, while numerous martial artists flocked toward that direction, each with their own agendas, further amplifying the disarray. Chapter 77. Who else? The wooden box spun amidst the melee, changing hands repeatedly. Just as one individual seized it, it would swiftly be snatched away again. "Get away. Do you dare to steal my belongings?" A burly man, having just claimed the box, found 3 flying daggers piercing his palm, causing it to plummet to the ground, where it was snatched up by a middle-aged man wielding a longsword. "This fine treasure is mine now," he proclaimed, but before he could make his escape, Feng Xiao struck from the side, unleashing a blade that carved a 3-foot trench into the earth, forcing the man to roll away in a panic, causing the wooden box to fall once more. "How dare you, a worthless scoundrel, compete with me?" Feng Xiao cackled maniacally as he reclaimed the wooden box, his bloodied blade sweeping to repel the surrounding crowd. His eyes glowed crimson. The blade transformed into a brilliant blood crystal as the blood-drinking technique reached its zenith, enveloping him in a nauseating fog of blood. This technique harnessed the fury of slaughter, with the accumulated blood rage enhancing the wielder's strength in a short span of time. Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated from behind. "What an imposing presence you have, Master Feng." Before the words could fade, 7 poison darts hurtled through the air. Feng Xiao swiftly countered with his blade, shattering the hidden weapons, only to find the venomous hand of Yin Luomos, Inshio closing in, his lethal palm aimed directly at Feng Xiao's throat. Without hesitation, Feng Xiao positioned his sword to block, the toxic hand leaving a dark, smoky imprint upon his bloodied blade. The clash unleashed a shockwave that caused the wooden box in Feng Xiao's grip to fly from his hand, propelled by the force of the impact. And it was fortuitously intercepted mid-air by the swiftly approaching Kong Di. "Thank you, everyone." The eyes of Kong Di, concealed beneath a mouse mask, crinkled with mirth as he turned to flee. "Stop." A shadow suddenly collided with him from the side, sending Kong Di hurtling away, while the wooden box soared high, ensnared by a black whip that yanked it down to the ground. The wielder of the whip, clad in purple attire, with long hair cascading over their shoulders and a black cat mask adorning their face, seized the wooden box and made haste to depart. However, 3 assassins from Blood Moon Tower emerged from the periphery, launching a simultaneous assault. "Hand over the item." The woman in purple wielded her whip like a frenzied serpent, deflecting the projectiles sent forth by the assassins, yet she was still compelled to retreat step by step, as she found herself cornered by the relentless onslaught of additional attackers. She was left with no choice but to hurl the wooden box away, seizing the moment to escape while the assassins shifted their focus. The box collided with a wall and rebounded towards a nearby alley. With a sharp clap, it was deftly caught by a pair of bony hands. Yin Chuan stood in the shadow at the alley's entrance, lifting the lid of the box to glimpse the Xianyang jade within. Although the jade bore a striking resemblance to authentic Xianyang jade, it emitted no aura of spiritual energy, revealing it to be a counterfeit at first glance. Hand over the goods. Meanwhile, 7 or 8 figures had already surrounded the wooden box, converging upon Yin Chuan. A smile danced upon his lips as he lightly tapped his toes, gracefully ascending to the rooftop like a falling leaf, evading the onslaught of sword energies and concealed weapons. As he landed atop the building, more assailants emerged from various directions. Yin Chuan surveyed them. Each was a master of the 7th realm, likely among the elite of the rankings, though unfamiliar to him. Clutching the wooden box, Yin Chuan dashed across the rooftops, eluding those who sought to seize it. Where do you think you're going? Suddenly, Feng Xiao appeared from the side, having just shaken off Mos and Xiao's interference, and he shattered the roof tiles as he pursued Yin Chuan with fervor. With a sweep of his bloodied blade, he unleashed a crimson arc of energy. Noticing the impending strike, Yin Chuan feigned a hasty block, allowing the wooden box to slip unexpectedly from his grasp. It's mine. Feng Xiao seized the opportunity to leap and snatch the box, landing triumphantly on a rooftop, laughter erupting from his lips. At that moment, he was drenched in blood. His blade darkened with crimson, and his blood-drinking prowess at its zenith. Faced with anyone daring enough to challenge him, he merely swung his sword, cleaving 3 of his attackers in half. Is there anyone else? Feng Xiao stood atop the ridge of the roof, the tiles beneath his feet sizzling as they were corroded by the mists of blood. The ghost soldiers, at this moment, dared only to encircle from a distance, hesitant to approach. Faced with Feng Xiao's current state, the other martial artists retreated warily. After such prolonged struggles and bloodshed, this notorious bloodthirsty madman, ranked 42 on the Earth ranking, now exuded an air reminiscent of the celestial ranking. Yin Chuan gazed at him, discerning the sinister nature of the cultivation method he practiced, which drew strength from the slaughter of others, absorbing their vitality to enhance his own prowess. However, this surge in power was but temporary, unable to be sustained for long. Should the blood blade fail to procure fresh blood, this blood-fueled rage would inevitably dissipate. As the battle for supremacy drew to a close, a beam of azure light shot forth from the distance, landing squarely on the rooftop opposite Feng Xiao. It was none other than Zhu Wuxia, the master of the slanting cliff valley, adorned with a ghostly mask. Upon seeing Zhu Wuxia, Feng Xiao felt no fear. Instead, he chuckled while holding a wooden box. The fight is over, and you choose now to emerge. Do you intend to seize it as well? A cold voice emerged from beneath Zhu Wuxia's mask. Hand over the item. Why should I? Feng Xiao retorted, unwavering in his grip on the box. This item rightfully belongs to the ghost market, and I have already paid the Bai sect leader in advance of 800,000 taels. Zhu Wuxia asserted, until this item is auctioned, it is rightfully mine. Ha. Feng Xiao laughed. It was yours, true, but now it is mine. If you desire it, you must purchase it, for I shall never relinquish it to you. Are you not afraid of death? Zhu Wuxia's tone turned icy, as powerful true energy swirled from beneath his robes, causing the tiles on surrounding rooftops to creak ominously. What is death? Feng Xiao, unfazed, responded with a hint of madness. In my current state, even if I cannot defeat you, I can at least take a layer of your skin. Besides, all the heroes of the realm are observing you, by the rules of the martial world. Whoever claims a lost item rightfully possesses it. Should you kill me for this item, I would relish witnessing how your Wuxiang ghost market continues to attract patrons. Zhu Wuxia's piercing gaze penetrated through his mask, fixing intently on Feng Xiao, yet he ultimately chose not to strike. Name your price. Zhu Wuxia commanded. A smug grin spread across Feng Xiao's face. 300,000 taels. You must be out of your mind. Zhu Wuxia scoffed. The most I can offer is 50,000 taels, and not a single tael more. Since the Valley Master does not genuinely desire it, I shall have no choice but to sell it to another, Feng Xiao replied with a chuckle, given that the auction had bidders willing to pay 300,000 taels. Selling it for 200,000 should be a breeze. Agreed. Zhu Wuxia nodded. I will give you 200,000 taels. But you must at least open the box for me to inspect the goods. Do not move from your spot. Feng Xiao commanded, opening the box. I shall retrieve it for you. Yet, As he reached to take the item, he was struck dumb, for the box was utterly empty, devoid of any contents. How could this be? A chill grasped Feng Zhao's heart. The item had clearly been within moments ago. Now, it was gone, undoubtedly taken amidst the fray. The object is in my possession. A shout echoed from afar. All eyes turned towards that direction, where Yin Chuan stood atop the highest rooftop, holding the Xinyang jade, which emitted a faint red glow under the moonlight. Chapter 78. Until next time in the most secluded corner of the ghost market. Bai Xiao and his companions stealthily edged towards the exit, hoping to escape while the ghost soldier's attention was diverted by the wooden box. "Brother, those fools are still fighting over the fakes," exclaimed a tall, lean disciple in a hushed tone. Bai Xiao smirked coldly. "Let them have their fun. They'll soon realize that what they possess is counterfeit." Before he could finish his thought, a commotion erupted in the distance. "The object is in my possession." The five turned simultaneously, witnessing the Xinyang jade in Yin Chuan's hand pulsating with an eerie red light, beating like a heart under the moon's gaze. Only authentic Xinyang jade could radiate such brilliance in moonlight. "This is impossible." Bai Xiao's fist clenched around his companion's collar. That genuine jade was clearly. He abruptly froze. Memories flooding back from the previous night. Confusion enveloped him. Could it be that he had mistaken the counterfeit for the genuine article? Was the item snatched by the mysterious figure actually a fake, while the true piece was hidden inside the wooden box? A sharp slap resounded as he struck his own face. "I've unknowingly handed over the genuine jade as a counterfeit." Bai Xiao's expression twisted in anguish. He struck himself thrice more, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, unable to quell his rage. The remaining four stared in shock at their leader's sudden madness, struggling to accept this revelation. "Brother, what shall we do?" one of the younger members inquired. "Should we continue to flee?" "No more fleeing." Bai Xiao's fists tightened. "Now that the object has reappeared, we must devise a plan to reclaim it. It was you who took it first." Feng Xiao shouted, pointing at Yin Chuan. "Dare you reveal your name?" Yet, Yin Chuan remained unfazed, turning his gaze to Zhu Wuxia. "Leader, since the object is in my possession, why not negotiate a trade?" "Of course," Zhu Wuxia replied, ignoring Feng Xiao's outburst. "It belongs to me." Feng Xiao protested, brandishing his bloody blade, intent on charging towards Yin Chuan to reclaim the item. However, as he leaped forward, Zhu Wuxia swiftly unleashed a palm strike. With a thunderous crash, a massive surge of energy struck Feng Xiao, who attempted to block with his sword but was nonetheless hurled away, crashing through a wall before coming to a halt. Cough. Feng Xiao spat blood, the rage dissipating instantly. He attempted to rise, but his legs buckled, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhu Wuxia retracted his hand and addressed Yin Chuan. "Name your price." "Does it require 2 million taels?" "Wait." At that moment, a voice pierced through from the side. Yin Chuan turned his head to see Li Hongyuan. Accompanied by Kong Di and Su Sanjin, already ascended to another rooftop nearby. "Master Zhu, during the auction at Baibeilu, I acquired this item for 3 million taels of silver," Li Hongyuan declared. "However, I did not anticipate that it was a counterfeit. Now that the genuine article has been retrieved, it would be prudent to compensate me according to the auction price, 3 million taels without a penny less." Zhu Wuxia, however, retorted, "The auction has yet to conclude, meaning no agreement has been reached. If you desire this item, you must await the next gathering of the ghost market." Li Hongyuan chuckled softly and remarked, "It appears that Master Zhu may be regretting his decision to auction this item, thus orchestrating this charade to claim it for himself. Such words cannot be spoken lightly." Zhu Wuxia replied icily, "By the rules, the ghost market has closed, and the auction is over. Since no transaction was finalized, this item cannot be relinquished to you. I shall retain it until the next auction begins. I cannot afford to wait that long." Li Hongyuan's voice sharpened. "If you proceed in this manner, it may tarnish the reputation of the ghost market." Coughing lightly, Yin Chuan interjected, "It seems this item is currently in my possession. Perhaps the two of you would like to negotiate with me? As this is naturally a possession of our ghost market, it should rightfully be returned to me." Zhu Wuxia asserted, "I shall offer you 2 million taels as compensation." Li Hongyuan quickly countered, "I will pay 3 million taels. The item must be mine." Zhu Wuxia regarded Li Hongyuan with a threatening demeanor. "Li Hongyuan, I am aware it is you. This item must be returned to me today, or none of you shall leave the ghost market." "What do you mean by that, Master Zhu?" Li Hongyuan laughed softly. "In front of so many in the martial world. Do you truly intend to kill me?" "On my territory, one must abide by my rules." Zhu Wuxia coldly stated, "If you wish for this item, come back at the next auction. Mr. Bai, hand over the item." Yet, Li Hongyuan directly addressed Yin Chuan, "I will pay 3 million taels." This transaction would not be a loss. Young friend, one can have the means to acquire wealth. What is feared is having no life to spend it. Zhu Wuxia's voice followed. 2,000,000 taels is still a substantial amount. Yin Chuan feigned hesitation, contemplating the situation. After glancing between Zhu Wuxia and Li Hongyuan, he remarked, I believe Master Zhu makes a valid point. After all, this is his territory, and it is wise to show him some respect. As he spoke, Yin Chuan placed the Xianyang jade into its wooden box and closed it once more. Master Zhu, I shall not require your 2,000,000 taels. Merely 10,000 taels will suffice. He then tossed the box to Zhu Wuxia. Zhu Wuxia caught the box and opened it to inspect. The Xianyang jade lay within, its surface still shimmering with a faint red glow, enveloped in a pure aura. Young friend, your righteousness is commendable. I shall cherish this friendship. Zhu Wuxia closed the box and retrieved a money pouch from his bosom, tossing it to Yin Chuan. Upon opening it, Yin Chuan discovered a stack of thick silver notes, each worth 10,000 taels. After a careful count, there were precisely 10 pieces, which he then tucked into his embrace. Mr. Whiteface, what is the reason for this? Li Hongyuan inquired, perplexed as to why one would forsake 3,000,000 taels of silver for a mere 100,000. My dear lady, the leader of the valley is a master of the heavenly rankings. If he does not permit our departure, we shall remain here. Yin Chuan sighed dramatically, shaking his head. Moreover, having such a large sum serves me no purpose. I shall return another time. With that, Yin Chuan leaped gracefully to stand before Li Hongyuan. She intended to question him further when she suddenly noticed the glimmering Xianyang jade concealed within the folds of his robe, its surface shimmering with a captivating red glow, appearing genuine indeed. At that moment, with his back turned to Zhu Wuxia, Yin Chuan made a gesture to silence Li Hongyuan and added, Miss, we should make our way back. Though she was unaware of how Yin Chuan had managed to swap the jade and deceive Zhu Wuxia. There was no time for further contemplation. She nodded in agreement. Given the circumstances, let us proceed. They hastily departed, accompanied by Kong Di and Su Sanjing. Chapter 79. The switch leaving the ghost market under the cover of night, several horses galloped swiftly toward the exterior of the slanted cliff valley. Yin Chuan slipped into Li Hongyuan's carriage, producing the Xianyang jade. How did this end up in your possession? Was it not returned to Zhu Wuxia? Li Hongyuan expressed disbelief, taking the jade into her hands. As she attempted to infuse her true energy into the jade, a gentle warmth radiated back to her. I provided him with a counterfeit. Yin Chuan replied with a subtle smile. Counterfeit? Li Hongyuan struggled to comprehend. How did you manage such a feat? How could you deceive him? Zhu Wuxia has already transcended the 9th realm. Yin Chuan offered no further explanation, simply stating, naturally, I have my methods. The fake jade he had given to Zhu Wuxia was able to elude detection because Yin Chuan had infused it with considerable spiritual energy, allowing it to emit a luster akin to that of genuine jade. Initially, he had only wished to test whether he could deceive a master of the heavenly rankings, never expecting it to succeed. However, such a fade could not last indefinitely, and the truth would eventually surface, necessitating their swift exit. While Yin Chuan was confident in his ability to best Zhu Wuxia in a true confrontation, he preferred to maintain a low profile until he possessed absolute strength. Mr. Yin, your skills are commendable. Inviting you to join me on this journey was the wisest decision I have made, Li Hongyuan declared, inspecting the Xianyang jade once more to ensure its authenticity before placing it securely against her chest. She then retrieved a redwood box from beneath her seat, opening it to reveal a neatly stacked collection of large denomination banknotes totaling 3,000,000 taels of silver. Count them. There are exactly 3,000,000 taels here. I shall not shortchange you on the reward I promised. Yin Chuan regarded the banknotes but withdrew only a single stack, meticulously counting out 100 notes, exactly 1,000,000 taels. I only require 1,000,000 taels. Yin Chuan chuckled. You may keep the remainder for yourself. Li Hongyuan paused slightly, perplexed. Mr. Yin, what is the meaning of this? Consider the remaining 2,000,000 taels as a favor owed to me, Yin Chuan remarked as he tucked the banknotes into his bosom. Purchasing your goodwill for 2,000,000 taels seems a fair deal. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Li Hongyuan couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Mr. Yin, you truly are remarkable to have such thoughts. Is it not possible to acquire it for 2,000,000 taels? Yin Chuan retorted. Of course it is, Li Hongyuan replied, reclaiming the remaining banknotes and regarding Yin Chuan with intrigue. But how do you intend for me to repay this favor? Perhaps once we leave the valley, we could embark on a journey together? As she spoke, she placed her hand on Yin Chuan's, her slender fingers gliding gently across his hand. In the future, should I require assistance, I shall seek you to repay this favor. Yin Chuan calmly withdrew his hand, and with a swift motion, he lifted the carriage curtain and leaped out. Observing Yin Chuan's departure, Li Honyuan lingered on her fingers that had just brushed against his hand, feeling an unexpected sense of longing. Meanwhile, within the Baibao building at the heart of the ghost market, Zhu Wushi entered the room, placing a wooden box upon the table before opening it once more to inspect its contents. Inside, the Xianyang jade still emitted a faint red glow. However, upon lifting the jade from the box, Zhu Wushi's expression abruptly froze. As he infused a surge of true energy into the jade, the ethereal essence temporarily residing within dissipated, causing the glow on its surface to gradually diminish until only a faint shimmer remained, clearly indicating it was a counterfeit. Without hesitation, Zhu Wushi replaced the Xianyang jade back into the box, opened the window, and leaped out, pursuing the direction of the valley's exit. It dawned on him why Li Honyuan had so suddenly relinquished her claim to the jade. She must have known it had been swapped. He needed to intercept them before they left the valley to reclaim the item. Otherwise, according to the valley's rules, once one exited, regardless of any oversight, all would have to accept the consequences. Barely had Zhu Wushi departed when a knock echoed from outside the door. "Master of the valley, your tea has arrived," called a voice from beyond the threshold. After 2 more knocks, receiving no response, the door was slowly pushed open, revealing a ghostly soldier clad in black armor and a black mask. The soldier entered, carrying a teapot, and upon surveying the empty room, he sighed in relief. Setting the teapot on the table, the soldier promptly turned to close the door, then removed his mask, revealing himself to be Bai Xiao of the White Garment sect. In pursuit of reclaiming the Xianyang jade, Bai Xiao had seized the opportunity amidst the night to don the armor and mask of a fallen ghost soldier, stealthily entering to seek his chance. He hadn't anticipated such smooth progress, encountering no obstacles as he infiltrated. Soon, Bai Xiao's attention was captivated by the wooden box on the table, causing his heart to race with excitement. Approaching the box, Bai Xiao opened it to reveal a piece of Xianyang jade, its surface still emanating a faint aura. Without pausing to ascertain its authenticity, he swiftly retrieved the counterfeit jade he had concealed and replaced the genuine stone within the box. Clutching the swapped jade tightly to his chest, Bai Xiao felt a surge of anxiety. Should Zhu Wushi discover the ruse, his life would be forfeit 100 times over. He needed to escape swiftly. Glancing at the wide-open window beside him, Bai Xiao shed his heavy black armor and leaped out, sprinting in one direction with great urgency. Upon reaching his hiding place, his companions quickly gathered around him. "Big brother, you're back so soon? Did you not gain entry?" they inquired, their faces etched with concern, fearing that Bai Xiao had failed. "Everyone, gather your things. We have acquired the Xianyang jade," Bai Xiao exclaimed, patting his chest where the jade was hidden. "We must depart from the ghost market before dawn breaks, using the path through the slanted cliff valley. Our benefactor awaits outside to assist us. Once we hand over the goods, our lives will be filled with riches and comfort, a future of endless indulgence." At this, the spirits of his companions lifted, the previous gloom dissipating. Meanwhile, Zhu Wushi, despite his immediate pursuit, could not intercept Li Honyuan and his group. He stood atop the high cliff, gazing into the distance with a sense of profound humiliation. How could he have misjudged the jade? At the moment he received it, it had seemed undeniably authentic. Yet, now he faced the bitter truth of having been deceived by a counterfeit. However, having exited the valley, he felt no further reason to pursue them. After all, it was a rule he had established himself. Should he breach this protocol and forcefully reclaim the jade, the ghost market would surely suffer a decline in reputation, and few would dare to attend. The allure of the market lay in his status as a formidable figure, ensuring the enforcement of its rules. If he led the charge in violating them, it would spell ruin for both himself and the market. Chapter 80. The journey back. A thin mist enveloped the forest in the pre-dawn hours as Bai Xiao and his 5 companions stumbled along the rugged mountain path. After a night of relentless travel, exhaustion weighed heavily upon them. "Big brother, let us take a break," the youngest among them gasped, leaning against a tree, his face pale. "Rest? Nonsense," Bai Xiao snapped, his bloodshot eyes reflecting his urgency. "If Zhu Wushi discovers the jade has been swapped, the entire ghostly army of Slanted Cliff Valley will be unleashed. If we don't reach the rendezvous point before dawn, we are as good as dead." The group fell silent, gritting their teeth and pressing on. Bai Xiao discreetly touched the jade through his clothing, its smoothness providing a fleeting sense of reassurance. Should this mission succeed, the promised reward from their benefactor would grant them a life of luxury for the remainder of their days. As the first light of dawn broke, they finally arrived at their designated meeting place, an abandoned woodcutter-esque cabin nestled 20 miles beyond the Slanted Cliff Valley. surrounded by towering mountains. In the vacant space before the house, a figure draped entirely in a black robe stood with its back turned, the mask glinting with a cold metallic sheen in the morning light. "What have you brought?" The voice of the cloaked figure rasped, akin to the sound of sandpaper. Bai Xiao knelt on one knee, presenting a piece of jade wrapped in embroidered cloth. Though the journey was fraught with challenges, I have ultimately succeeded in acquiring the Xianyang jade. The black-robed figure turned, icy gazes sweeping over the assembly. "However, I have heard of the events from last night. The Xianyang jade has already been secured by Zhou Wuxia. How did you come to possess it?" Bai Xiao clasped his hands and smiled, then animatedly recounted how he disguised himself as a ghostly soldier, infiltrating the Baibao building to swap the jade. "So easily?" The black-robed figure expressed skepticism, but nonetheless approached to take the jade. As he unveiled the embroidered cloth, a heavy silence enveloped him. Moments later, he suddenly let out a piercing, cold laugh. "Is this the Xianyang jade you risked your lives to procure?" Bai Xiao abruptly looked up, only to see that the jade held by the black-robed figure had a dull sheen, far removed from the authentic Xianyang jade. "Impossible!" Bai Xiao shook his head vigorously. "This is indeed what I exchanged from Zhou Wuxia's chamber. It did not appear this way at the time." "Fool!" The black-robed figure exploded with fury, sweeping his sleeve, sending Bai Xiao crashing to the ground as if struck by lightning. "You worthless fools are merely squandering my time," he shouted, lifting his hand. The two nearest white-clad disciples had yet to comprehend the situation when their heads suddenly burst, red and white matter splattering forth. "Spare us, my lord." The remaining three knelt in desperation, only to be ensnared by an unseen crimson thread around their necks. Bai Xiao watched helplessly as his companions' eyes bulged and their tongues elongated, ultimately collapsing to the ground like discarded dolls. Instinct for survival propelled Bai Xiao to roll aside, unleashing several concealed throwing knives from his sleeve. The black-robed figure disdainfully waved his sleeve to deflect them, causing all the knives to hover in mid-air, as if halted by an invisible barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Xiao turned to flee. Though nearly exhausted, he desperately summoned all his inner strength, knowing that to stop would mean certain death. Meanwhile, on the other side, after days of travel, Yin Xuan's party reached the outskirts of Qingyang City. Upon exiting the Xieya Valley, Li Hongyuan confidently asserted that Zhou Wuxia would not pursue them further. And indeed, her words proved accurate. Zhou Wuxia was a man of strict principles, especially regarding his own decrees. He would swallow this loss in silence. "Well then, everyone. The escort mission has been successfully completed." Li Hongyuan instructed Su Sanjin to halt the carriage by the roadside and address the group. "The promised rewards have been dispensed. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out." Kong Di patted his chest, feeling the satisfaction of the rewards Li Hongyuan had just given him. "Rest assured, Miss Li, if such opportunities arise again, I, Kong Di, will certainly lend my aid whenever possible. Farewell," Xiaoku said coldly before riding off into the distance without pause. Li Hongyuan turned to Yin Xuan and remarked, "The item promised to you should be completed by now. I have already instructed Xie Guanglin, and it will be delivered to you upon your return." "Excellent." Yin Xuan nodded in agreement. "In that case, esteemed guests, I bid you farewell until we meet again." Li Hongyuan offered a gentle smile before riding her horse into the city alone. "Brother Yin, I too have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Until we have the chance to meet again." Kong Di turned to Yin Xuan, cupping his fists in salute. "Very well." Yin Xuan responded with a slight smile. "Farewell for now." Su Sanjin also cupped his hands towards Yin Xuan before following Kong Di as they departed in another direction. Yin Xuan glanced back at Qingyang City but chose not to enter, instead opting to ride his horse back towards Chongqing town. Having been away for quite some time, he felt a lingering concern for He Qilian and wished to return swiftly. However, less than 30 miles into his journey, Yin Xuan halted abruptly. In an open space ahead, he saw two figures locked in confrontation, surrounded by passing common folk and wandering heroes. Among the adversaries, one was indeed Xiaoku. The other, clad in white and wielding a black sword, appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, exuding a formidable presence and a similarly proud demeanor. "Didn't Xiaoku recently face Yi Huayan outside Qingyang City?" someone nearby began to discuss. "Indeed, I was present at the time. Xiaoku lost remarkably quickly. What are the odds they meet again?" Though both were masters ranked on the local leaderboard, the disparity between them seemed quite pronounced. Upon hearing their conversation, Yin Xuan turned his attention back to the swordsman in white. This black-clad swordsman must be Yi Huayan, the 7th ranked on the leaderboard as mentioned by Kong Di. 3 years have passed, and you remain as reckless as ever. Yi Huayan lightly flicked his black sword, producing a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar. How many times have you been defeated? Has the last lesson not been sufficient? Xiao Ku's knuckles whitened as he clenched his fists. Yi Huayan, as long as I draw breath, I shall haunt you like a vengeful spirit. Either you slay me, or I shall kill you and reclaim my sword. Yi Huayan let out a soft chuckle, glancing at the black sword in his grasp. Is this sword so precious to you that you would rather die than relinquish it? Absolutely. Xiao Ku gritted his teeth. You are unworthy of wielding this sword. No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Ku surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Unleashing a powerful whirlwind in his wake, his blade aimed directly at Yi Huayan's throat. Yet Yi Huayan remained unmoved, merely rotating his wrist. The black sword carved an uncanny arc, deftly deflecting Xiao Ku's seemingly swift and fierce strike, and in a seamless motion, the blade grazed Xiao Ku's shoulder, drawing blood. Had the sword been even slightly misaligned, it would have surely struck Xiao Ku's throat. Chapter 81. Remember my words. The pain from the sword's edge slicing into his shoulder only intensified Xiao Ku's fighting spirit. He staggered momentarily. Using the droplets of blood oozing from his wound as a guise, the tip of his sword suddenly accelerated, aiming directly at Yi Huayan's heart. Yi Huayan's lips curled into a subtle smile as his black sword traced a semicircle before his chest. With a sharp clang, the tip of Xiao Ku's sword was deftly deflected. Following this, Yi Huayan deftly lifted his black sword, inflicting another wound upon Xiao Ku's left arm. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. Each time Yi Huayan struck, he deliberately restrained 30% of his strength, skillfully avoiding all lethal targets. While it appeared to be a fierce battle between sworn enemies, in truth, Yi Huayan was intentionally holding back, while Xiao Ku was already consumed by bloodlust. Suddenly shifting tactics. Xiao Ku thrust his long sword outwards, unleashing 7 rapid strikes, each accompanied by a piercing sound of slicing air. Among the onlookers, several with lesser cultivation instinctively covered their ears and retreated, fearing the clash of top-tier fighters would spill over. The White Serpent's 7 swords. Someone gasped, recognizing Xiao Ku's renowned technique. Yet, Yi Huayan merely let out a soft exclamation, his black sword weaving a tapestry of shadow before him. The 7 crisp sounds erupted almost simultaneously, as Xiao Ku's onslaught was once again entirely thwarted. What was more alarming was that after each parry, the black sword counterattacked like a shadow, leaving a trail of bloodstains upon Xiao Ku's body. However, these wounds were shallow, merely surface injuries. As Yi Huayan counted the 3rd and 4th strikes with an air of leisure, it seemed less a life-and-death confrontation and more a mentor's playful spar. Xiao Ku, your swordsmanship is becoming increasingly lackluster. Silence. Xiao Ku suddenly abandoned defense for offense, allowing the black sword to pierce his right shoulder, while his left hand clawed directly for Yi Huayan's throat. This reckless, mutually destructive tactic took everyone by surprise, even causing a slight change in Yi Huayan's expression. The black sword jolted fiercely, and blood gushed from Xiao Ku's shoulder. Yet, Yi Huayan was forced to retreat a half-step, 3 bloody marks now adorning his neck. This marked the first time he had sustained injury after numerous encounters. How intriguing, Yi Huayan mused, touching the wound on his neck. A flicker of complexity in his eyes. It seems your hatred for me runs deep. Xiao Ku coughed out a mouthful of blood, staining his pristine front. Hate? I long to turn your bones to dust. Before he could finish, he surged forward once more, his sword radiating like a cascading waterfall. Yi Huayan's gaze sharpened, finally adopting a serious demeanor. The black sword erupted with a roaring sound akin to crashing waves, its momentum building stronger with each surge. Under such an onslaught, Xiao Ku's swordplay resembled a frail boat adrift in a tempest, barely managing to keep afloat, on the verge of capsizing. It's over, Yi Huayan suddenly exclaimed, the black sword striking out with a peculiar twist, deftly deflecting Xiao Ku's white serpent sword and plunging directly for his heart. Xiao Ku's pupils constricted in shock. Yet it was too late to evade. In a split second, the black sword abruptly turned, the tip transforming into the hilt, delivering a heavy blow to the vital point at Xiao Ku's chest. With a muffled thud, Xiao Ku knelt, as if struck by lightning, a mouthful of fresh blood splattering onto the ground before him. With your current state, you shall never triumph over me. Yi Huayan sheathed his sword. His voice is cold as ice. Give it up. It is not worth sacrificing your life for a dead person. Xiao Ku, propping himself up with his sword, felt his knuckles whiten from the strain. He raised his head, the hatred in his eyes almost manifesting itself. As long as I am alive, one day I will surely kill you. Suit yourself. Yi Huayan turned and departed, his white garments billowing in the wind like waves. The onlookers, having witnessed the outcome, retreated in trepidation of the renowned master's fearsome reputation. Soon, the open ground was left with only Shao Ku, kneeling on one knee, and the pool of blood gradually seeping into the earth before him. A tear slipped from the corner of Shao Ku's eye, mingling with the blood as it fell to the ground. He gritted his teeth, using his sword to prop himself up, refusing to collapse. Anger and hatred would only slow the sword. A calm voice resonated from behind. Shao Ku struggled to turn around and saw Yin Chuan standing 3 paces away, his azure robe fluttering gently in the breeze. "You are not a swordsman. What do you know?" Shao Ku's voice was low. Yin Chuan did not respond, merely gazing pensively in the direction of Yi Huayun's departure. "He is right. In your current state, you will indeed never defeat him. Are you here to mock me?" Shao Ku suddenly coughed a few times, the recent blow evidently taking a toll on him. "I am not so trivial." Yin Chuan chuckled. "I merely discern that Yi Huayun does not wish to kill you. Otherwise, you would already be dead. He has kept me alive solely to humiliate me time and again." Shao Ku scoffed. "But one day, he will regret his choice not to kill me. I will surely kill him. Let us refrain from such grandiose declarations for now." Yin Chuan glanced at the setting sun, which was nearly at dusk. The nearest post station was still a long journey away. "Take this. It will help you regain some strength temporarily." Yin Chuan pulled out a pill from his ring and offered it to Shao Ku. Shao Ku glanced at it, his expression complicated. "Why are you helping me? We have no acquaintance. Meeting is a fate in itself." Yin Chuan replied, "I can see you are not a malevolent person. Helping you once is merely an act of goodwill." After much hesitation, Shao Ku chose to accept the pill and swallowed it. After a brief moment of digestion, he felt somewhat better and gradually stood upright, supporting himself with his sword. "Thank you." Shao Ku reached into his pocket and pulled out a stack of banknotes. The reward given to him by Li Hongyuan from this trip to the ghost market. "I do not like being in debt. Consider this payment for the medicine." As he spoke, he attempted to hand the money to Yin Chuan. However, Yin Chuan did not accept it, on the contrary. "I take pleasure in having others indebted to me." With that, Yin Chuan turned and left, not allowing Shao Ku the chance to press the money upon him. "Remember my words. Anger and hatred will slow your sword." Yin Chuan leaped onto his horse and added, "If you seek revenge, first calm yourself." Shao Ku watched Yin Chuan ride away, his brow slightly furrowed. Before him, Yin Chuan appeared younger than himself, yet exuded an air of maturity that belied his age. His words resonated with the wisdom of his late mentor. Mounting his horse, Shao Ku departed from the clearing, initiating the flow of his vital energy to gradually mend his wounds. After traversing for over an hour, twilight had already descended, revealing a way station by the roadside ahead. Shao Ku brought his steed to a halt in the courtyard and ventured alone into the inn, which was nearly filled to capacity, predominantly with wanderers returning from the ghost market. Upon spotting Shao Ku, several patrons dining nearby swiftly recognized him. "Isn't that Shao Ku? Covered in blood again. He must have lost once more. Ha ha ha. If there's anyone truly pitiful on the master's ranking, it must be him. At this rate, he'll surely be ousted from the rankings by next year." Chapter 82. Past rumors unfazed by the derisive remarks surrounding him, Shao Ku paid no heed. The bloodstains on his white attire appeared particularly glaring under the dim lights. He surveyed the hall before choosing a corner table to settle down, leaning his long sword against the edge and maintaining an air of nonchalance. "Waiter, a pot of warm wine and 2 plates of side dishes." Shao Ku's voice was hoarse and low. However, his indifference only served to embolden the jeers of those around him. "I heard that the sword of the vast sea, Yi Huayun, taught a certain wretched dog a lesson on the official road today, beating him until he coughed up 3 liters of blood." "Indeed," someone chimed in, their tone dripping with sarcasm. "Some individuals simply do not know how to appreciate kindness. Yi the hero has spared him time and again out of nostalgia. Yet he insists on chasing after him like a rabid dog." Shao Ku's grip on his wine cup faltered slightly, causing ripples to dance across the surface. Coincidentally, Yin Chuan was also present in the inn, seated at a diagonal table. At that moment, Yin Chuan noted Shao Ku's reaction, although he appeared indifferent to the scorn. His body was tense, clearly suppressing his anger. "If you ask me, this story goes back 3 years. A tall, slender figure whispered conspiratorially, lowering his voice. "Do you know why Shao Ku harbors such deep-seated hatred for Yi Huayun?" The inn fell into a hush, even the innkeeper straining to listen. The tall figure, reveling in the attention, continued, "In those days, the 3 of them were inseparable." "Who are the 3? Someone inquired. "Of course, I mean the white sword Shao Ku, the black sword Wu Yi, and the sword of the vast sea Yi Huayun. It is said that these 3 even swore brotherhood." Suddenly, Xiaoku's wine cup cracked with a sharp sound, a thin fissure appearing. And then, someone pressed eagerly. And then, the tall figure scoffed. It is rumored that they discovered something extraordinary in an ancient tomb, leading to a bitter fallout among them. Yi Huayun even killed Xiaoku's wife, Wu Yi, thus forging the enmity that exists today. Silence. A thunderous roar shook the beams of the inn, sending dust cascading down. Xiaoku rose abruptly, his long sword firmly gripped in hand. Continue your nonsensical prattle, and I shall sever your tongue. The tall, lean man recoiled in fear. But a previously silent figure clad in blue slowly stood up. This man appeared to be in his early 40s, with prominent temples and a broad blade sheathed at his waist. What an imposing presence you have, Sir Xiao. The blue-clad man sneered coldly. Is it that you act like a rabid dog before Yi Huayun, yet dare to bully us nameless commoners? Yan Chuan squinted, employing his spiritual sight, and discerned that this individual possessed the prowess of the seventh realm. At this moment, Xiaoku's internal energy was in disarray, and the wound on his right shoulder still oozed blood. Should a confrontation arise, he would be no match for this man. It is Zhao Yin. Someone recognized the blue-clad figure. He is known as the ghost-slaying blade, Zhao Yin. Upon hearing this name, Yin Chuan recalled that he was not listed among the renowned masters. While most of the top-tier fighters on the regional rankings were indeed of the seventh realm, not every practitioner of that level made the list. Zhao Yin smirked arrogantly. I had heard tales of the bustling ghost market and came to witness it firsthand, but I was delayed along the way and missed the excitement. I did not expect to encounter a master of the regional rankings here. Why not engage in a friendly spar? If Zhao were to miraculously claim even a single technique, perhaps I could earn myself a place on the list next year. The atmosphere within the inn grew suddenly tense. Xiaoku's face turned ashen. He understood that his opponent was seizing the opportunity to take advantage of his vulnerability. Yet, according to the rules of the martial world, publicly declining a challenge would be more disgraceful than defeat itself. What? Are you afraid? Zhao Yin suddenly grinned maliciously. Or are you worried about how you will explain your failure to your short-lived wife? Clang. Upon hearing these words, Xiaoku unsheathed his sword and pointed its tip at Zhao Yin, declaring, You shall regret uttering that phrase. And how might you make me regret? Zhao Yin retorted with a scoff. With your current pitiful state? I accept your challenge, Xiaoku proclaimed. However, the space here is too confined. Let us step outside to engage. Just as Xiaoku made to exit, a hand pressed firmly upon his shoulder. Brother, Yin Chuan, who had appeared at Xiaoku's side without notice, spoke with a calm demeanor, as serene as still water. To bully an injured man, even if you were to win, it would hardly bode well for your reputation, would it? Zhao Yin narrowed his eyes, sizing up Yin Chuan. And you are? Yin Chuan did not respond. Instead, he exerted a gentle pressure with his palm. Suddenly, Xiaoku felt a warm current surge from his shoulder, coursing through his body and soothing his turbulent vital energy considerably. The technique was remarkably profound. Xiaoku cast a surprised glance at Yin Chuan, his pupils slightly trembling. If a fight is to occur, it would be wise to wait until Brother Xiao has fully recovered, Yin Chuan suggested nonchalantly. Or is it that Zhao Yin only dares to challenge the weak? A few suppressed chuckles echoed within the inn. Zhao Yan's expression darkened. His hand had already settled upon the hilt of his blade. After all, such an opportunity to defeat a master of the regional rankings was not one he would easily relinquish. One desires to fight, and the other is willing to endure. Zhao Yin laughed. What does that have to do with you? Did you not wish to challenge a master of the rankings to ascend that so-called list of top fighters? Yin Chuan smiled. As it happens, I too have found myself fortunate enough to be on that list. How about a friendly spar between us? You are also on the list? Zhao Yin furrowed his brow and scrutinized Yin Chuan anew. I have never encountered you before. May I inquire your name? Yin Chuan. He replied with a smile. As soon as he uttered his name, murmurs of recognition rippled through the crowd. Ranked 45th on the Earth list. A recluse gambler, Yin Chuan. He only just entered the rankings this year. I have never heard of him before. Zhao Yin hesitated, yet observed that Yin Chuan appeared rather unremarkable. Having never heard of him prior and being ranked at the lowest echelon of the list, he seemed a suitable candidate to serve as a stepping stone for his ascent. Very well, Zhao Yin scoffed. Since you wish to accept the challenge on his behalf, I am indifferent. Defeating any of you will suffice. Brother Yin, I appreciate your good intentions, Xiaoku said at this moment, but this man has insulted my wife, and I must personally teach him a lesson. Suit yourself, Yin Chuan. Seeing Xiaoku's resolve, did not press further. Instead, he infused Xiaoku with a surge of profound spiritual energy, restoring his strength temporarily. Then, Before the eyes of the onlookers, the two stepped into the open space outside the inn. The innkeeper had thoughtfully lit several braziers in the courtyard, illuminating the area brightly. Xiaoku and Zhao Yin drew their blades, the latter resting his weapon upon his shoulder. Do you know why I call it the ghost-slaying blade? Why should I care? Zhao Yin retorted. Xiaoku's white sword gleamed in the firelight as his vital energy began to swirl around him. Because all those I have defeated have perished beneath its edge. Zhao Yin grinned, his gaze sharpening as he was the first to strike. He lunged at Xiaoku, his broad blade slicing through the air, aiming directly for his opponent's throat. Xiaoku stood his ground, the scene reminiscent of his earlier challenge against Yi Huayun. As he recalled the latter's techniques, in response to Zhao Yan's fierce assault, Xiaoku deftly turned his wrist, the white sword carving an uncanny arc through the air, skillfully deflecting Zhao Yan's powerful strike. Simultaneously, he thrust the tip of his sword forward, pressing it against Zhao Yan's throat, with just a slight exertion of force. He could easily sever the man's windpipe. Chapter 83. Try hitting me. Zhao Yin was momentarily stunned, feeling a chilling sensation at his neck. One misstep could result in his throat being cut, despite being a master of the seventh realm. He never anticipated such a swift defeat against someone ranked on the Earth list. Hero Xiao, spare me. Zhao Yin, now stripped of his earlier bravado, stood frozen in place, hastily pleading for mercy. I meant no offense. Please do not hold my transgressions against me. Grant me a reprieve. Xiaoku's eyes were as cold as ice. And at this moment, he grasped just how absurd his previous duel with Yi Huayun had been. The latter's sword could have easily held him at bay in a similar fashion, yet he had chosen not to do so. The disparity between himself and this man mirrored that which existed between him and Yi Huayun. Though both were masters of the seventh realm, they were worlds apart. Contemplating this, Xiaoku felt even more lost. Once, the swordsmanship of the two was remarkably equal. However, following that particular incident, a gradual disparity began to emerge between them. In response to Zhao Yan's pleas for mercy, Xiaoku deftly twisted his wrist and struck Zhao Yan's throat forcefully with the hilt of his sword. With a gasp, Zhao Yan coughed up a mouthful of blood, the excruciating pain causing him to collapse to the ground, clutching his neck and gasping for breath, unable to utter another word. You have insulted my wife, and your life should have been forfeit, Xiaoku declared coldly. Yet, I spare your life, albeit at the cost of your speech. After delivering his verdict, Xiaoku turned and walked towards the inn, while the onlookers instinctively parted to create a path, none daring to intervene. Yin Chuan observed the writhing Zhao Yan, who was now rendered mute by Xiaoku's brutal strike that had shattered his Adam's apple. It was evident that even the simplest acts of eating and drinking would pose a challenge for him from now on. As the commotion subsided, the crowd returned to the inn to resume their meals and conversations, yet none dared to speak of Xiaoku, fearful of inciting the wrath of these formidable martial artists. Despite Xiaoku's inability to match Yi Huayun, he was still far beyond the reach of these third- and fourth-tier warriors. Why did you not kill him? Yin Chuan took the initiative to sit at Xiaoku's table. Xiaoku glanced at Yin Chuan and replied, You are correct. Hatred and anger do indeed slow my sword. Once I calmed down, my reflexes improved significantly. Recognizing Xiaoku's perceptive nature, Yin Chuan felt a surge of appreciation for his talent. After all, he himself was a foundational cultivator over 300 years old, and facing a martial artist in his 30s felt akin to interacting with a child. How did you accomplish that? Xiaoku suddenly inquired of Yin Chuan. Accomplish what? Yin Chuan poured himself a cup of wine, lifting it to his nose to savor the aroma. The quality of the liquor at the inn was mediocre, murky, and unrefined. Xiaoku struggled to articulate his thoughts. The energy you infused into me was a sensation unlike anything I have ever experienced. It was extraordinary. It is merely a basic energy cultivation technique, Yin Chuan replied casually. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. Energy cultivation? Xiaoku pondered briefly before shaking his head. Could it truly have such an effect? The distinction between martial artists and cultivators lies in the type of energy they cultivate. A martial artist's true energy comprises both spiritual and turbid energy. Excessive accumulation of turbid energy can obstruct a martial artist's potential. The more advanced the martial art, the lesser the intake of turbid energy, which is gradually expelled over time. In contrast, cultivators absorb only pure spiritual energy from the outset, enabling them to reach greater heights. What Yin Chuan had imparted to Xiaoku was a pure stream of spiritual energy. Hence the remarkable sensation he experienced, akin to someone accustomed to drinking muddy river water suddenly tasting clear, sweet mountain spring water. Thank you, Brother Yin, for your kindness. Xiaoku sighed softly. However, I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot spare the time to learn other techniques. Perhaps in the future, I shall pay you a visit. Very well. Yin Chuan did not press the issue, understanding that everyone has their own aspirations. After a simple meal, everyone returned to their respective rooms to rest. Yin Chuan, holding the jade slip obtained from the ghost market, resumed his attempts to unravel a layer of forbidden knowledge. However, the remaining restrictions were considerably more intricate, allowing him to decipher only a small portion each time. After more than an hour of effort, beads of sweat adorned Yin Chuan's forehead, compelling him to pause and take a brief respite. With so many restrictions in place, the contents of the scroll remained shrouded in mystery, further piquing Yin Chuan's curiosity. Subsequently, Yin Chuan retrieved the square wooden box he had acquired at the auction from his ring, eager to attempt its opening. Yet, the puzzle adorning the box proved excessively complex. Without knowledge of the original design, he remained baffled after prolonged attempts. Such matters were not Yin Chuan's forte, and he ultimately returned the box to the confines of his ring. At dawn the following day, the inn was markedly emptier, with most patrons having departed at first light. Including Xiao Ku, Yin Chuan purchased a few sesame cakes from the station, mounted his horse, and resumed his journey homeward. After several days of hurried travel, he finally arrived at the outskirts of Chaqing town. A month had passed, yet the town remained unchanged. Upon traversing the street to reach the Yin residence, everything appeared just as it had been. Two guards stationed at the entrance were engaged in light banter until they caught sight of Yin Chuan riding back, at which point they immediately stood at attention, approaching him with respect. "The master has returned. Allow me to take your horse." Upon reaching the entrance, Yin Chuan dismounted and stepped inside. "Where is the lady?" he inquired. "She is in the inner chambers, though she hasn't emerged much lately," one guard promptly replied. "What of Captain Wang and Yang Xingye?" Yin Chuan asked again. "They are in the backyard." As Yin Chuan entered the backyard, he was greeted by a powerful shout. 9 turns golden body. "Activate!" There stood Yang Xingye, rooted in a horse stance, surrounded by a faint golden aura, his garments billowing without wind. Opposite him, Wang Dashan assumed the initial stance of the 8 collapsed fist, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly preparing to exert his full strength. "Young Master Yang, I shall be going all out," Wang Dashan declared solemnly. Yang Xingye grinned. "Bring it on. I can now manifest the level of the 7 turns golden body. I can certainly withstand your strike." With a thunderous boom, Wang Dashan leaped forward, delivering a punch that resonated with a faint explosive sound. The blow struck Yang Xingye squarely in the chest, yet it felt akin to striking a bronze bell, producing a dull thud. Remarkably, Yang Xingye remained unyielding, while Wang Dashan was forced back 3 steps, wincing and shaking his numbed wrist. "Ha! What do you think?" Yang Xingye, easing his stance, proudly patted his chest. "I told you, my technique has reached perfection. I knew I could withstand it." His words were abruptly halted as he froze in place, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Master?" Yin Chuan stood under the corridor with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his lips. "It seems that during my absence, you have not been idle." "Master!" Yang Xingye leaped over like a child, his face alight with excitement. "Look at my progress. In just a month, I can already perform the 7 transformations golden body. Even Brother Wang's full force strike, I can withstand without a scratch." Wang Dashan rubbed his wrist with a wry smile. "Young Master Yang, this technique is indeed extraordinary. My 8 collapsed fist has reached the 7th level. Yet striking you feels like tickling." Suddenly, Yang Xingye's eyes sparkled. "Master, why don't you strike me a palm to test it? Let us see how much of your strength I can endure." Chapter 84. All of flaws. Yin Chuan raised an eyebrow. The flow of true energy within Yang Xingye was indeed far smoother than before his departure, and the protective aura formed by the 7 transformations golden body was beginning to take shape. In the martial world, this was already quite commendable for external training. If you were to master the 9 transformations, even the top experts on the heavenly rankings might struggle to break his technique. "Are you certain?" Yin Chuan asked with a half-smile. "Absolutely." Yang Xingye patted his chest. "Master, feel free to strike. I can take it." "Very well." Yin Chuan lifted his hand. "Let me know when you are ready." "All right." Yang Xingye promptly took a half-step back and began to channel his energy. Moments later, he unleashed the 7 transformations golden body. "Come on, master," he shouted, firmly establishing his stance. Before he could finish his sentence, Yin Chuan lightly slapped his palm against Yang Xingye's chest. This seemingly gentle strike unleashed a powerful wave of spiritual energy upon contact. With a sound akin to shattering glass, the golden aura surrounding Yang Xingye fractured. He was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing against the courtyard wall 10 zhang away with a resounding thud. As bricks and stones flew, the entire wall collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. My goodness! Wang Dashan cried as he rushed over. As the dust settled, Yang Xingye was found embedded in the rubble. Lying in a star shape, his eyes wide with disbelief. His shirt was torn into strips, revealing a clear red palm print on his chest. Yin Chuan strolled over leisurely, bending down to inquire, "How are you? Not dead, I hope?" Yang Xingye's lips trembled. "Master, how much strength did you use?" "Less than 30%. Yin Chuan feigned contemplation. "Perhaps 2.5? Wang Dashan inhaled sharply upon hearing this. He had only recently experienced the might of Yang Xingye's 7 transformations golden body, yet found that his own full force strike paled in comparison to Yin Chuan's casual slap. Yang Xingye felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The protective technique he had painstakingly honed seemed as fragile as paper before his master. Yin Chuan pulled Yang Xingye from the debris and, with a flick of his wrist, channeled a stream of spiritual energy to help him stabilize his disordered qi and blood. The 7 transformations golden body is indeed commendable, but remember, every technique has its flaws. Just now, your true energy experienced a brief stagnation at the Danzhong point. That is a fatal weakness. In a life and death duel, others will not grant you time to gather your energy. Yang Xingyan nodded vacantly, suddenly grasping Yin Chuan's sleeve. "Master, please teach me how to mend this flaw." "Why the rush?" Yin Chuan shook his head with a smile, saying, "Let us first solidify the foundation. Just as I returned, beginning tomorrow, we shall practice the turtle breath method for an additional 2 hours each day, which will greatly assist you in mastering your vital energy." "Excellent!" Yang Xingye exclaimed, suddenly springing up from the ground with exuberance. Following this, Yin Chuan departed from the courtyard, making his way toward the bedroom. He wondered if his wife, He Qinglian, was unwell, as she had yet to leave the house at such a late hour. As he approached the bedroom door, he spotted a yellow dog sleeping at the entrance. Bang, bang. The dog seemed to have heard a sound, abruptly lifting its head and surveying its surroundings. Upon recognizing Yin Chuan, it was overwhelmed with joy, darting towards him with a swish, its tail wagging like a top, its front paws resting against Yin Chuan's waist. "You've grown so quickly. It seems the field's grain has been quite a feast for you." Yin Chuan affectionately ruffled Bang Bing's fluffy head, finding it rather endearing. Although it was merely a little over 2 months old, its size rivaled that of an adult dog. "Shoo!" Yin Chuan gestured for silence, and the puppy immediately obeyed, lying down but still wagging its tail gently against the ground. The soft glow of light emanating from the bedroom window caught Yin Chuan's attention, and as he took a few steps closer, he suddenly halted. In his keen perception of spiritual energy, he sensed a rhythmic wave of energy within, rising and falling like the tides. Clearly, someone was practicing. With bated breath, Yin Chuan crept closer to the window, where he beheld He Qinglian seated on the bed, her hands forming an awkward yet fundamentally correct mudra. A faint aura of spiritual light enveloped her, flickering in intensity with her breaths. Most astonishingly, at her dantian, a faint whirlpool of energy had begun to form, a clear sign of successfully drawing energy into her body. Yin Chuan's heart swelled with joy at this sight. He had previously taught He Qinglian the methods to perceive spiritual energy, yet she had shown little progress until now. To his surprise, during his absence of over a month, she had successfully accomplished this step and was diligently cultivating according to the techniques he had imparted. In this world of sparse spiritual energy, such an achievement reflected considerable talent. Should He Qinglian continue to elevate her cultivation, they might even engage in dual cultivation, significantly enhancing their progress. Choosing not to interrupt her practice, Yin Chuan patiently waited until she successfully circulated her energy for a full cycle before gently pushing the door open. Hearing the sound, He Qinglian's eyes snapped open in alertness, but upon recognizing Yin Chuan, her wariness transformed into delight. She hastily leaped from the bed, not even pausing to put on her shoes, and threw herself into his embrace. "My husband, you have returned." Yin Chuan staggered back a step, the familiar fragrance of her hair warming his heart. He Qinglian's arms tightly encircled his waist, her cheek pressed against his chest, allowing him to feel the rapid rhythm of her heartbeat. "Why did you not inform me of your return?" He Qinglian looked up, tears glistening in her eyes. "I was so eager to welcome you. How could I have foreseen it?" Yin Chuan replied. Yin Chuan gently patted her head. "I'm not accompanied by any attendants." He then reached out to caress He Qinglian's cheek and inquired, "When did you achieve your breakthrough?" 22 days ago, He Qinglian recalled vividly, her excitement palpable as she eagerly pulled Yin Chuan to sit by the bedside, bursting to share her news. "After you left, I suffered from insomnia every night. One night, I tried meditating as you taught me, to feel the energy you spoke of. Suddenly, she felt a distinct sensation of something penetrating the air and burrowing into her skin. She animatedly gestured, a sight Yin Chuan had never witnessed before from his usually composed wife. At first, it felt like tiny insects crawling, and then it transformed into a warm flow. He Qinglian placed her hands on her lower abdomen. Ultimately, it all converged here, swirling around. It felt particularly delightful. And then, Yin Chuan could not resist pressing further. Then I practiced diligently every day as you instructed. He Qinglian retrieved a handwritten notebook from beneath her pillow, containing the foundational techniques Yin Chuan had left behind before his departure. The pages were well-worn and frayed. Initially, I could only persist for 15 minutes each day, but now I can circulate the energy through 3 complete cycles in one go. Does anyone else know? Yin Chuan inquired again. No. He Qinglian shook her head. I remember your words. I haven't told a soul, not even Yang Xingye and the others. That is good. Yin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Remember, this knowledge is ours alone. Do not share it with anyone. Understood. He Qinglian responded obediently. Chapter 85. The serene Cloud Mountain Villa 30 miles north of Chongqing town, an unnamed green mountain, stands majestically. A few months prior, it was merely a barren peak, but now a grand villa looms impressively atop it. The vermilion gate glistens warmly in the sunlight, its eaves and corners soaring like a bird in flight, a testament to Li Hongyuan's promise to construct it for Yin Chuan. This is the land deed. Sealed with the official stamp, as agreed, it is now registered in your name. Xie Guanglin, the manager of the Fortune Casino, respectfully presented the document, his eyes betraying a hint of envy. The villa was constructed with exquisite materials. Even the 2 golden silk Namba pillars equate to the entire fortune of an ordinary wealthy family. Yin Chuan lightly traced the vivid red official seal on the deed, confirming its accuracy before handing it to He Qinglian beside him. Madam, please keep this safe. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Xie Guanglin bowed respectfully and, accompanied by his attendants, made his way down the stone steps. The mountain breeze swept across his forehead, damp with sweat. This master, who had so lavishly spent, was certainly no ordinary expert. Once the outsiders had departed, He Qinglian gazed up at the villa's entrance. My dear husband, we should name our new home. Everyone followed her gaze to see a polished, wordless stone tablet standing by the main path leading up the mountain, reserved for naming purposes. I'll do it. Yang Xingye darted to the tablet, excitedly rubbing his hands together. Given how formidable our master is, how about naming it Invincible Villa? It sounds so grand. Wang Dashan could not help but cough lightly. Young Master Yang, that name may be a tad inappropriate. What about Divine Palm Villa? Yang Xingye persisted. Or perhaps the #1 villa in the world. He Qinglian stifled a laugh behind her hand, while Yin Chuan merely shook his head, smiling gently. The naming prowess of Yang Xingye is frankly hard to behold. With hands clasped behind his back, Yin Chuan stood before the stele, gazing at the clouds rolling and shifting in the distance. Suddenly, a thought struck him. In this transient life, rare are the moments of tranquility. Thus, let us name this place Xianyan Mountain Villa. A splendid name. He Qinglian immediately concurred. Yin Chuan smiled faintly and turned to Wang Dashan beside him, gesturing with open palms. May I borrow your axe for a moment? Although Wang Dashan was unaware of Yin Chuan's intentions, he nonetheless handed over the axe affixed to his waist. Yin Chuan, gripping the short axe, exerted a subtle force with his wrist and boldly carved the characters Xianyan into the stone stele. The strokes appeared vigorous and full of grandeur. Come, let us move our belongings inside. Yin Chuan led the way, while Wang Dashan, Yang Xingye, and the guards transported their possessions into the villa. After several hours of tidying and cleaning, the villa was soon imbued with vitality. The estate was expansive, boasting dozens of rooms of varying sizes. Upon settling in, Yin Chuan's first task was to instruct Yang Xingye and Wang Dashan to continue recruiting guards and maidservants. Given the vastness of the villa, the few individuals they had could scarcely manage. Once sufficient personnel were gathered, Yin Chuan directed the newly recruited guards to cultivate medicinal fields on the mountainside, facilitating his future endeavors in planting and nurturing spiritual herbs. Furthermore, drawing upon his knowledge of formations, he established several protective arrays near the mountainside. It would be nearly impossible for ordinary beasts or martial artists to breach the grand formation and reach the villa. They could only ascend from the foot of the mountain via the stone steps to arrive at the villa's entrance. To facilitate cultivation, Yin Chuan also sought out a secluded spot on the back mountain, clearing a space. He employed the spiritual stones from his storage ring to set up a gathering formation. enhancing the spiritual energy in that area beyond others, thereby accelerating the pace of cultivation. By the time all was arranged, the year had drawn to a close. The villa boasted around 30 guards, with an additional 15 or 16 maidservants and cooks. While this was not a large number, it was several times that of the previous household staff, sufficient for their needs. Although Yin Chuan did not directly teach the guards martial arts, he entrusted Wang Dashan with their training. After all, safeguarding such a grand estate required the guards to possess some skills. Young Xingye, enchanted by the opulence of the villa, decided to reside within its walls, reluctant to return home, dedicating himself tirelessly to martial practice. As autumn waned and winter approached, another year passed in the lively villa. Following tradition, Yin Chuan distributed red envelopes containing 2 taels of silver to each person in the household, much to the delight of the guards and maidservants. On the morning of the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, while the morning mist still lingered, Yang Xingye rushed up the mountain villa with fervor. Clutching a gilded scroll in his hand, his boots were soaked with dew, clearly indicating he had sprinted all the way from the foot of the mountain. "Master! Master!" His voice preceded his arrival as he dashed into the courtyard. Yin Chuan was in the back courtyard, practicing various commands when he heard Yang Xingye's voice and paused. "Why the haste? Is there something amiss?" Yin Chuan brushed away the non-existent dust from his robe, then tossed the meat bone into the distance, prompting Bimbin to dart off immediately. "The list of top martial artists has been updated," Yang Xingye exclaimed with excitement. "Master, do you know your current ranking?" "Ranking?" Yin Chuan inquired. "Master, you are now ranked 10th on the Earth list." Yang Xingye laughed joyfully, adding, "Moreover, your title has changed. You are now referred to as the Idle Cloud Manor Lord." Yin Chuan raised an eyebrow and took a closer look at the list. The gilded cover of the Earth list shimmered in the morning light, with 5 intricately carved characters glowing, accompanied by the inscription crafted by the Heavenly Machine Pavilion at the lower right corner. Upon opening the inner pages, he glanced at the rankings on the heavenly list, which remained unchanged, still comprising the same 15 individuals. Turning to the Earth list, he found that his rank had indeed risen to 10th, and his title had transformed from the obscure hidden gambler to the more appealing Idle Cloud Manor Lord. What a melodious name. Yin Chuan sighed softly. Although he was not particularly fond of being listed, there was no turning back now that he had achieved this recognition. Continuing to peruse the list, he noted that, following his ascent, all other rankings had shifted downward by 1 position. The order of the rankings remained largely intact, but upon reaching the 38th position, he discovered that Bai Jianxiao had vanished, replaced by Shun Wenqiu, the Flying Leaf Sword. The description noted that Shun Wenqiu had broken through to the 7th realm and had avenged his clan by annihilating the Blood Knife sect, thereby claiming this position. Further down, the once 42nd ranked bloodthirsty fiend, Feng Xiao, was no longer found, leaving his fate uncertain. Eventually, Xiaoku's name appeared at the 50th position, the very last on the list, evidently due to his repeated defeats at the hands of Yi Huaiyun. After reviewing the entire list, Yin Chuan returned the booklet to Yang Xingye. "I have understood." Yin Chuan nodded, then retrieved a red envelope from his robe. Yang Xingye's eyes brightened at the sight, and he raised his hands above his head, exclaiming, "Thank you, master. On such a festive occasion, one ought to bow to their master for a red envelope. Don't you think?" Yin Chuan jested. "All right, I shall wish my master a prosperous new year," Yang Xingye replied, instantly kneeling and smacking his forehead against the ground with such force that it cracked the blue stone floor beneath him. Chapter 86. Update of the rankings. After completing the bow, Yang Xingye's forehead turned red. However, as he was now a late-stage practitioner of the 5th realm, coupled with his training in the 9 transformations golden body reaching the 8th level, he was unharmed. There's no need to be so earnest, Yin Chuan remarked with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, placing the envelope filled with 100 taels of silver notes in Yang Xingye's hands. Yang Xingye's family was affluent and did not lack for such trifles. It was primarily for the sake of celebration. "Master, my junior brother has made it onto the list," Yang Xingye said, clutching the envelope to his chest, grinning as he addressed Yin Chuan. "Take me out sometime. Perhaps we might encounter something fortuitous, and I could find my name on the list as well." Yin Chuan chuckled lightly. "What merit do you hold to be on this list, merely because of your 5th realm cultivation?" "Although I currently possess only the 5th realm," Yang Xingye confidently declared, patting his chest, "that it is to be expected that in a few months, he will break through to the 6th realm. Furthermore, having cultivated numerous extraordinary techniques, he now feels particularly capable. In recent days, aside from honing his 9 turns golden body, Yang Xingye has also begun to study various martial arts secrets brought from Tsangnan Mountain. These secrets have been refined by Yin Chuan, allowing Yang Xingye to practice them with relative ease. As Yang Xingye is ill-suited for swordsmanship, he has not practiced the profound heaven sword technique. With the defensive prowess of the nine turns golden body, the offensive might of the dragon elephant fist, and the agility offered by the mysterious shadow technique, he has amassed a formidable array of skills. In addition to these exceptional techniques, he has also learned some lower-tier cultivation methods from Yin Chuan. Although these techniques are not particularly esteemed in the cultivation world, they can rival high-level secrets in this realm. Beyond the light wind steps and the shattered stone palm, he has also practiced several moves of the 8 collapsed fist, as well as the dual-purpose flowing cloud hands. His progress has indeed been rapid. From initially being no match for Wang Dashan, he has reached a point where they are evenly matched, and now he can clearly suppress Wang Dashan. It is no wonder that he has begun to swell with pride. As I previously mentioned, do not place too much emphasis on rankings, Yin Chuan remarked, saying that once your strength is sufficient, you will naturally ascend. However, if you force the issue, it may backfire. Some things must occur naturally to be truly beneficial. Yang Xingye chuckled, mainly because he saw that both his master and junior brother had already made the list, and he wished to join in the excitement. At that moment, He Qinglian approached from behind, carrying a platter of pastries. Upon seeing Yang Xingye, she immediately smiled and exclaimed, "Xingye, you have come to the mountains so early." "Happy New Year, Master," Yang Xingye responded, instantly kneeling and bowing deeply. The sound startled He Qinglian, but upon seeing that Yang Xingye was merely tapping his forehead without harm, she felt relieved. "Just in time, your master's wife has arrived," Yin Chuan suddenly said to Yang Xingye, "seeing you so puffed up. Why not let your master's wife give you a slap?" Upon hearing this, Yang Xingye laughed heartily. "If master's wife strikes me, I won't even need to exert my strength to endure it." "Is that so?" Yin Chuan chuckled. "Then why not give it a try?" "All right." Yang Xingye grounded himself, exclaiming, "I am ready." However, He Qinglian appeared somewhat bewildered, scratching her head. "Isn't that inappropriate? What if it hurts?" "Rest assured." Yin Chuan rose and patted He Qinglian's shoulder, reassuring her. "This rascal is tough-skinned and sturdy. He can take a beating. Just follow the method I taught you and strike his chest." "Will it really work?" He Qinglian expressed her concerns. Yin Chuan leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "It will work. Trust me. Use all your strength." After saying this, Yin Chuan infused a surge of spiritual energy into He Qinglian's shoulder, temporarily enhancing her power. "Yang, be careful. I am about to strike." He Qinglian, still a bit apprehensive, approached Yang Xingye under Yin Chuan's encouragement. "Master's wife, feel free to make your move." Yang Xingye straightened his chest and smiled broadly, lazily neglecting to activate his 9 turns golden body. "With my physique, even if I were to stand and let you strike me 10 times, I would be unscathed." "Very well." He Qinglian nodded, giving a sharp exclamation as her delicate hand, accompanied by a whooshing sound, struck his chest. Bang! A muffled thud echoed, and the smile on Yang Xingye's face instantly froze. He felt an overwhelming force explode from his chest, sending him hurtling backwards like a kite with its string severed, rolling 3 times on the ground before finally coming to a halt. Coughing, Yang Xingye clutched his chest, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth as he looked up in disbelief. How could this be? "Master, how?" He Qinglian was equally taken aback by the power of her own strike and hurried forward. "Xingye, are you all right? I didn't mean to do that. I never anticipated it would turn out like this." Yin Chuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile playing at his lips. "Did you not just claim you could endure 10 strikes? You still have 9 to go." He Qinglian gazed at her hand in confusion and asked, "Are you really going to hit again?" Upon hearing this, Yang Xingye's face turned ashen. He quickly scrambled to his feet, wiping the blood from his lips, and shook his head. "I believe that would be entirely unnecessary. With your current level, you cannot even withstand 1 strike from your master. Yet you aspire to ascend the rankings of the adept?" Yin Chuan chuckled, shaking his head. "Remember my words. In the path of cultivation, do not aim too high. Progress step by step is essential." Yang Xingye swallowed hard, finally setting aside his arrogance, and lowered his head earnestly. "Master's teachings are profound. From this day forth, I shall diligently cultivate." Feeling a pang of sympathy, He Qinglian quickly retrieved a handkerchief from her sleeve and offered it to him. "Quick, wipe that off. Later, we shall head to the kitchen for a bowl of ginseng soup to rejuvenate you." Taking the handkerchief, Yang Xingye managed a wry smile. "Thank you, master." Soon after, Yin Chuan led He Qinglian away, leaving Yang Xingye to practice alone in the backyard. They made their way to the secluded area of the back mountain, the very spot where he had set up a spirit-gathering array. This array was similarly protected by formations laid out by Yin Chuan, without knowledge of the correct path. Entry would be nearly impossible. Once inside the array, Yin Chuan instructed He Qinglian to sit cross-legged, mirroring his posture. For some time now, he had been guiding her in her cultivation, and He Qinglian had gradually progressed to the late stage of the first level of qi refinement. This pace was commendable. Today, however, marked Yin Chuan's anticipated moment for her to break through to the second level of qi refinement. Remember what I told you. Yin Chuan gently pressed his finger to her forehead. At the moment of breakthrough, you must draw in the qi and concentrate it in your dantian. I will guide you through the circulation. You need only to relax your spirit and follow my energy. He Qinglian nodded softly and closed her eyes. She could feel Yin Chuan's energy flowing through her meridians like a gentle spring breeze, soothing yet irresistible. Gradually, her internal energy began to flow along a prescribed path, ultimately converging in her dantian. Now, place your palms opposite mine. Yin Chuan extended his hands. He Qinglian raised her palms, aligning her fingers with his. In an instant, she felt a purer form of spiritual energy surge into her palm, merging with the energy within her body. Yin Chuan's spiritual force acted as a guiding beacon, circulating her energy through the meridians, solidifying with each complete revolution. Time flowed in silence. Sweat beads formed on He Qinglian's forehead, yet she gritted her teeth and persevered, sensing her internal energy becoming increasingly abundant. Suddenly, the vortex of spiritual energy in her dantian trembled violently and began to spin rapidly. Now is the moment, Yin Chuan exclaimed, intensifying the flow of energy. He Qinglian felt a resounding thud within her, as if a barrier had been shattered. The once abundant energy compressed suddenly, becoming more refined and pure. It is accomplished. Yin Chuan withdrew his hands, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Chapter 87. Unforeseen matters. A few days later, Yin Chuan rested in the gazebo of the rear courtyard, sipping tea while leisurely examining the intricate wooden box acquired from the auction. The puzzle on its surface was exceedingly complex. After much contemplation, he still found it somewhat perplexing. At that moment, Wang Dashan, the guardian of the estate, hurried into the courtyard to report. Master, there is someone requesting an audience, he announced respectfully. Yin Chuan set down the wooden box and inquired, who is it? Wang Dashan replied with deference, the visitor claims to be Kong Di, a friend of the master. Kong Di? Yin Chuan raised an eyebrow, yet before he could respond, Yang Xingye, who was practicing martial arts nearby, dashed over with gleaming eyes. Master, is this Kong Di the martial artist from the Earth ranking, known as the Shadowless Flying Dagger? Yin Chuan nodded with a smile. It should be him. Yang Xingye immediately became excited, rubbing his hands together. Wonderful. I have longed to witness his flying dagger prowess. Yin Chuan shook his head helplessly and instructed Wang Dashan, let him in. Yes. Wang Dashan promptly departed to execute the command. A moment later, Kong Di was ushered into the courtyard by Wang Dashan, dressed in a blue robe. With a belt adorned with subtle patterns at his waist, he appeared more vibrant than the last time they met. Clearly, the generous rewards from the ghost market trip with Li Hongyuan months prior had significantly improved Kong Di's appearance. However, upon entering the estate, he was awestruck by its grandeur. Upon seeing Yin Chuan, he could not help but exclaim, Brother Yin, your idle cloud manner is truly magnificent. Yin Chuan rose to greet him. You flatter me, Brother Kong. Please, come and enjoy some tea. Absolutely. Kong Di replied eagerly, taking a seat in the gazebo. Yang Xingye, perceptive as ever, poured tea for Kong Di while his gaze was drawn to the dagger at Kong Di's waist, clearly intrigued by it. And who is this? Kong Di inquired, noticing Yang Xingye's interest and turning to Yin Chuan for clarification. My disciple. Yin Chuan chuckled. He hasn't seen much of the world. Please don't mind him. Kong Di, astute as ever, immediately drew two exquisite throwing knives from his waist and gently placed them upon the stone table. Since you are a distinguished disciple of Brother Yin, you must also be a practitioner of martial arts. These two throwing knives are yours to play with. Yang Xingye, filled with delight, promptly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Esteemed Kong. He cautiously picked up the knives, noting their blades, thin as a cicada's wing, gleaming with a cold light, and the hilts intricately engraved. Clearly a testament to fine craftsmanship. Without disturbing the conversation between Yin Chuan and Kong Di, Yang Xingye scampered to a nearby open space to examine his newfound treasures. Yin Chuan took a sip of tea and inquired, Kong, what brings you here today? Indeed, I have business to attend to, Kong Di nodded. I heard that Brother Yin is here, so I came to pay a visit. What matter occupies your mind? Yin Chuan asked. Kong Di's demeanor shifted as he replied earnestly. Recently, several treasures surfaced at the auction in the Wuxiang Ghost Market, rumored to be tokens of the Xian Kai Daoren. At this point, Yin Chuan sensed something amiss. Kong Di continued, those individuals have deduced the location of this venerable ancestor's cave abode from these tokens. Yin Chuan calmly lifted his teacup, taking a discreet sip as the aroma unfurled upon his palate, then feigned surprise. Oh, the cave of Xian Kai Daoren? Kong Di lowered his voice, leaning slightly forward. Indeed, it is said that the Xian Kai Daoren ascended to immortality centuries ago, and his cave is said to harbor countless treasures. The location they have inferred lies within 100 miles of this Chongqing town. This news had already spread like wildfire throughout the martial world, and many adventurers were converging here, hoping to test their luck. Yang Xingye, overhearing this, nearly dropped the throwing knife in his hand, hastily lowering his head to conceal his astonishment from Kong Di. After all, he had previously accompanied Yin Chuan into the cave of Xian Kai Daoren and had reaped significant benefits. I see. Yin Chuan gently set down his teacup. Realizing his suspicions were confirmed, yet maintaining his composure, he remarked, however, I have little interest in such martial disputes. My purpose in establishing a residence here in the mountains is to seek tranquility. It is only natural that Brother Yin, who favors a reclusive life, would have no taste for such matters. Kong Di laughed heartily. Yet, this situation is undeniably enticing, and I, being one who enjoys the excitement, am tempted to try my luck. I advise you against joining this frenzy. Yin Chuan interjected directly. Who can say what remnants from centuries past have become? Such elusive pursuits may lead to arduous efforts yielding naught. Brother Yin speaks wisely, Kong Di acknowledged, taking a sip of tea. Still, as I find myself with idle time, if fortune does not favor me, so be it. But should it smile upon me, it could lead to great prosperity. This cave must contain many lost esoteric arts. It is said that Xian Kai Daoren was once quite renowned for wealth and fame, implying that the cave is likely filled with gold, silver, and perhaps even elixirs that enhance cultivation. If I could inherit the legacy of this venerable ancestor, my strength would surely soar several levels. At that time, even if he does not make it to the celestial rankings, his standing on the earthly list will surely see considerable improvement. Observing Kong Di's exuberance over the flute, Yin Chuan refrained from further persuasion. If he wished to partake in the excitement, so be it. Yet, it must be said, although this lad had never ventured inside, he had made remarkably accurate guesses about its contents. Thus, Yin Chuan wished Kong Di good fortune. He refilled Kong Di's empty teacup. The two exchanged a few more idle words, and noticing Yang Xingye's clumsy attempts at throwing knives, Kong Di, feeling bored, decided to offer some guidance. Little brother, that's not how you throw a knife. He took the knife from Yang Xingye's hand, and with a subtle flick of his wrist, a glimmer of cold light flashed as the knife soared forth, embedding deeply into a tree trunk several yards away, the handle remaining visible. Wow! Yang Xingye's eyes widened as he hurried over to inspect the knife. It had struck precisely at the junction of the trunk, leaving him in awe of its accuracy and force. The art of throwing knives relies on the synergy of wrist strength, keen eyesight, and the internal energy within. Kong Di retrieved another knife to demonstrate. Your wrist must be relaxed, your movements swift, and your gaze fixed on the target, not the blade. With that, he casually flicked the knife again. This time, it arced gracefully, curving past a nearby rock formation and striking a wooden dummy behind it with a resounding clang. Yang Xingye watched in astonishment, clapping his hands repeatedly. Senior Kong, you are incredible. The knife can actually curve. Truly a legendary skill. There is indeed a principle behind curving a knife. Kong Di chuckled with pride, his chin raised slightly at the admiration from the younger generation. At the moment the knife is released, a rapid flick of the wrist imparts a horizontal force, allowing the knife to travel in a curved trajectory. However, mastering this technique is not something that can be accomplished overnight. It requires years of dedicated practice. With this, Kong Di veered off topic, recounting tales of his childhood, digging through cow dung, and leading up to his ascent on the list of masters. As the sun began to set, Kong Di glanced at the twilight sky and prepared to take his leave. Brother Yin, it is getting late. I must descend the mountain. Chapter 88. The maze on the mountainside. Seeing Kong Di's intention to depart, Yin Chuan urged him to stay. The hour is late. Why not spend the night at the mountain villa? Kong Di waved his hand in decline. Thank you for your kind offer, Brother Yin, but at this hour, the inns in town are most knowledgeable about current news. I wish to inquire about the cave dwelling. Yin Chuan, recognizing the situation, ceased his insistence and personally escorted Kong Di to the villa's entrance. Take care, Brother Kong. I shall not see you off further. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me at the villa. Once Kong Di's figure had vanished down the mountain path, Yang Xingye immediately approached Yin Chuan, lowering his voice. Master, wasn't that cave dwelling completely ransacked by us? Yin Chuan's expression turned serious. What cave dwelling? Ransacked? We are hardly bandits. Master, have you forgotten? Yang Xingye quickly reminded him. The Xian Kai Dao Ren. We have been inside. I was unaware of such matters. Today is the first I've heard of it. Yin Chuan shook his head, expressing his desire to avoid trouble, hoping that today would be the first time you heard of this. Yang Xingye was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the gravity of the situation. Having stumbled upon such a significant treasure, if word got out, the consequences could indeed be dire. Thus, it was imperative to keep this matter a secret, to act as if he had never ventured there. The disciple understood. Yang Xingye nodded immediately, observing his comprehension. Yin Chuan patted his shoulder and cautioned, remember, do not speak of this to anyone. Very well, Yang Xingye affirmed. Fortunately, since returning from Songnan Mountain, he had devoted himself entirely to cultivation and had not mentioned this matter to anyone else. Furthermore, Yin Chuan emphasized, recently, the town has been quite unsettled, so do not wander aimlessly. Understood. As the days unfolded, just as Kong Di had predicted, more and more individuals from the martial world received the news. And Lanqing Town suddenly became a hub for a diverse array of martial artists. Wang Dashan, who was responsible for descending the mountain to procure supplies, often reported that the town was bustling with an unprecedented number of people. Many sought the rumored location of the mysterious Xian Kai Dao Ren's cave dwelling, leading them to scour the surrounding mountains of Lanqing Town. Even the mountain where Yin Chuan's Xianyan Mountain Villa was situated occasionally saw visitors from the martial world coming to investigate. One morning, at the foot of Xianyan Mountain, a young girl clad in a pale yellow dress was fleeing in a state of panic. She appeared to be around 17 or 18. Her delicate features rendered pale as a sheet. A wound on her shoulder was oozing blood, while 5 or 6 armed men chased closely behind her. You little brat. Let us see how far you can run. Hand over the goods, and we might spare your life. With no escape in sight, the girl could do nothing but plunge into Xianyan Mountain, scrambling upward. The higher she climbed, the denser the fog became, soon leaving her disoriented. The pursuers followed closely, realizing something was amiss as the scenery around them began to bizarrely twist and shift. Despite climbing, it felt as if they were merely going in circles. Where did that little wench run off to? The leader, a man with a scarred face, panted heavily, scanning the misty surroundings. This mountain feels eerie. Could we have encountered ghosts? Don't be ridiculous. There are no ghosts in this world. I swear, I saw one when I was a child. As the men exchanged their thoughts, the scarred man suddenly caught a glimpse of a pale yellow figure darting through the thicket ahead. There, he grinned wickedly, charging forward with his steel blade raised high. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, and the scarred man's hand jolted as he focused on what was before him. Not a girl, but a crudely fashioned wooden dummy. Even more bizarrely, the spot he struck only bore a shallow mark. What the hell is this? Before he could finish his thought, the wooden figure abruptly turned its neck with a series of cracks, its wooden fist shooting towards him with astonishing speed. Bang! The scarred man was sent flying by the punch, blood mixing with a few shattered teeth in his mouth. He collapsed onto the ground, terror-stricken as he watched the wooden figure approach him with rigid steps. Brother! The others, witnessing the scene, swiftly brandished their knives and charged forward. After a chaotic flurry of blows, the wooden figure was dismembered into 8 pieces. Yet, before they could catch their breath, 7 or 8 more identical wooden figures emerged from the surrounding mist, encircling them. Heavens, there truly are ghosts on this mountain, exclaimed a tall, slender individual, his voice trembling. Damn it, do not be afraid. Scarface rose to his feet, rallying the group. After a fierce struggle, they finally shattered all the wooden figures. But each one of them bore wounds. Even worse, they had completely lost their sense of direction, unable to retrace their steps. Meanwhile, a wounded woman was hiding behind an ancient tree, trembling as she tore a sleeve from her garment to bandage her wounds. Blood had already soaked half of her sleeve, and she bit her lip to stifle any sounds of pain. Suddenly, a mechanical sound of footsteps echoed from behind her. Startled, the woman turned to see a wooden figure advancing, its hollow eye sockets glowing with an eerie red light. Ah! She screamed, ignoring the pain of her injury as she fled. In her panic, she inadvertently ran straight into the midst of her pursuers. There, Scarface wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes glinting with malice. Quick, pursue her. This time, there's nowhere for her to escape. The woman's face turned ashen as she turned to flee, only to trip over a stone. With her pursuers closing in, she despairingly shut her eyes. In a moment of desperation, a shadow darted from the side and swiftly whisked her away from the mist. Who is it? The pursuers struck at empty air, only to see the shadow vanish into the thick fog with a few agile leaps. When the woman regained her senses, she was astonished to find herself out of the mist, face to face with a handsome young man of her own age. It was Yang Xingye. Yang Xingye had risen early to practice breathing exercises at the cliff's edge when he heard commotion below and descended to investigate. Having traversed this formation several times with Yin Chuan, he naturally knew the correct path. Are you all right, miss? Yang Xingye asked, cradling the injured woman, swallowing hard. Though pale and wounded, her youthful beauty was undeniable, causing Yang Xingye to blush slightly. Thank you. The woman began to speak, but fainted before she could finish. Seeing this, Yang Xingye had no choice but to carry her on his back and journey up the mountain to the manor. Upon reaching the backyard, where Yin Chuan was practicing his energy cultivation, Yang Xingye rushed over for assistance. Master, please help me, he panted, presenting the woman before Yin Chuan. Who is she? Yin Chuan glanced at the woman lying on the ground, his expression unfazed. Yang Xingye recounted the events of the encounter in detail. Master, she must be suffering from excessive blood loss. Please help her, or she may not survive. Yang Xingye's tone was urgent. Do not save her. Yin Chuan replied coldly. Her origins are unclear, and aiding her may bring trouble. Chapter 89. Su Shu seeing his master unwilling to intervene, Yang Xingye fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead striking the cold stone floor. Master, this young woman is gravely injured. If we do not assist her, she will undoubtedly perish. Yin Chuan stood with his fists clenched, coldly remarking, Do you comprehend why she is being pursued? Is she virtuous or malevolent? To rashly rescue her may invite catastrophe upon ourselves. But she is merely a fragile girl, being chased by so many burly men. Yang Xingye exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his brow. And she is so beautiful, how could she possibly be a villain? Yin Chuan, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of exasperation in his eyes. This lad was clearly captivated by her beauty, having spent his years in the vicinity of Chaqing town without venturing far. Thus his perspective remained naively simplistic. Is an unattractive visage synonymous with wickedness? And does beauty guarantee goodness? Yin Chuan scoffed, do not judge by appearances. Those with alluring exteriors often harbor venomous hearts. Master, look at how handsome you are, and how graceful and dignified Master Madam is. Do you not consider yourselves to be virtuous individuals? Yang Xingye continued to plead, Master, I implore you. To save a life is more meritorious than the construction of a 7-story pagoda. Observing his disciple's earnest demeanor, Yin Chuan finally sighed. Very well, I shall acquiesce this time. He then retrieved a small turquoise vial from his robe and handed it to Yang Xingye. This is a hemostatic powder. Apply it to the wound to staunch the bleeding. Yang Xingye's heart soared with joy as he hastily accepted the vial, carefully peeling away the blood-soaked fabric from the young woman's shoulder to treat her injury. The miraculous powder worked wonders, immediately halting the flow of blood. In this, Yin Chuan produced a crimson pill, glistening like blood. This is a blood-replenishing pill, designed to remedy excessive blood loss. But alas, she lies unconscious and cannot swallow. What then shall we do? Yang Xingye asked, bewildered as he grasped the pill. Yin Chuan shot him a sidelong glance. Dissolve it in warm water and administer it to her. Yang Xingye hurried to the kitchen to fetch a bowl of warm water, dissolving the pill within. Yet, as he gazed at the unconscious woman, he found himself at a loss. Master, he stammered, how do I feed it to her? With a slight smirk, Yin Chuan replied, mouth to mouth. Do you not know how? Yang Xingye's face flushed crimson, nearly dropping the bowl in his shock. Is that not inappropriate? Would it not be taking advantage of her vulnerability? At the sight of his embarrassment, Yin Chuan pretended to reach for the bowl. If you find it too daunting, I shall do it. Yang Xingye instinctively recoiled like a protective pup. I will handle it, master. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously cradled the young woman in his arms, gently tilting her head back to pour the medicinal liquid into her mouth. As his lips neared her pale ones, his heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. Focus, Yin Chuan admonished from the side. This is a matter of saving a life. Do not entertain frivolous thoughts. With flushed cheeks, Yang Xingye meticulously administered the medicine, repeating the process until the entire bowl was consumed. Very well, Yin Chuan assessed the woman's pulse, noting its significant stabilization. She is no longer in grave danger. Let her rest in the side chamber. Feeling a weight lift from his shoulders, Yang Xingye gently lifted the young woman, preparing to carry her to the adjacent room. Just as he was about to turn away, Yin Chuan suddenly called out to him, "Remember, notify me immediately when she awakens. Until then, do not engage with her alone." "Why?" Yang Xingye inquired, perplexed. Yin Chuan's gaze was profound. If she is indeed an innocent woman fleeing from danger, then very well. But if she harbors ulterior motives, he cast a meaningful glance at his apprentice. "You foolish boy. You might end up being sold out and have to help count the money for your betrayers. Remember this, the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceptive she can be. One must always be cautious." Yang Xingye opened his mouth to retort, but, recalling that his master never spoke without reason, he reluctantly nodded. "Disciple understands." He settled the woman in the guest room, remaining vigilantly outside the door. Through the window lattice, he gazed at her gradually regaining color, feeling a mix of anticipation for her swift recovery and concern that, as his master suggested, there might be more to her story. Amidst his worries, Yang Xingye also felt a faint thrill. With so many figures from the martial world gathered in Chongqing town, it was his first encounter so close to the realm of martial arts. Meanwhile, at the foot of Skinyan Mountain, the group of pursuers had finally managed to escape the labyrinth in a state of disarray. A scar-faced man clutched his swollen cheek, glaring fiercely at the mountain peak. "What in the world is this place, so cursed?" A younger associate suddenly recalled. "Big brother, this seems to be Xianyan Mountain." "Xianyan Mountain? Xianyan Villa?" The scar-faced man was equally startled. "Yes," the younger associate affirmed. "There is supposedly a Xianyan Villa atop the mountain, and the owner is ranked 10th on the local power list. This complicates matters." The scar-faced man pondered for a moment before declaring, "Let us return to report to the leader." Once they had receded into the distance, Yin Chuan stood silently at the cliff edge, gazing in their direction. The formations he had set on the mountainside were still somewhat feeble. These warriors did not appear to be particularly skilled, likely only at the 4th or 5th realm. While he had not allowed them to scale the mountain, they had not been detained for long either. In his previous life, Yin Chuan had also studied formations. Though he had merely scratched the surface, he possessed a slight understanding of puppet arts as well, but again, only at the most rudimentary level. The wooden sentinels he had placed within the mountain demon's maze were insufficiently strong. It seemed he would need to make some improvements. Originally, Yin Chuan had intended to remain uninvolved amidst the gathering of martial artists in Chongqing town. However, the unexpected arrival of this woman had disrupted his original plans. Several hours later, faint noises emanated from the guest room. Yang Xingye, stationed outside the door, immediately leaned closer, hearing the sound of a weak cough from within. "She has awakened." Excited, Yang Xingye hurried to find Yin Chuan, instructing 2 guards to stand watch outside the guest room. Upon learning of her awakening, Yin Chuan instructed Yang Xingye to bring in a bowl of prepared medicinal soup. "Take it in." As they entered the guest room, they found the woman struggling to sit up. Upon seeing Yang Xingye, a glimmer of reassurance crossed her eyes, but she then attempted to rise to pay her respects. "Do not move." Yang Xingye rushed forward to stop her. "Your injuries are not yet healed. Avoid making any abrupt movements. Here is a bowl of nourishing soup. Please drink it." The woman weakly leaned against the headboard, slowly sipping the medicinal concoction handed to her. As the warm liquid coursed down her throat, she felt a wave of comfort wash over her. With a voice as faint as a whisper, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. If anyone is to be thanked, it should be my master." Yang Xingye, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head. "Had it not been for my master's timely intervention, I would have been at a loss." It was then that the woman noticed Yin Chuan standing beside them and hastily bowed. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your rescue." Yin Chuan merely nodded slightly, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized her. "What is your name? What is your origin? Why are you being pursued?" The woman was taken aback by his blunt inquiries, lowering her gaze as she softly replied, "I am Su Shu, a native of Qianzhou. My family runs a silk business, and I was traveling with a merchant convoy to Linzhou when we were ambushed by bandits." Her voice dwindled, and as she recounted the attack on the convoy, tears welled in her eyes. "My father and the guards. Only I was fortunate enough to be rescued by a group of wandering heroes. I had hoped for safety, but they coveted the jade pendant left to me by my mother." As she spoke, she retrieved a jade pendant from her bosom, intricately carved with lotus patterns. "This is the only keepsake from my mother. and I would rather die than part with it. They, unable to seize it outright due to pride, confined me instead. I escaped under the cover of night, but they discovered my absence and, in their fury, pursued me here. Upon hearing Su Shu's plight, Yang Xingye's indignation flared. These scoundrels of the martial world, relentlessly chasing after a mere pendant, are utterly despicable. Master, we must help Miss Su seek justice. Yin Chuan, his expression unyielding, nodded. Miss Su, focus on your recovery. In a few days, once your wounds have healed, you may descend the mountain and report to the authorities. I trust they will provide you with the justice you seek. Very well, Su Shu replied, nodding slightly. Then I shall not intrude further, Yin Chuan concluded, leading Yang Xingye out of the room. Once outside, he quietly instructed the guards stationed at the door, keep a close watch on the room. Do not allow this woman to roam freely. Yes, master, the two guards responded, clasping their fists in acknowledgement. After walking a short distance, Yang Xingye could no longer contain his curiosity. Master, why are you so harsh towards Miss Su? She is clearly in a pitiable situation. Yin Chuan halted, gazing deeply into his disciple's eyes. Harsh? Allowing her to stay at the estate to recuperate is an immense act of kindness. Pitiable? Her tale is riddled with inconsistencies. You cannot truly believe her? What inconsistencies? Yang Xingye inquired, puzzled. Firstly, Yin Chuan raised a finger. If those bandits truly desired her pendant, they could have easily taken it by force, rather than going through the trouble of confining her. Yang Xingye found himself at a loss for words. Secondly, Yin Chuan raised another finger. How could an ordinary merchant's daughter escape the clutches of 4 or 5 martial artists? How could she make it all the way to our mountain? Yang Xingye scratched his head. Perhaps she was just lucky? Yin Chuan scoffed. Luck? In the face of overwhelming strength, luck is rendered meaningless. He gently patted his disciple's shoulder and spoke with gravity. It is not that I discourage you from doing good deeds, but in the world of martial arts, one must be wary of placing undue trust in the words of others. For the next few days, limit your interactions with her. Once she has recuperated sufficiently, allow her to descend the mountain. Although Yang Xingye felt a surge of indignation within, he understood the wisdom in his master's words and could only nod in agreement, murmuring, "Disciple understands." At dawn the following day, Wang Dashan hurriedly knocked on Yin Chuan's door. Master, a group of people has descended from the mountain, claiming to be from the Tianhe gang. They wish to pay a visit. He reported in a hushed tone. Yin Chuan, who had been meditating, slowly opened his eyes. The Tianhe gang? What is their purpose? They said that someone has stolen a treasured item from their gang and fled to our mountain, seeking your assistance. Wang Dashan recounted. A glint of intelligence flickered in Yin Chuan's eyes, realizing it was connected to Su Shu, whom he had saved the day before. Rising, he adjusted his robe and said, "Let us go and see." Yang Xingye, having heard the news, insisted on accompanying them. The three arrived at the mountain gate, where they found more than 20 individuals clad in black, among them a few unfortunate souls who had mistakenly wandered into the mountain the previous day. The leader, a robust middle-aged man with a face full of flesh, appeared somewhat surprised upon seeing Yin Chuan, not expecting the 10th-ranked master to be so youthful. Regaining his composure, he immediately cupped his fists in a respectful greeting. "I am Zhao Tianba, the leader of the Tianhe gang, and I greet you, Master Yin." Yin Chuan's gaze sharpened slightly. He had heard of Zhao Tianba before, having seen him on the martial arts ranking list, where he was placed 48th and was known for his skill with the blade. "What brings you here so early, Leader Zhao?" Yin Chuan inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor. Zhao Tianba, wearing a smile, replied, to speak candidly. "A thief infiltrated our camp last night and made off with a precious item. Regrettably, I was not present at the time, or I would have prevented their escape. My subordinates informed me that this individual fled into the mountains." Yang Xingye, upon hearing this, hesitated, remaining silent behind Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan smiled faintly and replied to Zhao Tianba, "Indeed, a wounded woman inadvertently entered our mountain yesterday and is currently recuperating in our residence." Zhao Tianba's eyes gleamed with intensity. "Indeed, I implore you, Master Yin, to hand over that female thief." Yin Chuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His tone calm. "However, what she claims is at odds with your narrative. She asserts that she is being pursued by you for a jade pendant left by her mother. With both sides presenting conflicting accounts, it is difficult for me to trust either party. Furthermore, my Xianyan mountain manor prefers to remain uninvolved in such trivial matters." Zhao Tianba's expression darkened. "Are you suggesting, Master Yin, that you intend to harbor a criminal?" Yin Chuan smiled serenely. "Leader Zhao, my Xianyan mountain manor cherishes tranquility. I do not concern myself with who is right or wrong between you. Out of goodwill, I have allowed her to stay and recuperate. After 3 days, when her condition improves, she will be permitted to leave the mountain. From this day forward, the grievances between you are yours to resolve, and they hold no relevance to me. Zhao Tianba's countenance shifted between uncertainty and contemplation, clearly weighing the pros and cons. The strength of Yin Chuan, ranked 10th in the list, far surpasses that of Zhao Tianba. If a confrontation were to ensue, the odds of victory would be exceedingly slim. Very well. Zhao Tianba finally gritted his teeth and declared, I shall heed the words of the esteemed Master Yin, and I hope that you will honor your promise. Subsequently, Zhao Tianba led his followers down the mountain, only to establish camp at its base, evidently intending to wait there. Master, what should we do? Yang Xingye inquired anxiously of Yin Chuan. Is Miss Su truly a thief? Who can say? Yin Chuan replied with a smile, neither side can be trusted. We should inquire further with Miss Su. Upon returning to the manor, Yin Chuan brought Yang Xingye to a side room. As they entered, they beheld Su Shu seated cross-legged upon the bed, her hands forming seals, a faint aura swirling around her. Miss Su possesses martial skills? Yin Chuan's gaze sharpened, an undertone of scrutiny in his voice. Startled by his words, Su Shu hastily withdrew her energy, a hint of panic crossing her features. Senior, I have merely learned some rudimentary techniques from my master, who was a guard for a merchant caravan, barely achieving the second realm of cultivation. Yang Xingye's heart swelled with joy upon hearing this. So Miss Su was also a practitioner of martial arts? No wonder she managed to escape from those individuals. Su Shu lowered her gaze, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment. It's just a few self-defense skills, barely stronger than an ordinary person. Yin Chuan observed her without revealing his thoughts. Recently, members of the Tianhe gang came to our door, claiming that you are the thief who stole their treasured artifact. They demand that we hand you over. That is not the case. Su Shu suddenly raised her head, anger flashing in her eyes. That jade pendant truly belonged to my mother. Being an ancient piece, it is of considerable value, which is why they covet it. As she spoke, she abruptly descended from the bed and knelt before Yin Chuan. Senior, I implore you not to turn me over, otherwise I shall surely be no match for them. Observing her distress, Yang Xingye rushed forward to assist her. Miss Su, please rise. Master is not the sort to abandon someone in peril. 3 days hence, I shall send you down the back mountain. Yin Chuan, however, remained unmoved, responding coldly. After that, the world will be vast and distant, and it shall be of no concern to me. Chapter 91. The Mountain Goddess Temple. Thank you, Senior. With Yin Chuan's words so resolute, Su Shu could only nod in agreement. The 3 days swiftly passed. On a clear morning, Su Shu donned a fresh outfit, though her injuries had not fully healed. She was now able to move freely. Yin Chuan stood in the courtyard, watching as Yang Xingye, with an expression of reluctance, escorted Su Shu along the path to the back mountain. Originally, Yin Chuan had intended to accompany them, but seeing Yang Xingye's evident attachment, which led him to volunteer for the task, he relented. Master, I shall escort Miss Su down the mountain and return promptly, Yang Xingye vowed earnestly. Yin Chuan nodded slightly. Remember, return as soon as you reach the foot of the mountain. Do not incite further trouble. As he watched the two depart, an uneasy feeling stirred within Yin Chuan. Yang Xingye was bound to create some form of trouble. Yet, he understood that to foster the young man's growth, certain challenges must be faced independently. At noon, a commotion echoed from outside the manor, as Zhao Tianba and his gang converged at the entrance. Master Yin, Zhao Tianba called out boisterously, the 3-day deadline has arrived. It is time to hand her over. Yin Chuan strolled out leisurely, his expression calm. The person had already departed from the back mountain, according to their agreement. She would descend the mountain 3 days hence, and I never stipulated that she must exit through the main gate. This, Zhao Tianba's complexion shifted dramatically, yet he refrained from expressing his anger, for there existed a disparity in their strengths, making it unwise to sever their faade of civility. Very well, thank you. Zhao Tianba, filled with fury, laughed in a twisted manner. Let us depart. With that, he hurriedly led his subordinates towards the back mountain. As the sun dipped towards the west, Yang Xingye had yet to return. Yin Chuan stood atop the villa, gazing into the distance, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. This foolish lad has indeed stirred up trouble. Yin Chuan sighed inwardly, turning to Wang Dashan with instructions, guard the villa well. I shall descend the mountain to investigate. Descending the back mountain, Yin Chuan finally arrived in the heart of Chongqing town. The streets of Chongqing town were abuzz with lively chatter. Various figures from the martial world gathered in groups, engaging in animated discussions at tea houses and taverns. Have you heard? The cave of the Xin Kai Daoist is located in the valley to the north. Nonsense. The information I received indicates it lies behind the waterfall to the south. You are all mistaken. The map I purchased at great expense reveals. The din of voices rose and fell, clearly indicating that the incident concerning the Xin Kai Daoist cave had indeed stirred quite a considerable uproar. Yin Chuan navigated through the throng and made his way directly to the Yang residence at the town's center. Yang's father was busy tallying accounts in the hall. Upon seeing Yin Chuan, he promptly rose to greet him. Master Yin, what a rare visitor. Yang's father exclaimed warmly. Is Xingye behaving himself at the villa? A weight settled in Yin Chuan's heart. Old Master Yang, has Xingye not returned today? Yang's father paused in surprise. No, he has been at the villa learning from you. Hasn't he? Yin Chuan's expression instantly turned grave. Where else could Yang Xingye be, if not bringing that Su Shu to town? Could it be that something unfortunate has befallen him? Yang's father suddenly expressed concern. Rest assured, nothing will happen. Yin Chuan offered a slight smile to Yang's father. Since Xingye has not returned, he must have gone back to the villa. I shall take my leave now. Will you not stay for a cup of tea before departing? Yang's father urged. Perhaps next time, Yin Chuan replied, turning to leave. Meanwhile, in a secluded mountain forest over 20 miles to the west of Xianyan Mountain, Yang Xingye was sweating profusely as he tidied up a dilapidated mountain shrine. He had fashioned a broom from several branches to sweep away years of accumulated dust from the temple, and had polished the altar to a brilliant shine with spring water. Miss Su, although this place is humble, it will at least provide shelter from the wind and rain. Yang Xingye wiped the sweat from his brow, turning to Su Shu, who sat within the doorway. Su Shu observed the earnest young man diligently cleaning, and a complex expression flickered in her eyes. Young Master Yang, you need not go to such lengths for me. It is merely a trifling effort. Yang Xingye beamed, revealing a row of white teeth. That your injuries have improved somewhat. You are still not fully healed. I have visited this shrine before. It is a safe haven. You should rest here and recuperate. I will bring you food and medicine daily until you are well again. As Yang Xingye spoke, he retrieved an oiled paper package from his bosom. This is the healing ointment for wounds I brought from the mountain villa. Its efficacy is remarkable, given your injury. You should be nearly healed within 10 days. Su Shu accepted the package, her fingertips trembling slightly. Why are you helping me so generously, young Master Yang? Yang Xingye scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. It's simply an act of chivalry. Moreover, I believe Miss Su is not a villain. The waning rays of the setting sun filtered through the dilapidated window panes, casting a mottled light upon Su Shu's pale visage. She lowered her head and whispered, Thank you. Once this matter has passed, I shall certainly pay you a visit to express my gratitude. At that moment, a cacophony of hurried footsteps erupted from outside the temple. Yang Xingye's expression shifted dramatically as he hastened to the entrance, only to find a group of 20 or so men clad in black surrounding the mountain god temple, led by the brutish Zhao Tianba. Haha, after searching for so long, I found you hiding here. Zhao Tianba sneered, brandishing a steel knife. Boy, if you know what's good for you, get lost. Yang Xingye inhaled deeply, positioning himself resolutely at the temple's threshold. Zhao Gang leader, my master is Yin Chuan, who ranks 10th on the earth ranking. If you dare to act recklessly, spare me the threats about your master. Zhao Tianba scoffed, interrupting him. If your master truly intended to intervene, would he allow this woman to descend from the mountain? As long as I don't kill you. He wouldn't risk his reputation for an inconsequential woman. Realizing that words would prove futile, Yang Xingye immediately activated his 9 turns golden body, a soft golden glow emanating from him. If you wish to enter, you shall have to step over my corpse. Zhao Tianba snorted derisively. You overestimate yourself. He then swung his knife with lethal intent. Clang. The clash between the blade and the golden body produced a thunderous sound. Despite Yang Xingye's pinnacle cultivation at the 5th level, the defensive prowess of the 9 turns golden body was astounding, allowing him to withstand Zhao Tianba's strike. What technique is this? Quite intriguing. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Tianba's eyes, which soon transformed into an even more ferocious assault. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged over 10 blows. Although Yang Xingye was forced back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he steadfastly held the temple door. The radiance of his golden body began to wane, yet his gaze remained resolute. Breakthrough. Zhao Tianba suddenly roared. His blade enveloped in a sinister black light as he struck with all his might. Crack. The 9 turns golden body shattered upon impact. and Yang Xingye coughed up a mouthful of blood, crashing heavily to the ground. At this moment, any hope of stopping the onslaught had vanished along with his strength. With a forceful kick, Zhao Tianba flung open the temple door, only to find it utterly deserted. Gang leader, there's a dog hole in the back wall. That wretched woman has escaped. One of the gang members shouted. Zhao Tianba's face darkened with rage. Pursue her. We must capture her today. Once the members of the Tianhe gang had departed, Yin Chuan's figure appeared before the mountain god temple. Upon seeing his ailing disciple, Yin Chuan rushed forward, inquiring, Are you dead? Yang Xingye struggled to open his eyes. Master, I implore you to save Miss Su. You're on the brink of death and still worrying about others? Yin Chuan responded, somewhat irked, yet he reached into his robe and pulled out a healing elixir, administering it to Yang Xingye. Chapter 92. A trial of skill at the same time. Yin Chuan steadied Yang Xingye's shoulder, infusing a thread of spiritual energy into his body to help him untangle his chaotic vital energy. Master, please save Su Shu. Yang Xingye implored. She confessed to deceiving you on the mountain and then revealed the truth to me. After descending, Miss Su spoke honestly, struggling against his injuries. He continued in a halting manner that jade pendant was indeed stolen from the Tianhe gang, but it does not belong to them. Yin Chuan furrowed his brow, continuing to channel spiritual energy to his disciple. Take your time. This pendant was crafted by Miss Su's ancestral master based on several tokens of the Shinkai Taoist. Yang Xingye inhaled deeply and resumed. It records the precise location of the Shinkai Taoist cave, more accurately than any other tokens circulating in the martial world. It turned out that several months ago, this jade pendant had suddenly appeared in the world of martial arts, igniting fierce competition among various factions. Su Shu's master, Lu Qingsong, a master of mechanisms, was abducted by a mysterious figure who forced him to replicate the map inscribed on the pendant. However, Lu Qingsong chose death over compliance. To save her master, Su Shu had no choice but to venture into the martial world and ultimately stole the pendant from the Tianhe gang. She lied on the mountain out of fear that her master might also covet the pendant. Yang Xingye managed a bitter smile. The experiences of being attacked by bandits were actually from her childhood. The one who saved her is none other than my master now. Upon hearing this, a flicker of complexity crossed Yin Chuan's eyes. How can you be certain that what she told you afterward is the truth? I cannot be certain. Yang Xingye shook his head. But I believe in her. Foolish boy. Yin Chuan sighed. How can you place such blind faith in a girl you've only known for a few days? You nearly risked your life. A faint flush appeared on Yang Xingye's pale face. Master, trust me, she is not a bad person. Enough. Yin Chuan rose to his feet. I will take you back to the manor to tend to your injuries. No. Yang Xingye quickly shook his head. Those people have already gone after Miss Su. If you do not act now to help, she will surely not escape. Yin Chuan gazed into the depths of the forest where no one was around. If he acted decisively, it should not attract any attention. Since his disciple was so insistent, and having recently experienced an increase in his own abilities, it had indeed been a while since he had the opportunity to engage in a proper battle. Let us practice our skills on the people of the Tianhe gang, he declared. Stay here and do not wander off. I will be back shortly. With that, Yin Chuan leaped forward and pursued them. Deep within the forest, Su Shu found herself cornered at the edge of a cliff. With her back against the sheer wall, she gripped the green jade lotus pendant tightly. Panic etched on her face. Why aren't you running? Zhao Tianba sneered as he approached, flanked by over 20 gang members in a semicircle. Hand over the pendant, and I promise to make it quick for you. Su Shu bit her lip, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. You shall not have it. You wretched girl. If it weren't for your looks, I would not bother letting you live for my amusement. Do you really think you could have run this far? Zhao Tianba chuckled lightly. But if you insist on opposing us, killing you while the iron is hot should be quite enjoyable. As the words fell, Zhao Tianba was about to strike when a figure clad in blue descended from the heavens, positioning himself before the crowd. Yin Zhuangju? Zhao Tianba's expression shifted dramatically. Yet he quickly regained his composure. This is a private matter of our Tianhe gang, and I implore you, Yin Zhuangju, not to interfere. Yin Chuan stood with his hands clasped behind him, his robe billowing without wind. I originally had no intention of intervening, but since you have harmed my beloved disciple, I can no longer stand idly by. The glint of malice flickered in Zhao Tianba's eyes. Though you, Yin Zhuangju, rank 10th on the Earth list, you stand here alone. Moreover, I, Zhao Tianba, am no pushover. With my 20-odd brothers, the outcome remains uncertain. Such needless chatter. Yin Chuan coldly interrupted. Let us settle this together to avoid further complications. Arrogance. I am eager to witness the prowess of one ranked among the top 10. Zhao Tianba bellowed. Brothers, charge. Over 20 gang members launched their assault simultaneously, surrounding Yin Chuan from all directions, their blades casting a tempest of light and shadow. Yet, Yin Chuan remained unfazed, gliding through the chaos with an air of tranquility. He raised his right hand, unleashing an invisible force that struck the 5 foremost attackers like a thunderclap, sending them hurtling backward. Bang! With a series of muffled thuds. Another 7 or 8 gang members were effortlessly dispatched by Yin Chuan's casual strikes. His movements appeared slow, yet they were as swift as lightnings, each palm precisely targeting his opponent's vital points. Observing this, Zhao Tianba felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead. He had intended to gauge Yin Chuan's capabilities but was taken aback by his formidable prowess. If he did not retaliate, his subordinates would surely be vanquished. A strange black glow began to emanate from his blade. Yin Chuan, do not overstep your bounds. Feel the wrath of my blade. The sword light descended like a streak of lightning, accompanied by a piercing sound that sliced through the air. Yet, Yin Chuan did not flinch. He merely raised his left hand gently. Clang! In the clash of metal, Zhao Tianba was horrified to find his strongest strike effortlessly caught by Yin Chuan with a single hand. At that moment, Yin Chuan's hands shimmered with a faint golden light, becoming as translucent as jade. Is that all? A slight smile graced Yin Chuan's lips. Fury ignited in Zhao Tianba's eyes. He abruptly withdrew his long knife and spun like a top. The blade carved through the air, leaving deep gashes in the surrounding trees. Do not revel in your triumph. Receive my blow. Black Fiend Whirlwind Slash. Zhao Tianba's blade swept toward Yin Chuan like a tornado, stirring up dust and debris. Yet, Yin Chuan merely tilted his body slightly, his right hand glowing brightly as he accurately struck the side of the blade. Clang! A deafening sound erupted, and Zhao Tianba felt his grip weaken, nearly dropping the hilt. Gritting his teeth, he altered his attack. The blade twisted in an uncanny manner, lunging toward Yin Chuan's throat like a venomous serpent. Black Dragon emerges to bite. This strike was both swift and cunning, nearly impossible to evade. Yet, Yin Chuan merely inclined his head slightly, the blade grazing past his neck without even tearing his collar. Too slow, Yin Chuan remarked indifferently. Zhao Tianba, consumed by rage and humiliation, suddenly retrieved a pouch of black powder from his bosom, casting it towards Yin Chuan's face, exclaiming, Black Sand Whirlwind! What chaotic nonsense is this? Yin Chuan scoffed, swiftly waving his sleeve, dispersing the toxic powder with a powerful gust of wind. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Tianba pivoted, his blade stealthily lunging towards Yin Chuan's back. Black Serpent Heart piercing. Just as the tip of the blade was about to penetrate, Yin Chuan's form abruptly became indistinct. Zhao Tianba's strike met only air. What? Zhao Tianba gasped in disbelief. Here. Yin Chuan's voice resonated from behind him. In a panic, Zhao Tianba turned, brandishing his sword in defense, only to find Yin Chuan's right palm gently pressing against the blade. This seemingly languid motion was imbued with the weight of a mountain. Bang! Zhao Tianba was sent hurtling backwards like a kite with severed strings, crashing into 3 large trees before thudding heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his internal energy thrown into disarray. The sword in his hand had shattered, leaving only a half-broken hilt. You. Zhao Tianba stared in terror at the slowly advancing Yin Chuan, finally grasping the terrifying power of the rank 10th master. What other chaotic tricks do you possess? Yin Chuan approached with measured steps. Master Yin, spare my life. Zhao Tianba fell to his knees, bowing his head. In pursuit of this woman, I have wronged you, and even inadvertently harmed your beloved disciple. I implore you, do not hold my transgressions against me. Grant us mercy. Spare your life? Yin Chuan inquired. Surely you must provide a reason for such clemency. There is reason. Zhao Tianba hastily nodded. I bear no deep grudge against you, master. Our conflict arose solely due to this woman. The injury to your disciple was indeed our fault, and we are willing to make amends. Please, spare our lives. A smirk creased Yin Chuan's lips as he produced a dark, glossy pill from his robe. Spare your life? That is feasible. He offered the pill to Zhao Tianba's lips. Consume this elixir, and I shall let you live. Zhao Tianba gazed at the pill, terror evident in his eyes. Noticing Zhao Tianba's hesitation, Yin Chuan chuckled lightly. Fear not. If I truly sought your demise, why would I go to such lengths? Had I exerted but a fraction more force in that last strike, you would already be dead. Zhao Tianba trembled, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He understood the gravity of Yin Chuan's words, and with shaking hands, accepted the pill, gritting his teeth as he swallowed it. Excellent. Yin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. This pill is known as the 1-month heartbreak pill. You shall remain unharmed for 30 days. However, if you fail to procure the antidote within that time, you will perish in a most gruesome manner. Zhao Tianba turned ashen at this revelation, about to plead for mercy again, when Yin Chuan continued, however, should you be willing to assist me with the task, not only will you receive the antidote, but I shall also return that jade pendant to you. What task? Zhao Tianba asked eagerly, bowing repeatedly. Command us, and we shall exert every effort to fulfill your request. Yin Chuan turned to Su Shu and said, I need your assistance to rescue someone, Lu Qingsong. Upon hearing this, Su Shu's body trembled, and she gazed at Yin Chuan in disbelief. Miss Su. Yin Chuan extended his hand. Give me the jade pendant, and I will ensure your master has safety. Instinctively, Su Shu clutched the jade pendant against her chest, her eyes brimming with caution. Senior, this at that moment, Yang Xingye limped out from the woods, his face marred by wounds, yet he spoke with urgency. Miss Su. Trust my master. If he truly desired this jade pendant, he would have seized it long ago. Why go through such elaborate means? Yin Chuan cast a glance at his disciple and remarked coolly, I instructed you to wait at the mountain god temple, but you chose not to listen. Yang Xingye chuckled awkwardly. I was merely concerned for my master, primarily because if he were in danger, I could rush to shield him. Yin Chuan smiled helplessly. The lad was evidently more worried about the woman than anything else. Su Shu observed the caring gaze in Yang Xingye's eyes, then turned to Yin Chuan's calm demeanor. Ultimately making up her mind, she slowly retrieved the jade pendant and placed it in Yin Chuan's hand. Senior, my master is imprisoned in the dungeon beneath Qianyan Mountain. Receiving the pendant, Yin Chuan lightly brushed his fingers over its surface, and a faint azure glow emanated from it, confirming its quality. Yet that was all it was. He turned and tossed the pendant back to Zhao Tianba. Take this. Lead me to Qianyan Mountain. Zhao Tianba fumbled to catch the pendant. Disbelief etched on his face as he looked at Yin Chuan. Master, you're giving this to me? Why, don't you want it anymore? Yin Chuan raised an eyebrow. Yes. Yes. Zhao Tianba hastily tucked the pendant into his pocket. Yin Chuan then addressed Yang Xingye, take her back to tend to her injuries. And relay a message to your master's wife that I shall be away for a while. Yes, master. Yang Xingye nodded eagerly. Su Shu felt a twinge of concern. But realizing her current state would be of no help, she resigned herself to wait for the outcome. Thank you, senior. She bowed in gratitude to Yin Chuan. Before being led away by Yang Xingye, the reason Yin Chuan acted thus was twofold. Firstly, he wished to ascertain the truth of Su Shu's claims. Yang Xingye was evidently smitten by this woman, and if Su Shu's words held merit, that she indeed sought to rescue her master, then perhaps it would not be amiss to unite them. However, should she be spinning lies, she would not be spared. Fortunately, her strength was insufficient. She was merely at the second realm, so there was no immediate cause for concern. Secondly, enlisting the aid of the Tianhe gang to guide him would conveniently mitigate his unfamiliarity with the terrain, and employing their assistance for such matters would help keep his identity concealed. The so-called precious jade pendant held little value for Yin Chuan. After all, he had already stripped Songnan Mountain of its treasures, descending the mountain alongside the members of the Tianhe gang. Zhao Tianba first arranged for the injured members to be taken back to the camp, then called upon a dozen more to accompany him, to facilitate Zhao Tianba's assistance. Yin Chuan provided him with a healing elixir, restoring 80% of his strength. On the journey, Zhao Tianba recounted the tale of Qianyan Mountain to Yin Chuan. In Zhao Tianba's recollection, this mountain once flourished with mineral wealth. However, in recent years, it appeared to have been depleted, with few venturing there now. As for Lu Qingsong, he was a name they had never heard before. To maintain a fade, Yin Chuan donned the attire of the Tianhe gang, masquerading as one of its members. The distance from Chaqing Town to Qianyan Mountain was considerable, nearly 700 or 800 miles, making the round trip a journey that would take over a month. After a swift passage of more than 10 days, they arrived at the foot of Qianyan Mountain. Yin Chuan gazed at the barren mountain, riddled with mining caves and exposed red rocks that seemed to have been scorched by fierce flames. Master Yin, Zhao Tianba whispered, I have already sent someone to scout ahead. Only the largest mine at the forefront has any activity, and the surrounding area is dotted with the tents of miners. However, it appears there are armored soldiers within, suggesting the presence of court officials. The court? Yin Chuan frowned. Let us proceed directly to ascertain the situation. Upon reaching the entrance of the mine, they indeed encountered a formation of armored soldiers emerging. The commanding officer, with a sword at his side, cast a cold gaze over them. Who dares intrude upon this military-restricted area? Zhao Tianba's confidence diminished as he stepped forward, stammering, General, I am Zhao Tianba, the leader of the Tianhe gang. Here to seek an audience with Mr. Lu Qingsong. Lu Qingsong? The black-armored general's eyes glinted with interest. What connection do you have with him? Yin Chuan discreetly employed his spirit-seeking eye to assess the general, estimating his strength to be around the 6th realm. However, in a confrontation, he would likely be no match for Zhao Tianba. The soldiers, possessing only the 1st or 2nd realm of strength, were negligible in comparison. Yet, despite the adversary's lack of strength, Zhao Tianba did not exhibit the demeanor of a top-tier expert, but rather appeared somewhat intimidated. It seemed that in this world, the influence of the court was formidable. Zhao Tianba struggled to respond, when Yin Chuan stepped forward resolutely, stating, "General, please discern that we are here under a commission to secure someone's release." The black-armored general smirked coldly. Strange, it was agreed that the girl would come in person. How did it become you from the Tianhe gang? Unfazed, Yin Chuan replied. Miss Su encountered an ambush and sustained injuries during her journey, entrusting us to deliver her token. Is that so? The general extended his hand. Then present the jade pendant for verification. Yin Chuan smiled calmly. If the general wishes to verify the token, we too must verify the person. If Mr. Liu is unscathed, the pendant shall be presented. Chapter 94, Lackey of the Court. Upon hearing this, the black-armored general unsheathed his sword with a sharp clang. Its cold gleam piercing. A mere Jianghu sect. How dare you negotiate terms with me? Yin Chuan remained composed, stepping aside to allow Zhao Tianba to speak. The general may be unaware, but this esteemed leader of the Tianhe gang, Zhao Tianba, is ranked 48th on the Jianghu expert list, a 7th realm warrior with unfathomable strength. Zhao Tianba's face paled at these words, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He cast a furtive glance at Yin Chuan, his eyes pleading, hoping he would refrain from further elaboration. Though the truth is indeed as stated, I personally do not wish to draw attention in front of the court. The black-armored general furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance at the adjutant beside him, who appeared to possess considerable knowledge of the affairs of the martial world. The adjutant murmured, "General, there is indeed a person of that name on the Earth ranking." The general's expression shifted between light and dark, and he suddenly let out a cold laugh. "What of the masters on the Earth ranking? I am Su Yao, the vanguard general under the command of King Huaixiang, tasked with mining operations here. The king is the brother of the current sovereign. Even if a master from the heaven ranking were to arrive, they would have to weigh their options." Yin Chuan's heart stirred. In the world of cultivation, the mortal court was merely a vassal to the major sects. He had not anticipated such formidable authority from this court. Maintaining a composed facade, he continued to negotiate. "General, please calm your wrath. Even though King Huaixiang's reputation is formidable, you currently command but a handful of soldiers in this desolate wilderness. If a conflict were to arise..." Yin Chuan deliberately paused, casting a meaningful glance at Zhao Tianba. With our leader Zhao's prowess at the 7th realm, he could easily contend against 100 foes. Rather than risk mutual destruction, why not seek a mutually beneficial arrangement? Zhao Tianba hesitated, not wishing to attract the court's bounty on his head. Yet, unable to refute Yin Chuan, he steeled himself, projecting an air of mastery. Siyu narrowed his eyes, lightly drumming his fingers on the hilt of his sword. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly commanded, "Bring out Lu Qingsong." Moments later, 2 soldiers emerged from the mine, escorting an elderly man with white hair. The old man was raggedly dressed. His hands bound in specialized shackles, yet his gaze remained as sharp as an eagle's. The sight of him closely resembled the description given by Su Shu. The man was unharmed. Siyu stated, "It is time for you to hand over the jade pendant." Here. Yin Chuan tossed a jade pendant to Su Yao, who caught it and scrutinized it under the sunlight. He then instructed his adjutant to unfurl a scroll and compare the patterns, confirming their similarity before placing it into his pocket. The item is indeed authentic. However, the man cannot be released just yet, Siyu declared. Has the general truly gone back on his word? Yin Chuan furrowed his brow. If our leader were to become enraged, it would be impossible to contain him. Zhao Tianba chuckled bitterly. "I will release the man, but not at this moment," Siyu replied. "Alternatively, you might persuade this old man. If he is willing to assist us in addressing that issue, we shall set him free." Yin Chuan turned his gaze towards Lu Qingsong, who defiantly raised his head, exuding an air of indomitability. "Either kill me, or let me go. I shall never aid you scoundrels." Su Yao sighed, to speak so defiantly. "I have not even had your tongue cut out. Consider it an act of leniency." "What is the urgency?" Yin Chuan inquired. "It matters not to disclose," Su Yao replied. "Within this mine, an ancient tomb has been discovered, with mechanisms at its entrance that cannot be opened by human strength, which is why I brought him here to unlock it. As for the jade pendant, it is merely a token of the king's interest in the recent rumors surrounding the cave of the Xian Kai Taoist. As long as this old man is willing to help us open the door, he shall be released immediately. I possess a modicum of understanding regarding mechanisms, remarked Yin Chuan with a smile. If he is unwilling to assist, then allow me to take charge. CEO narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Yin Chuan from head to toe. You, a mere wanderer of the martial world, knowledgeable in mechanisms? Yin Chuan responded nonchalantly with a smile. If the general harbors doubts, let me have a go, and should I fail to unlock it, there shall be no loss for you, General. CEO pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. You may attempt it. However, his gaze sharpened as he continued, only you shall enter, and old Lu must accompany you. The rest shall wait outside. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianba breathed a sigh of relief, eager to distance himself from this perilous location. Very well. We shall remain outside and not intrude. Accompanied by 4 elite soldiers, Yin Chuan and Lu Qingsong ventured into the dimly lit mine shaft. Along the way, the flickering torches illuminated the jagged rock walls on either side. Humph. The youth is utterly oblivious to the dangers that lie ahead. As they walked, Lu Qingsong scoffed. The mechanism at the tomb's entrance is a 9-palace interlocking lock, a fusion of mechanical artistry and formation. I have dedicated 4 decades to the study of mechanisms, and even I cannot unravel it with ease. How does a mere ruffian of the martial world presume to unlock the door? Yin Chuan remained unfazed. Indeed, the old man's words were rather harsh. He had come to rescue him, yet it felt as though he were treated as an adversary. Why should the esteemed elder belittle himself? Perhaps luck shall favor the younger generation, thought Yin Chuan with a cold smirk. Lu Qingsong, incensed, twitched his beard in indignation. Arrogance. Soon, you shall see your own folly. As they turned a corner, a vast underground expanse unfolded before them, revealing a colossal bronze door standing 3 zhang tall at its center. The door was intricately etched with complex patterns, and at its heart lay a mechanism in the shape of a 9-palace grid. Each compartment adorned with a bronze knob inscribed with different divinatory symbols. The 4 soldiers halted at a distance, vigilantly holding their torches. That is the door. Hurry and try it. Yin Chuan approached the bronze door and gently brushed his fingers over its engravings. The surface felt frigid to the touch. Yet it resonated not with any aura, indicating that this was not the tomb of an immortal cultivator. It was merely a lock devised from the principles of mechanical art intertwined with formations. Observing Yin Chuan's hesitation, Lu Qingsong stood by with a mocking expression. What? Are you now aware of the difficulty? Let me enlighten you. This 9-palace grid must be rotated in a specific sequence. A single misstep will trigger a mechanism that unleashes a hail of arrows. Grateful for the elder's counsel, Yin Chuan lifted his gaze to the top, where indeed numerous mechanisms were visible. Thank you, esteemed elder. He placed his hand upon the 9-palace grid, channeling a stream of spiritual energy through the bronze door to explore its interior. Utilizing his keen perception of spiritual energy, he discerned the internal structure of the mechanism. Unraveling this puzzle was far simpler than deciphering the restrictions of immortal methods contained within a jade slip. Once the internal structure was thoroughly examined, Yin Chuan devised a plan. This mechanism was indeed intricate, requiring the 9 knobs on the mechanism to be interconnected in a specific combination to unlock the stone door. Should any link in this chain falter, it would activate the lethal trap. If one is unaware of the internal structure or is unable to correctly analyze the combinations through the hexagrams, attempting to discern the correct arrangement might yield countless permutations. Should you succeed in unraveling it, I shall inscribe my name in reverse. Lu Qingsong continued to chatter incessantly beside them. Assisting these court lackeys is truly shameless. Bah. Chapter 95. The Divine Mechanism of Tempered Steel. Behold, Songqing Lu. Yin Chuan's lips curled into a slight smile as his fingers began to swiftly dance across the 9-grid puzzle. The movements were as fluid as water, with the 9 knobs producing crisp clicking sounds under his deft touch. Each rotation was executed with remarkable precision. Lu Qingsong's initially derisive demeanor gradually solidified, disbelief flickering in his eyes. This is impossible, Lu Qingsong murmured. You can ascertain the correct combination so swiftly? As the final knob clicked into place, a cacophony of mechanisms echoed from within the bronze door. The heavy stone portal began to creak open, stirring up a cloud of dust. Behind the door lay an impenetrable darkness, obscuring the interior from the naked eye. A glimmer of insight flashed in Yin Chuan's eyes as he employed his spirit-seeking eye to peer inside. The tomb chamber was filled with various ancient artifacts and treasures of gold and silver, yet devoid of any spiritual energy. It appeared to be the burial site of some high-ranking official from years past. Judging by the arrangement of the gold and silver within, it was undoubtedly a considerable fortune. However, being mere mortal artifacts, Yin Chuan found no interest in them. The door was ajar. As per their agreement, it was time to release him. Yin Chuan turned to Su Yao and said. Su Yao, dumbfounded, stared at the open bronze door, and after a moment, regained his composure. Release him. Quickly. Unshackle the old man. The soldiers hurriedly removed Lu Qingsong's shackles. The old man flexed his wrists, still unable to believe his eyes as he gazed at Yin Chuan. Young man, how on earth did you accomplish that? Yin Chuan smiled without answering, merely gesturing for him to proceed. That's of no concern to you. Hurry along. Your disciple awaits you. Su Shu? Lu Qingsong furrowed his brow but chose to follow Yin Chuan's lead. At this moment, Su Ye was too preoccupied to pay attention to them, busily directing the soldiers. Quickly. Send someone to inform the prince. Until the prince arrives, no one is allowed to enter. Once they exited the mine, Lu Qingsong could no longer contain his curiosity. Young man, how did you decipher that intricate 9-grid lock? I have studied mechanics for decades and have never encountered such a solution. Perhaps it was merely good fortune. Yin Chuan replied with a smile. Upon reaching the outside, Zhao Tianba and the others immediately approached to greet them. Upon seeing that the person had been rescued, Zhao Tianba's face broke into a broad smile. According to their agreement, once the person was saved, Yin Chuan would provide him with an antidote. True to his word, Yin Chuan promptly produced a verdant pill and handed it to Zhao Tianba. Zhao Tianba accepted the pill without hesitation, swallowing it down and displaying a look of profound relief. Thank you, Master Yin. I will personally escort you back, ensuring your safety. The group then set off, returning to Chaqing town. Along the way, Lu Qingsong remained undeterred, inching closer to Yin Chuan. Young man, seeing your exceptional talent, would you consider taking me as your mentor? My mastery of mechanical arts will surely make you a grand master. There's no need for that. Yin Chuan replied with a smile, shaking his head. My aspirations lie elsewhere. Lu Qingsong puffed up his cheeks and glared. Do you have any idea how many sought to take me as their master in the past? Yin Chuan merely smiled in silence, casting a glance at Zhao Tianba, who was engrossed in studying a blueprint nearby. The blueprint meticulously replicated the patterns on a jade pendant, skillfully traced by Yin Chuan using a unique technique. Zhao Tianba was currently comparing it with a map of Songnan Mountain, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Although the traced patterns did not explicitly indicate the location on Songnan Mountain, they clearly hinted at the approximate site for Zhao Tianba to discern. As long as Zhao Tianba was not foolish, he would be able to locate it. Moreover, this approach would lead Zhao Tianba to believe that he had discovered the place through his own intelligence, thus any ensuing troubles would be his to bear alone. Upon entering the borders of Changqing town, Zhao Tianba seemingly pinpointed the correct location and promptly bid farewell. Master Yin, we part ways here. Should there be any tasks in the future, the Tianhe gang shall certainly be at your service. After Zhao Tianba departed with his entourage, Lu Qingsong could not help but inquire, what did you give him to make him so exhilarated? Nothing of substance. Yin Chuan replied nonchalantly. Perhaps you should focus more on your own disciple. Miss Su has been quite worried about you. Upon mentioning Su Shu, a hint of tenderness flickered in Lu Qingsong's eyes. How is that girl faring now? She is waiting at my manor, Yin Chuan remarked, as he mounted his horse and led Lu Qingsong down a different path. During the return journey over the past 10 days, Yin Chuan had subtly gleaned insights into Lu Qingsong's character. Decades ago, there existed a sect in the martial world known as the Divine Mechanism sect. Within it lay a unique skill called the 100 Refinements of Divine Mechanism, which represented the pinnacle of mechanical arts in this realm. The sect was once quite prosperous until it faced calamity, having offended the imperial court, leading to the near annihilation of its members, with only a handful surviving. Consequently, the 100 Refinements of Divine Mechanism was seized by the court, resulting in the decline of the sect. This explains Lu Qingsong's profound resentment towards the imperial authority. Although Lu Qingsong had previously taken in several disciples, his eccentric temperament and lack of teaching ability caused them to feel they were not learning anything of value, leading them to abandon him. Ultimately, Lu Qingsong was left to live a meager existence as a carpenter, with only Su Shu remaining as his disciple. Upon returning to Xianyan Manor, Yang Xingye and Su Shu were already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Lu Qingsong, Su Shu was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face as she rushed to embrace him tightly. Master, it is such a relief to see you safe. Lu Qingsong patted his disciple's back, his old eyes glistening with moisture. Silly girl, your master is tougher than that. Yang Xingye stood by, observing Su Shu's ecstatic tears, unable to suppress a foolish grin. Yin Chuan, witnessing the scene, inwardly shook his head. It seemed that during his absence of a month, This foolish lad had thoroughly succumbed to infatuation, due to the previous carpenter shop of Lu Qingsong having been set ablaze by the subordinates of King Huaixiang, leaving him with nowhere to turn. Yin Chuan graciously took them in at the villa's side hall for temporary shelter. This decision served a dual purpose, to accommodate his disciple and prevent separation from the one he cherished, while also recognizing the old man's undeniable skill in mechanical arts, which could assist Yin Chuan in enhancing the puppets within the maze on the mountainside. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. In the month that passed, his wife, Qi Lei, who had been engrossed in her cultivation, remarkably broke through to the second level of Qi training, thanks to her innate talent and the assistance of the spirit-gathering array. Even the creature known as Bing Bing, which had been guarding the edge of the spirit-gathering town, seemed to have developed a hint of intelligence. Its once dull eyes now sparkling with brightness. Nevertheless, it was still destined to become a beast, given the spiritual energy density of this world. Transformation into a human was an impossibility. While the turmoil at Xianyun Villa had temporarily subsided, the unrest in Chaqing town escalated. The competition for the discovery of Xinkai Daoist Cave was nearing its conclusion, as the surrounding mountains had been thoroughly searched, drawing the majority of attention to the vicinity of Cangnan Mountain. Chapter 96. The ingenious mechanical box amidst the relentless struggles of the outside world. Xianyun Villa remained a sanctuary of peace, seemingly isolated in tranquility. Lu Qingsong thoroughly enjoyed this serenity and consented to Yin Chuan's request to create wooden puppets. Meanwhile, Su Shu began her martial arts training alongside Yang Xingye. This young lady possessed considerable talent, and it seemed a waste for her to be under Lu Qingsong's tutelage. Given her similar circumstances to Qi Lei, the two became companions, providing Qi Lei with a friend to share her time with. Thus, even though Su Shu did not formally apprentice under Yin Chuan, she was not deterred from training with Yang Xingye. After all, while these martial arts held value in this realm, they were of little consequence to Yin Chuan. With Lu Qingsong's expertise in mechanical arts and Yin Chuan's knowledge of puppet techniques from his past life, a new batch of wooden puppets was crafted, exhibiting extraordinary strength. When tested by the guards of the estate, these puppets demonstrated power rivaling that of 4th or even 5th level martial artists. Coupled with the energy supplementation from the spirit stone array embedded in Yin Chuan's formations, and with the mechanism activating only upon intrusions, maintenance was minimal. One sunny day, Yin Chuan was deeply engrossed in the study of the intricately designed square wooden box he had acquired at the auction, seated in the pavilion of the courtyard. The box's puzzle mechanism was complex and exquisite, leaving him perplexed despite his numerous attempts. Just as he furrowed his brow in contemplation, Lu Qingsong approached with enthusiasm, holding a delicate wooden bird in his hands. Master Yin, the mechanical bird you requested is complete. As he stepped into the pavilion, Lu Qingsong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he thrust the mechanical bird into Yin Chuan's hands, rushing to the stone table with fervor. Good heavens! This is the ingenious mechanical box. The ingenious mechanical box? Yin Chuan raised an eyebrow. Lu Qingsong trembled with excitement, his beard quivering. One of the most profound mechanisms. Whatever is locked within this object must certainly conceal an extraordinary treasure. He cautiously caressed the intricate patterns on the surface of the wooden box. This puzzle mechanism harmonizes with the principles of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. Each piece is movable, and it is essential to assemble the 6-sided puzzle according to the correct design to unlock it. Yin Chuan, sensing an opportunity, remarked, "Since you recognize this artifact, why not assist me in unraveling its mysteries?" Without hesitation, Lu Qingsong settled down to study the box. Although I am well versed in the art of mechanisms, opening this exquisite box will not be easy. It may take several months. That is of no consequence. Yin Chuan nodded in agreement. The wooden puppets you crafted are already complete, and there is nothing else to attend to. So feel free to delve into your research. Very well. Lu Qingsong responded eagerly, his eyes brimming with enthusiasm. As he turned his gaze back to the wooden box, he became utterly absorbed, his focus unwavering. His fingers glided gently over the puzzle pieces, sometimes furrowing his brow, at other times appearing enlightened, completely immersed in the task at hand, as if detached from the outside world. Yin Chuan smiled faintly, choosing not to intrude. He picked up the mechanical bird and examined it closely. The craftsmanship was exquisite, with wings that could flap freely and hidden mechanisms within its belly, far superior to the rudimentary bird he had fashioned from straw. Subsequently, Yin Chuan retrieved a talisman for puppetry that he had prepared in advance and gently inserted it into the bird's abdomen. Go! With a flick of his fingertip, he infused the wooden bird with a spark of vitality, and it suddenly came to life, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. Through the art of puppetry, Yin Chuan was able to perceive everything the wooden bird saw. He observed the entire estate, the distant figures of Yang Xingye and Su Shu practicing martial arts. He Qinglian busily tending to the medicinal fields, and Wang Dashan along with a host of guards stationed at the mountain gate. Just then, Yin Chuan spotted an individual approaching the foot of the mountain. As he drew closer, Yin Chuan recognized him clearly. It was Kong Di. Furrowing his brow, Yin Chuan promptly guided the wooden bird back and rose to head towards the front courtyard. Soon, Kong Di entered the courtyard, escorted by the guards. Brother Yin. Kong Di clasped his fists in greeting, his complexion somewhat pale, a healing scar evident on his right cheek. Brother Kong, please take a seat, Yin Chuan gestured, offering him a cup of hot tea. Kong Di managed a wry smile, accepting the tea and drinking it in one gulp. I feel ashamed. I should have heeded your advice earlier. It turned out that several days prior, individuals from the martial world had finally pinpointed the exact location of Xin Kai Daoren's cave dwelling deep within Songnan Mountain. In a flurry, various factions rushed to the site, only to be thwarted by a treacherous fog formation. The mist was most peculiar, Kong Di recounted with trepidation. Once inside, one lost all sense of direction, and fearsome beasts roamed, leading to numerous fatalities. Though a group of skilled practitioners ultimately found the correct path, they were confronted with an impenetrable stone door at the cave's entrance. Despite their numerous attempts, they could not open it. Hearing this, Yin Chuan stifled a smile. Feigning ignorance of the matter and listening with curiosity, Kong Di continued. In the end, it was several masters of formations from the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion who intervened, taking several hours to collaboratively decipher the mechanism of the stone door. Kong Di sighed and shook his head, lamenting, who would have known that when the stone door opened, those outside would be consumed by bloodlust? As he spoke, he unfastened his garment, revealing a ghastly knife wound on his chest. The majority of my injuries were inflicted during a surprise attack at the entrance of the cave. Yin Chuan, maintaining a stoic demeanor, inquired, and then what? Were there any treasures within the cave? Nothing of significance. Kong Di retorted indignantly. Aside from a heap of desiccated bones, there lay a mummified corpse. Someone recognized it. It appeared to be a long-missing master known as the Iron Claw Dragon King, Mo Wui. That old demon bore a gaping hole in his skull, the result of an unknown weapon. What irked me the most, Kong Di continued, was that it was evident the place had been thoroughly plundered long before our arrival. We fought valiantly, only to uncover a few vials of moldy elixirs. Had I known, I would have abstained from this charade. Nearby, Yang Xingye, who was practicing martial arts in an open area, overheard this and nearly burst into laughter. What's the matter? Su Shu inquired, puzzled. Nothing, Yang Xingye replied, suppressing his amusement. I suddenly recalled a joke. What joke? Su Shu asked, her curiosity piqued. Well, Yang Xingye hesitated and concocted a tale on the spot. There once was a swordsman named Lang, who was adept with an ice sword. His heart was cold, his blade was cold, and his emotions were cold, ultimately leading to his demise from the cold. Su Shu chuckled awkwardly. That indeed is rather chilly. As Kong Di finished his narrative, Yin Chuan generously produced a healing elixir, saying, this medicine for external wounds is a gift for you. With a grin, Kong Di accepted the elixir, replying, I am most grateful, Brother Yin. Upon consuming the elixir, he immediately felt a surge of relief. After sharing a meal at the villa, Kong Di initially intended to depart, but was persuaded by Yin Chuan to stay. Appreciating the serene beauty of the surroundings and having no pressing matters, he agreed to linger for a few days. Yin Chuan, for his part, wished to leverage Kong Di's expertise in concealed weapons to craft a series of automatons capable of launching hidden projectiles. Chapter 97. A longer stay several days later. Deep within the Xin Kai Daoist cave in Songnan Mountain, several shadowy figures huddled around the corpse of the Iron Claw Dragon King, engaged in hushed conversation. The corpse exhibited a purplish-black discoloration, and judging by the extent of muscle atrophy, it had likely perished no more than 3 years prior, approximately 2 years ago. A man adorned with a bronze mask crouched down, his fingers lightly brushing over the peculiar hole in the corpse's forehead. Moreover, this wound does not appear to have been inflicted by an ordinary weapon. A diminutive figure, a gnome, chimed in, observe the smooth and even edges of this wound. It resembles something that was instantaneously pierced through. Could it be that genuine chi was condensed and forcibly penetrated? An elderly man clad in a gray robe squinted, contemplating. So, it suggests that 2 years ago, someone entered here and absconded with the treasures? Suddenly, a scar-faced man sprang to his feet, as if recalling something significant. 2 years ago. Qingqing Town? Who exactly came here to seize these treasures? The gnome fell into deep thought. Was there anything unusual that transpired in Qingqing Town 2 years ago? The bronze-masked man remarked suddenly. The elderly man in the gray robe suddenly came to a realization, as if recalling something significant. Indeed, peculiar events had transpired 2 years prior. A newcomer had unexpectedly emerged on the earthly rankings, hailing from this very town of Chongqing. The gnome promptly retrieved a latest edition of the Celestial Masters Ranking Atlas from his bosom, swiftly flipping to the 10th position on the earthly list. Behold, Yin Chuan, the master of the idol Cloud Manor, once an obscure figure from Chongqing, had astonishingly ascended to the 45th position 2 years ago. And now he has surged to the 10th. The rapidity of his rise in rank was nothing short of terrifying. The four exchanged glances, each discerning the glimmer of greed in the other's eyes. With an ominous smile, the gray-robed elder remarked, aside from inheriting the legacy of the mystic color Taoist, I can fathom no other possibility. It seems the time has come to pay a visit to this master of idol cloud. Following this, the four swiftly departed from the cave, vanishing into the dense forest of Tsangnan Mountain. Unbeknownst to them, a mechanical bird perched silently above the stone door, watching their retreating figures with keen interest, remaining undetected. Once they had gone far, the mechanical bird finally flapped its wings and soared into the sky, leaving the secret realm behind. Meanwhile, within the idol Cloud Manor, Yin Chuan slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. He retrieved the Celestial Masters Ranking Atlas from the bookshelf, his fingers moving swiftly, soon identifying the identities of the four individuals on the earthly list. The masked figure ranked 24th, known as the faceless Judge Cui Ming, wielded a copper-headed staff, proficient in striking vital points. Next was the elder among the four, ranked 25th. The merciless ghost hand Lin Ku, whose spectral hand technique instilled fear in many. The gnome was the earth-digging mouse Ho Tong, ranked 26th. Diminutive in stature yet adept at earth-burrowing techniques. Lastly, the scar-faced man was ranked 27th, known as the mountain-cleaving fist Lei Ba, with iron fists of formidable strength. Closing the atlas, Yin Chuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Although these individuals had miscalculated the time of the Iron Claw Dragon King's demise, mistakenly believing it to have occurred 2 years ago when it was actually a year prior, their conclusions were fortuitously accurate. Alas, the mechanical bird's flight was limited in duration, otherwise, it could have followed them more closely to gather information. Nevertheless, they were unaware of when they would come. Fortunately, with the assistance of the flute, the mountain's protective formation had been further perfected, providing an ideal opportunity to test its strength against these four. Now, he merely needed to wait patiently for their arrival. The following morning, Kong Di packed his belongings and approached Yin Chuan in the backyard to bid farewell. Brother Yin, I apologize for my recent intrusion. Kong Di clasped his fists in greeting, his pallor from days past now replaced with vitality. My injuries have healed, and I intend to set forth northward today, as I have heard tales of a master skilled in concealed weaponry in that region, and I wish to meet him. Yin Chuan, seated in the pavilion savoring tea, set down his cup upon hearing this. Why the haste to depart, Brother Kong? Why not linger a while longer? Kong Di smiled, replying, a wanderer cannot remain idle. Furthermore, while your manor is indeed splendid, it is too tranquil. Prolonged stay may dull one's fighting spirit. Coincidentally, I possess something I wish to show you, Brother Kong, Yin Chuan said, retrieving a weathered tome from his sleeve and placing it casually upon the stone table. Might you find it of interest? Curiosity piqued, Kong Di approached, his gaze fixated on the cover of the booklet, where the bold characters Starry Blade captured his attention. What is this? Kong Di inquired. It is a manual on flying daggers. I believe it will be of immense benefit to you, Brother Kong, Yin Chuan replied. Upon hearing this, Kong Di picked up